Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 10BK Chapter 374. Scholars Encounter in the Void Knight Palace. After Aizen led the people under his command to participate in the war in the present world, he suddenly seemed empty. The rest of Arrancar, who was not able to follow Aizen to the present world to participate in the decisive battle, stayed here for a while. Finally, Grimmjow, the sixth blade, yelled, turned and left here. He left here without saying hello to the other Arrancars. Watching Grimmjow leave, the rest of Arrancar also left one after another. They were a little unhappy that they were not able to follow Aizen to the present world for the final battle. But after thinking about it, Soul Society sent a total of 5 captains to Hueco Mundo this time. Unable to go to the present world to participate in the war, if you can solve the several Soul Society captains who invaded Hueco Mundo, it can be regarded as participating in the war in disguise. Grimmjow left, maybe to find the captain of the Soul Society. You can't miss it. For a while, Espada left the main hall of Suya Palace one after another, leaving the 5th tallest tower. Among the huge 5th tower, only Ulquiorra was alone. He will be stationed here in place of Aizen. Ulquiorra didn't stay here all the time, though. After thinking for a while, he came to a room in the 5th tallest tower. You can come out now. In the room, there was a woman in white clothes. She is Inoue Orihime. After Ulquiorra brought Inoue Orihime to Hueco Mundo that day, Inoue Orihime showed his ability and was able to stay in the Void Palace. But after Kurosaki Ichigo invaded the Void Circle, because of her relationship with Kurosaki Ichigo, most of the time, they were all locked in the room and prohibited from moving. Inoue Orihime was also slightly taken aback when he heard Ulquiorra's words. Ulquiorra didn't explain much either. Could it be that Aizen-sama has gone to the present world to participate in the war? Introducing Kurosaki Ichigo to Hueco Mundo, the purpose of staying in Hueco Mundo has been achieved, and Inoue Orihime has lost its value? Inoue Orihime walked out of the room in a daze. Because she is not familiar with the Void Palace, she can only follow behind Ulquiorra. Finally, he followed Ulquiorra to the main hall of the 5th tower. Advertisement Ulquiorra noticed Inoue Orihime's behavior, but said nothing more. Ulquiorra wanted to know more than the confused Inoue Orihime. Could Kurosaki Ichigo come here? Or, before that, be killed by the rest of the Espada? Though Inoue Orihime has lost value, but Ulquiorra still wants to see how far Kurosaki Ichigo can go. For the first time in his life, he had expectations for something since he was born. Grimmjow left the 5th tower and hurried back to his palace. He hadn't forgotten that there was a Shinigami imprisoned in his palace. Previously, he tortured Rukia Kuchiki for the whereabouts of Kurosaki Ichigo, but nothing was gained. Now, Espada's meeting was over, and he decided to torture him again. However, when he returned to his palace, he suddenly found that the door of the room had been blasted open. Rukia Kuchiki has long since disappeared, and in the air, there are still some spirit particles left. Through the perception of the spirit particles, it is left by the Shinigami. It's really surprising. Grimmjow couldn't tell if it was anger or something. He gritted his teeth and said something. Then left the palace, ready to continue to find the whereabouts of Kurosaki Ichigo. Now Aizen and the others have all gone to the present world to participate in the war. No one can stop his actions anymore. In order to find Kurosaki Ichigo, he wouldn't mind turning the whole Konya Palace upside down. The Hueco Mundo Espada has a special status. In addition to having their own exclusive palace, everyone also has their own subordinate officials. It is also for this reason that for many Arrancars, becoming an Espada is their lifelong pursuit. But Espada is not so easy to become. Among Hueco Mundo, those who pay attention to the jungle of the jungle, who can become Espada, are the top Hueco Mundo. The original Espada were all replaced by latecomers due to lack of strength, and then were excluded from the list of Espada. Since the appearance of Espada, there has only been one Arrancar. After being eliminated by Espada, he returned to the Minister of Espada. Advertisement that is Zaya Laporo. Moreover, speaking carefully, Zaya Laporo was kicked out of Espada because he committed suicide and split himself into 2 parts, which resulted in a decline in strength. Thing. 0. Ask for flowers, as for Grimmjow, was also dropped from Espada? It was just an accident, and the time is short, there is no comparison to care about. Back to Zaya Laporo himself. As a research scholar at Hueco Mundo, he is an outlier. In terms of strength, it may not be the top of Espada, but in terms of intelligence, it is definitely Hueco Mundo. Many years ago, when Hueco Mundo's void was still devouring its own kind, seeking to evolve, Zaya Laporo began to study the same kind to find other ways to improve his strength. In addition, he observed the Soul Society and sent his own puppet to the Soul Society. 0. It's a pity that the virtual he manipulated was finally beheaded by Kenpachi at that time, which caused his observation of the Soul Society to come to an end without a problem. Later, Aizen joined Hueco Mundo, and Zaya Laporo's specialness attracted Aizen's attention, and Aizen valued him very much. In the early days of Espada, Zaya Laporo was the original Espada. Later, although due to some reasons, he fell out of the list of Espada, but after returning to Espada, Aizen still used him again. Unlike other Espada palaces, Zaya Laporo's palace is full of various research devices, and even huge glass bottles are filled in the room. There are solutions in the glass bottles, and all kinds of weird stumps are soaked in the solution. From a distance, it looks like the set of a horror movie. Kuretsuchi Miyuri was lucky. He just randomly found a direction to travel, and finally came here. When he came to this place, he immediately showed a look of joy. Among Hueco Mundo, are there any scholars who like to study? This place is really surprising and pleasant, Kuretsuchi Miyuri praised so much. However, his good mood did not last too long. Who are you? Are you allowed to come to this place? The two appearances are exactly the same, with a spherical body, an egg-shaped head, thinner limbs, and two ponytail-shaped hairs. They appeared behind Kuretsuchi Miyuri and questioned him. Chapter 375 Shinigami and Espada. Hearing this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri immediately looked at the two ghosts. As the captain of the 12th Division and the second-generation director of the Technology Development Bureau, Kuretsuchi Miyuri immediately discovered that these two ghosts are unusual, not only because they look exactly the same. More because, he discovered some other things. It is very likely that these two voids did not occur naturally. It's man-made. Although it was only the first glance, although he only felt the two imaginary Ryotsu a little bit, Kuretsuchi Miyuri came to such a conclusion. The reason why such a conclusion can be drawn is that Kuretsuchi Miyuri has been pursuing the creation of artificial life. He has studied the artificial soul in depth. In order to create a perfect artificial soul, he has failed countless times. But in the end, 870, succeeded. The Nirvana dream beside him is the man-made Shinigami created by him, which is his most perfect and proudest work. Nirvana dream, waiting for his dream, hence the name, Dream. You guys seem to be very special. Kuretsuchi Miyuri ignored these two false warnings, with fanaticism in his eyes. I don't know, are you willing to be my experimental subjects and let me dissect you? Although you may pay your own life for this, but for the truth, you should be willing. Kuretsuchi Miyuri said so. Without waiting for the two to agree, he suddenly shot at them. After he came to the virtual circle this time, he prepared a lot of devices on his body. With the help of these devices, he could store Shu's corpse in it and hide Zumi in mustard seeds. Since coming to Shaquan, he has collected many horse corpses. But after coming to this palace in this room, he found that the empty corpses he restrained were all rubbish. Here, there are too many perfect experimental materials. Although it is not known which Arankar's laboratory, but Kuretsuchi Miyuri does not care about this. After Zael Aporo left from the main hall of the fifth tower, he was not in a hurry to find the whereabouts of the Shinigami. For him, as long as those Shinigami are still in the Void Knight Palace, they will die after all. Advertisement: he can wait until Shinigami and the rest of Espada play against each other, and then make a move after losing both sides. At that time, not only can he harvest Shinigami as his experimental material, he can even dissect Arankar, which is Espada, as experimental material. Although they are all Espadas, Zael Aporo has never regarded these Arankars as partners. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to sneak attack Neliel, who was the third blade at that time, with Neutra, because at that time, he really wanted to know what would happen when Arankar's mask was broken again. It was also that time that he harvested extremely important experimental data. Rather than rushing to find Shinigami's whereabouts, he might as well go back to his palace, back to his laboratory, and prepare some experimental equipment for subsequent experiments. However, when he first arrived at the gate of his palace, strange Ryotsu immediately came from inside his palace. At the same time, Ryotsu, who belonged to his two subordinate officers, instantly disappeared. Zael Aporo is sure, this is not a virtual Ryotsu, but Shinigami. Shinigami and Shu, although both are Ryotsu beings, have very different Ryotsu properties. Zael Aporo's complexion changed slightly. He immediately speeded up and rushed into his palace. Then he saw his two subordinate officials lying on the ground, dead. In front of their corpses, there were two figures standing. One looks weird, it looks ridiculous, and it looks a little scary, while the other is a beautiful woman. For Zael Aporo, the life and death of subordinate officials is actually not very important. These two subordinate officials are artificial fictions created by him, and they exist as medicines for his healing when necessary. Zael Aporo is ready to let them sacrifice at any time. What really bothered him was the fact that the Shinigami broke into his palace and killed his subordinates. Shinigami, you are so brave. Zael Aporo's Ryotsu broke out, looking particularly angry. He didn't even take the initiative to find the whereabouts of these Shinigami and trouble them. In the end, they delivered it to the door by themselves. Huh? Are you the owner here? Advertisement. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's eyes fell on Zael Aporo, feeling the other's anger, but he didn't take it seriously. Instead, he said in a natural tone. Your place is very good, I like it very much, how about you give it to me? As a reward, I can allow you to be studied by me. In this case, it naturally made Zael Aporo even more angry. However, he suppressed his anger abruptly, and responded to Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Coincidentally, I also want you to be studied by me. The director of the Soul Society-Technology Development Bureau and the research scholars in the virtual circle, as if they were arranged by fate, they just met directly. That's when Kuretsuchi Miyuri faced off against Zael Aporo. The other end, Byakuya Kuchiki took the injured Rukia Kuchiki and continued towards the depths of the Suya Palace. Then, they encountered an Arankar. The seventh blade in Espada, Zamari Lulu, is the fastest Arankar in Espada, and the Arankar who admires Aizen the most. For Aizen not taking himself to the decisive battle in the present world, Zamari can be said to be brooding. But Aizen must have his own ideas in making such a decision, and Zamari can only respect Master Aizen's decision. Similarly, he also made up his mind to help Master Aizen guard the 0.9 Haoshu Night Palace. Rukia Kuchiki was worried after seeing Zamari. He fought Grimjow earlier and experienced the power of the 6th blade firsthand. Now I have encountered the 7th blade. Brother, can you fight the electric enemy? Byakuya Kuchiki seemed to sense Rukia Kuchiki's concerns. He said to Rukia Kuchiki, Rukia, you go to the side first. After all, Rukia was injured and it was really not suitable to stand beside him. As for him, it will be quick to defeat the enemy and not let him hurt Rukia. Another place in Suya Palace. When Kuretsuchi Mayuri and Zaya Laporo met, Byakuya Kuchiki met Zamari. Zaraki-Kenpachi also met his opponent. Espada last is the first, secret, chapter 376 collision. Yami is the first Espada among the Espadas, codenamed 10. However, this codename has a very special meaning. It is both the last and the beginning. Because at the earliest time, the division of Espada was not from 1 to 10, but from 0 to 9. After all, these 10 numbers are only odd numbers, and 10 is already in the category of double digits. In the Suya Palace, Espada, double-digit Arankar, and triple-digit Arankar all have strict divisions. The areas where they live are also different. From this point of view, Yami seems to be a very special Arankar. But Aizen has always acted with reason. Naturally, it is impossible to give Yami the codename 10 for no reason. And he gave Yami the codename, naturally, because Yami is very special. So special that under normal circumstances, Yami is the last of Espada and the last Arankar. And when he's under Ultimate's wrath, his power skyrockets. At the same time, after he releases the return blade, the numbers on his body will also change. Among the characteristics corresponding to Espada, Yami corresponds to anger. He is a tyrannical person 05. Even when dealing with his companions, he didn't have a good face or a good tone. At this moment, after meeting Zaraki-Kenpachi, he immediately reprimanded the Shinigami in front of him, and then took the initiative to attack the Shinigami. When Zaraki-Kenpachi saw Yami making a move towards him, he still looked like he wanted it. Since coming to Shuyi Palace, although the Shu I encountered is stronger, the degree of strength is really limited. The Arankar in front of him was different, he looked very powerful. You seem like a pretty good opponent. After Zaraki-Kenpachi saw Yami, he grinned and said. Immediately, he waved his Zanpakuto and attacked Yami. When Zaraki-Kenpachi swung his knife, Kusajishi Yachiru, who was standing on his arrow, immediately cast Shunpo and came to the side. Kurosaki Ichigo, Yunohana Retsu, and Yamada Hanataro continued to head toward the depths of the Palace of Darkness. Advertisement. Although I am very worried about Inoue Orihime's situation, I want to rescue Inoue Orihime. But after all, so much time has been delayed, and after so many years in Hueco Mundo, there is no rush. With Yamada Hanataro and Yunohana Retsu by his side, Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't have to worry about getting hurt. Along the way, he meets more triple-digit Arankars. After all, the place he stepped into was a 3-digit lair, and in it, there were as many Arankars eliminated from Espada. Although they have been replaced by latecomers, making them eliminated from the position of Espada, the strength of these Arankars is not weak. For the current Kurosaki Ichigo, it is extremely difficult to defeat them without using Bankai. He also took advantage of this opportunity to seriously sharpen his way of swordsmanship. Kurosaki Ichigo has some basics in Kendo. Compared with the original book, which only knows how to slash a will when holding a knife, I don't know how much stronger it is. In the original book, it is because he has never learned anything like Kendo, but he has learned some karate. Today is different, because Gosuke Shigure has been teaching Kurosaki Ichigo for several years in this world. He has laid a solid foundation of Kendo early. Kurosaki Ichigo himself is a person with great fighting talent. Although he looks reckless, he is actually very smart. Otherwise, he would not be among the best in school. In the past, he didn't put his mind on the way of the sword because his strength improved too fast. It didn't take long after becoming a Shinigami to progress rapidly. The power of Shinigami from Rukia Kuchiki was deprived, and within a few days, he awakened his own Zanpakuto, and his Zanpakuto was still a very special kind. It is the Zanpakuto whose normality is in the permanent Shikai. This makes him extremely powerful under normal conditions. Before he could fully adapt to Shikai's power, it didn't take long for him to learn Bankai again. After learning Bankai, the Masquerade appeared, which taught him Hollow. Basically, every time he encounters a strong enemy or some troubles, Kurosaki Ichigo's strength will skyrocket. He also always relied on his soaring strength to save himself from danger and defeat powerful enemies. However, after mastering Hollow, his skyrocketing strength seemed to have stagnated. His Hollow cannot be maintained for a long time like the members of the Masked Legion. Advertisement. Their Hollow, even the shortest, has a few minutes, and a few minutes is enough to deal with the battle. And Kurosaki Ichigo's Hollow, only 11 seconds, and only use it as a killer weapon when necessary. Therefore, even if he has mastered Hollow, Kurosaki Ichigo's strongest state under normal circumstances is Bankai. But for Hueco Mundo Espada, Kurosaki Ichigo has dealt with them several times. Even with a Bankai, he couldn't defeat Arankar who was stronger. Hollow cannot be maintained for a long time. Great results. So, is there any way to increase the strength? This also surprised Kurosaki Ichigo and Kurosaki Ichigo. The figure of Grimjow appeared in the eyes of Kurosaki Ichigo. On the way, she spoke repeatedly, instructing Kurosaki Ichigo how to swing a knife and how to fight. Kurosaki Ichigo's method is to practice kendo and lay a solid foundation. For Unohana Retsu, of course he knows. Along the way, Kurosaki Ichigo feels that his strength has really improved a lot by not using Bankai, but by fighting against the 3-digit Arankar in a Shikai state. However, his surprise didn't last too long. At least when facing the enemy, he will no longer be easily flustered, and he has started to observe the enemy more and gain insight into its flaws. Unohana Retsu led Yamada Hanataro to follow Kurosaki Ichigo, watched Kurosaki Ichigo's battle, and naturally noticed Kurosaki Ichigo's progress. Unlike in the past, when he faced a strong enemy, he would directly run over him with a strong force. Now the regiment has really begun to improve. She said that she is quite accomplished in kendo, and she is going to give some advice to Kurosaki Ichigo. He is the captain of the 4th team of Soul Society, and the 4th team is the medical team. It's not surprising that Unohana Retsu can't fight. Naturally, it is not empty talk. But the fact is that Unohana Retsu does have extremely profound attainments in the way of swordsmanship, and these pointers have made him improve a lot. Because a slightly excited voice came from in front of him, Kurosaki Ichigo, I finally found you. Chapter 377. The 5th highest tower. It took Grimmjow a lot of time to find Kurosaki Ichigo. Earlier, Rukia Kuchiki broke into his palace unintentionally. He defeated Rukia Kuchiki, and tried to find out the whereabouts of Kurosaki Ichigo from Rukia Kuchiki, but to no avail. Aizen then called Espada into a meeting. When he came back from the main hall of the 5th tallest tower, he suddenly found that Rukia Kuchiki had disappeared. This made Grimmjow very angry. However, he still did not give up looking for the whereabouts of Kurosaki Ichigo. Fortunately, he finally found Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo, let's fight. This time, I want to avenge my shame. It was a disgrace for Grimmjow to lose at the hands of Kurosaki Ichigo. Although at that time, because of a broken arm, his strength dropped greatly. But defeat is defeat. So, to wash away the shame, after recovering his arm, Grimmjow has been trying to find the whereabouts of Kurosaki Ichigo, just for another fight. Now, he finally found the whereabouts of Kurosaki Ichigo. Since Aizen went to the present world for a decisive battle, there are only 10 swords left in Suya Palace, only Chinchin. They are Ulquiorra, the 4th blade, Grimmjow, the 6th blade, Zamari, the 7th blade, Zael Aporo, the 8th blade, and Espada Yami, respectively. Except for the 4th blade, Ulquiorra. Right now, many Espada members behind have met their opponents one after another. Grimmjow got his wish and got on Kurosaki Ichigo. Alongside Kurosaki Ichigo, there is Unohana Retsu, captain of Gode 13. Zamari confronted Byakuya Kuchiki and Rukia Kuchiki brothers and sisters, but because Rukia Kuchiki was injured, she couldn't help Byakuya Kuchiki, so Byakuya Kuchiki was the only one who dealt with Zamari. The 8th blade, Zael Aporo, faced Kuretsuchi Mayuri, the director of the 2nd generation of the Soul Society Technology Development Bureau. It's a showdown between scientists. In the first Espada Yami, he faced Seireitei. It can be said that among the 5 captains of Soul Society who came to Hueco Mundo this time, 4 of them faced Espada members either directly or indirectly. Advertisement: if you count Gosuke Shigure's beheading of the 5th blade Noitra earlier, the captain of Soul Society has basically met Hueco Mundo Espada once. After killing Noitra, slightly repaired in the opponent's palace, Kurosaki Ichigo embarked on the journey again with 3 Arankars, Peishui, Dondechaka, and Nilu, plus Abarai Renji. Along the way, they met many Arankars. After all, this is the Suya Palace. Although Espada is the most powerful ghost in the Night Palace, there are still many other Arankars besides Espada. Aizen infiltrated Hueco Mundo many years ago. How much Arankar has been lost in the long years? Espada, however, is one of the best. Unfortunately, the strength of these Arankars is really too weak. In front of Gosuke Shigure, there is no evidence at all. Gosuke Shigure pushed all the way, and quickly went to the depths of Suya Palace. Abarai Renji followed Gosuke Shigure, and also had a better understanding of the strength of Gosuke Shigure, the former Kenpachi, and now the new captain of the 5th team. Can't learn. Round can't learn. Abarai Renji, who has mastered Bankai, considers himself a master among Gode 13. But first he was crushed at the hands of Noitra. And looking at these Arankars who were easily beheaded by Gosuke Shigure, Abarai Renji thought that if he faced these Arankars, it would definitely not be so easy. Soon, they passed through many buildings and came to a desert. The ground is all white gravel. Although it is a desert, the weather is exceptionally good. It has been quite a few days since Abarai Renji came to Hueco Mundo. It's not unheard of to see the desert of the Hueco Mundo. Although it is not the sun that hangs in the sky, but the moon. But its temperature is very high. Here, however, he has a very different feeling from the usual Hueco Mundo desert. This is advertisement, naturally, it's inside the Void Night Palace. Gosuke Shigure answered Abarai Renji's question. The environment of Hueco Mundo is many times worse than the environment of Soul Society in the present world. Although the concentration of spirit particles is higher than that of Soul Society, it is replaced by this. Aizen is a very particular person. After coming to Hueco Mundo, he transformed Hueco Mundo. Suya Palace is his handwriting. Suya Palace occupies a very large area. Above the Suya Palace, there is a huge sky. Under the sky, The environment is extremely pleasant. You feel that this place is very special, but it is only because of the influence of this place of power. Gosuke Shigure didn't tell Aburai Renji where he knew these things, but the truth is, he just knew. Then, he said to Aburai Renji, in front of W, there is the 5th tallest tower. There is also Aizen's palace, the most central area of Suya Palace. As expected, Inoue Orihime is there. When Aburai Renji heard this, he immediately looked forward. In front of him, in the vast desert, stands a huge cylinder. The whole body of the cylinder is white, and it looks extremely magnificent. According to Gosuke Shigure, it was a tower, and Inoue Orihime was in it. Aburai Renji and Inoue Orihime are hardly familiar. The only one he is more familiar with is Kurosaki Ichigo. This time I came to Hueco Mundo to repay the kindness of Kurosaki Ichigo. Now, after learning that the goal of this trip is in the high tower ahead, he suddenly has a feeling that the journey is about to reach the end. Not long after, Gosuke Shigure brought Aburai, Wang Hao, Renji to the gate of the 5th tower. In the 5th tower, in the spacious hall, Ulquiorra stood quietly beside the throne of Aizen. Even though Aizen has already gone to the world for the so-called decisive battle, Ulquiorra did not think about sitting on the throne and experiencing that feeling, but chose to guard the side of the throne. When Gosuke Shigure came to the palace with 3 Arankars and Aburai Renji, Ulquiorra's eyes immediately fell on the comer. Also looking at the visitor, there was Inoue Orihime, who was a little dazed. But after seeing the appearance of Aburai Renji clearly, Inoue Orihime was a little happy immediately. She knew Aburai Renji. Aburai Renji came here, representing Kurosaki, who also came here. Immediately, she was a little worried again. For the strength of Ulquiorra, she knew some was formidable. Chapter 378. Fighting against the 4th blade. When Ulquiorra and Inoue Orihime saw the comer, the visitor, Gosuke Shigure, also had his eyes on Ulquiorra and Inoue Orihime. After seeing Inoue Orihime, Aburai Renji was very happy. He was afraid that something would happen to Inoue Orihime. It's great to see that Inoue Orihime is fine now. Gosuke Shigure's eyes fell on Ulquiorra. For him, because he knew from the beginning that nothing would happen to Inoue Orihime, he was not worried about Inoue Orihime's safety. After all, Aizen's purpose was not to murder Inoue Orihime from the beginning. He asked Ulquiorra to bring Inoue Orihime to Hueco Mundo, first because he was very interested in Inoue Orihime's ability. After all, it was a powerful ability that violated the realm of God. The second is because he wants to use Inoue Orihime to lure Kurosaki Ichigo to take the initiative to come to Hueco Mundo, so that Kurosaki Ichigo is temporarily sealed in Hueco Mundo, so that he can avoid the war in the world. Everything right now is developing as Aizen expected. In Hueco Mundo, Kurosaki Ichigo will fight many times, and in the battle, his strength will be rapidly improved by 59. But all this has a limit. While hoping for Kurosaki Ichigo to improve his strength, Aizen left the biggest obstacle for Kurosaki Ichigo. That is Ulquiorra. Only by defeating Ulquiorra can Kurosaki Ichigo rescue Inoue Orihime and return to the present world. But obviously, in Aizen's expectation, Kurosaki Ichigo will grow up though. But it's not enough to get to the point where you can defeat Ulquiorra. Conversely, if Kurosaki Ichigo can really beat Ulquiorra, Aizen will not suffer. Because of that, Kurosaki Ichigo waited for him to give him a huge surprise, and waited for another miracle. Such Kurosaki Ichigo, let him return to the present world to participate in the war, so what's the matter? After all, he has proven his strength. Ulquiorra is Aizen's biggest test for Kurosaki Ichigo. Advertisement, now you are the only one staying here, that is to say, Aizen has left Hueco Mundo and went to fight in the present world? Gosuke Shigure took the initiative to ask Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra's expression was calm. If you want to return to the present world to fight, you must defeat me. Although the Shinigami who finally appeared in front of him was not Kurosaki Ichigo, Ulquiorra was a little surprised. But he didn't have much emotion. It's Shinigami anyway. This time Soul Society sent so many captains to Hueco Mundo to help Kurosaki Ichigo. Since many captains have come to Suya Palace, it is not a strange thing for them to come to Kurosaki Ichigo before Kurosaki Ichigo. I didn't take your words seriously, Gosuke Shigure said bluntly. If I want to return to the present world to participate in the decisive battle, I can go back a long time ago. How old are you? Or, do you think you can prevent me from going to this world? Or in other words, the entire space of Hueco Mundo has been blocked by you. Ulquiorra was silent. If it was Kurosaki Ichigo who came in front of him, there would be no problem if he said such a thing. After all, Inoue Orihime is very important to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo has to fight him if he wants to rescue Inoue Orihime. If the battle cannot be won, Inoue Orihime cannot be rescued and returned to the present world. Gosuke Shigure is not the case. He and Inoue Orihime don't have much entanglement, and Inoue Orihime doesn't seem to be that important to him. However, you are here, you have to test your strength. Looking at it like this, chatting with you, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. After all, we, AFEB, are not that familiar. Gosuke Shigure said lightly, and then slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto. Ulquiorra was silent, and was not surprised by Gosuke Shigure's choice. Advertisement, although he wanted to wait for Kurosaki Ichigo, but it was Gosuke Shigure who appeared in front of him first. The next moment, Gosuke Shigure's figure flickered, and he displayed Shinigami's exclusive footstep Shunpo. After a face-to-face meeting, he came to Ulquiorra. swung Zanpakuto in his hand, and slashed towards Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra looked calm, and when Gosuke Shigure swung his saber, he also used ringing to avoid Gosuke Shigure's saber, and then, his returning blade, a long saber similar in appearance to Zanpakuto, was also pulled out by him. Slashed out, and touched Zanpakuto, which Gosuke Shigure had transferred. The two knives exchanged, and Pei Ran's Ryotsu erupted from the middle of the two, rolling their clothes and hair. Then, the two figures suddenly separated again. With the help of Shunpo and the high speed brought by the ring, the saber started again. Nilu, Peshwe, and Donde Chaka were shocked. They watched the battle between Gosuke Shigure and Ulquiorra. They didn't expect that Gosuke Shigure would face another espada so soon after coming here. And it's the fourth blade in the espada. This is espada, which is one rank higher than Neutra. Of course, it is still not as good as Lord Neliel. After all, when Lord Neliel was at her peak, she was the third blade in espada. Although Abarai Renji was also shocked that Gosuke Shigure and Ulquiorra were facing each other, he did not forget the business. He quickly cast Shunpo and headed towards Inoue Orihime, preparing to take the opportunity to rescue Inoue Orihime. Ulquiorra sensed Abarai Renji's motives. Performing a resounding turn, he came to Abarai Renji with a cold voice, "Don't try to save him." However, the next moment, the figure of Gosuke Shigure suddenly reappeared, drawing Ulquiorra's attention away. "Sorry, your opponent is me." Although ringing is a movement at the spatial level, in terms of level, it is more advanced and faster than Shunpo. But Gosuke Shigure's Shunpo attainment is too high, in terms of speed is not inferior to Ulquiorra who casts the spin. Because of Gosuke Shigure's entanglement, Ulquiorra has no time to take care of Inoue Orihime. Can only let Abarai Renji come to Inoue Orihime's side and take her away. For some reason, after seeing the scene where Inoue Orihime was taken away by Abarai Renji, Ulquiorra always felt like he had lost something, and his heart became empty, and then, anger grew from the bottom of his heart, and he shot his speed became faster, and his moves became more and more fierce. 370th Ix World War in this world. The decisive battle between Soul Society and Aizen has finally begun. As Captain Yamamoto swung his sword at Aizen first, Aizen blocked Captain Yamamoto's sword pressure with his bare hands. This final decisive battle also kicked off the curtain. Captain Yamamoto seemed to be determined to contain Aizen, and after Aizen blocked his sword pressure, he decisively released his Zanpakuto Dao. Ryujin Jaka is the oldest and most powerful Zanpakuto of the Hot family. It's just the Shikai state, which still makes the people around feel an unprecedented sense of oppression and high temperature. Burning the city. Blazing flames gushed out from the blade of Ryujin Jaka, like a great wall of fire, and circled towards Aizen under the control of Captain Yamamoto. Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami immediately cast Shunpo to widen the distance between them and Aizen. The rest of Arrancar also avoided the flames one after another. Only Aizen, he neither dodged nor evaded, let Yamamoto's captain do whatever he wanted, and even teased the captain and said, "Yamamoto, do you care about me that much?" After leaving the Soul Society, the current Aizen doesn't even bother to call Yamamoto Genryusai, Captain. Captain Yamamoto said with a serious expression, "No matter how cautious you are when dealing with a villain like you can't be too cautious. Aizen, today your opponent is me, you don't even want to go anywhere." Aizen has been in the Soul Society for many years, and I don't know how many people have fallen for his Kyoka Suigetsu. If he is allowed to deal with the rest of the Shinigami, those Shinigami will fall into a disadvantage without any surprises, and they will be used as toys by Aizen and manipulated wantonly. Therefore, at the beginning of this decisive battle, Captain Yamamoto made a plan to face Aizen alone. The rest of the captains just need to defeat Aizen's subordinates. As for the fact that he himself fell for Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu, it doesn't matter. Under the flames, both the enemy and ourselves are injured. Even if the things sensed by the five senses are all wrong, as long as Aizen tries to approach him in vain, he will definitely be burned by the flames. Ryujin Jaka and Bankai are the confidants of Captain Yamamoto. Aizen didn't care when he heard this. Since that's the case, then I'll play with you, but before that, I'm ready to witness the fiasco of your subordinates. Advertisement Aizen responded to Captain Yamamoto's words, but planned to make a move. Instead, he was quietly in the package of the Great Wall of Flame, watching quietly. It is worth mentioning that although Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami have left his side, and many Arrancars have avoided him, there is actually another Arrancar by his side. Compared with the rest of the Arrancars, this Arrancar looked a bit dull and stupid, almost like an imbecile. Perhaps it was for this reason that he did not leave Aizen's side, surrounded by the burning city. Captain Yamamoto didn't care about the existence of this Arrancar either. For him, the most noteworthy thing was Aizen. Captain Yamamoto didn't realize at this moment that this Arrancar would teach him a very painful lesson before long. When Captain Dong of Yamamoto confronted Aizen, the rest of the captains brought their adjutants, the elite Shinigami of Gode 13, and confronted many Arrancars. Hitsugaya Toshiro approached Ichimaru Jin immediately. For the traitor Ichimaru Jin, he can be said to hate Ultimate. Although he really wanted to trouble Aizen, but he couldn't stand Aizen being targeted by the captain, so he had to settle for the next best thing, to trouble Ichimaru Jin, a traitor. Not just because what Ichimaru Jin and Aizen did hurt him deeply. What he cannot tolerate is Ichimaru Jin's behavior that hurts the people around him. Hinamori Momo is his childhood friend and Matsumoto Rangaku is his adjutant. Both were injured by Ichimaru Jin. Oh, isn't this the famous and talented Captain Hitsugaya? Unexpectedly, it was you that I met? Ichimaru Jin looked at Hitsugaya rushing towards him, and his tone was very casual. Ichimaru Jin, today is your end. Hitsugaya Dashiro looked extraordinarily serious. After Hitsugaya Dashiro, Komamura Sajin also took the initiative to find Tusen Kanami. Tusen Kanami, you have fallen. The former best friend Tusen Kanami betrayed his original intention and joined Hueco Mundo, which in itself made Komamura Sajin very angry. He didn't expect that Tusen Kanami even betrayed the identity of Shinigami and accepted Shu's power zone. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. Komamura, you don't understand. Tusen Kanami only had this sentence and didn't explain much. Advertisement after the two captains who betrayed the Soul Society were found by Hitsugaya Dashiro and Komamura Sajin successively. The rest of the captains also found a Rancor of Hueco Mundo. Sui Feng took on Baragan, the former Hueco Mundo king. Tianbei Shioju met Helibel, who is also codenamed 3. It is worth mentioning that Helibel's return blade is the water attribute, and Tianbei Shioju's Zanpakuto is the fire attribute, which is the water attribute. Battle of Annihilation. Jingle Chunshui, as one of the veteran captains of Soul Society. Apart from Captain Yamamoto this time, he is the strongest combat power. Although there is Jashiro Yukitaki at the same level as him, but Jashiro Yukitaki's health is too poor. After the captain had his eye on Aizen, he stepped forward and confronted Stark. That is the head of the Espada. After all, such a powerful enemy is really not easy for the rest of the captains to share. Shiba Kaien, the captain of Division 9, took the initiative to find Sojiro Kusakawan. However, at this time, a new accident occurred. Sojiro Kusakaba didn't intend to be Shiba Kaien's opponent, but charged at Hitsugaya Dashiro with a sword in his hand. Hitsugaya, I've been waiting for this day, but it's been too long. While speaking, he swung his knife, and the ice edge emerged. Hitsugaya Dashiro was taken aback when he heard the voice. Who are you? He tilted his head and looked at the person who came, mainly the knife in the opponent's hand. His pupils shrank slightly immediately, very shocked. Ichimaru Jin took advantage of Hitsugaya Dashiro's momentary trance, left here, came to Shiba Kaien, and said to Shiba Kaien. It seems that we have to exchange opponents. Kaien-san, this time, who will win between us? When Shiba Kaien heard this, his expression immediately became serious. He is certainly no stranger to Ichimaru Jin. When the captain assessment was conducted for the first time that year, it happened that Ichimaru Jin also conducted the captain assessment. Both of them passed the captain's assessment, but there was only one captain, so they had to fight. He lost that battle. But Shiba Kaien doesn't think he will lose this battle. He has reasons to win this battle. Chapter 380. Respective opponents. It seems that I don't need to make a move for the time being. Jashiro Yukitaki stood in midair, watching the captains find their opponents. He was alone, empty in front of him, neither facing Shinigami, who betrayed the Soul Society, nor Espada. This seems like a good thing. After all, as we all know, Jashiro Yukitaki's health is not good, it is too bad. Basically, every few steps, he coughed a few times. Although he was very strong, his body was the foundation, and his body dragged him down, which made him unable to fight for a long time. But Jashiro Yukitaki didn't feel lucky. On the contrary, his expression was extraordinarily dignified. After all, today is a decisive battle with Aizen, who is ambitious. He has planned for an unknown number of years. It intends to create the King Key and blaspheme the Spirit King. If April 13th were to be defeated today, the entire world pattern would most likely be rewritten. Although there is still a Zero team in the Lingwang Palace, there is a Zero team to protect the Spirit King. But Jashiro Yukitaki dare not pin all his hopes on Team Zero. This battle, Go Day 13, has a reason to win. Similarly, it is also because of Aizen's excessive ambition, and for him, the same is true. At present, it looks like a one-on-one confrontation, but can the Soul Society side really win? Jashiro Yukitaki was not sure. Although he has no opponent for the time being, his attention has always been on the battlefield to prevent accidents from happening. If there is any captain who is not an enemy opponent, he doesn't mind immediately. The battle, right from the beginning, entered a fierce stage. The battle between Jingle Chunshui and Stark is nothing to worry about right now. Although Jingle Chunshui seems to be out of tune, his strength is one of the best among the captains of Go Day 13. Even though Stark is the leader of Espada, he is also the only one who is completely independent and completely a Rancor. But it is not an easy task for him to defeat Jingle Chunshui. But the battle between Sui Feng and Baragan, the captain of the second team, was a little bit worse. Advertisement Baragan is the former king of the Virtual Circle. I don't know how many years ago, it was the Manos Grande of the Vasto Lord level. Suya Palace was originally his palace. Although he later lost to Aizen, and the Void Knight Palace was also occupied by Aizen, his strength is still there. Especially after Rancor, his strength has further improved. Sui Feng is the captain of the second team. The second team, as a secret mobile team, has one ability that is the best among all the teams, and that is speed. The members of the second team do not require any powerful Zanpakuto. But the levels of Shunpo and White Hits are absolutely online. Sui Feng's Shunpo attainments are naturally impressive. Facing Baragan, the king of Hueco Mundo, she was going to use superb Shunpo to pull Baragan at ultimate speed. However, when she got close to Baragan, she suddenly found that her speed was slow. No, to be precise, it was the surrounding space that changed, which slowed down her speed. Baragan was sitting on the back of a gigantic animal-shaped ghost, on which was a throne of bones. Even in the face of Sui Feng's attack, he had no intention of getting up from the throne at all. In terms of battle alone, he actually knows how to pretend better than Aizen. Looking at the sluggish Sui Feng, Baragan's voice was particularly indifferent. Originally, I didn't plan to directly attack you bugs, but since you took the initiative to provoke me, as the king, I naturally didn't have the need to let you go. Your speed is very fast, but it is not useful to face the old man. Baragan sat on the throne, watching Sui Feng whose speed was affected. Then said lightly, "Old man, this will grant you death." While speaking, he stretched out his palm and waved it in Sui Feng's direction. In an instant, a gray mist filled with aging and decay shrouded Sui Feng. Although Sui Feng didn't know what this fog was, but it must not be something good. The speed was affected, which made Sui Feng pay special attention. But fortunately, she is not someone who just sits and waits to die, and the current speed is not her limit. She immediately picked up the speed again, finally, barely avoided the gray mist. While Sui Feng was avoiding the gray mist, the Kido who belonged to Sui Feng's vice-captain, Maeda Marichio, was also ready. Advertisement after all, this time the Shinigami side didn't say they wanted to fight alone. After his captain fell into a disadvantage, Maeda Marichio, as the vice-captain, wanted to support the captain. Hado number 63 Fiery Lightning Howl. This is not the Fiery Lightning Howl without chanting, but after chanting completely. After Sui Feng's speed was affected, Maeda Marichio thought of using ranged attacks against Baragan. Thunder pierced through the air and headed towards Heller. However, just as Fiery Lightning Howl was about to engulf Baragan, the gray mist reappeared. Although it diffuses very slowly, after it touches the Fiery Lightning Howl, the Fiery Lightning Howl dissipates slowly. No, it cannot be said to dissipate. And it seems that it has experienced the baptism of countless years in a short moment, and it has decayed and withered directly because of this. How so? Maeda Marichio was dumbfounded, never expecting such a result. Sui Feng also had lingering fears. If the gray mist could even rot Kido, wouldn't he be severely injured if he was hit by it if he hadn't avoided it before? Is this the strength of former Hueco Mundo King Baragan Ruzenbang? Sui Feng knew a little more about it. Ants, who gave you the courage to challenge the king over and over again? Baragan was very angry, although Sui Feng's attack was blocked by him, and Omeda's Kido was resolved by him to 0.0. But these Shinigami attacks on him again and again are indeed provoking his majesty as a king. Even after Aizen actually entered the virtual circle, he no longer has the majesty of a king, but after all being the king for so many years, Baragan still regards himself as the king. After Aizen is trapped, he is the boss. Logically speaking, he should be the one to command these Arankars to fight. However, before he could assume the role of commander, Shinigami attacked him on his own initiative, much to his displeasure. Sui Feng and Omeda didn't respond to Baragan. They obviously didn't take the status of Baragan king seriously. Seeing this, Baragan did not rush to attack, but looked at the 4 towering pillars covering Karakura town. This is what you rely on? 381st chapters fly to the sky. When Aizen came to Karakura town with many Arankars, he immediately discovered the unusualness of Karakura town. It's not just because the whole city has become a ghost city, and there are no traces of human existence in it. It is because the environment here is not in this world at all. The present world is a world where spirits are extremely scarce, and for this reason, Shinigami, Shu, can be suspended in the air. Here, although they can still suspend in the air, the concentration of their spiritual particles is a bit richer than in the present world. In other words, fighting in this environment, their strength will not be affected too much. In addition, there are 4 pillars standing around Karakura town. During the initial confrontation, Aizen even told the truth. That is, the Karakura town in front of me is fake, a battlefield specially created by Shinigami. Shinigami's intention is self-evident. They want to trap them all here and wipe them out. Only by defeating many Shinigami can you walk out of 07 and find the real Karakura town. But Baragan thinks otherwise. Since Shinigami took the initiative to attack him, he didn't bother to entangle with Shinigami, just break the game. Shinigami, you have a very good idea. You want to use the barrier formed by the 4 pillars to trap us here, but this old man just doesn't want you to do so. Just watch your plan come to nothing. Although Baragan didn't take the initiative to shoot Sui Feng Omeda, but the few subordinate officials he brought to the present world this time took action. The subordinate officials who can follow Baragan are all strong among Arankar. Although not as good as Espada, it is also a double-digit Arankar. In Baragan's view, many Gote 13 captains are here at the moment. It was a breeze for several of his subordinate officials to destroy those stone pillars. It's a pity that he underestimated one thing after all. That is, Gote 13 is not as weak as he thought. In other words, Hueco Mundo is actually not as powerful as he imagined. Advertisement: the current strength of Hueco Mundo is actually brought by Aizen. This kind of strength made Gang gradually lose himself. Before Aizen, if the Soul Society wanted to, they could actually destroy the entire Hueco Mundo, but for the balance of souls, they never thought of taking the initiative to do such a thing. Gote 13, in addition to many captains, the strength of the rest of the team members is not so weak, and many of them have mastered Bankai's Shinigami. Suya Palace, the 5th tallest tower. The fight between Gosuke Shigure and Ulquiorra broke out unexpectedly, but within reason. After all, Ulquiorra is the Arrancar who stayed behind. After finding out that Gosuke Shigure was here, it would be a bit unjustifiable if he didn't make a move. Not to mention, Gosuke Shigure and Aburai Renji even rescued Inoue Orihime in front of his face, which slapped him in the face. Ulquiorra looked particularly angry. The returning blade in his hand was swung by him, and he unleashed a fierce slash, attacking Gosuke Shigure. However, he still underestimated his opponent after all. In other words, Gosuke Shigure's chopping skills. As Kenpachi, Gosuke Shigure's attainments in chopping have long since reached the pinnacle. Ulquiorra's slashing technique, in the eyes of Gosuke Shigure, is so vulnerable. Without even liberating Zanpakuto, Gosuke Shigure suppressed Ulquiorra simply by using sword pressure. With a swing of the knife, the strong pressure of the sword pushed Ulquiorra's body to fly backwards. However, even so, Ulquiorra's face still didn't change much. In front of him, black and green light flickered. That's Seiro. The next moment, Ulquiorra's Seiro erupted, and a dark green beam of light rushed towards Gosuke Shigure. Instead of dodging, Gosuke Shigure waved the Zanpakuto in his hand. Powerful Ryotsu erupts. Advertisement: the azure blue Ryotsu turned into a waning moon-shaped light and released from the Zanpakuto in his hand. The dark green and azure blue blended, and then turned into a roar, and the terrifying airwave swept towards the surroundings. In the main hall of the Suya Palace, the huge stone table where Espada used to hold meetings shattered immediately, and then some stone pillars in the main hall began to collapse. Rubbles flew, and the broken scene of the great hall of the Void Knight Palace came into Ulquiorra's eyes. Ulquiorra's brows were slightly frowned, and after stabilizing his figure, Ryotsu burst out from his feet, pushing his kidney deficiency towards Gosuke Shigure. The returning blade was swung by him, and the sword pressed towards Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure didn't flinch either, and threw it towards Ulquiorra. There is no doubt that Ulquiorra is no match for Gosuke Shigure in terms of pure slash collision. But even so, Ulquiorra still chose to meet Gosuke Shigure in this way, and he naturally had his purpose. Ulquiorra led Gosuke Shigure forward quickly, and he headed towards the high sky of the Palace of Void Knights. Although the void and dead Shendu in Hueco Mundo cannot fly in the air due to the rich spirit of Hueco Mundo, there are always some special voids in Hueco Mundo that can fly. It can also move at high speed in the air. Ulquiorra flew in the air like this, and kept going to higher places. Watching Ulquiorra take the high ground like this, Aburai Renji was a bit overwhelmed with 143 Inoue Orihime who was out of danger. If this continues, the situation will not be good for Captain Gosuke. After all, Gosuke Shigure can't fly. Ulquiorra occupies the commanding heights, and it is completely possible to use Seiro to cover firepower in the high altitude. Aburai Renji was thinking about whether to use Bankai. The Baboon King Zabumeru was so big that he could hold Captain Gosuke close to Ulquiorra flying in the air. So, Shinigami's Shunpo is really behind. Looking at Ulquiorra flying in the air with the help of the spinner, Gosuke Shigure sighed. For Shinigami, there are very few people who can fly. Unohana Retsu flew with the aid of Zanpakuto, and Kurasuchi Mayuri learned to fly with the aid of a device, the sickle foot. As for Kurosaki Ichigo, although he can't fly under normal circumstances, he can fly in the state of Bankai. In that state, he is not so fast that he can fly in the air. It is better to say that he is in that state underneath. He subconsciously used a technique similar to the flying scythe foot, allowing the spiritual power to form a step on the sole of the foot, so that he could stay in the air and fly. Back to the topic, that is, flying sickle foot and ringing spin. These two footworks can fly in the air, but Shunpo can't. That's why Gosuke Shigure complained, but after all, he has his own way to fly in the sky. Chapter 382 Beyond the Sky. Destroy, Thunder Tribulation. Gosuke Shigure freed Zanpakuto without hesitation. Ryotsu erupted, and the twin swords appeared between Gosuke Shigure's hands. But this time, Gosuke Shigure did not put away one of the knives like he did against Noitra earlier. Just when Aburai Renji thought Gosuke Shigure was going to do it, I saw Gosuke Shigure swinging the knife that was put away earlier in his left hand, swinging the long knife. A scarlet light appeared on the blade, and then, mist emerged from nowhere. Gosuke Shigure's figure was shrouded in mist, so he flew up directly and blatantly landed on Aburai Renji. Aburai Renji's eyes flickered. This is the ability of another knife, to make people fly? Because Gosuke Shigure used only one sword before, and the ability of the other sword was thunder, so Aburai Renji thinks that the ability of this sword is to make people fly. Little did he know that Gosuke Shigure's twin swords could actually be seen as two Zanpakuto. In the Shikai state, the abilities of the two knives are independent of each other. Only after Bankai, the abilities of the two knives merge with each other. Gosuke Shigure's flight is based on the ability of the dead knife. Shinigami is not a Quincy master, and can manipulate the surrounding spirits, so under normal circumstances, it is impossible to use the ability to use the flying sickle. Kuretsuchi Mayuri can use the flying sickle, but because he uses a special device to manipulate Lingzi around. In other words, his flying scythe is not perfect and can only be effective at certain critical moments. As a Shinigami, Gosuke Shigure is naturally unable to manipulate the spirits around him, but he can use the dead to manipulate the dead people. The souls of those who die under his knife will be enslaved by him. At this moment, in a place invisible to ordinary people with naked eyes. In the faint mist, under Gosuke Shigure's feet, one after another spirit body appeared. They formed steps, supporting Gosuke Shigure's figure, making him fly towards the sky quickly. Advertisement in the blink of an eye, Gosuke Shigure was close to Ulquiorra. Feeling the approach of Gosuke Shigure, Ulquiorra's expression remained unchanged. After reaching a certain height, he suddenly reached out and waved the returning blade in his hand, but the target aimed at by the returning blade was not Gosuke Shigure, but the lift off above. With his knife cut out, the sky split open immediately, and a black gap appeared. Ulquiorra's body slipped into the gap. Surrounded by faint mist, Gosuke Shigure followed Ulquiorra into the crack. In the blink of an eye, the two figures left the main hall of Suya Palace and disappeared. Abarai Renji looked blank. So, did Ulquiorra do so many things just to lure Captain Gosuke away? What's the point? Even because of such behavior, he couldn't see the scene of the two fighting. It is possible to go to the opposite side through the crack in the sky. But the point is, he can't fly. Not even a Shinigami can stand tall in the sky. After all, it is not a righteous god. On the other side of the crack, unexpectedly, is a space similar to the surface. The ground is full of gravel, and above the sky, there is a crooked moon. No one thought that after passing through that crack, they would come to such a place. Gosuke Shigure glanced at the surrounding environment, and immediately knew where it was. He said to Ulquiorra with some surprise. You have wasted so much effort to lure me into that dark cavity, just to bring me come here, bring out the Void Knight Palace. Here, already separated from the Void Knight Palace, strictly speaking, it is the surface of Hueco Mundo. Advertisement: the surface here is completely different from the surface in the Suya Palace. The biggest difference is that the surface temperature in Suya Palace is pleasant. In the next moment, his figure flickered, and he came to Gosuke Shigure, slashing with his sword. Ulquiorra didn't hide it either. That's right, the sky curtain of the Empty Night Palace was created by Lord Aizen. It gave the Empty Night Palace a completely different environment from the outside world, but at the same time it also retreated. Ulquiorra still didn't speak, just holding the returning blade in his hand, muttering in a low voice. Block it, Black-Winged Demon. A pair of huge black wings enough to cover the sky appeared behind Ulquiorra. His hair also grew a lot longer, and the tear stains under his eyes deepened and thickened, looking like blood tears, and his black nails became long. Claws, matched with the white robe. From a distance, at this moment, he looks like a fallen angel. In the black rain, the Ryatsu that shrouded Ulquiorra's body spread out, and he returned to the blade and released it. No, to be precise, it should be called the appearance of the sword after it was unsealed, which also reflected Wu Wang Li's assistant in Shigure's eyes. In order to deal with an enemy like you, I have to go all out. However, in this way, the Void Knight Palace is likely to be destroyed during our battle, so I also have the function to bring you here. While speaking, Ulquiorra's tone became extremely serious. You are very powerful, I can feel that. So Master Aizen once strictly prohibited two things. One is that a Rancor of the Espada level casts Wang Shu's flash in the Suya Palace, and the other is that a Rancor with 4 blades and above is strictly prohibited from performing sword liberation in the Suya Palace. The reason for these prohibitions is to prevent the aftermath from destroying the Suya Palace. I don't know if Aizen will be happy to learn that he has a loyal subordinate like you. Whether Aizen is going to the world, whether he can win or not is still another matter. You have to think about protecting the Suya Palace for him in advance. Ulquiorra did not respond to the remarks, and here, the environment is extremely harsh. After a Rancor liberates the swords, the returning blades in their hands will return to a Rancor itself, so the returning blades in Ulquiorra's hands have disappeared at this moment, but he did not use his long claws to attack Gosuke Shigure with his bare hands. The seeds condensed into a lightsaber and appeared in his hand. No, it should be said that the prototype of Ulquiorra is the famous fallen angel Lucifer. Because his full name is called Ulquiorra Cipher. Gosuke Shigure didn't care either, he continued. Since this place is far away from the Void Knight Palace, shouldn't you also use your real ability? Ryatsu immediately emerged from the returning blade in Ulquiorra's hand, and a breath of despair emerged spontaneously. The black Ryatsu enveloped Ulquiorra, and black Ryatsu raindrops fell from the sky. Gosuke Shigure sighed. You have so many things to worry about. Chapter 383. Chi breaks the precept after the sword release. Huge black wings appeared behind Ulquiorra, and in this state, his speed was even faster than before. A face-to-face, he came to Gosuke Shigure's side. The lightsaber swung, releasing a more terrifying slash than before. However, even so, Gosuke Shigure was not moved in the slightest. True, Ulquiorra was liberated from the sword, but Gosuke Shigure, at this moment, was also in the state of Zanpakuto liberated. The long knife in his right hand swung out, and thunderous lightning swept across, suddenly meeting this slash. The terrifying roar echoed in this silent desert. Around Ulquiorra's other palm, a crimson Ryatsu emerged, and in an instant, it charged towards Gosuke Shigure at close range. This is a false bullet, although it is not as powerful as Seiro, but its release speed is more than 20 times that of Seiro. Ulquiorra thought well, and when his lightsaber collided with the Zanpakuto in Gosuke Shigure's hand, Shigure was aided by a close-range attack with a false bullet. Although the power is not enough, but in the state of his own sword release, it is still comparable to Seiro of the ordinary Manos Grande. But he ignores the fact that 780 Gosuke Shigure has 2 knives in his hand. A faint mist emerged, and there seemed to be something in the mist. The imaginary bullet released by Ulquiorra disappeared as soon as it touched the mist. Then, thunder and lightning were released from the mist and spread towards Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra had to perform the ring spin again to distance himself from Gosuke Shigure. Although his Genki is also very powerful, but he wasn't going to take Gosuke Shigure's damage. Gosuke Shigure's mouth formed a strange smile, and the electric light surrounded him. Although Shunpo in his normal state can't keep up with Ulquiorra's Sero at this moment, he is not in a normal state now. In the blink of an electric light, he came to the front of Ulquiorra again and swung his knife. Dozens of thunderbolts staggered down. Advertisement. Boom. Ulquiorra met it with the lightsaber in his hand, but its attack was so vulnerable, it was easily defeated by the thunder, and he could only continue to wave the pair of huge wings behind him and retreat towards the edge. Boom. AHCI. A huge pothole appeared in the desert, and the billowing sand and dust continued to spread towards the surroundings. Before Gosuke Shigure liberated Zanpakuto, his combat methods tended to use chopping and shunpo to defeat the enemy with exquisite skills, but after liberating Zanpakuto, he was more inclined to use firepower to cover a large area. After all, his Ryotsu is indeed powerful, and Zanpakuto is also able to provide support in this regard. Swinging the saber one after another, the thunder light kept sweeping, flying towards Ulquiorra. Thunder flew very fast. Even if Ulquiorra's speed is not slow, it still seems to be running away in a hurry. As far as Ulquiorra is concerned, he is naturally not a person who is good at sitting still and passively attacking. Clatter. The pair of huge black wings behind him flapped, and the mighty Ryotsu burst out from in front of Ulquiorra, abruptly smashing the thunder released by Gosuke Shigure. But this does not mean that Ulquiorra is fine. If you look carefully, you will find that there are damages on both wings of Ulquiorra. However, if he can block Gosuke Shigure's attack and buy himself some time, it will be worth it. When the wings blocked the thunder, Ulquiorra's empty left hand was placed in front of his body, and the powerful Ryotsu kept rushing towards it. This is not using condensed fluid, nor is it using a regular Sero. This time Sero, the color is no longer emerald green, but black. Black Sero. This is a powerful move that can only be used by Ulquiorra in the released state of Returning Blade, and it also has a name, called the Main Virtual Flash. When Black Sero condensed, Ulquiorra's voice also echoed, "Only here, I can unscrupulously release the sword. Use this move without any scruples, and don't worry about destroying the Void Knight Palace." Gosuke Shigure saw the difference in Ulquiorra's move, guessed what this move was, and didn't take the initiative to try to plan Ulquiorra to condense Black Sero, but responded. "You are quite disciplined, but the rest of the Espada, don't you are so disciplined, so your persistence is meaningless." Advertisement. Ulquiorra didn't respond. A black light burst out, engulfing everything in sight. Gosuke Shigure also stopped talking, swung his knife, and the thunder light tore through the darkness to meet Ulquiorra's Black Sero. In the Void Palace, the departure of Gosuke Shigure and Ulquiorra did not affect some of the battles that took place in it. As Gosuke Shigure said, Ulquiorra's insistence is meaningless. He was worried that the Suya Palace would be destroyed during the battle, so he took the initiative to lead Gosuke Shigure out of the Suya Palace and take him to the desert outside Hueco Mundo for a duel. The rest of the Espada, however, had no scruples in this regard. In order to defeat the enemy, they had no scruples. After seeing Kurosaki Ichigo again, Grimmjow launched an attack on Kurosaki Ichigo, and he wanted to avenge his defeat in this world. Facing Grimmjow, Kurosaki Ichigo first tried to use Kendo to deal with Grimmjow, and found that it was difficult to defeat Grimmjow in this situation, so he decisively cast Bankai. After all, he deliberately didn't use Bankai before, just wanting to save the solution to use when dealing with 10 knives. Now is the time to use it. It seems that Kurosaki Ichigo's mastery of Kendo has improved to a new level because of the sharpening of his Kendo during this trip. Even without using Hollow, the pure Bankai, Kurosaki Ichigo suppressed the Green Zone. For Grimmjow, this is an unbelievable thing. Obviously, such a short time has passed since the time of the present world. Is he getting weaker? Or is Kurosaki Ichigo getting stronger again? It can only be said that Grimmjow cannot understand the speed of Kurosaki Ichigo's improvement. Facing the mighty Kurosaki Ichigo, Grimmjow decided to use his strongest moves to show respect. After returning to the blade, he used his own Master's Flash. On the other end, Zamari, the seventh blade, encounters Byakuya Kuchiki. Although I really want to protect the Suya Palace for Master Aizen. But the enemy is too strong to hold back. As a last resort, he can only temporarily violate Lord Aizen's prohibition and use Wangshu's Flash. Chapter 384. Respective cards. The Suya Palace is very beautiful, with a blue sky and white cloud inside, and its environment is unmatched by Hueco Mundo. But again, it's also fragile. Because the blue sky and white cloud inside are all fake, they are imitated from the sky of Void Knight Palace. Menos Grande is a kind of extremely destructive creature, and Espada is the best among them. The first 4 blades, just returning blades, can create a huge momentum. As for the next few blades, although the momentum of the returning blades is not as great as the first 4 blades, they also have an extremely terrifying move, that is Wangshu's Flashing Light. Once this move is used, it is only the aftermath, and it is possible to destroy the sky of the Void Knight Palace. But at this moment, facing the opponent in front of them, they had no choice but to use this trick. At the same time, Grimmjow released the flash of his own king, and the dazzling light contained extremely terrifying destructive power and went towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Facing Grimmjow's strongest trick, Kurosaki Ichigo finally went all out. In Bankai's state, he performed hollow. Although it can only be maintained for 11 seconds, this is 11 seconds in the dual state, and it is also his most powerful state at the moment. That state, while powerful, would lead to a loss of self-awareness, and it wasn't the state Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to be in. Crescent. Sky Rush. The Crescent Sky Chong in the hollow state was cut out by him, and suddenly met Wang Shu's flash. Zamari is strong, but Byakuya Kuchiki is not weak either. His speed is very fast. Logically speaking, the speed of ultimate is just the nemesis of Byakuya Kuchiki Senbon Sakura. After all, Senbon Sakura also has an ultimate speed when flying. But that's just the autonomous flight of Senbon Sakura under normal conditions. When Byakuya Kuchiki switched to manipulating Senbon Sakura with his hands, Zamari's speed seemed to be not very good. The battle between him and Byakuya Kuchiki was more like a replica of the battle team between Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kuchiki after Sokyoku. Though he ended up causing Byakuya Kuchiki some trouble. However, after Byakuya Kuchiki Bankai, these remaining troubles also disappeared. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi after Bankai has several stages, and the ability of each stage is different. Coincidentally, such ability just happens to be the nemesis of Speederankar like Zamari. Advertisement: his speed is very fast, but after all, he has to get close to the enemy before he can attack the enemy. But Senbon Sakura is different. Countless blades surround Byakuya Kuchiki's body. Once Zamari gets close, he will be hunted down by these blades. Over time, he has suffered serious injuries. As a result, he could only temporarily violate Master Aizen's prohibition, and prepared to use a one-hit attack to completely defeat Byakuya Kuchiki. His move is Wang Shu's Flash. With the flashes of his Wang Shu released, Byakuya Kuchiki seemed to feel the danger, and Tuan used his own trick. Final scene. White Emperor Sword. Senbon Sakura's blade like a sakura flower surrounds his back, like white wings, and an extremely cold aura emanates from Byakuya Kuchiki. Everything around him is frozen, even the water vapor in the air as the condensation became part of Senbon Sakura's blade. The flash of Wang Shu released by Zamari seemed to slow down at this moment because of the cold. A white long knife appeared in the hands of Byakuya Kuchiki. He slashed out. Countless Senbon Sakura feather blades flew out at the same time, condensing in this King of Swords. Boom! The palace shook, and Zamari, the palace of the seventh blade, shattered directly at this moment, and then, the terrifying momentum continued to spread to the distance, and the roaring sound continued continuously. The rest of Arankar and Espada all sensed the movement here. Not far from Zamari's palace is the eighth blade Zailaporo's palace. Zailaporo turns his palace into a laboratory. Normally, he is here to carry out various experiments and pursue the truth. However, today, a Shinigami broke into here and killed his subordinate officer, which made Zailaporo very angry. As a punishment, he decided to make Shinigami his experimental product. He and Kuretsuchi Mayuri immediately launched a duel. Zailaporo's combat ability can only be said to be average, and it is definitely not top-notch in Espada. Advertisement: in the end, he's just a scientist, not as powerful as them, but when it comes to danger, he's definitely ranked among the Espadas. 0. Seeking Flowers. Unfortunately, his opponent was Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Kuretsuchi Mayuri is also an extremely dangerous existence. The duel between the two is not the kind of fist-to-blood duel, it is more like you make a move and I will dismantle the move, to see who has more cards and whose methods are more weird. In the end, though, it was Zailaporo who came out on top. After all, this is his home field. After performing the returning blade release, Zailaporo knocked Kuretsuchi Mayuri to the ground, and the tentacles stretched out from his body, binding Nirvana. Shinigami, despair, just watch your subordinates become my new seedbed. This is the unique technique that Zailaporo has studied for many years, called notification of conception. After returning to the blade, his feet will turn into multiple tentacles. Egg. The egg will absorb everything from the opponent as nutrients, and finally produce a brand new body from the opponent's body. After being reborn, all his injuries will recover, and at the same time, because he has absorbed everything from his opponent, he will become even stronger. In Zailaporo's view, Nirvana Dream is not a good seedbed. But Nirvana is a subordinate of Kuretsuchi Mayuri. He admitted that Kuretsuchi Mayuri was a formidable opponent, and he was reluctant to kill such an opponent easily. He wants to make Kuretsuchi Mayuri desperate. Seeing a beloved subordinate become a seedbed for an opponent's newborn, this feeling should be uncomfortable. In addition, there is another reason that Zailaporo was injured in the battle with Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Originally, his two subordinate officers were the healing medicines he prepared for himself. At critical moments, he could swallow them and recover from his injuries, but now they were all killed by Kuretsuchi Mayuri, and he could only use the notification of conception. At this moment, Zailaporo has not realized that using conception notice on Nirvana Dream is the worst decision in his life. Because Nirvana Dream is too special. She is not a normal life at all, she is a man-made Shinigami created by Kuretsuchi Mayuri, and in her body, there are many hidden mouths left by Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Chapter 385: Anger makes a person powerful. For Yami, that's it. In the battle with Seireitei-Kenpachi, it is obvious that Seireitei-Kenpachi does not have as many methods as other Shinigami. He neither knew Kido nor liberated Zanpakuto, and even the knife in his hand was a broken knife, but it was such a broken knife that forced Yami to a desperate situation. Thinking of this, Yami became even angrier. As his anger burned, his strength became stronger and stronger. Not enough, not enough. Even so, Yami is still far from defeating Seireitei. This made him very angry, he roared, and then decisively released the return blade. After the return release, Yami became stronger, his size became much larger, and the number, 10, on his body changed. It became 0260, and in this state, Yami's Reiatsu also soared to the point of extreme terror. For something like Seireitei, he can perform instant casting. He easily crushed Seireitei, and he was about to push Seireitei to a real desperate situation. Ever since, Seireitei gradually became serious. Seireitei's seriousness is to take off his blindfold. It turned out that he was not a real one-eyed dragon. The so-called blinders are just limiters used to curb him Reiatsu. Right now, the limiter is lifted and Seireitei's strength 6 is skyrocketing. Outside Suya Palace, in the desert, moonlight falls. Two figures were fighting fiercely in the desert. Ulquiorra uses the Black Seireitei, which is incredibly powerful. Advertisement. Unfortunately, the opponent he meets is Gosuke Shigure. Facing Black Seireitei, Gosuke Shigure didn't perform Bankai and was still in Shikai's state. The mighty thunderlight spread from around Gosuke Shigure's body. At this moment, he is like the god of thunder coming into the world. Zanpakuto waved, and thunder swept out like a waterfall. The blue thunderlight collided with the Black Seireitei. At this moment, the world seemed to fall into absolute silence, and the next moment, the Black Seireitei dissipated. Gosuke Shigure came to Ulquiorra with mighty thunder. The long knife swung out, and this knife was so amazing. Even though Ulquiorra was flapping his wings and subconsciously prepared to use a ring to avoid the knife, but this knife seemed to contain a powerful force that could tear apart space. Just like the day Aizen defected, Gosuke Shigure's knife could hurt negation. The people inside are average. Ulquiorra didn't avoid it after all. A hideous scar appeared on his body. The black wings brushed by, and Ulquiorra's body flew to the side. Scarlet blood gushed out, dyeing the white gravel on the ground red. After stabilizing his figure, Ulquiorra's spiritual power began to surge again, and his injuries began to heal quickly. This is the capability of high-speed regeneration. As the fourth blade, it may be because of the autonomous semi-Arankar, so after Ulquiorra Arankar, it did not lose the ability of high-speed regeneration in Manos Grande, but preserved it. It is possible to recover from the injury by using the strength. The principle is that Shu is a spirit seed creature, and their bodies are all composed of spirit seeds. However, this ability also has its flaws, that is, if the internal organs and other important organs are missing, they cannot be recovered. Is that all? If that's the only way, you won't be able to protect Suya Palace well. Lightning flashed. Gosuke Shigure stood in the air holding a knife, looked at Ulquiorra who had recovered from his injuries, and spoke lightly. Ulquiorra was silent. The power of Gosuke Shigure is beyond his imagination. The most important thing is that even now, he still doesn't know where the limit of Gosuke Shigure is. Obviously he has carried out the sword liberation, and even used the Black Seireitei, but he was easily blocked by Gosuke Shigure, and even gave him damage. Gosuke Shigure can hurt him the first time, and he can definitely hurt her the second time. Advertisement. Ulquiorra had no doubts about it, although the ability of high-speed regeneration can make his injuries recover quickly. But recovering from injuries requires consumption of spiritual power, which is the foundation of Reiatsu. If things go on like this, his Reiatsu will decline and his strength will decrease. In addition, he is very aware of the weakness of his high-speed regeneration ability. Among the Espada, I am the only one who can return to the blade twice, and even Master Aizen has never seen it. Ulquiorra looked at Gosuke Shigure and spoke in a deep voice. Shinigami, enjoy yourself. Ulquiorra swung his sharp claws in front of him, and Reiatsu turned into a slash and went forward. Invisible fluctuations emerged, and all the Reiatsu slashes disappeared, and then hit Ulquiorra's body. Gosuke Shigure blocked Ulquiorra's tail attack with a knife in one hand, and swung the other knife. In an instant, he came in front of Gosuke Shigure, and the long tail swaying behind him stretched out, like a sharp blade, stabbing towards Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure's eyes flickered, he swung the knife in his hand, and collided with Ulquiorra's tail. Ulquiorra spoke again, and his figure suddenly moved towards Gosuke Shigure. In this form, his ordinary walking is equivalent to moving with a ring, and the speed is almost the difference between the speed of light and the speed of sound compared to before. The thunder flashes. Ulquiorra's tail is surrounded by a powerful Reiatsu, carrying Gosuke Shigure's thunder around the body of 4.9, heading towards Gosuke Shigure's heart. Thinking of this, Ulquiorra gradually made up his mind. There were large and small wounds on Ulquiorra's body in the second stage returning state, but after a while, under the high-speed regeneration ability, they healed quickly. The next moment, Reiatsu spread out, and to be precise, he was controlled by Ulquiorra, who deliberately restrained him. Compared with the previous appearance, Ulquiorra also had a brand new change. His limbs became black like withered ghost claws, and white all the clothes disappeared, and there were a few black lines on his body, 2 long horns grew from his head, and a long tail hung behind him. Then, dark green spirit seeds emerged and surrounded Ulquiorra's body. Through the spirit seeds, Gosuke Shigure could vaguely see that Ulquiorra's figure had elongated a lot, and a cold voice came out from the spirit seeds. It was Ulquiorra's sound. Puff puff puff. On the tip of his tail, there is a bony object that resembles a knife, and Gosuke Shigure's knife collides with Ulquiorra's tail, like 2 swords clashing. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. You are very powerful. In response to your strength, I can only become stronger. Chapter 386 Thunder Spear. The strength of Ulquiorra in the second stage of returning to the blade is much stronger than that of the previous stage of returning to the blade. In other words, at this moment, he is the complete Arrancar in the true sense. After all, before that, although he was an Arrancar, he was only an autonomous semi-Arrancar. His Arrancar wasn't perfect. Of course, he is indeed very strong. Even if he is an autonomous semi-Arrancar, his strength has become the fourth knife among the Spada. At this moment, in the second stage of returning to the edge, it is in a complete state. His strength, without a doubt, has reached the level of the first three blades, and he can even attack the first blade. After all, Stark, the head of a Spada, is Arrancar, which is completely autonomous. Ulquiorra used such moves and respected Gosuke Shigure so much. In order to show respect, Gosuke Shigure naturally had to take action. He has no Bankai. In other words, at this level, he has not yet reached the point where he can use Bankai. Facing Ulquiorra's second blade, he chose to use his second blade. 07. Although he also used the second parallel knife before, he still used the ability of that knife to fly more. Other than that, he didn't use too much combat ability. But now, he used it. The destructiveness of the dead man's knife is not as terrifying as Legia, but it is strange enough. After all, it is the Zanpakuto of the soul line, whose ability is to enslave the souls of the dead, and can manipulate the souls of the dead into battle. Although Shinigami and Shu are both spiritual creatures, in fact, they also have souls. When the souls in this world die and fall into Hueco Mundo and Soul Society, the spirits of these two worlds will create new bodies for them. Their new bodies are made of spirits, which are completely different from the current body. Different. So it can also be said that the soul comes to the Soul Society, and if it lives another life. And when the body composed of spirit particles is destroyed again, the soul will die in the true sense. The souls of the powerful will fall into hell, while the souls of the weak will dissipate and then recombine into new souls. The knife of the deceased can forcibly restrain the souls that should have dissipated and fell into hell, and then turn them into power. In an instant, Ulquiorra suffered an unknown number of slashes. Advertisement: he could only withdraw his tail and pull back. The attack launched by Gosuke Shigure this time was invisible and intangible, which made Ulquiorra deeply vigilant. He could only distance himself before trying to attack. Did you escape? Gosuke Shigure swung his sword. It's not Legia, but the dead. Suddenly, Ulquiorra felt countless malice appearing around him, and he seemed to hear the wailing of countless evil spirits. Staring at it, I saw the mist rising. The dead who could not see the edge formed an army, and came towards him one after another. Ulquiorra is an existence who is indifferent to everything and has no fear, but at this moment, he is stunned and has a hint of fear. This is. The next moment, the hallucination disappeared. Ulquiorra's body fell from midair, and for a moment, he felt that his body had suffered thousands of blows and suffered extremely serious trauma. After Gosuke Shigure used the second knife, the battle ended so quickly, which was something no one expected. Ulquiorra's body fell into the desert, and his high-speed regeneration ability was running rapidly. His injuries were recovering, but his spiritual power was rapidly depleting. Now, although he has entered the state of returning to the blade in the second stage, when it comes to strength, he is even weaker than before. But even so, he didn't want to lose. Ulquiorra forced himself to his feet. Ryatsu exploded on his body, and a thunder-like spear condensed out in front of him. Under his control, the thunder spear hit Gosuke Shigure. It seemed that it was because of the first use, not yet very skillful. This time the thunder spear hit a little crookedly. Passing by Gosuke Shigure's side, even so, the ground shook, and there was still a huge and incomparably roaring sound. This terrifying roar and terrifying movement were directly transmitted to the nearby Suya Palace. Inside the fifth tallest tower, Abarai Renji took Inoue Orihime with a horrified expression. Both Gosuke Shigure and Ulquiorra went out from the crack in the sky, but through that crack, he could feel the huge movement outside, and now there is such a terrifying Ryatsu reaction. What is the battle between Shigure and Ulquiorra? How intense is it? Advertisement: rest of the place. After defeating Grimmjow, along with Grimmjow, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was receiving Unohana-Retsu treatment, and Grimmjow also felt this strong Ryatsu reaction. That's right, Grimmjow is being treated by Unohana-Retsu. Although he is a ghost, but his nature is not bad, and he just wanted to fight Kurosaki Ichigo when he came here this time. After losing, when he was waiting to die, he even told Kurosaki Ichigo about the whereabouts of Inoue Orihime and the situation at Suya Palace, perhaps because this action changed Kurosaki's attitude towards Grimmjow a lot. Opened up and asked Unohana-Retsu to heal Grimmjow. This surprised Grimmjow, too. The terrifying Ryatsu reaction surprised everyone present. Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked. What is this Ryatsu? Grimmjow responded. It's supposed to be Ulquiorra, the fourth blade. It's scary, and I don't know who pushed him to this point. In the process of Unohana-Retsu treating one person and one deficiency, 490 suddenly said unexpectedly, it should be Captain Gosuke. Teacher? Kurosaki Ichigo was surprised. He didn't expect that the teacher also came to the virtual circle. Unohana-Retsu looked at the surprised Kurosaki Ichigo and said, didn't I tell you? I'm not the only captain who came back to Hueco Mundo. Kurosaki Ichigo slandered from the bottom of his heart, you really didn't say that. In another place, Byakuya Kuchiki, who defeated Zamari, was covered in injuries. He felt the Ryatsu reaction, and frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything, but said to his sister Rukia Kuchiki, Rukia, let's go. The two moved on. The eighth blade, in Seireitei's palace. Seireitei made a fatal mistake, which was to inform Nirvana Meng of conception, which made him directly counted and could no longer move. Looking at Seireitei who couldn't move in front of him, Kuretsuchi Mayuri showed fanaticism. This is top-notch experimental material. In comparison, the terrifying Ryotsu reaction from a distance is not that important. On the sandy ground, Seireitei-Kenpachi used all his strength to hack Yami to death, but he was not in a good condition, his body was covered with bruises. After feeling the powerful Ryotsu reaction, he wanted to go to fight the enemy. However, he only walked a few, he almost fell to the ground, but at this moment, Kusajishi Yachiru came to his side and helped his tall body with his small stature. 387th chapter intensified. It seems that your accuracy in this move is not very good. Gosuke Shigure had already dodged slightly to the side when the thunder spear flew towards him. Of course, the range of dodge was not much, after all, Ulquiorra's move was too crooked. Unleashing a thunderbolt, Ulquiorra's aura became more and more sluggish. He replied to Gosuke Shigure's words, after all, it's the first time I used a move, and I'm still not very proficient, but it will be fine the second time. While speaking, another thunder spear sprang out horizontally in front of him. This time, the thunder gun was more terrifying than the previous thunder gun, both in terms of scale and the Ryotsu emitted from it. Obviously, after falling into decline, Ulquiorra began to desperately. Shinigami, this is my strongest move. Another thunder spear was released by Ulquiorra, and the overwhelming terrifying momentum locked Gosuke Shigure. And then the spear pierced through the night sky and fell towards Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure's eyes were fixed. Ulquiorra said that this was his strongest move, so facing this move, he naturally couldn't dodge it, and it seemed that it was not an easy move to dodge. The thunder around Gosuke Shigure's body spread out, and then was surrounded by a faint mist. In the mist, many vague figures emerged, and then, submerged into the long knife in Gosuke Shigure's left hand. The double sabers swung staggeredly. Gosuke Shigure slashed the most powerful sword in Shikai state. This is the famous double sword style. In the present world, the war is intensifying. Stark is very strong, but Jingle Chunshui is not weak either, he held Stark down easily. Not so with Baragan, who is more than capable. The speed of all beings close to her will be slowed down, and the power of decay can destroy everything, making it difficult for people to fight him in close quarters, and if Kido is used from a long distance, it will also be affected by the power of decay lingering around his body. Resolve. Therefore, Sui Feng and the Vice-Captain Omeda Marichio can only barely deal with Baragan at present, and it is best to hold Baragan and prevent him from attacking the rest of the captains. The only good news is that Baragan expected several of his subordinate officers to destroy the 4 huge stone pillars that surrounded the battlefield, and his desire to destroy the enchantment came to naught. Not only did he fail to destroy the 4 stone pillars, even Baragan the subordinate officer also died in battle. This made Baragan even more angry. Advertisement. So much so that Sui Feng and Omeda Marichio are getting more and more difficult to deal with. The battle between Tianbei Shusuke and Heli Bell did not have much advantage. After all, Heli Bell is the 3rd blade, and she is very powerful. In order to be able to fight against Heli Bell, Tianbei Shusuke can only use the power of the taper knife in public. The taper knife is completely different from the orthodox Zanpakuto. Earlier, Sha Dalu's family had caused a lot of turmoil because of the taper knife. This kind of knife is a prohibited item. Now Tianbei Shioju used the taper knife in public, which immediately aroused the suspicion of many captains. But after all, it was a time of war, and it was hard for them to say anything. With the power of taper Yaodao, he barely contended with Hebel. There is nothing to say about the battle between Komamura Sajin and Tusen Kanami. At the beginning of the battle, Komamura Sajin cast Bankai. After all, Tusen Kanami is too strong now, he is originally a captain-level Shinigami, and he has mastered the power of Hollow. Komamura, even if Sajin used Bankai, he still fell into a disadvantage. Fortunately, he still has a helper. His assistant is Hisagi Shuhei, vice-captain of Division 9. Although Team 9th has ushered in a new vice-captain, Hisagi Shuhei still cannot tolerate Tusen Kanami's betrayal. Tusen, why exactly? During the battle, not only Komamura Sajin was questioning Tusen Kanami, but even Hisagi Shuhei was also questioning Tusen Kanami. None of them could accept Tusen Kanami's betrayal, let alone understand the reason for Tusen Kanami's betrayal. You won't understand. In the face of cross-examination by friends and former subordinates, Tusen Kanami always said this sentence from beginning to end. Then, his attack was extremely fierce. On the other side, the battle between Shiba Kaien and Ichimaru Jin was also extremely fierce. Both of them were well-known geniuses in Seireitei in the past. If that's the case, the two haven't had much intersection yet. But following a captain assessment, they became rivals and were forced to fight. Their fate also intersected because of this incident. That time, Shiba Kaien was the loser. Advertisement. This time, Shiba Kaien didn't want to lose again. Because Ichimaru Jin is a traitor who betrayed the identity of Shinigami, in order to protect the name of Shinigami, he has a reason to defeat Ichimaru Jin. Bankai. The mighty Ryotsu gushed out from Shiba Kaien's body, and then, the torrent of water gushed out from the trident-like weapon. Under Shiba Kaien's control, it turned into a huge wave and swept towards Ichimaru Jin. Flying water wheels sudden. The huge wave was like a huge water wheel, driving the offensive like a stormy sea, engulfing Ichimaru Jin's body. Even at the beginning of this battle, Ichimaru Jin actually planned to recharge his energy and paddle, and he needed to reserve more power to deal with Aizen. But in the face of Shiba Kaien's full shot, he can only take it seriously. Bankai, Kamishini no Yari. Ichimaru Jin also used Bankai. The gigantic blade sliced through the monstrous waves unleashed by Shiba Kaien. Shiba Kaien then used Bankai's second, Water Sky Jin Luosuo, turning the flowing water into a rope and winding towards Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin's response is to continue to swing Kamishini no Yari, trying to cut everything in the running water. The battle here can be described as extremely powerful. The flowing water not only swept around the two people who were fighting, but also spread to the area of the people who were fighting next to them. However, after a lot of running water spread to the vicinity, it was immediately frozen. Just because, the two who fought were Hitsugaya Dashiro and Kusakaba Sojiro. The knives in their hands are identical, Hirenmaru. Hirenmaru is the most powerful Zanpakuto of the ice system. Hitsugaya Dashiro recognized his opponent's identity at the very first moment of fighting with Kusakawan Sojiro, which made him extremely shocked. He wanted to persuade his former friend to return to the Soul Society, but unfortunately, what ushered in was Kusakawan Suhiro's fierce attack. As a last resort, Hitsugaya Dashiro could only deal with it seriously. Then, the two also used the solution at the same time. Bankai, Dagoran Hirenmaru, Chapter 388, Fallen Man. Ice and snow filled the air, and two identical knives were held by different people, and then a fierce battle broke out. Back then, when Sojiro Kusakaba was a student of Spiritual Arts Academy, he dreamed of awakening his Zanpakuto and then joining Gode 13. However, all these extravagant hopes were broken by an accident on the eve of graduation. On the eve of graduation, he awakens his Zanpakuto. But his sword is very special, exactly the same as the sword of his roommate Hitsugaya Fuyu. At the beginning, Sojiro Kusakaba didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but later, after Central 46 got involved in this matter, he gradually realized that something was wrong. With Central 46's meddling, he and Hitsugaya Dashiro had to fight. During the battle, even though Hitsugaya was his friend, in order to become a Shinigami and not to be a victim, Kusakawan Sojiro still chose to swing the sword at Hitsugaya resolutely. It's fine if you win. But he lost. He is also losing only, facing the fate of dying. He hates Hitsugaya extremely. It is not only why the opponent's knife is the same as his own, but also why the opponent does not give way to himself. Under the influence of many negative emotions, Kusakaba Sojiro naturally would not blame himself, thinking that he had done something wrong. He would only think that everything was the fault of Hitsugaya Dashiro, and 287 was the fault of the Soul Society. Before the soul comes to the Soul Society, it actually has two choices. Among them, the pure soul will come to the Soul Society. And those evil souls full of all kinds of obsessions will fall into Hueco Mundo and degenerate into nothingness. Sojiro Kusakaba was considered a Shinigami at the time, but he was also a soul. Under normal circumstances, even if he was full of negative emotions, he wouldn't fall so quickly, but unfortunately, his sword was exactly the same as Hitsugaya Dashiro's. During the battle, his sword was cut off by Hitsugaya Dashiro. In the long history of the Soul Society, there are many situations where the same knife has appeared. The Soul Society's rule is to let the holders of the two swords fight a decisive battle. It seems unreasonable, but in fact, there is a certain reason. Only after the winner is decided, can it be determined who is genuine and who is a fake. Advertisement: the power of the counterfeit will be absorbed by the genuine product after defeat. At that time, Sojiro Kusakaba, because he lost, his Zanpakuto power had already been partially absorbed by Hitsugaya Dashiro's Hirenmaru, which directly affected his Shinigami power, causing his internal balance to be broken. So he degenerates into nothingness, and it is not necessarily beneficial. It would be fine if he was killed by a secret maneuver before he completely degenerated into a void, but he didn't die. Because of Wang Yinji's light, he was transferred to the void circle. In the virtual circle, he fell into a strange place again. That was the place where Ulquiorra carried out Arrancar in the past, and it is extremely special. In the process of sleeping there, Sojiro Kusakawan came back to life, and the sword that was supposed to disappear also remained. It stands to reason that after being absorbed by Hitsugaya Dashiro's Hirenmaru, Sojiro Kusakaba could no longer perform Bankai with his sword, but now he can not only perform Bankai, but even, the power after Bankai was once suppressed. Pass Hitsugaya Dashiro. After Hitsugaya Dashiro fought several times with Kusakawan Sojiro, he immediately realized the strength of Kusakawan Sojiro. Then, he understood the true meaning of the opponent's power. Grass Crown, you are not the power of Shinigami at all, are you? The power of Shu? Why did you fall like this? Sojiro Kusakawan waved the knife in his hand, and the ice edge spread in all directions. A hideous voice came out of his mouth. When did I, AHBJ, use the power of Shinigami? As for the fall, isn't this all forced by you? Hitsugaya, I came here today, not to prove how great I am, but to take back what I have lost. So, die for me. A burial of frozen flowers. Countless ice flowers emerged from the sky, intending to bury Hitsugaya Dashiro. Burial of frozen flowers is Hitsugaya Dashiro's most powerful move in his incomplete Bankai state at the moment. As for, there will be stronger moves after he is fully Bankai, and it will take too long to enter that state. Advertisement therefore, in previous battles, Hitsugaya Winter Brew never entered that state at all. Seeing Sojiro Kusakawan use this move, Hitsugaya Dashiro's eyes were fixed. Without hesitation, he also used this move. The world was immediately plunged into endless cold. Hiranmaru, as the most powerful Zanpakuto of the ice and snow system, under normal circumstances, its Bankai can affect the changes in the celestial phenomena. This state is called the celestial phenomena coming, not to mention, it was the two Hiranmaru that were fighting at this moment. Even though Sojiro Kusakaba's sword is actually not a real Zanpakuto, but a return blade, its ability is indeed exactly the same as that of Hiranmaru. The ice spread, and many people who fought were affected. However, after all, there is still a place that is not affected. That is, where Captain Yamamoto is. Although Hiranmaru is very powerful, he is still far behind Ryujin Jaka, the captain of Yamamoto. Although both katanas are the strongest katanas of a certain department, the strength of the katana also depends on the holding of the katana. Hitsugaya Tashiro's development of the katana is far inferior to that of Captain Yamamoto. Even if two Hiranmaru were fighting, when their frost spread to Captain Yamamoto's side, they were still melted and replaced by scorching heat. Captain Yamamoto didn't care about the fight there. Whether Godei 13 is an advantage or a disadvantage, he doesn't care too much. All he cares about is one, Aizen, what are you thinking? Are you still planning to make a move? Although at the beginning of the battle, he used the burning city to trap Aizen, separating Aizen from his subordinates. But Captain Yamamoto didn't think that his burning castle could keep Aizen trapped. Aizen is ambitious and wants to spy on the Spirit King. His strength is definitely not that simple. Just because he can subdue so many powerful Arrancars and let them use them for him has already indirectly proved Aizen's strength. Aizen opened his mouth lightly and said with a smile, there is no rush, let's take a look and see who wins and who loses. The chief captain also wants to know, what is the real level of Godei 13? Captain Yamamoto was silent. Chapter 389, Reinforcements. Captain Yamamoto really planned to use this decisive battle as training. Captain Yamamoto has been worried ever since he learned something about the Quincy that day, which led to the fact that Yhwach was not dead. Although Aizen was ambitious and created a Arrancar in the virtual circle, Captain Yamamoto never took it to heart. Perhaps because of arrogance. In his opinion, Aizen is nothing more than that. As long as he makes a move with all his strength, he can kill Aizen. Only Yhwach is different. Thousands of years ago, although he defeated Yhwach, only he knew how powerful Yhwach was. Now, the other party is still alive and has been dormant for 1,000 years, so he will definitely make a comeback. In the past, the Quintessence attacked the Soul Society. In that battle, almost half of the Soul Society was destroyed. Compared with the crisis that happened back then, Aizen, which has not caused more harm, is just as threatening in Captain Yamamoto's mind. But this time Aizen's crisis came at just the right time. Just take advantage of this opportunity to exercise the current Godei 13, and improve the overall strength of Godei 13 through fighting. Seeing Captain Yamamoto's silence, Aizen immediately had an answer in his heart, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. If the captain is here for training, then your plan may come to nothing. These Arrancars are not simple characters, and they cannot be easily dealt with by this group of captains who have not experienced bloody battles. Aizen sincerely looks down on the current Godei 13. Except for a few captains with extremely senior qualifications, most of the captains were chosen hastily to fill the vacancies after the crisis 100 years ago. Such a captain may have the strength, but the experience is too lacking. Especially what Aizen didn't expect was that in such a short time after he betrayed the Soul Society with Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami, Captain Yamamoto actually elected several new captains. Advertisement, are you in such a hurry to fill the captain's vacancy? Aizen can't say anything about Captain Yamamoto's behavior. The only thing he can do is to let the captain understand the reality. That is, in a one-on-one situation, Godei 13 is not the opponent of Espada. The first to fall into a disadvantage is undoubtedly the combination of Sui Feng and Omeda Marichio against the second team. Their opponent is the former Hueco Mundo King, Baragan Ruzenbang. Sui Feng is very fast, but against Baragan's ability, it is useless at all. As for Omeda, he is just a pendant, although at the critical moment it is quite reliable, but his lack of strength is his blemish. With the death of the subordinate officer, Baragan was genuinely enraged. He released the sword, and after releasing the blade, his appearance also changed, becoming a black skull wearing a crown. In this state underneath, he breathed out a breath that could corrupt everything, and at the same time, the speed of that breath permeated even faster. Sui Feng caught off guard, touched his arm slightly, and one arm was destroyed. When Sui Feng was at a disadvantage, Tianbei Shioju was also severely injured by Heli Bell. The strength of Tianbei Shioju is almost at the bottom among the captains. His strength depends more on the taper knife, but Heli Bell is too powerful. Before he became a Arrancar, he was Vasto Menos Grande of the Lord level. After releasing the sword, pressed Tianbei Shioju to hit immediately. The flowing water turned into a heavy blow, and hit Tianbei Shusuke fiercely, causing him to vomit blood and fly out. The taper Yao knife also fell to the ground. The rest of the captains, Komamura Sajin and Hisagi Shuhei, teamed up to deal with Tusen Kanami, but they could only make a 50-50 split, because Tusen Kanami is already hollow. He is both Shinigami and Shu, and the sword in his hand is both Zanpakuto and Gui Blade. Compared to when he was the captain of Godei 13, I don't know how much he has been deceived. Komamura Sajin's strength is average among many captains. Even if Hisagi Shuhei is added this time, it is only a 50-50 match with Tusen Konami, and he is even slightly disadvantaged. In the battle between Jingle Chunshui and Stark, he did not fall into a disadvantage. After all, Jingle Chunshui was too old and powerful, but at the same time, he did not occupy too much advantage. Stark was the #1 blade among the Spadas after all. Other than that, there is the battle between Shiba Kaien and Ichimaru Jin. 0. Seeking Flowers. The battle between this pair of geniuses has also reached the point where it is in full swing. Ichimaru Jin liberated Zanpakuto. Kamishini no Yari can be long or short, with incredible speed. Advertisement. Even though Shiba Kaien tried his best to dodge, he was cut by him after all. But Shiba Kaien wasn't without fire. After casting Bankai, his Bankai has a total of 3 stances. After failing to defeat Ichimaru Jin in the first 2 stances, he decisively used Bankai's 3rd stance, Narcissus Slash. Taodao Flowing Water turned into a shocking cut. Facing the Narcissus Slash, Ichimaru Jin chose to swing Kamishini no Yari, the huge and fast Zanpakuto, which splits the flowing water suddenly. The battle here is still on par. The battle between Hitsugaya Dashiro and Kusakana Sojiro ended in Hitsugaya Dashiro's defeat. Facing the present Sojiro Kusakawan, Hitsugaya Dashiro could not reach the full form of Bankai after all, and was directly shot down by Sojiro Kusakawan from the mid-air, attacked towards Hitsugaya figure Shiro. Just when he was about to kill Hitsugaya Dashiro, a figure appeared and cut the ice dragon open. He is Jashiro Yukitaki. During this battle, Jashiro Yukitaki acted as the fire captain. When the subordinate officer of Baragan was about to destroy the 4 stone pillars, he shot and killed the subordinate officer of Baragan. Now after discovering that Hitsugaya Dashiro was about to lose, he also chose to help Hitsugaya Dashiro. However, it is difficult to override the fact that Godei 13 is at a disadvantage with only him as a firefighting captain. It can only be said that Espada is too good for the next day. If it continues, Godei 13 will lose. I am afraid it will be a matter of time. Aizen didn't seem to be surprised by this result. Captain Yamamoto frowned slightly when he sensed everything around him. However, this war was not just a battle between Godei 13 and Aizen from the beginning. There was another group besides Godei 13 who also wanted to avenge Aizen. In times of crisis, the Masked Legion officially joined the mountain. Chapter 390 for balance. The appearance of the Masked Legion shocked many Shinigami in Godei 13. Among the young Shinigami, including the young captain, did not know anyone from the Masked Legion. But after all, there are still many people who know them. It is precisely because of the recognition that I am shocked. 100 years ago, an extremely vicious incident occurred in the Soul Society. Because of that incident, the Soul Society lost many captain-level Shinigami, including Shihuan Yoruichi, the captain of the 2nd Division, Urahara Kazuki, the captain of the 12th Division, and Tessai, the leader of the Big Kido. Tsukabishi is a defector, let alone. The remaining captains and vice-captains were victims. They are Toribashi Rojiro, captain of the 3rd Division, Hiroko Shinji, the captain of the 5th Division, Love Akawa, the captain of the 7th Division, Muguruma Kensai, the captain of the 9th Division, and the deputy captain of the Kido, the deputy Kido chief, Hashijin, Zu Tongmaru, the 8th Division captain, Master 97. Lisa, Kuna Mashiro, the vice-captain of the 9th Division, and Sarugaki Hiyori, the vice-captain of the 12th Division. Because of accidents, these people were killed in Hollow, and no one knows whether they died or lived. Because when Urahara Kazuki defected, he took all these people away. Later Godei 13 agreed that they were all dead. It was also because of the disappearance of these people that the entire Godei 13 fell into an unprecedented period of weakness, and it took many years to fill these vacant captain positions. Later, as Aizen defected, the truth of the year was revealed. Both Shihuan Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki were proved to be wronged, and they also went to the Soul Society successively, but no one knows whether the captains who were hollowed are dead or alive. Up to this moment, with Godei 13 falling to the bottom. After the Masked Legion took the initiative to show up, the original matter finally came to a conclusion. These captains and vice-captains are still alive. Many Shinigami did not know the identities of these people. After being introduced by the Shinigami who knew their identities, they were shocked when they knew the origins of these people. It's really unexpected. In the center of the flames, Aizen looked at the members of the Masked Legion who appeared. I thought you would hide forever, like rats in the gutter, but I didn't expect that you would show up at this time. Body. The leader of the Masquerade Corps, Hiroko Shinji, opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of white fang, and he said to Aizen, "For the past 100 years, we have wanted to avenge you all the time, and of course we cannot miss this opportunity today." Advertisement, really? Aizen said, but didn't say more. As the Masked Legion also joined the battle, Godei 13, which was originally at a disadvantage, ushered in strong reinforcements, and the situation immediately began to reverse. In the virtual circle, between the deserts outside the virtual night palace. The white gravel is endless, and above the sky, there is a moon hanging. Ulquiorra was lying on the ground covered in injuries. Even if he used the most powerful move, Thunder Spear, it still couldn't resist Gosuke Shigure's combined attack with 2 swords. The power of the 2 swords was different, and under the profusion of Gosuke Shigure's Ryotsu, which was so powerful as ultimate, burst out unprecedented power. The Thunder Spear didn't last too long before it shattered. Then, Gosuke Shigure's powerful slash landed on Ulquiorra. Even though Ulquiorra possessed the ability of high-speed regeneration, he still suffered a heavy blow. His injuries have not recovered so far. It's not that high-speed regeneration is useless, but that every time high-speed regeneration is used, it will consume its own spiritual power, and Ulquiorra's spiritual power is running out. I lost. Watching Gosuke Shigure walking slowly with 2 swords in hand, Ulquiorra spoke calmly. Even though death might usher in the next moment, he didn't show the slightest nervousness or fear, and he appeared extremely free and easy. Gosuke Shigure lowered his head, met Ulquiorra's eyes and said, "Second stage return blade is indeed very powerful. If the opponent you meet is an ordinary Gode 13 captain, you will be the winner." "But it was you I met, wasn't it?" Ulquiorra spoke again. Gosuke Shigure is non-negotiable. The next moment, Ulquiorra was a little taken aback. Gosuke Shigure did not give him a fatal blow, but swung the knife in his left hand in the air, and Ulquiorra immediately felt an invisible force supporting his body. Gosuke Shigure also flew up under the lingering mist, and brought Ulquiorra, who was suspended in midair beside him, to the zenith of the Suya Palace again. There was a huge crack in the zenith of the Suya Palace. It is the zero that Ulquiorra cut out earlier. Advertisement at this moment, Gosuke Shigure took Ulquiorra, drilled into the crack again, and entered the 5th tower. In the 5th tallest tower, Abarai Renji brought Inoue Orihime, and beside him were Neliel, Peshwe, and Donchaka. He could sense the movement of the battle outside, but he couldn't understand anything. Cannot do this. It wasn't until after the movement disappeared that he frowned, a little worried. Why don't you kill Ulquiorra, but bring a badly wounded Ulquiorra here? After seeing the appearance of Gosuke Shigure clearly, Abarai Renji didn't know in 5.1 that Gosuke Shigure had won this battle, and the previously extremely powerful 4th blade Ulquiorra had become the defeat of Captain Gosuke. After seeing one of the figures, Abarai Renji exclaimed. Feeling Gosuke Shigure's gaze, Ulquiorra also asked the question in his heart, "Why didn't you kill me?" Then, the 2 figures rubbed against the ground. While Gosuke Shigure is strong, Ulquiorra doesn't look like a weakling either. If you have to say the reason, it is for the balance between souls. "Why kill you?" Gosuke Shigure asked rhetorically. Up to this moment, 2 figures fell from the crack in the sky. Gosuke Shigure ignored Abarai Renji and looked at Ulquiorra instead. Ever since, Gosuke Shigure gave a brand new answer. Of course, such an answer is naturally not enough to convince the public. Captain Gosuke. In other words, Ulquiorra used extremely terrifying means. He didn't know whether Gosuke Shigure won or lost. Captain Gosuke, what is this? To be precise, Gosuke Shigure fell to the ground standing up, while Ulquiorra fell to the ground lying down. He suffered extremely serious injuries. If Gosuke Shigure hadn't brought him with him, he would never have come here. That terrible Ryotsu before is the false Ryotsu. It's just that Gosuke Shigure's behavior still makes Abarai Renji a little puzzled. Chapter 391 What is balance? The balance between souls. This is actually an old-fashioned issue, especially for Shinigami. It is often mentioned. However, it is one thing to mention it, and it is another thing to really understand the meaning of it. At least, for Abarai Renji, the vice-captain of the 6th team, he didn't know what Baipinjung meant, so after Gosuke Shigure said this, his eyes showed a meaning of bewilderment. Also bewildered was Ulquiorra, who still doesn't understand why Gosuke Shigure didn't kill him. After all, the rule in Hueco Mundo is that the weak prey on the strong, and the winner can arbitrarily deprive the loser of their lives. Ulquiorra also recognized this. He was already ready to die. But Gosuke Shigure chose not to kill him. There is even a so-called balance. Gosuke Shigure felt their confused eyes and explained, "In your opinion, the balance between souls is actually just a casual talk of Shinigami, but in fact, it is a real thing. This incident involves the origin of the 3 realms and the opposing pattern of the 3 realms. 3 worlds, the present world, is the world of Instruments 09, and also the world of human beings. After the human beings in this world die, their souls will go to the world of Lingzi to start a new life, or fall into Hueco Mundo and become void, or enter the Soul Society. Shu and Shinigami are both spiritual creatures. They oppose each other, but they balance each other." Gosuke Shigure spoke leisurely, explaining the origin of everything to Shu and Shinigami in front of him. It seems that Hollow is an evil soul. Shinigami takes eradicating Hollow as its own responsibility, but in fact it is not the case. Shinigami's duty has never been to eradicate Hollow, but to maintain balance. Therefore, in the past, we were more passive and aggressive. It is only when Yushu appears in Soul Society and Shinigami, threatening the souls of these 2 worlds, that he will take the initiative to kill those who try to break the balance. Although in the long history, there is no shortage of cases where the Soul Society sent Shinigami expeditions to Hueco Mundo, but such situations are rare after all. Once they occur, most of them are in times of war and disaster in the present world, making the virtual numbers in the virtual circle the skyrocketing, hidden potential to destroy the balance. Just sent Shinigami to Hueco Mundo to clean up the virtual group. For Shinigami, Hollow is an evil soul, but the existence of Hueco Mundo is related to the stability of the Soul Society. These 2 worlds are the world of spirits. Once the number of Menos Grande in Hueco Mundo decreases, there will be affecting Hueco Mundo's spirit sun, causing Soul Society's spirit sun to leak to the minister of the virtual circle. Such a result will reduce the number of spirits in the 2 worlds, which in turn will affect the number of souls that can be carried. Advertisement. So, even if the voids are evil, chaotic, disorderly, and have the instinct to devour souls, their appearance will bring troubles to the world and the Soul Society, but for Shinigami, they have never thought of completely eradicating them. It is only possible to control the number of voids in various ways. Neither too much nor too little. It can be said that Gosuke Shigure is talking, and he talked a lot. Shinigami and Sixu just listened to Gosuke Shigure's explanation blankly. After a while, Abarai Renji finally came to his senses. So, is this the reason why we don't take the initiative to attack Hueco Mundo? A long time ago, Abarai Renji thought about a similar problem. That is, why didn't Soul Society take the initiative to kill Hueco Mundo's ghost directly? Although there are many powerful players in Hueco Mundo, Gote the 13th may not necessarily lose. Now, he understood the reason. Hueco Mundo, just like if it is a captive animal of the Soul Society, there can be neither too much nor too little. According to Captain Gosuke, the Soul Society actually has the power to crush Hueco Mundo, but it didn't do so. So, that's why you didn't kill me? Ulquiorra said to Gosuke Shigure again. Gosuke Shigure nodded, yes. There are not many Manos Grandes like you in the entire Hueco Mundo. This time, many Manos Grandes followed Aizen to join the battle in the present world. No one knows how many of them there are, able to come back alive. If they all die, and you all die too, the entire Manos Grande of Hueco Mundo will disappear completely, which will directly affect the overall strength of Hueco Mundo, and then break the balance and affect Soul Society. At that time, the Soul Society will have to erase tens of thousands of Rukongai's souls in order to maintain balance. So, to spare your life, it's not because I'm soft-hearted, but for the Soul Society, for the souls living in Rukongai. Ulquiorra was silent. Advertisement Abarai Renji felt that he had heard something extraordinary. The so-called balance of feelings is such a thing. If Hueco Mundo is too weak, it will affect Soul Society. In order to balance, Soul Society will be forced to kill a lot of souls. Why maintain the balance of the soul and kill the soul? Abarai Renji thought for a while, and Yingai also guessed the reason. The soul is made up of spirit particles. Erasing a large number of souls will replenish the missing souls of 010 and maintain the stability of the world. Thinking of this, Abarai Renji also realized that Shinigami is not just about beheading Shu. Sometimes, before killing Shu, more issues need to be considered. You Shinigami are really troublesome, Ulquiorra said so about Gosuke Shigure. Since Gosuke Shigure doesn't want to kill him, then he can only keep his own life. Other than that, he can't do other things. After all, his current state is really too bad. Gosuke Shigure said noncommittally. Maybe it seems troublesome to you, but Shinigami is different from Shu, and it is indeed trying to maintain the order of this world. If we hadn't carried the weight forward, this world would have fallen into collapse. Gosuke Shigure admits that the world of Shinigami also has a lot of darkness. But for ordinary humans, the existence of Shinigami is to protect them. Of course, if Ulquiorra doesn't understand this, there's nothing to say. Gosuke Shigure continued. Besides, save your life, I also want you to protect Hueco Mundo. I don't know how many of those ghosts in the present world can survive, but the hidden crisis is indeed quite near, and I have to think about the future. Chapter 392. The Guardian of the World, a Dark Crisis? Abarai Renji heard the hidden meaning in Gosuke Shigure's words, and couldn't help but look deeply at Gosuke Shigure, his eyes full of inquiry. Gosuke Shigure felt Abarai Renji's gaze and glanced at him. I can only tell you that this has something to do with the Quincy. More things, I can't tell you for the time being. Abarai Renji was taken aback when he heard the words. He was not very familiar with Quincy, but he was not unfamiliar either. Because Ishida Uryu is the Quincy. So, what exactly is it related to the Quincy? Just when Abarai Renji was thinking so, another intruder came inside the fifth tallest tower. The visitors are two human beings. To be precise, it is a Quincy master and a human being. They are Ishida Uryu and Sado Yasutora. When Kurosaki Ichigo decided to go to Hueco Mundo to rescue Inoue Orihime that day, at the beginning, there were only two people by Kurosaki Ichigo's side, that is, Ishida Uryu and Sado Yasutora. As for Abarai Renji and Rukia Kuchiki, they joined Kurosaki Ichigo's team later. After entering the Suya Palace, because the situation in the Suya Palace was more complicated, several people chose to part ways and act separately. Because Sado Yasutora's strength is average, so their group is two people acting together. Unexpectedly, they would arrive at the fifth tower earlier than Kurosaki Ichigo. It can only be said that luck is also a part of strength, and they did not encounter too powerful hollow during their journey. Of course, it wasn't all smooth sailing. Judging from their injuries, they had also experienced hard battles. Inoue and Abarai, Ishida Uryu and Sado Yasutora had felt the terrifying Ryotsu wave from the fifth tower before, and they were ready for a hard fight after coming here. Advertisement: no matter how many difficulties lie ahead, they must rescue Inoue Orihime. However, when they arrived here, the imagined danger does not exist. On the contrary, Abarai Renji came here one step ahead of them. Besides, Inoue Orihime was safe and sound. Of course, it is impossible for Ishida Uryu, who has a delicate mind and even knows how to do needlework, to only pay attention to these things. His eyes fell on Ulquiorra lying on the ground again, his eyes focused. He is no stranger to Ulquiorra. After all, he has appeared in Karakura Town several times and brought a huge crisis to Karakura Town. He is a well-deserved dangerous element. But now, this dangerous person, the situation does not seem to be too good. So, who made him look like this? Ishida Uryu looked at Gosuke Shigure wearing the captain's haori again. He is not very familiar with Gosuke Shigure, but he also knows him. The other party helped him in the Soul Society. In addition, he seems to have some unusual relationship with Kurosaki. According to Kurosaki Ichigo, he once taught Kurosaki in this world. However, even so, because Gosuke Shigure left him an extremely deep and powerful impression in Soul Society, and because he was not too familiar with him, Ishida Uryu couldn't take the initiative to ask why the other party appeared here. So, he could only temporarily hide the doubts in his heart, and asked Inoue Orihime, "Inoue, are you okay?" Inoue Orihime shook his head, "I'm fine." Then, through the narration of Inoue Orihime, Ishida Uryu knew what happened to her in Hueco Mundo, and generally speaking, it was not a surprise. Abarai Renji also told Ishida Uryu and Sato Yasutora why he came here first, and even answered Ishida Uryu's questions and told him why Gosuke Shigure is here now. Ishida Uryu was shocked when he learned that Soul Society sent 5 captains to Soul Society to help Kurosaki Ichigo in order to repay Kurosaki Ichigo's kindness. This changed his view of Soul Society. Then, he learned from Abarai Renji that Aizen had brought his subordinate Arrancar to the present world, and the decisive battle had already started in the present world, which made him worried again. After all, Karakura town is the city where he lives, and there are many of his friends and classmates in it. He would be very sad if the city was destroyed by a big battle between Aizen and Shinigami. Advertisement, how so? Ishida Uryu was very worried. Gosuke Shigure saw Ishida Uryu's concern, and asked softly, "Are you worried about Karakura town?" Ishida Uryu said solemnly, "Usually, a Manos Grande appearing in Karakura town will cause huge damage. Now, Aizen brings his Espada and Gode 13 to fight in Karakura town. I am worried that the whole city may be destroyed because of this. Completely destroyed." Gosuke Shigure said, "If this is the case, you can rest assured for the time being." Ishida Uryu was puzzled, and Sato Yasutora also looked at Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure explained, "We Gode 13, how can we ignore the impact of the decisive battle on the present world? Although for us, the primary goal is to eradicate Aizen, but there are so many ordinary humans in Karakura town. It is not a last resort. We don't want to sacrifice them either." So, in order to save the lives of so many human beings in this world, before we captains came to Hueco Mundo, the Soul Society has already made some preparations. Through special means, we built a city in Soul Society that is exactly the same as Karakura town, and then, when the decisive battle started, we converted the 2 Karakura towns through space enchantment. Now, the real Karakura town and those human beings in it have been temporarily transferred to the Soul Society, and they will temporarily sleep in the Soul Society for a period of time. And the Karakura town in the present world is the battlefield where we Shinigami and Aizen will have a decisive battle. There is no human existence in it, because it is a fake. It doesn't matter if the whole city is completely destroyed. Is this so? Ishida Yulong realized that his worry was in vain, and there was still this, Wangda's stubble. Thinking of this, his mood became more and more complicated. Because as you learn about Soul Society, you learn more about Shinigami. Gradually he began to understand what his grandfather had said. When he was a child, because he knew the history of the Quincy and learned that the Shinigami had slaughtered the Quincy on a large scale, which caused their Quincy to fall like this, he once hated the Shinigami. Later, with the contact with Rukia Kuchiki and the acquaintance with Kurosaki Ichigo, he gradually changed some of his views on Shinigami. After entering the Soul Society, although some Shinigami in the Soul Society are disgusting, there are also some Shinigami practices that move him. Now, in the mouth of Abarai Renji, in the mouth of Gosuke Shigure, he knows some more of what the Shinigami do. His view of Shinigami has completely changed. Although Shinigami slaughtered the Quincy, they are indeed guarding the world and maintaining the stability of the world. Chapter 393. It's over here. Wait for the return. Ishida Uryu's complicated mood didn't last too long, and then, he thought of another thing. According to what you said, although Shinigami built a fake Karakura town and used it to replace the real Karakura town at the beginning of the battle, this can prevent the real Karakura town from being destroyed during the battle. But you guys, there are 5 captains who have come to Hueco Mundo. What if the Shinigami side loses in the decisive battle in this world? It is reasonable for Ishida Uryu to be so worried. After all, Arrancar didn't appear once or twice in this world, and Ishida Uryu knew very well how powerful they were. Although Gode 13 is not weak, Gosuke Shigure defeated Arrancar, who is as strong as Ulquiorra this time. But Gosuke Shigure came to the virtual circle after all, and several other captains also came to the virtual circle. The fact that these captains came to Hueco Mundo will seriously affect the overall combat power of Gode 13. If the decisive battle in this world is lost because these people came to Hueco Mundo, even if Shinigami built a fake Karakura town as a battlefield, it would be useless. When Aizen defeats Shinigami, the real Karakura town can still be found. Gosuke Shigure replied, although Gode 13 sent our 5 captains to the virtual circle, so that 260 made the overall combat power drop sharply, but our combat power is not as weak as you think. It's not that easy to lose. Of course, if Aizen makes a move, there is still a slight possibility of defeat. So, Gosuke Shigure's expression suddenly became serious. Just in case, we are indeed rushing to the present world to participate in the war. Upon hearing this, Ishida Uryu asked Gosuke Shigure again, do you have a way to go back? As a Quincy master, he didn't have the ability to open the black cavity in the world transmitting gate. Earlier, he and Kurosaki Ichigo were able to come to Hueco Mundo because of the help of Urahara Kazuki. Urahara Kazuki said that they are only given 7 days, and after 7 days, the passage will be reopened where they descended to Hueco Mundo, allowing them to return. However, due to various reasons, they delayed too much time in Hueco Mundo. Now the period of 7 days has already passed. Ishida Uryu also thought about how to go back earlier, but since Inoue Orihime has not been rescued, he can only put these problems, HACD, behind his head in the end. Now that Gosuke Shigure said these words, Ishida Uryu gave birth to a glimmer of hope to go back. Advertisement. There are many ways to go back. Gosuke Shigure gave Ishida Uryu the answer. Honor has a way to open the black cavity. If you want to go back to Karakura town, just find a ghost and help us open the black cavity, wouldn't it be good? Ishida Uryu was just about to say where did Shu come to help us. As soon as the words came to his lips, he shut up again. Because at this moment, by their side, there are indeed many voids. Leaving aside Ulquiorra who was seriously injured, Peshwe, Donde Chaka, and Nilu were all false, and they seemed not to be enemies, but to be on their own side. This is an extremely incredible thing. But according to Ishida Uryu's observation, that's what happened. Since you have a way to go back, shall we go back now? Ishida Uryu asked Gosuke Shigure again. Gosuke Shigure said, there is no rush. Ishida Yulong became more and more confused. Didn't you say that you must rush back to the present world to join the war as soon as possible just in case? Why do you say that this matter is not urgent now? Gosuke Shigure said, we have to wait for someone to come before we go to fight in this world. Who? Kurosaki Ichigo. Gosuke Shigure uttered a name that was extremely familiar to Ishida Uryu. Kurosaki classmate. Inoue Orihime couldn't help but exclaim from the side. She was not stupid. She had heard Gosuke Shigure and Ishida Uryu say so much, so she didn't know how critical the situation was. But I didn't expect that in the end, classmate Kurosaki would still be involved. That day, why did she come to Hueco Mundo with Ulquiorra? Wasn't she worried that those Arancars would hurt Kurosaki? She didn't want Kurosaki to continue fighting, and wanted to protect Kurosaki in her own way. Why wait for Kurosaki-san? After regaining consciousness, Inoue Orihime asked Gosuke Shigure again. Gosuke Shigure looked at Inoue Orihime and said, I know you care about Ichigo, but I want to tell you that this war has been a vital part from the very beginning. Why do you think Aizen let Ulquiorra take you into the Hueco Mundo? Because Ichigo is a variable. Aizen wants to use you to lure Ichigo into Hueco Mundo, and then temporarily keep him in the virtual circle, so that he can avoid this war. Advertisement. But in order to win this war, we have to need Ichigo to fight. That's why we captains come to Hueco Mundo. When Inoue Orihime heard this, it became more and more difficult to accept. He hurried to the two of them. The group of people waited again in the 5th tallest tower. What secrets are hidden in him? He is a decisive person. When he saw Arankar, he naturally wanted to get rid of him. Captain, Kia. After seeing these two figures, Abarai Renji was very surprised, because they were Byakuya Kuchiki and Rukia Kuchiki. It is true that Ichigo is very special and powerful, but why, both the Soul Society and Aizen, care about him so much? Gosuke Shigure didn't say much. Byakuya Kuchiki also didn't think that Gosuke Shigure would deceive him on this issue, and could only agree with Gosuke Shigure's approach and let Ulquiorra die. The rest of the people were also moved. But Gosuke Shigure stopped him in time. In order to let Byakuya Kuchiki let go of his killing intent, he had to tell Byakuya Kuchiki, the young captain, why he kept Ulquiorra. After a while, 2 more figures came here. Only when his eyes fell on the seriously injured Ulquiorra did he appear moved. Just after Gosuke Shigure finished speaking, a gentle voice suddenly came from the door. Captain Gosuke, Joe Dao is really very considerate. Then, more puzzlement arose in my heart. Byakuya Kuchiki just nodded slightly, without much expression. They didn't know these reasons until now. Everyone moved their eyes again and saw Yunohana Retsu, Yamada Hanataro, Kurosaki Ichigo, and Grimmjow. Chapter 394. Return to the present world, Inoue. After seeing Inoue Orihime, Kurosaki Ichigo quickly cast Shunpo and came to Inoue Orihime's side, and then a series of words came out of his mouth. Most of them were Inoue, are you okay, how are you doing in Hueco Mundo and so on. Although Ishida Uryu had already asked her about similar nonsense before. But it is completely different when such words are spoken from Kurosaki Ichigo. This made Inoue Orihime extremely happy. Of course, she could not directly express these happy emotions, but patiently answered many questions of Kurosaki Ichigo. After confirming that Inoue Orihime was fine, Kurosaki Ichigo's excited mood gradually calmed down. After that, it's a cliché reminiscence. During the period, Kurosaki Ichigo explained why Grimmjow came here with Kurosaki Ichigo. Grimmjow was able to live, not because Yunohana Retsu spared his life for the so-called balance. It's because Grimmjow is not bad in nature. Although it is a Arankar, it is not as violent as the rest of Espada. He and Kurosaki Ichigo barely became friends because of the battle, which is why he will come here with Kurosaki Ichigo. The reason is outrageous, but this happened to Kurosaki Ichigo, which is barely acceptable. After recounting the past, naturally, we talked about the decisive battle that Gosuke Shigure said earlier. Ishida Uryu also relayed all Gosuke Shigure's words to Kurosaki Ichigo. After hearing the words, Kurosaki Ichigo said calmly, although I don't know why Teacher Gosuke values me so much, but this battle, I must participate. Not only to protect Karakura town, but also for other reasons, I have to defeat Aizen. His words were full of determination. Very good, amazing. Gosuke Shigure called Kurosaki Ichigo from the side. Since you have decided to return to the present world to participate in the war, it's time for us to discuss the follow-up arrangements. Follow-up arrangements? Ishida Uryu and others were puzzled, and looked at Gosuke Shigure one after another. Gosuke Shigure said, shouldn't you all return to this world? Advertisement. Ishida Uryu and the others really thought so. Didn't they all return to the present world? Did they part ways? Gosuke Shigure saw their thoughts, and continued. To put it bluntly, even if you return to the real world, you can't change anything, you will only send food to Aizen. So, Ichigo and I are enough to really return to the present world to fight. As for you, his eyes swept over Byakuya Kuchiki and Rukia Kuchiki, who had received him, and then looked at Aburai Renji, Inoue Orihime, Ishida Uryu, Sato Yasutora, and finally, his eyes fell on Unohana Retsu. Follow Captain Unohana Retsu. Let's go to the Soul Society together. At this moment, the real Karakura town is in the Soul Society, and if you go there, you can be regarded as returning home. Why? Some people were very emotional when they heard this. It was not Ishida Uryu who spoke, but Byakuya Kuchiki. Since the situation in this world is very critical, then it is even more appropriate for me to join the war. The rest of the captains of Godai 13 are fighting hard against Aizen in this world. How can I stay out of it and return to Soul Society early? Byakuya Kuchiki's attitude was very firm. This time, before coming to Shakuan, he had already made plans for the future. First come to Hueco Mundo, help Kurosaki Ichigo save Inoue Orihime, help Rukia and Renji, and then arrive in the real world in time for the showdown with Aizen. As a result, Gosuke Shigure let them return to Soul Society early. He can't accept it. Even if you go to the present world, what can you do? To put it bluntly, you can't even survive a single move in front of Aizen. Gosuke Shigure's words were very rude, not to mention, you are still suffering seriously injured. What about Kurosaki Ichigo? What can Kurosaki Ichigo do when he goes to the present world? Byakuya Kuchiki was still not reconciled. If Gosuke Shigure said this about him, he would elevate Aizen and belittle him in a disguised form. Naturally he had to fight back, so he brought out Kurosaki Ichigo for heavy. Gosuke Shigure's strength is very strong, so he won't talk about it, but Kurosaki Ichigo's strength seems to be like that. Although he is also at the captain level, his strength to become a Shinigami is too short. Even if the strength is improved, there is a limit. Gosuke Shigure said, I'm sorry, Ichigo can really do something. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement, his potential is greater than you can imagine. In addition, he has an advantage that you don't have. That is, he has not seen the liberation of Kyoka Suigetsu. Byakuya Kuchiki fell silent. It has to be said that this is indeed a great advantage. The more you learn about Aizen, the more terrifying Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities become. But it still doesn't convince me, Byakuya Kuchiki said to Gosuke Shigure with a cold face. Gosuke Shigure also softened his tone. Well, if I tell you, we Godai the 13th of May lose in the battle of this world, and the final battlefield will be transferred to the Soul Society. I need you to return to the Soul Society first and protect the real world. Karakura town, meet the final battle, can you do it? Byakuya Kuchiki's pupils contracted slightly. He didn't expect Gosuke Shigure to give such a guess. Unohana Retsu took a deep look at Gosuke Shigure, and before Byakuya Kuchiki could speak, she said first. It seems that we really need to send some people back to the Soul Society to make a good plan to protect Karakura town. She sort of agreed to Gosuke Shigure's proposal. After that, things will be easy to talk about. Whether Byakuya Kuchiki likes it or not, his follow-up has been arranged by the two veteran captains, Gosuke Shigure and Unohana Retsu. Next, he and Unohana Retsu, as well as Ishida Uryu, Inoue Orihime, Sato Yasutora, Aburai Renji, Rukia Kuchiki and others will be here waiting for Rebirth-In, Nirvana Mayu and them to come and reunite. Gosuke Shigure, on the other hand, looked at Peishway. As an Arankar, although his strength is not very strong among the Arankar group, he is still a Manos Grande. For Manos Grande, the ability to open up the black cavity is simply innate. Peishway made a move, and immediately helped Gosuke Shigure open the dark cavity to Karakura town. As the black cavity opened, a crack appeared in the void, the inside was extremely dark, and no one knew the situation on the other side. Ichigo, let's go. Gosuke Shigure said something to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, followed the pace of Gosuke Shigure, and officially embarked on the road to comeback. Chapter 395. The final winner in this world, the false Karakura town. With the appearance of the Masked Legion, the situation immediately reversed. Originally, Hueco Mundo Espada showed his strength and suppressed most of the captains of Godai 13. This is not surprising. The Shu who can become Espada was an extremely powerful Shu before Arankar. After Arankar, their strength soared again, once surpassing the ordinary captain. And the captain of Godai 13. Most of them have become captains in the past few decades, and their accumulation is insufficient. Facing such a powerful Arankar, it is only natural that they will lose. But after the Masked Army joined the battle, it was different. Masked Legion, most of its members are Shinigami at the captain level. After 100 years of painstaking training, the virtual power, 327, is also turned into a part of their own power. Their participation in the war directly rewrote the situation of the war. The biggest change is that the second blade, Baragan, died directly with the cooperation of members of the Masked Legion and Sui Feng. The death of the second blade, the former king of the Virtual Circle, opened the curtain for Shinigami's comeback. After that, Jingle Chunshui stopped paddling, showing her true ability. The first blade, Stark, was beheaded by him. This is undoubtedly a shocking thing. You know, facing the rest of the Espadas, Shinigami's side is outnumbered, but Jingle Chunshui is different. He has been fighting Stark alone from the beginning to the end. Facing the first blade among the Espadas, not only did he not lose, he even lost. Fight and win. This kind of strength is really amazing. Even Aizen, who was surrounded by the burning city, couldn't help sighing. As expected of Jingle Chunshui, the old guy who has been the captain for hundreds of years is really good. Captain Yamamoto looked at Aizen and said, "Aizen, can you still stay calm now? You're almost lost." "Why can't I stay calm?" The corners of Aizen's lips curled up slightly, forming a faint smile. "It's not up to you to decide who will win." Advertisement? Do you think that such a flame can trap me? You know, in order to deal with you, I have prepared a surprise for you. After he finished speaking, he looked at the silly-faced Wanda Wise beside him who was surrounded by the burning city, and issued an order to Wanda Wise, and then Wanda Wise released the return blade. His return blade is called Prince of Extinguishing Fire, and he is an Arankar made by Aizen specially for Ryujin Jaka, the captain of Yamamoto. It can be said that from the very beginning, Aizen respected Captain Yamamoto very much. With the release of Wanda Wise's return to the blade, the burning city disappeared immediately, and after that, Ryujin Jaka, the captain of Yamamoto, was also sealed by the fire-extinguishing prince. Now, can you still be complacent? Aizen glanced around, the flames had disappeared, and then, his eyes fell on the frowning Captain Yamamoto, and asked him. Captain Yamamoto did not speak. Another voice sounded from the side, "Why can't you be proud?" It was Hiriko Shinji who spoke. "Aizen, for today's battle, I have been preparing for 100 years. The next moment, Hiriko Shinji made a sudden move in front of Captain Yamamoto, and he showed his Zanpakuto ability even more. An ability very similar to Aizen Kyoka Suigetsu. Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu is to manipulate the 5 senses of the enemy, while Hiriko Shinji's inverse caress is to make the enemy's left, right, up and down, and confuse the enemy's cognition. It has to be said that this ability is very scary. Unfortunately, what he met was Aizen. This kind of ability is indeed very good. If it was me back then, I might be a little embarrassed, but now, I am not the same me back then. As Aizen said, now he has merged with Hogyoku and evolved to a new dimension. In an instant, Aizen defeated Hiriko Shinji. Then, facing those Soul Society captains and members of the Masked Legion who had just defeated Arankar and besieged them, Aizen pulled out the Kyoka Suigetsu in his hand, and made a bold move. Many captains, like Rain, within a short period of time, all defeated by Aizen. With the arrival of the Masked Legion, the situation was finally reversed, and just like that, it was easily rewritten by Aizen again. One person can rival the entire Go Day 13. Advertisement. Such a result, no one expected. Yamamoto, do you still think I'm going to lose? Aizen looked at Captain Yamamoto where Ryujin Jaka had been sealed. Captain Yamamoto was silent, and then he responded in his own way. Even without Ryujin Jaka, even without the ability to use Zanpakuto, he can still kill opponents with ease. With the help of powerful white hits, Captain Yamamoto blasted Wanda Wise to death with his fists, and then attacked Aizen. It has to be said that he is very powerful. It's a pity that, facing Aizen at this moment, and unable to use Ryujin Jaka, the captain of Yamamoto is still slightly inferior. Even if he used the number 96 Hado, one knife cremation, known as Sacrifice Hado, attacking Aizen at the cost of one of his own arms, it still failed to change the outcome. Aizen finally stood at the end. Of course, the subordinates who came to this world with Aizen did not end well. Stark, the first blade, and Baragan, the second blade, were all killed in battle. Harry Bell, the third blade, was seriously injured and lay on the ground. The rest of Arankar's subordinate officers were either killed or seriously injured. Only Tusen Kanami and Ichimaru Jin stood at the end. Ichimaru Jin was not seriously injured because he was strong enough. But Tusen Kanami, because of the group fight 4.1, was indeed seriously injured. Even so, he still insisted on standing beside Aizen. Ichimaru Jin glanced left and right. Many captains and members of the Masked Legion were severely injured and lay on the ground. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Unexpectedly, in the end, we are still the ones who stood at the end. Aizen nodded approvingly and said, "Next, we only need to destroy this enchantment, go to the Soul Society, and then we can create Wang Jian. And you, too, will follow me to the top of the sky." "Then I really look forward to that moment," Ichimaru Jin said. Aizen also smiled faintly. However, at this moment, no one thought that Tusen Kanami suddenly swung his knife, and the point of the blade was not the 4 surrounding stone pillars or the barrier, but Aizen. Chapter 396. Swinging a sword to carry out justice. No one thought that Tusen Kanami, who was still fighting for Aizen and fought to the death with Komamura Sajin and Asagi Shuhei, would resolutely swing his sword after winning the Aizen side, and the target of the sword was actually Aizen. Tusen Kanami's knife is extremely fast. More importantly, as a blind man, he has never been affected by Aizen Kyoka Suigetsu, so he can accurately grasp the exact location of Aizen. But this knife was still easily blocked by Aizen. He just raised his finger, and Tusen Kanami's knife slashed on his finger, but was blocked by the powerful Ryotsu released from Aizen's body, making it difficult to penetrate an inch. A look of astonishment flashed in Ichimaru Jin's eyes, and he pulled away wisely, and came to the side, watching Tusen Kanami's attack on Aizen with burning eyes. Surprise flashed in Aizen's eyes, and he asked Tusen Kanami, "Tusen, I want to know, why? Don't you want to go to the top of the sky with me?" Tusen Kanami was silent for a while, before he said, "Many years ago, there was a person who said a word to me. Only by becoming Shinigami 09, can one have the ability to protect the tiny light and justice so that it will not be corroded by darkness. It is precisely with this goal and belief that I finally applied for the Spiritual Arts Academy and chose to become a Shinigami, and my purpose of becoming a Shinigami is to swing a sword for justice. When you appeared in front of me again after I became a Shinigami, I realized that you are not a good person, but darkness itself. But because I was too weak at that time, even if I took the liberty to expose you, I would only be beaten up by you just like I faced Tsuneyashiro Tokunada back then. Therefore, I changed my mind and chose to share with you contamination." Oh, Aizen was a little surprised. "I didn't expect you, Tusen, to be so well-intentioned. Then what now? Why don't you choose to continue with me?" Tusen Kanami gave the answer, "Because I am in darkness, but I always have light in my heart. I want to stop you, protect this world, and protect justice." Advertisement, Shinigami, is it just? Aizen asked Tusen Kanami. Tusen Kanami was silent for a while and said in a deep voice, "I don't know. But you were certainly not righteous." Such an answer surprised Aizen, but he did not deny it. After all, he is not one of those Shinigami who often flaunt justice, so what if he is evil? The definition of justice and evil is not just as simple as words, but also depends on strength. If he replaces the Spirit King and ascends the throne of the sky, this world can be rewritten by him at will. At that time, he is righteous. One last question. Aizen looked at Tusen Kanami and asked the last question, "Why did you take action now? You can obviously turn back before Godai 13 is defeated." Tusen Kanami also gave Aizen the answer to this question, "Aren't real heroes the last to appear?" Aizen froze for a moment, and then, Ryotsu broke out, forcing Tusen Kanami's Zanpakuto away, and also drew out his own knife, and shot at Tusen Kanami. Tusen Kanami is strong. He was originally a Shinigami at the captain level. After entering Hueco Mundo, he accepted Aizen's hollow and became a mask, and his mask was even more perfect than that of the Masked Legion. The perfect performance is that he can hollow has been maintained for a long time, and his sword is both Zanpakuto and Returning Edge, which can both cast Bankai and return Returning Edge. Although he suffered a lot of injuries during the battle with Komamura Sajin and the others, there was a trick Tusen Kanami did not use in order to make a heroic appearance at the last moment and turn the tide. That is the liberation of the sword, also known as the liberation of returning to the blade. After Arrancar released Returning Blade, no matter what kind of injury he suffered before, he could recover in an instant. Suzamushi Hayakushi, Kuga Cricket. Liberation words were spoken from Tusen Kanami, and Ryotsu exploded. With the release of Gui Ren and the unreserved release of the power in his body, he also completely abandoned his posture as a human being, and became a gigantic cricket. Advertisement. It is worth mentioning that after the release of Returning Blade, Tusen Kanami not only fully recovered from the injuries on his body, but also recovered from his blind eyes. In this state, he is visible. "Aizen, your appearance is really disgusting." Tusen Kanami's slightly hideous voice came out of his mouth. After turning into a void, he brazenly launched an attack on Aizen. In this state, he possesses many abilities that only Shu can have, such as ring rotation and high-speed regeneration. But unfortunately, even if he has these abilities, it is still wishful thinking to deal with Aizen. Aizen is too powerful, and his research on Shu is too deep. It can be said that he is the Shinigami who understands Shu best in the world. He knows himself better than Shu himself. Is it still not enough? Seeing that Aizen couldn't help him with all kinds of attacks, Tusen Kanami made up his mind. The next moment, the sound waves condensed in front of him, and he unleashed his most powerful move at the moment. 9 phases killing each other. Layers upon layers of sound waves condensed in front of him, and then suddenly erupted, forming an extremely powerful shockwave. In an instant, they arrived in front of Aizen. Under Kanami's move, the mighty Ryotsu wall was instantly shattered, and then, Aizen's body was torn apart, scarlet blood splashed everywhere, and he was directly carried away by the terrifying sound waves, hitting him hard on top of the tall buildings of Karakura town in the rear. Several tall buildings run through in a row. Successful. Seeing that Aizen was severely injured by himself, Tusen Kanami's cricket-like virtual eyes revealed a glint of joy. Not far away, Ichimaru Jin looked at this scene with a moment of silence. No, it's not that easy. After all, Aizen is not a character that can be defeated so easily. Ichimaru Jin whispered to himself in his heart. He really didn't expect that Tusen Kanami was also an undercover agent, and his purpose was also to lurk by Aizen's side, attack Aizen. The next moment, a figure came through the ruins and came to Tusen Kanami. It was Aizen, and his wounds healed at an unimaginable speed. 397th chapters are rebellious. You are not the only one with the ability of high-speed regeneration, Tusen. Aizen looked at Tusen Kanami and said this, with slight sighs in his words. However, you really gave me a surprise. He hasn't been injured for a long time. In the end, Tusen Kanami's move could injure him. If he hadn't fused with Hogyoku, he also possessed virtual power and the ability of high-speed regeneration in his body. Tusen Kanami's move. It could really threaten his life. As expected of Kanami, he is the one he likes. Truly the most perfect hollow, Kanami's strength made Aizen confirm his original idea. Hollow, only the captain-level Shinigami can play it perfectly. Even the not-so-perfect hollow back then has greatly increased Hiriko Shinji's strength, and he used the perfect Hogyoku to perform the perfect hollow for Kanami, which made Kanami's strength leap to this level. Unfortunately, thinking of this, Aizen sighed again. He didn't tell Kanami what he was regretting. But he is indeed a pity. It is a pity that even if Kanami is a perfect hollow, he still cannot break through the boundaries and enter a new dimension. Since you chose to betray me, then you should pay for your actions. Aizen spoke again, waving Kyoka Suigetsu in his hand. Even though Kanami was blind before and had never seen the liberation of Aizen Kyoka Suigetsu, but Aizen's strength is not as simple as Kyoka Suigetsu. Even if he cannot use Kyoka Suigetsu's ability, his various abilities are top-notch. He defeated the captain of Yamamoto earlier, which is proof. With Aizen's full attack, after a few moves, Kanami was knocked down by Aizen, and then retreated from the state of hollow, turning into a human form. Is it still lost after all? Lying on the ground, blood kept dripping from Kanami's mouth, he seemed a bit unwilling. It's a pity that Aizen's strength cannot be shaken by the current him. Advertisement he can only say that he has tried his best. Aizen flew forward and came to Kanami, looking at Kanami who was lying on the ground and was seriously injured. Suddenly, he thought of another question, turned his head, and looked at Ichimaru Jin who had been watching the battle not far away, Silver. Master Aizen, what's the matter? Ichimaru Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and asked Ichimaru Jin. Aizen said seriously. Tusen has already betrayed me, shouldn't you betray me too? When Ichimaru Jin heard this, his heart shuddered immediately, but his acting skills honed over the years allowed him to deal with any situation calmly. Even if he was a little nervous in his heart, he still had a faint smile on his face said. How come, Master Aizen, you were joking? It's best like this, Aizen said. His tone became indifferent again. In order to punish the betrayer, I decided to give Tusen death, what do you think? Ichimaru Jin. Of course it makes sense. In that case, it's up to you to do it. Aizen said something that surprised Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin did not hesitate either, but gladly accepted the task. He came to the side of Kanami, looked at Kanami who was lying on the ground and was seriously injured, and said softly, Tusen, I'm sorry. Then, Zanpakuto Shinso was held upside down in his hands and aimed at the ground. Just say the liberation language, and as the Shinso grows longer, it will instantly pierce Kanami's heart, giving him death. However, at this moment, a black cavity appeared in the sky. When Shushu opens the black cavity, there will be strong spatial fluctuations, and it will take some time for the black cavity to officially open. In the past, Soul Society formally relied on the fluctuation of the opening of the black cavity to judge where there was a void. This time, it was also through the fluctuations generated by the black cavity that the start of the battle was confirmed. Logically speaking, after Aizen led many Arankars to the present world, it is impossible for Hueco Mundo to come. But now, there is such a fluctuation. This made Ichimaru Jin pause for a moment with his sword-wielding hand. In the next moment, two figures sprang out from the black cavity. Advertisement: the first person, dressed in a black death-domineering outfit, just appeared, holding a slender black blade like a sealed state. His figure flashed, and he came to Aizen's side, swung the knife and slashed at Aizen Go. Aizen swayed to avoid the knife, and then, Kyoka Suigetsu swung in his hand, blocking the opponent's new knife. When the two knives clashed, Pei Ran's Ryotsu exploded, and the surrounding ground sank slightly. Aizen looked at the figure in front of him and sighed, you really surprised me. The person who appeared in front of him was none other than Kurosaki Ichigo. However, it doesn't matter anymore. After all, he has defeated Gode 13 now, and he is only one step away from achieving his goal. Even if Kurosaki Ichigo appears in front of him now, it will not change anything. Because another figure appeared beside him, holding his hand holding the knife. Gosuke Shigure looked at Ichimaru Jin's fox face and asked calmly. Unexpectedly, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo ended his trip to Hueco Mundo and came to the present world from Hueco Mundo. He looked sideways again, and saw not far away, the figure of Gosuke Shigure emerged, holding Kanami in one hand, and placed him on the ground. When Aizen and Kurosaki Ichigo confronted each other, the two silver swords did not go down. A thin shock wave of the sakura flower was released from the palm of Ichimaru Jin. Gosuke Shigure immediately let go of Ichimaru Jin's wrist, avoiding the shockwave. However, after Ichimaru Jin broke free from the shackles, he suddenly found that when Gosuke Shigure avoided his attack, Kanami who had been lying at his feet had disappeared. After all, the current Kurosaki Ichigo is too weak and has not yet grown to its peak. This is undoubtedly contrary to the original intention of Aizen. After receiving affirmative reply from Aizen, Ichimaru Jin seemed no longer worried. He stretched out his other hand, Hado 12 flash. Ichimaru Jin didn't answer Gosuke Shigure's words, but looked at Aizen and said, Captain Aizen, it's not that I'm showing mercy, but someone stopped me. Aizen said, I know. Are you trying to kill people and silence them, Mei Zhao? Aizen asked Ulquiorra to bring Inoue Orihime to Hueco Mundo, just to lure Kurosaki Ichigo into Hueco Mundo, so as to achieve the purpose of keeping Kurosaki Ichigo in Hueco Mundo. After Kurosaki Ichigo stepped into Hueco Mundo, he was not able to see Aizen. Chapter 398. In order to paddle, I can only be serious. Unexpectedly, you would make such a choice. Gosuke Shigure looked at Tsusankanami beside him, and said with some surprise. Tsusankanami was already unable to move. After sensing the arrival of Gosuke Shigure, his expression was a bit complicated, but he still answered this sentence. I always remember what you said at the beginning. This world is full of darkness and injustice. Even if I'm just a commoner, just because I hold Jay Kwang's knife, I want to protect everything and justice. Speaking of this, Tsusankanami felt a little disappointed. Unfortunately, I can't protect anything after all. He lost to Aizen. Even though he tried his best, it was still difficult to hurt Aizen. Just when Tsusankanami was so lost, Gosuke Shigure's voice sounded. His words were so decisive. No, you have done enough. Although it took a while for the black cavity to open, Gosuke Shigure was still able to observe some worldly things in the broken world. He naturally saw the battle between Tsusankanami and Aizen. To be honest, he was actually quite surprised by Tsusankanami's choice. At the same time, Aizen's approach also surprised him. In the original book, although Tsusankanami finally came to his senses because of Komamura Sajin and Isagi Shuhei, it was too late after all, and Aizen left a dark hand in the hollow for him, which directly made Aizen kill Tsusankanami easily. But now, Tsusankanami has been hiding his selfishness from the very beginning, directly hiding his strength and attacking Aizen. Although Aizen defeated Tsusankanami, he did not hide his backhand in Tsusankanami's hollow. Maybe it's also because of Tsusankanami's choice. So when Ichimaru Jin was about to kill Tsusankanami in order to show his loyalty to Aizen, Gosuke Shigure chose to go abroad. In any case, such a person whose fate is already tragic enough can still be saved out of emotion and reason. If nothing else, let's just keep Tsusankanami, to deal with the crisis of the Quincy in the future, and to have an extra powerful force. Tsusankanami didn't know what was going on in Gosuke Shigure's heart. After hearing this sentence, he was stunned, and then he was quite moved. After saving Tsusankanami, Gosuke Shigure was in no rush to attack Ichimaru Jin. Instead, look at the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Aizen. After Kurosaki Ichigo came to the present world, he directly launched a fierce attack on Aizen. At this moment, he is already in the state of Bankai. Hueco Mundo and his party, although the time is not long, but during that trip, Kurosaki Ichigo's strength has indeed increased a lot. The biggest change is that he applied the skills he mastered to the battle, and made his skills stronger through actual combat. Advertisement. Unfortunately, even so, facing Aizen, there is still a lot of difference. Suddenly, Gosuke Shigure looked around. How long do you guys have to wait? It's time to fight back. When Ichimaru Jin heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he knew that there were still people on the Soul Society side who hadn't made a move. Although Godei 13 sent some Shinigami to the Virtual Circle, the rest of the captains were defeated here, and so was the Masked Legion. But Ichimaru Jin didn't forget that there were still a few people who didn't show up. With Gosuke Shigure's words came out, in an instant, a vigorous figure jumped out of a building, wearing special protective gear on her hands and feet to enhance the strength of her white hits. After she appeared, without saying a word, just waving his fist, he attacked and killed Aizen. She is Yoruichi. After Yoruichi shot, another figure quietly appeared beside Gosuke Shigure. It was discovered by you. Urahara Kazuki looked at Gosuke Shigure, a little embarrassed. Gosuke Shigure looked calm. You have been hiding until now, BBCA, are you ready? Urahara Kazuki smiled lightly and did not respond directly. Gosuke Shigure didn't ask any more questions either. After Urahara Kazuki appeared, his figure flashed again. Zanpakuto unsheathed, swung his knife, came to Ichimaru Jin, and attacked Ichimaru Jin. Your opponent, round. As if calling Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki to appear earlier was just a trivial episode. Seeing Gosuke Shigure approaching him, Ichimaru Jin also became serious. Gosuke Shigure is no easy opponent. Gosuke Shigure was the captain of Godei 13 before Ichimaru Jin joined Godei 13. Advertisement later, Ichimaru Jin joined Godei 13 and successfully hibernated beside Aizen, knowing how much Aizen valued Gosuke Shigure. Although Aizen did not show this importance, Ichimaru Jin was able to perceive these things with his delicate mind. There are various indications that Gosuke Shigure's strength is frighteningly strong. This is an opponent that Aizen values, and Ichimaru Jin naturally dare not slack off. Especially Gosuke Shigure doesn't know that he is actually undercover too, so all Ichimaru Jin can do is to survive Gosuke Shigure's attack as much as possible. In fact, that's what he did. Zanpakuto, who was not liberated when he intended to kill Tsusankanami, was liberated by Ichimaru Jin. Shoot him, Shinso. The Zanpakuto in Ichimaru Jin's hand suddenly extended. Under normal circumstances, the sealed state of Ichimaru Jin is a very short knife. But when liberated, it can be stretched and lengthened at ultimate speed. It's a pity that the sword in the Shikai state, even if it becomes longer, has the same speed. Facing an opponent like Gosuke Shigure, this level of attack is obviously useless. Gosuke Shigure easily blocked Ichimaru Jin's Shinso. Then, a powerful sword pressure was cut out, and dozens of sword pressures interlaced and swept towards Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin sighed from the bottom of his heart while casting Shunpo to avoid Gosuke Shigure's attack. Sure enough, this level of attack is nothing to Gosuke Shigure. In all fairness, he actually wanted to paddle. it's a pity that none of the opponents he met planned to give him a chance to paddle. Earlier Shiba Kaien was like this, he used Bankai without saying a word, so that he could only take it seriously, and now Gosuke Shigure is like this, even if Gosuke Shigure didn't liberate Zanpakuto. But such a powerful slash, if you don't take it seriously, you may be killed by Gosuke Shigure. Bankai. Ichimaru Jin's tone was calm, and he used his Bankai again. Chapter 399 Concentration Kamishini no Yari. In an instant, Ichimaru Jin's Zanpakuto not only became longer, but also larger, and at the same time, the speed of extension was also faster. In an instant, the surrounding high-rise buildings were cut off. Gosuke Shigure felt an extremely powerful sense of danger. If the response is not timely, it may really be cut off by Ichimaru Jin's god-killing gun. However, he was still prepared after all. The powerful Ryotsu burst out, forming a Ryotsu wall around his body, which is his first defense, and then, the Shiba outfit from Shutara Senjumaru is Gosuke Shigure's second defense. Although Kamishini no Yari is big and fast, it can't stand these are passive defenses. When the sword after Ichimaru Jin Bankai came to Gosuke Shigure, it was directly blocked by Gosuke Shigure's passive defense. A sharp light flashed in Ichimaru Jin's eyes, he was a little surprised by this result, and immediately used a move that can only be used in Bankai's state. No tread. White light flickered, penetrating towards Gosuke Shigure. The Ryotsu wall around Gosuke Shigure's body was pierced directly, but at the critical moment, he avoided it sideways. However, when he began to focus on Ichimaru Jin, waiting for his next attack, he saw that the knife in Ichimaru Jin's hand had returned to the appearance of a short sword. But Gosuke Shigure knows that this is actually his own illusion. On the surface, the abilities of Ichimaru Jin's Shikai and Bankai haven't changed much, and Zanpakuto's stretching and piercing are still the same, but in fact they are quite different. The sword in Bankai's state is not only bigger, but also faster. Among other things, Ichimaru Jin's Bankai can penetrate the Ryotsu wall on the surface of Gosuke Shigure's body, which shows its strong piercing power. However, it would be a big mistake to think that this is the true ability of Ichimaru Jin Bankai. All of these are actually just auxiliary abilities for its real ability. The ability after Ichimaru Jin Bankai is neither fast nor ultimate's piercing, but poison. The so-called rapid extension and the so-called ultimate's piercing ability are all for the purpose of injecting poison into the enemy's body. But because the attached ability is already strong enough, Ichimaru Jin can use it to confuse others. Advertisement of course, Gosuke Shigure didn't think that Ichimaru Jin would use this ability on himself at this time. Because compared to himself, there is an opponent that Ichimaru Jin wants to deal with more, and that is Aizen. Ichimaru Jin's ability is deliberately concealed for Aizen. Therefore, in order to cooperate with Ichimaru Jin's maneuvers, Gosuke Shigure must be a little embarrassed. Only in this way can he prove that Ichimaru Jin did not release water, and his Kamishini no Yari is so powerful. When Ichimaru Jin slashed towards Gosuke Shigure with another Wudao, because Gosuke Shigure couldn't dodge in time, the captain's feather weaving on his body was torn immediately, and a corner of his clothes flew out. This is an extremely rare event, and one that makes Gosuke Shigure quite embarrassing. Ichimaru Jin's eyes were fixed, he didn't think about why Gosuke Shigure couldn't escape his no step, but chose to pursue the victory. No steps and even blades. The Shinso in his hand kept returning to the original short sword, and continued to extend. Countless white lights emerged one after another, densely packed, piercing across the air, and attacked and killed Gosuke Shigure, even if Gosuke Shigure escaped a puncture by chance. However, Ichimaru Jin's offensive continued continuously. Gosuke Shigure had only one ending, that is, being stabbed to pieces by Ichimaru Jin's Bankai. Gosuke Shigure tried his best to avoid Ichimaru Jin's attack, and finally had to liberate Zanpakuto. After Ryotsu broke out, the twin swords emerged. On that day, on the hill of Sokyoku, Gosuke Shigure, who liberated Zanpakuto, even pierced negation with an attack that made a great impression on Aizen, who was in Kume at that time. When Gosuke Shigure liberated Zanpakuto, Aizen inevitably glanced sideways at the battle between Ichimaru Jin and Gosuke Shigure. It's really surprising that Yin has pushed the old man to such an extent. Although it is only Shikai, it can be regarded as a proof of the strength of the two silvers. After all, ordinary people are not even qualified to make Gosuke Shigure Shikai. Aizen, it's such a time, you still have the mind to care about other things. Yoruichi's offensive followed, attacking Aizen, and Kurosaki Ichigo also swung his sword at Aizen one after another during the process. There is even Urahara Kazuki, watching from the sidelines. Seeking flowers. Zero however, Aizen didn't show any panic, he said calmly, why can't I care about other things? Even though Yoruichi's offensive is fierce, even if Kurosaki Ichigo is launching a fierce attack on him, he always looks calm. He even thought about talking to Kurosaki Ichigo. Advertisement Aizen's words were very harsh, and Kurosaki Ichigo's heart was disturbed with just a few words. To be precise, in the bottom of Kurosaki Ichigo's heart, he has always had doubts about certain things. That is, his Shinigami power, although it comes from Rukia Kuchiki, but what about the virtual power in his body? Where does this power come from? Why do those people value him so much? Of course he knows that people like Gosuke Shigure and Urahara Kazuki think highly of him, even Aizen thinks highly of him. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't understand. In his heart, he has always had doubts about these things. Aizen's words were just aimed at the confusion in his heart. A lot of words spewed out from Aizen's mouth, and because of confusion, Kurosaki Ichigo even became hesitant about the knife in his hand, and the speed of swinging the knife also slowed down. Sensing the change in Kurosaki Ichigo, Aizen showed a smug smile. Aizen, stop talking nonsense in there. Ichigo, his. At this moment, a resounding voice suddenly sounded, accompanied by a slash that was very familiar to Kurosaki Ichigo. Crescent Sky rushes. The blue crescent attacks Aizen. While Aizen was dodging the attack, Kurosaki Ichigo also opened the distance between him and Aizen, and came to stand on the roof of a tall building damaged by the battle. Then, he saw clearly the appearance of the Shinigami who spoke earlier and released the crescent moon. Apparently his father, Kurosaki Ishin. Kurosaki Ichigo never thought that his unreliable and inconspicuous father would be Shinigami. Looking at his father in the deadly costume, the doubts in Kurosaki Ichigo's heart completely disappeared. I finally have an answer to my specialness, my father is Shinigami. Chapter 400 Aizen leaving, Ichimaru Jin alone. The appearance of Kurosaki Ishin made Kurosaki Ichigo no longer confused. Although he has many questions in his heart, his father has appeared here, which proves that his father is no longer ready to hide any longer. After the battle with Aizen, he can take the initiative to ask his father. Then, he swung the knife more and more fiercely. This wave is father-son mixed doubles. However, even if it is Kurosaki Ichigo and Kurosaki Ishin, together with Yoruichi besieging Aizen from the sidelines, it is still a lot worse to get rid of Aizen. As a result, Urahara Kazuki, who had been dormant for a long time, finally made a move. He is an extremely intelligent man. Logically speaking, in the 100 years since Soul Society left, he should be able to find a way to deal with Aizen. However, his way is really unexpected. Facing the powerful Aizen of 280, Urahara Kazuki's response is Kido. He uses Hado to attack Aizen. It would be fine if he gave up singing Hado. In the face of such an anxious battle situation, Urahara Kazuki also slowly chanted Kido. Of course, because Yoruichi and others helped to entangle Aizen, especially Kurosaki Ichigo, who had never seen the liberation of Aizen Kyoga Suigetsu, they did buy time for Urahara Kazuki to release Kido. Hado's 91, Senju Jiao Dien Duan Pao. Countless light cones emerged, penetrating and devouring Aizen's body. Hado, when fully chanted, is extremely powerful, and its momentum is unmatched. Unfortunately, it still failed after all. Earlier, the number 96 Hado used by Captain Yamamoto abandoned one arm and cremated Aizen with a knife, but now Urahara Kazuki's number 91 Hado is of course useless. However, for Urahara Kazuki, when Aizen personally endured this Hado, his goal has actually been achieved. He punched something into Aizen. Next, it is only necessary to force Aizen into a certain situation. When he has self-doubt, Aizen's power will be temporarily out of control, and then he will lose. Although the Hogyoku that Aizen has now is the most perfect Hogyoku. But the perfect Hogyoku, itself, is half the work of Urahara Kazuki. Advertisement Urahara Kazuki's understanding of Hogyoku is not inferior to that of Aizen. Hogyoku can be seen as a large wishing machine. He can fulfill the wishes of the people next to him, turn the fictitious into reality, and realize the wishes. If Aizen's purpose is to use Hogyoku to become powerful, and he has always strengthened his beliefs, Hogyoku will indeed allow him to become stronger without limit. But if there is even the slightest wavering on the road to becoming stronger. For example, I think Feiyu is nothing more than that. He thinks that the power he obtained with the help of Hogyoku is not as strong as imagined. Then, the power obtained with the help of Hogyoku will disappear because Hogyoku responds to the new wish of the host. All Urahara Kazuki needed was to get Aizen into this situation. Only in this case, the seal developed for Hogyoku by the backhand who penetrated into Aizen's body can take effect. Now, the first step has been completed, and the next step is to drive Aizen into a corner. Urahara Kazuki, Yoruichi, Kurosaki Ichigo, Kurosaki Ishin. After Go-Day 13 and the Masked Legion were all defeated, they took over the task of fighting Aizen and continued to fight Aizen fiercely. A few of them, except for Kurosaki Ichigo who has been a Shinigami for a short time, the rest, even among the many captains of Go-Day 13, are definitely the top few, and they are well-deserved super captains Shinigami. Unfortunately, even so, they still lost. For some reason, Aizen became extremely serious. A powerful force erupted from his body, easily defeating several people. Then, Aizen didn't even wait for Ichimaru Jin who was fighting Gosuke Shigure. With his bare hands, he waved in front of him, and a black cavity emerged. He tilted his head, glanced at the few people who had been knocked to the ground by him, and said lightly, "I'm not in the mood to waste time with you, you guys, just stay here obediently." While speaking, he stepped into the black cavity. "Aizen, don't even think about leaving." Advertisement. Seeing Aizen leave, the injured Kurosaki Ichigo flew out quickly and swung the Tensei-Zanjetsu in his hand. However, it was in vain after all. The black cavity had healed, and Aizen also disappeared. Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly became very uncomfortable. In Hueco Mundo, Gosuke Shigure already told the truth of the matter. In order to prepare for this war, the Soul Society side built a fake Karakura town, which is the city under your feet. At the beginning of the decisive battle, they used the fake Karakura town to replace the real Karakura town. Now that Aizen has left here, there is no doubt that he is ready to go to the real Karakura town. Ichimaru Jin is also mentally disturbed. 4.1 All in all, Aizen's behavior was beyond Ichimaru Jin's expectation and made him very depressed. So, Gosuke Shigure changed his rhetoric again. Do you think this is the last chance? If you don't kill Aizen, don't you have another chance in the future? Really? Are you in such a hurry to catch up with Aizen? Ichimaru Jin said nothing. What annoys him even more is that Gosuke Shigure even choreographed him. You seem to be abandoned. Ichimaru Jin heard the words. Kamishini no Yari waved again. The white light flashed, but was easily avoided by Gosuke Shigure. He launched the attack again, and his words were even more stern. As long as I defeat you, I can still catch up, follow in the footsteps of Master Aizen. Dumped him directly, and ran to the Soul Society first. It never occurred to Aizen, who has always been calm and unhurried, to do such a thing suddenly. I haven't gotten into the car yet. As soon as this remark came out, Urahara Kazuki and others who turned their attention to Ichimaru Jin showed strange expressions. However, Gosuke Shigure is not so easy to beat. But my mother, my sister, and so many friends and classmates are all in the real Karakura town, so how can Kurosaki Ichigo not worry? Is it because he has not defeated Gosuke Shigure for a long time, so Aizen feels that he is too boring? That's why Aizen took himself to Soul Society and didn't want to wait for him? Although my father came here because of Shinigami. Compared to Kurosaki Ichigo's worries, Urahara Kazuki, Yoruichi, and Kurosaki Ishin did not show too much worry except for slightly frowning. Then, their eyes fell on Gosuke Shigure, who was fighting Gosuke Shigure on Ichimaru Jin. For a while, he was anxious. Ichimaru Jin was also in a depressed mood. Chapter 401 The Secret. Even if Aizen left, even if Urahara Kazuki and the others turned their eyes on him, Ichimaru Jin was not overly nervous, except at this moment. After Gosuke Shigure said such a sentence, Ichimaru Jin's mind couldn't help shaking stand up. Ichimaru Jin forced himself to stabilize his mind, and said to Gosuke Shigure calmly, Gosuke Kenpachi, what are you kidding? Why would I want to kill Aizen-sama? Really? I don't believe it. Gosuke Shigure directly gave Ichimaru Jin a classic sentence from a host in his previous life, and then gave his own reasons. You started to hibernate beside Aizen 100 years ago, just to get close to explore the truth about the other party. Kyoka Suigetsu, seek your weakness, so as to deal him a fatal blow? Why do you dare not admit it now? Now, watching Aizen leave you behind and go to the Soul Society first. He may create a king bond at any time, you should be very anxious. Another word came from Gosuke Shigure, and Ichimaru Jin finally lived in Bunbu thoroughly. The main reason is that Gosuke Shigure's words directly revealed the biggest secret in his heart. Over the past 100 years, he has kept his heart closed, alienated his childhood sweetheart Matsumoto Rangaku, and followed Aizen, seemingly loyal to Aizen, but in fact, his purpose has not changed from the beginning, that is to kill Aizen. When he was a teenager, he had an accident and witnessed Aizen hurting Rangaku. Later, he spent a long time, and even used his own soul to fill the wounds on Rangaku's body, so that Rangaku survived. However, Rangaku's soul became incomplete because of this. In addition, the matter of Rangaku's injury at that time has always been engraved in Ichimaru Jin's heart. So, from that moment on, he vowed that he must make Aizen pay the price and take back from Aizen what he took from Ju. Then, he entered the Spiritual Arts Academy, became a Shinigami, and tried his best to get close to Aizen, just for this purpose. He never said these things to anyone, but it never occurred to Gosuke Shigure to know. Really, it's surprising. Urahara Kazuki, Yoruichi, Kurosaki Ishin and others looked at each other, and finally, it was Urahara Kazuki who expressed emotion. After Aizen escaped, they were going to help Gosuke Shigure defeat Ichimaru Jin, Aizen's loyal lackey. Advertisement, but he didn't expect to hear such an explosive secret from Gosuke Shigure. Not only is Tusen Kanami dormant beside Aizen with other plans, he is an undercover agent. Even Ichimaru Jin, a problematic person, hibernates beside Aizen with the intention of killing Aizen. Urahara Kazuki does not think that Gosuke Shigure is talking nonsense and intentionally hurting Ichimaru Jin's Daoshin. Since Gosuke Shigure said so, there must be a basis for it. Gosuke Kenpachi, what are you talking about? I really don't understand. Ichimaru Jin still has no intention of admitting it. Even Gosuke Shigure is right. Gosuke Shigure's words suddenly became harsh. Aizen is gone. How long are you going to pretend? He changed his tone and said a name directly, Matsumoto Rangaku. As soon as the name came out, Ichimaru Jin's complexion changed immediately. Do you need me to explain to you why you want to kill Aizen? Gosuke Shigure looked at Ichimaru Jin's expression changed, and continued. After he opened his mouth to reveal the purpose of Ichimaru Jin, he stopped attacking Ichimaru Jin. Coincidentally, Ichimaru Jin also stopped shooting. The two of them withdrew their hands in a tacit understanding, and now they started talking even more peacefully. Ichimaru Jin said in a deep voice, I would like to hear more about it. Although what Gosuke Shigure said earlier was correct, he wanted to hear what Gosuke Shigure had to say. Is he playing tricks, or does he really know everything? Advertisement. Since the surrounding Urahara Kazuki, Yoruichi, and Kurosaki Ishin all knew the truth, Gosuke Shigure didn't have any scruples and said directly, you should know LinkedIn. What exactly is Gosuke Kenpachi trying to say? Aren't you going to tell me why I want to kill Aizen? Why is it about the Soul King again? Don't be in such a hurry. Gosuke Shigure said to Ichimaru Jin, I know you are in a hurry, rushing to the Soul Society to stop Aizen, but there are some things, don't rush for a while, Aizen doesn't succeed so quickly. While there is still some time, we might as well explain everything clearly. Ichimaru Jin also gradually calmed down. Looking at the calm Ichimaru Jin, Gosuke Shigure continued. For ordinary Shinigami, the Soul King is high and the Supreme King. But you have followed Aizen for so many years, and you must know the truth about the Soul King. The false Spirit King is a living being, aloof, while the real Spirit King has no freedom and is forced to be sealed in the Spirit King's palace as the cornerstone for stabilizing the three realms. Probably many years ago, in order to further weaken the Spirit King's ability to move, the ancestors of the five nobles did something to blaspheme the Spirit King. They dismembered the Spirit King, and then scattered many fragments of the Spirit King all over the three worlds. In the Soul Society, so many souls are born, and the Soul King's fragments are hidden in the soul. 433. Some pieces of the Spirit King were recovered by the nobles at that time and used for various experiments. Just like Tusen Konami's friend Jay Kwang, it was because of the Spirit King's fragments hidden in the soul that they were taken away by Tsuneya. The Dai family married back, and then was brutally murdered by Tsuneyashiro Tokunada. Gosuke Shigure inadvertently broke another shocking news. This caused Tusen Konami, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground not far away, to bounce, but unfortunately no carp bounced up after all. Urahara Kazuki, Yoruichi, Kurosaki Ishin and others also listened carefully to Gosuke Shigure's narration. Yoruichi said with emotion, although we all know many things, it is really a mystery how much the teacher knows. For example, they all knew about King Ling being dismembered by the ancestors of the five great nobles. Because Urahara Kazuki likes to explore secrets, Yoruichi and Yixin, because they are descendants of the five nobles, naturally know these things. But they really don't know that there are these twists and turns in the fragments of the Spirit King alone. Gosuke Shigure ignored the thoughts of the people next to him, and continued. But there are still some fragments of the Soul King left outside, and no one has found them. Your childhood sweetheart, Matsumoto Rangaku, in her soul, there was a piece hidden at the beginning. Fragment of the Spirit King. Chapter 402. Kyoka Suigetsu's method of cracking. Ichimaru Jin doesn't care too much about Uda Kwang and Tsuneyashiro's family. This matter may make Tusen Konami care about it. It has something to do with Tusen Konami, but it has nothing to do with Ichimaru Jin. But there is only one person who cares about Ichimaru Jin. Words are extremely important. That's Matsumoto Rangaku. It can be said that Matsumoto Rangaku is Ichimaru Jin's obsession. Ichimaru Jin's gaze became extremely serious, just because what Gosuke Shigure said was correct. It was also after many years of dormant by Aizen that he finally figured out why Aizen attacked Rangaku in the first place. Unexpectedly, Gosuke Shigure knew all these things. Gosuke Shigure continued. Aizen didn't know where he knew about the Soul King fragments, so he collected the Soul King fragments everywhere, and by chance, he found your childhood friend Matsumoto Rangaku. Because of Aizen, Matsumoto Rangaku's life is dying after the Soul King fragment was taken. As Matsumoto Rangaku's best friend at that time, you paid a huge price to save Matsumoto Rangaku's life, but it was also because of this incident that you hated Aizen. So, you, who have always had no desires, took the initiative to apply for the Spiritual Arts Academy and chose to become a Shinigami. Later, I took the initiative to approach Aizen. In the past 100 years, you have helped Aizen do many bad things, but your purpose has never changed, that is to find Aizen's weakness, and then defeat him, kill him, and take back the things he took from Matsumoto Rangaku thing. Gosuke Shigure talked about Ichimaru Jin's motivation again. Ichimaru Jin was shaken because what Gosuke Shigure said was verbatim, exactly what he wanted to do, and the reason for everything. But there was still the problem, and it was obviously impossible for him to take the initiative to admit it, so he forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart, and said, "It's really a wonderful story, I don't even know, I am actually such a person." Gosuke Shigure sternly said, "Ichimaru Jin, when do you want to keep it a secret? Or, do you think you can defeat Aizen if you keep hiding it? Your confidence is your Zanpakuto's true ability, and you know Aizen Kyoka Suigetsu's cracking method?" Another two secrets that are crucial to Ichimaru Jin were uttered by Gosuke Shigure, and Ichimaru Jin's face changed drastically. Gosuke Shigure said in a deep voice, "It is true that your Zanpakuto ability is very powerful. If you use it properly, you can indeed kill Aizen, but for you, there is another problem, that is Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu. As long as you don't crack Kyoka Suigetsu, it will be difficult to attack the body of Aizen." Advertisement. That's why you chose to lie dormant by Aizen's side for so many years. Right now, you are in a hurry to catch up with Aizen and attack Aizen, probably because Aizen will tell you how to crack Kyoka Suigetsu recently. But have you ever thought about one thing? Since Aizen chose to tell you that secret, it just shows that he has nothing to fear. Even if Kyoka Suigetsu is cracked, he can defeat all enemies. Can you really kill him? Ichimaru Jin was silent, and this time, his silence was longer than before. Perhaps because Gosuke Shigure has already told everything, or because the last fig leaf of Ichimaru Jin was torn off by Gosuke Shigure, Ichimaru Jin finally did not hide anymore. Of course, there is another reason, that is Aizen is not here. No matter how difficult it is, I want to try. After all, he hurt Rangaku once. With this sentence, Gworuo Ichimaru Jin admitted in disguise that he has another purpose by Aizen's side. Urahara Kazuki and the others immediately became more emotional. Kurosaki Ichigo was also shocked. Gosuke Shigure didn't understand the Spirit King and Spirit King fragments mentioned in Gosuke Shigure's words, and it was even the first time he heard of it, but he is not an idiot, and he understood some things. That is, Ichimaru Jin is actually on his side. His purpose is also to kill Aizen. For so many years, he has been hiding himself and is actually a good person. It's incredible. The two captains who defected to Hueco Mundo along with Aizen, whether it was Ichimaru Jin or Tusen Kanami, were actually good. They are all bearing the burden of humiliation and undercover. Thinking about it this way, Aizen might be too unpopular. Advertisement Gosuke Shigure saw that Ichimaru Jin completely broke the defense, admitted his motive, and continued. If you want to try it, I advise you not to try it. To put it bluntly, there is no way for you to kill Aizen now. Or, after merging with Hogyoku, in a sense, he couldn't die anymore. It can be said that this ability is one of Aizen's reliance. Feelings, at the time was cracking Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnosis au garden. So, you know Kyoka Suigetsu's cracking method, but you know it later. Kyoka Suigetsu, Zanpakuto of Aizen, has the ability to manipulate the five senses, which is extremely weird. Aizen has been running the Soul Society for 100 years, and all the dead Shendu were influenced by him with Kyoka Suigetsu. So, what is Kyoka Suigetsu's solution? Just as Ichimaru Jin was silent, Yoruichi couldn't help asking. Wang Lahao, Ichimaru Jin has been dormant beside Aizen for 100 years, and finally knows the method of Kyoka Suigetsu's cracking method. Yoruichi is very curious about what method it is. It's actually very simple to crack Kyoka Suigetsu, as long as he touches Aizen's Zanpakuto before he launches complete hypnosis, the hypnosis can be unlocked. Previously, with the power of Kyoka Suigetsu, Aizen defeated everyone in the masked corps in a split second. But it's the way to go, isn't it? Ichimaru Jin was silent again, he wasn't sure if what Gosuke Shigure said was true or not. Because Aizen is too strong, under his guard, it is so difficult to touch his knife. Although, this kind of thing is difficult to do. If he hadn't merged with Hogyoku back then, you know how Kyoka Suigetsu cracked it. It would have been possible to kill him. Unexpectedly, Gosuke Shigure actually knew. Before Ichimaru Jin could answer Yoruichi's question, Gosuke Shigure answered first. Yoruichi thought again of the battle at Sokyoku Hill. Gosuke Shigure held Aizen's sword during the fight with Aizen. After saying these words, Yoruichi, Urahara Kazuki and others were taken aback again. Chapter 403. The so-called backhand. Ichimaru Jin was silent, he was still thinking about what Gosuke Shigure said, not sure if what Gosuke Shigure said was true or not. If what Gosuke Shigure said is true, even if he showed all his hole cards, he still couldn't kill Aizen, then it would be a little too sad. Urahara Kazuki, Yoruichi and others were shocked by Kyoka Suigetsu's cracking method. It is unexpected that Kyoka Suigetsu's cracking method is like that. Of course, what is even more unexpected is that Gosuke Shigure also knows. Originally they thought that even if they knew about Kyoka Suigetsu's cracking method, it should be from Ichimaru Jin's mouth. After all, Ichimaru Jin has been undercover beside Aizen for a full 100 years. As a result, it was not Ichimaru Jin, but Gosuke who said the source. And look at the appearance of Ichimaru Jin, he did not object. This shows that this is true. No, the date is real. Yoruichi even thinks about the fight between Gosuke Shigure and Aizen on Sokyoku Hill. Then, a new question emerged from the minds of several people. When did Gosuke Shigure know about Aizen Kyoka Suigetsu's cracking method? Since he knew these things, why didn't he tell them about them? 733. If they were told about Kyoka Suigetsu's cracking method, maybe they could formulate a way to deal with Aizen in advance. Urahara Kazuki thought so. Then, the idea was rejected. For many things, there is no if. So what if you know Kyoka Suigetsu's method in advance? Aizen is the master of Kyoka Suigetsu. Of course he knew how to break it, how could he not be on guard and let them touch Kyoka Suigetsu's blade so easily? Gosuke Shigure did not tell them these things, obviously there is a reason. Advertisement. Instead of delving into these things, it is better to focus on the more important things at the moment. Maybe Mr. Gosuke is right. After merging with Hogyoku, Aizen can no longer be killed, but we still have ways to defeat him. Sometimes, defeating Aizen doesn't necessarily mean killing him. Urahara Kazuki got down to business. Although Gosuke Shigure said that there is still some time, but now Aizen, after all, has gone to the Soul Society. As expected, he is already close to the real Karakura town. Once, BBBB. Let him use Karakura town to create Wangjien, it was completely late. Aizen must be stopped before this happens. You have a way to defeat Aizen? Ichimaru Jin came back to his senses and looked at Urahara Kazuki. Urahara Kazuki, of course he is no stranger, this is the only one who can be compared with Aizen in IQ, if anyone is most likely to be able to beat Aizen, then Urahara Kazuki is definitely one of them. Urahara Kazuki didn't hide it either. The current Ichimaru Jin, because Gosuke Shigure's words have already shown that he is on his own side, so there are some things that can be said. Earlier, I attacked Aizen with Kido, and put some dark hands into his body. If it can be activated, it can defeat Aizen, which is a method I specially prepared for Hogyoku. However, before that, there is another problem, that is, Aizen must be defeated. Urahara Kazuki uttered what seemed like nonsense. What is the way to defeat Aizen? That is to find someone to defeat Aizen. If Aizen could be defeated, what are they still doing here? They would have done it long ago. But everyone still understood Urahara Kazuki's words and understood what he meant. Although they are both defeated, the meanings of defeat and defeat are completely different. The previous defeat refers to killing Aizen. and the latter defeat literally means defeating Aizen. According to Gosuke Shigure and Urahara Kazuki, after merging with Hogyoku, Aizen at this time is already hard to kill. But even so, there are still ways to deal with Aizen. That is to defeat Aizen. As long as you can defeat Aizen, you can activate Urahara Kazuki's Dark Hand in Aizen, thus making Aizen lose the ability to fight. That's what it should mean. Advertisement indeed, there are many Kido or seal techniques that are only effective after the enemy's Ryotsu is weakened and weakened. Urahara Kazuki should have used a similar technique. Let me go. Ichimaru Jin made a decision and volunteered to Urahara Kazuki. Maybe I can't kill Aizen, but I can definitely give him a painful blow. This is the self-confidence he gained after being dormant by Aizen's side for 100 years. Kurosaki Ichigo's potential is the most that Urahara Kazuki has ever seen in his life. He has the power of Hollow, Shinigami, and Quincy in his body. Quincy Hollow is much stronger, and 3 opposing forces exist in his body, achieving a perfect balance. However, I can go with him to hold back Aizen and buy time for Ichigo. Since Aizen can't be killed, then it's okay to defeat Aizen this time. So, is there such a way? Before that, he was very sure that he could kill Aizen, but Gosuke Shigure said that Aizen and Hogyoku had merged into one, and he could no longer kill Aizen. Perhaps he can beat Aizen once by using his trump card, but it is still a bit difficult to push Aizen to a corner and force your backhand to start. That candidate is Kurosaki Ichigo, because compared to Ichimaru Jin, he actually has a more suitable candidate. Perhaps after briefly defeating Aizen, Aizen will immediately recover with the power of Hogyoku, but what they are after is not to kill Aizen but to stimulate the back wall that Urahara Kazuki left in Aizen. Of course there are. Can you? Urahara Kazuki frowned slightly. He was a little distrustful of Ichimaru Jin. When Ichimaru Jin was about to say that he could, Gosuke Shigure interrupted Ichimaru Jin. He probably can't. That was something he had done with Kurosaki Isshin a long time ago. If the power in his body can be fully unearthed, it will be enough to surpass Aizen in the shortest time, inflict heavy damage on Aizen, and then make Aizen fall into confusion. The Shiba family was one of the 5 nobles in the past. Even though they were expelled from the ranks of nobles, there are still moves passed down from generation to generation in the family. Ichimaru Jin looked a little confident. For example, abandoning all the power of Shinigami and unleashing the forbidden method of powerful blow. Chapter 404 I have seen everything throughout the ages. Gosuke Shigure has been surprising Urahara Kazuki and others since his appearance today, although he has not fought against Aizen. First, Gosuke Shigure knows many secrets, including the details of Ichimaru Jin and Kyoka Suigetsu's method of cracking. Now, even Urahara Kazuki's biggest plan has been revealed. That is, Kurosaki Ichigo. In Urahara Kazuki's plan, Kurosaki Ichigo was the most important part of defeating Aizen. For the previous words, Urahara Kazuki cannot pursue the reason and don't think about how Gosuke Shigure knew. But now, after Gosuke Shigure said this, Urahara Kazuki still sincerely asked Gosuke Shigure, "Sensei, how much do you know?" Gosuke Shigure explained, "I'm not omniscient, but I do know a lot." His expression suddenly became extremely serious, and he said to Urahara Kazuki, "Do you believe that people can see the future?" Urahara Kazuki's eyes froze. Ichimaru Jin also looked at Gosuke Shigure. He had a feeling that he might know how Gosuke Shigure knew his secret. Yoruichi's eyes also fell on Gosuke Shigure. So, the teacher knows so many things just because he saw the future? After these words came out of her mouth, even she felt a little unbelievable. But if that's not the answer, it's really hard to explain how Gosuke Shigure knows so many things. Since Yoruichi met Gosuke Shigure, it was as if the other party knew everything. No matter what situation you face, you are always calm, never panic, and everything is clear in your heart. Probably, Gosuke Shigure gave an ambiguous answer. He did see the future, because he is familiar with the plot. However, such a thing is naturally not easy to talk about in person. After all, he said that he is a time traveler or something. It is a bit outrageous. It would be better to say that it is a kind of ability of oneself. Gnu Habak has the ability of omniscience and omnipotence. Advertisement: he can rewrite the future. And Tsukishima among the Fullbringers can rewrite the past. Inoue Orihime's ability can also go back in time and restore things to their previous posture. In the world of Shinigami, there are still many abilities related to the time domain. It is also reasonable to see things in the future. Because of my Zanpakuto, I can see some things in the future. Of course, the future I see is not complete, and many of them are fragments, but even so, I know a lot because of it. Things. When he said this, Gosuke Shigure's eyes glanced over Ichimaru Jin inadvertently. Ichimaru Jin's heart trembled, and he said to himself, "Sure enough. It is because of this ability that Gosuke Shigure knows about himself. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why Gosuke Shigure knows so much. Because those things were buried deep in his heart, he never told anyone, even Rangaku didn't know, only he knew. Of course, there is another possibility that can explain everything. That is, Gosuke Shigure's ability is not to peek into the future, but to read his mind, and he can see all the thoughts in his heart." Urahara Kazuki was silent for a while, and then asked Gosuke Shigure. "So, the teacher clearly knows so many things, but he is unwilling to tell me them in advance, because he has seen the future?" "Yes." Gosuke Shigure responded, "I do see the future. Among them, there is the future of this war. In this decisive battle, Gote 13 will lose, all of them will be defeated by Aizen, and then, when Aizen is about to refine Karakura Town and Soul Society and create the King Key, Ichimaru Jin will turn his back and give Aizen a hard hit. In the future I see, the silver layer in the city once killed Yi. When Ichimaru Jin heard this, his expression was very serious. He didn't expect that in the future that Gosuke Shigure said, there was actually his own plot, and he even succeeded in killing Aizen. So what did Gosuke Shigure's previous words mean? Gosuke Shigure continued. Unfortunately, he still underestimated the weirdness of Hogyoku after all. Even though he killed Aizen, Aizen survived again under the influence of Hogyoku. And then, as punishment, Aizen killed him. If Ichimaru Jin is a heinous person and Aizen kills him, of course I don't care, but is he? He is not. He is a good person who wants to kill Aizen. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. So, of course I have to save him. After explaining the cause of the matter, Gosuke Shigure said again, of course, the ending is that ending, but it is Ichigo who really determines whether the ending will appear as it was originally. 0. The key to defeating Aizen lies in Ichigo, the dark hand that Kazuki left in Aizen's body. Here, on behalf of the Soul Society, I would like to say sorry to you. No. Gosuke Shigure's tone was extremely firm. We won this battle. Ichigo, this war is actually a battle between the Soul Society and Aizen. It has nothing to do with you. You shouldn't be involved in it, and you shouldn't be burdened with these things. The answer is so surprising. It is precisely because I have seen the ending and know that Aizen will be defeated, so in this war, at most I only did some micromanipulation and tried to rewrite the fate of some people who must die. I did my best for the rest. It's possible to leave it as it is, because I'm afraid that if I do too much, the ending will change. All the reasons have been repeatedly told by Gosuke Shigure. Kurosaki Ichigo listened to a lot from the sidelines. He actually had to understand some words, but he still understood some words very well. This kind of explains why Gosuke Shigure knew about Kyoka Suigetsu's cracking method and didn't say it in advance. At this moment, after hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, he immediately responded. Mr. Gosuke, what are you kidding? Since I have come here, I have already made plans to defeat Aizen. If, according to Gosuke-sensei, even if Aizen is killed, he will be resurrected because of Hogyoku's death, isn't it certain that we will lose this battle? Ichimaru Jin did not expect that it was because of this reason that he was entangled by Gosuke Shigure and could not keep up with Aizen. What do you want me to do? Just say it is king. Yoruichi spoke again. But I still want to ask you if you are willing to help Shinigami and fight Aizen. That's why I didn't rush to attack Aizen after returning from Hueco Mundo, but Ichimaru Jin. Chapter 405 descends to the Soul Society. How to do it? Your father and Kazuki have already planned it, and then, you just need to follow your father to practice together. During this period, you don't have to think too much, we will buy you enough time. Gosuke Shigure said something that surprised Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo never thought that to defeat Aizen, the first thing he needs to accept is the training from his father. My father is Shinigami, and he fought with Urahara Kazuki, Yi Dao and Aizen before, so his strength is naturally very strong. But if we practice now, is it too late? Aizen is already close to the real Karakura Town. Kurosaki Ichigo expressed his doubts. They have run out of time. Even if you sharpen your guns before the battle, you must have enough time. 0. Gosuke Shigure replied. Normally, it's too late, but somewhere, it buys you enough time. Where? Kurosaki Ichigo was puzzled. Break the boundary. Gosuke Shigure uttered 2 words. Time in the boundary is extremely fast. Only a moment has passed in the present world, Hueco Mundo, and Soul Society, but in the boundary, several months have passed. In the past years, there is no shortage of Soul Society Shinigami practice in the Broken World, but because there are things like Jutsu and Julyu in the Broken World, without the escort of a captain-level Shinigami, there are many dangers, so this way of practice has not been promoted in the end. Your father is the captain-level Shinigami. He will lead you to practice in the boundary, which should buy you a few more months. Your strength has improved very quickly. It only took a few months to grow from an ordinary person to the current strength. A few more months should be enough for you. Kurosaki Ichigo did not answer Gosuke Shigure's words. Although this feeling that everything has been arranged by others is not very pleasant. But even if said, he really wants to beat Aizen, not for anything else, just for protection. If Aizen wants to hurt the people around him, he has to pass this level first. Dad, let's get started. 17 Advertisement. Having made up his mind, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Kurosaki Ishin and said so. Kurosaki Ishin didn't say a word from the very beginning. He was going to tell Ichigo that if he wanted to defeat Aizen, he could teach him the last crescent sky, but he didn't expect Gosuke Shigure to say everything. So, there is absolutely no need to say anything. After a moment of silence, Kurosaki Ishin said, good. Things, just go. Urahara Kazuki, with the help of a special device, opened the black cavity. Kurosaki Ishin took Kurosaki Ichigo into the black cavity, ready to practice in the broken boundary. And Gosuke Shigure and Ichimaru Jin, who also stepped into the black cavity, will go to Soul Society to buy enough time for Kurosaki Ichigo. The time flow in the boundary is extremely fast. As long as they can hold Aizen a little longer, Kurosaki Ichigo will be able to get more practice time. Of course, Ichimaru Jin had other thoughts in his heart. That is, defeating Aizen on his own without relying on Kurosaki Ichigo. Since Gosuke Shigure said that in the future he once killed Aizen, and Aizen was resurrected with the ability of Hogyoku. Now that he knows this, can he try to kill Aizen completely, so that what about his resurrection by Hogyoku? Soul Society, X. This is the very fringe area of Rukongai, which is 80 districts away. Originally, this place was a barren land, similar to a desert, with water sources even scarcer to a certain extent, and it was scorched by the scorching sun all day long. In the past, no soul in Rukongai would come here. But it is precisely because of this barren and uninhabited place that the Soul Society is given a chance. Soul Society built a one-to-one Karakura town here. With the help of Soul Society's unique tools, this city was easily imitated. After all, instead of making spiritual buildings, this world is a world of utensils. No matter how magnificent and exquisite their buildings are, in the eyes of the Soul Society, without spirits, they are still rubbish. Then, when the decisive battle started, they replaced the imitated Karakura town with the real Karakura town with the help of the enchantment. Because Soul Society is a world of spirit particles, the environment with high concentration of spirit particles is unbearable for ordinary humans. So when Karakura town was transferred to Soul Society launched a hidden method to make all the humans in the real Karakura town fall asleep. Besides, there were many vice captains staying in it, guarding the city. Advertisement among them, Hinamori Momo, the vice captain of the 5th team, and Matsumoto Rangaku, the vice captain of the 10th team. In the original book, Hinamori Momo went to the present world to participate in the decisive battle. But this timeline, because of Gosuke Shigure's arrangement before going to Hueco Mundo, she ends up staying in the Soul Society, otherwise guarding the real Karakura town. Of course, it is said to be in charge of guarding. Now he went to the virtual circle, and he didn't know how the situation was. 3.9 She was a little worried. She hesitated for a while, but in the end, she chose to hold the Zanpakuto and head towards it. Just when Hinamori Momo was so worried, suddenly, the enchantment surrounding the real Karakura town shattered, and then, the black cavity split open. After all, what Gode 13 is facing is that person. Incorporating Hogyoku's Aizen, it's oversized and flatter than Captain Yamamoto could have imagined. For the decisive battle in this world, Captain Yamamoto believes that he will win. The Soul Society didn't expect the people staying here to fight, as long as the humans in Karakura town don't have accidents due to the environment of the Soul Society. Hinamori Momo noticed it immediately, and her complexion changed drastically, especially this Ryotsu, which was definitely no stranger to her, it was extremely familiar. I am worried about the Captain Gosuke who has gone to Hueco Mundo. Although Gosuke Shigure has not been the captain of the 5th team for too long, he is indeed changing the 5th team. In addition, she is also worried about the decisive battle in this world. If he had known the ending earlier, Captain Yamamoto would have activated Bankai at the beginning of the battle. Unfortunately, the final outcome still caught him by surprise. I don't know how to win or lose. After all, he underestimated the enemy. Hinamori Momo was alone in Karakura town while the final battle was going on. Because all the human beings were asleep, the whole city seemed empty and very quiet. A powerful Ryotsu was released from the black cavity. Chapter 406. Backstab Soon, Hinamori Momo arrived at the place where the black cavity opened. In the black cavity, a figure wearing a white robe and Zanpakuto walked out slowly. He looked so graceful. Although there is only one person, there is a kingly temperament emanating from him. Hinamori Momo was holding Zanpakuto. After seeing this figure, his body couldn't help shaking slightly. Captain Aizen. Looking at this figure that once haunted her, Hinamori Momo couldn't help but mutter to herself. It's Hinamori. After seeing this figure, Aizen's eyes remained calm and did not change at all, but after all, this was his vice captain in the past, and the feeling of playing with the other party also made Aizen feel funny for a while. Now that I have seen it, I have to talk about a few group trips. Hinamori, are you trying to stop me? Hinamori Momo didn't say a word. Although he had sensed Aizen's Ryotsu before and made up his mind to come here, after actually facing Aizen, he had another feeling. It seems that you don't intend to stop me. Aizen had the answer, and said to Hinamori Momo. If that's the case, I will give you a chance to follow me, come to me. I will lead you to the top together, let you see the scenery above the zenith with your own eyes. How about it, isn't it very good? This is something that many Shinigami can't do in their lifetime. Aizen's words seemed to have a unique allure, which made Hinamori Momo subconsciously agree to Aizen, but some bottom line in her heart made her stick to it. Just when Hinamori Momo was hesitating, another woman's voice sounded from the side, Hinamori, don't promise him. Another woman rushed over from the side, and as she sprinted, the waves suddenly became rough. She was Matsumoto Rangaku, and she was also one of the deputy captains who stayed in the real Karakura town this time. Matsumoto Rangaku came to Hinamori Momo and said to Hinamori Momo, Hinamori, he is a traitor, do you want to follow him? Hinamori Momo also woke up suddenly because of Matsumoto Rangaku's words. Yes, Aizen is not a nice guy. When I was in the secret room of the 5th team, I also saw the evidence of Aizen. He is not the good captain in my impression, but a well-deserved evil party and a well-deserved bad guy. Advertisement, Aizen. After regaining consciousness, Hinamori Momo immediately held his own Zanpakuto in both hands, and pointed the knife at Aizen. Matsumoto Rangaku was also holding a knife, aiming it at Aizen. Aizen looked at the two vice captains standing in front of him, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, you guys want to stop me? Then, his eyes fell on Hinamori Momo again, Hinamori, I am very disappointed in you, I gave you a chance, but you were unwilling to take it yourself. Since that's the case, I can only shoot and kill you. In the next moment, Hinamori Momo and Matsumoto Rangaku could not wait for any counterattacks. The two figures fell down at the same time, and blood gushed out from their bodies. When they met each other, they were severely wounded. It's really vulnerable, Aizen commented. Then, holding a knife, he was ready to give the two people a good time. Another Ryatsu came from the side. Aizen immediately turned his head and looked at the person who came, not in a hurry to kill the two people on the ground. I didn't expect Captain Yunohana to come back from Hueco Mundo. As first generation, are you going to stop me? Yunohana Retsu's gentle appearance was reflected in Aizen's eyes. In the eyes of many people, Yunohana Retsu is an extremely gentle and kind person. As the captain of the 4th Division, she has saved countless people over the long years. But Aizen is a man who knows many secrets. Compared with ordinary people, he knows the true identity of Yunohana Retsu very well. Yunohana Retsu's original name was Yunohana Yachiryu, but 1st generation Kenpachi, one of the captains of 1st generation Godei 13, in fact, a murderous executioner. Yunohana Retsu said very seriously, originally, I didn't plan to make a move, but since you came here, it proves that Godei 13's decisive battle with you in this world has ended in defeat, and I seem to have to do it too. As she spoke, she pulled out her Zanpakuto, the knife that was a medical Zanpakuto. Aizen also gradually showed a serious look on his face, holding his own Kyoka Suigetsu. Advertisement previously, with the power of Kyoka Suigetsu, he had crippled Hinamori Momo and Matsumoto Rangaku in a split second. But now, facing Yunohana Retsu, he doesn't intend to use Kyoka Suigetsu's ability. The reason why I hold a sword is that I want to use my own sword to experience Yunohana Retsu's so-called Yachiryu, Grandmaster slashing skills of all schools of kendo and sword art. Yunohana Retsu is a worthy counterpart. Perhaps before he created Wang Jian, he could experience the fun of fighting. Playing Kyoka Suigetsu against such a strong enemy is just too boring. After all, success is only one step away, and it's time to have some fun. At this moment, a voice sounded not far behind Aizen. Master Aizen, how about giving her to me? These people shouldn't be a hindrance to your progress. Hearing this, Aizen looked sideways, and saw a young man in ragged clothes walking over. 247, Silver, I didn't expect you to follow me. Aizen was a little surprised. After all, Ichimaru Jin's opponent is Gosuke Shigure. It is precisely because Ichimaru Jin and Gosuke Shigure have been unable to draw a winner, that he didn't bother to wait and came to Soul Society in one step. Ichimaru Jin said softly, I tried my best to keep up with Aizen-sama. Above the ground, Matsumoto Rangaku, who was seriously injured, heard Ichimaru Jin's voice and immediately gritted his teeth. Silver, you be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Zetsu, who was seriously injured on the ground. A flash of anger flashed in his heart, but his face remained calm. He came to Aizen and continued to say to Aizen, "So, Master Aizen, you can hand her over to me, deal with it?" Holding a knife, Aizen originally planned to fight Unohana Retsu. Facing Ichimaru Jin's offer, he pondered for a while and said, "If that's the case, then I'll leave her to you." Ichimaru Jin draws out his Zanpakuto Shinso and assumes a fighting stance. However, no one expected that the next moment, one of his hands suddenly grasped the blade of Kyoka Suigetsu in Aizen's hand. Then, the Shinso held in the other hand was aimed at Aizen. Bankai, Kamishini no Yari. The white light flickered, and Shinso extended at ultimate speed, piercing through Aizen's body in an instant. Chapter 407. No one expected the sudden change. In everyone's cognition, Ichimaru Jin is Aizen's most loyal subordinate. When he first joined the 5th team, he was a member of Aizen. Later, Aizen became the captain of the 5th team, and Ichimaru Jin became the vice captain of the 5th division. In order to accomplish Aizen's goal, he went to the captain assessment and became the captain of the 3rd team. When it comes to closeness, there is no doubt that Ichimaru Jin is closer to Aizen than Tusen Kanami. Everyone can betray Aizen, except Ichimaru Jin, but right now, everything has been rewritten and subverted. It is precisely this person who everyone knows will not betray Aizen, who has given Aizen a heavy blow. Just a moment ago, he still looked like he was sharing worries for Aizen, saying that he would fight Unohana Retsu instead of Aizen. No one expected that the moment he took out the knife, his Zanpakuto was aimed at Aizen. When he cast Bankai, Kamishini no Yari, he still didn't have the slightest killing intent against Aizen. That's not to say he didn't intend to kill Aizen. It just shows that he hides extremely deeply. Even if he kills Aizen, he can hide his emotions very well. In this way, on the contrary, it caused another problem. That is, in the past, was the loyalty shown by Ichimaru Jin to Aizen really loyal? Above ground, Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo, who were badly injured, watched Aizen being attacked by Ichimaru Jin in shock. Hinamori Momo didn't have a good impression of Ichimaru Jin at first. Especially in the early days of Aizen's defection, she once thought that the evil guy Ichimaru Jin had encouraged Aizen to betray, but later various evidences showed that Aizen was the culprit of everything. But even so, Hinamori Momo's view of Ichimaru Jin has not changed. After all, Ichimaru Jin is also an accomplice, a follower of Aizen, and a heinous person. But today, Ichimaru Jin did something that surprised her. He took the initiative to attack Aizen. Is it an internal rupture? Or, from the beginning, Ichimaru Jin was not that loyal to Aizen? Advertisement. Unlike Hinamori Momo, who was suspicious, Matsumoto Rangaku's mood was extremely complicated. Because of being severely injured by Aizen, she lay on the ground unable to move, but after sensing what Ichimaru Jin did, she was both moved and uncomfortable. Ichimaru Jin has known her since she was very young. At that time, not long after she came to the Soul Society, she almost starved to death because of her spiritual power. It was Yin who saved her at that time, and she has been living with Yin since then. Silver is a taciturn person who doesn't like to talk, but has been silently taking care of her. When she was seriously ill, he devoted himself to taking care of her. Later, Yin, who has always been aloof from the world, somehow wants to become a Shinigami. Yin is a genius. He easily passed the entrance examination of Spiritual Arts Academy, and then graduated from Spiritual Arts Academy after studying 6 years of courses in 1 year, becoming the youngest member of the 5th team. Infected by Silver, she later chose to apply for the Spiritual Arts Academy and became a Shinigami, but instead of joining the 5th team, she joined the 1st team. She originally thought that after she became a Shinigami, her friendship with Silver would be the same as before. However, also after becoming a Shinigami, Matsumoto Rangaku suddenly discovered that Jin did not know when it began to change. Became distant. Even though she tried her best to get close to Yin, the distance between her and Yin did not get closer, but became farther and farther away. At first she didn't understand. Later, I realized that it was because Yin had changed a long time ago. He is from Aizen and has become a bad person. Ichimaru Jin's betrayal, she couldn't accept it and felt extremely uncomfortable. Today, Matsumoto Rangaku has a new answer: Silver never changes. He alienates himself and follows Aizen, which is really just his disguise. He did this most likely to protect her. Even though Ichimaru Jin didn't say it, Matsumoto Rangaku felt it. It's unexpected. Unohana Retsu returned to Soul Society first. Kuretsuchi Miyuri and Zaraki-Kenpachi are still stuck in the virtual circle, mainly because it is rare to go to Hueco Mundo, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri does not want to come back so early. Advertisement. Because of Gosuke Shigure's advice, Unohana Retsu could only come back first, after settling Inoue Orihime, Sato Yasutora, Ishida Uryu and others. She sensed Aizen's Ryatsu and guessed that Godei 13 might have lost the battle of the world. Although such an outcome is unacceptable. But Unohana Retsu has not forgotten her identity after all. She is the captain of Godei 13, and she must not allow Aizen to create the King Key and enter the Soul King Palace. So, she came here and became the Quasi-Sung to fight Aizen. But I didn't expect Ichimaru Jin to appear and say the words to fight for Aizen. For Unohana Retsu, it doesn't really matter who he fights. What's important is that in the end, she didn't fight Ichimaru Jin either. The fact that Ichimaru Jin directly gave Aizen a knife was extremely surprising. Silver. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* looked extremely angry. Obviously, in this world, after Tsusankanami betrayed him, he asked Ichimaru Jin such a question. Of course, it was just casually. After all, Tsusankanami's betrayal is justifiable, but Ichimaru Jin, absolutely not, would betray him. It turned out that Ichimaru Jin was also a traitor, unexpectedly. This is something Aizen never expected. He suddenly felt a little excited, because he found that not everything was in his expectations, and there were always some things that exceeded his expectations. Then, he was angry again. No matter what Mojao said, Ichimaru Jin's betrayal was something he couldn't accept. Why? With the help of high-speed regeneration, Aizen quickly recovered from the wounds stabbed by Ichimaru Jin, but he didn't attack Ichimaru Jin immediately, but asked Ichimaru Jin why. Tsusankanami betrayed, gave him reason. So, what is Ichimaru Jin's reason? Ichimaru Jin quickly gave the answer. When I was very young, I encountered something by accident. A Shinigami who hurt the most important person to me. After watching her almost die in front of me, I swore to myself that I must make that Shinigami pay the price. After some vague words came out of Ichimaru Jin's mouth, Ichimaru Jin looked at Aizen and said again, Aizen, do you know my Bankai's true ability? Aizen stared at him again. Chapter 408 Poison. Oh, would you like to hear more about it? Even though Ichimaru Jin gave him a knife, Aizen did not rush to attack Ichimaru Jin. On the contrary, he listened carefully to what Ichimaru Jin said. Ichimaru Jin's reason for betraying him made him emotional. At the same time, Ichimaru Jin's previous actions also made him understand Ichimaru Jin's intentions. Ichimaru Jin is not Tsusankanami. As a blind man, Tsusankanami cannot see the liberation of Kyoka Suigetsu. Naturally, he can ignore the influence of Kyoka Suigetsu, but Ichimaru Jin will be affected by Kyoka Suigetsu. So, Kyoka Suigetsu, for Ichimaru Jin, is still a huge problem. Holding my sword earlier, were you lifting Kyoka Suigetsu's sleep? Interesting. Aizen was so appreciative of Ichimaru Jin's actions that it's worth saying that he told Ichimaru Jin the way to undo Kyoka Suigetsu hypnosis. Originally, it was just a casual remark, thinking that it would be okay even if I told Ichimaru Jin, but I didn't expect that Ichimaru Jin would actually take it seriously and practice it seriously. Thoughts flickered for a moment, and Aizen gathered his thoughts again. Ichimaru Jin held the Shinso back to the appearance of the short sword and said lightly, my Bankai is actually not that fast, although it is very fast. Kamishini no Yari seems to be based on Shinso's faster speed and better piercing ability stronger, but in fact, this is not the real ability of 860i Bankai. As he spoke, he pointed to the blade of his Zanpakuto. It's right here, a small piece is missing. There is a gap in the original complete Zanpakuto, which is a very strange thing. Aizen immediately thought of Ichimaru Jin's words, so, who is your Bankai? Ichimaru Jin didn't answer directly, his words became grim, shoot him, Kamishini no Yari. This sentence is very similar to the words of Ichimaru Jin Station. Ichimaru Jin's Shikai liberation is, shoot him Shinso, but it is different after all. This sentence is Ichimaru Jin's spell to activate his Bankai's true ability. After he said these words, Aizen suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation. His complexion also distorted involuntarily. Pain, severe pain, poured out from all over his body. The feeling of death has never been so close. After fusing with Hogyoku, Aizen already possesses the abilities of Hollow. High-speed regeneration is the most basic ability. With the ability of high-speed regeneration, he is basically impossible to die. Advertisement, but that's just what I thought. Now, Ichimaru Jin made him feel suspicious. What did you do to me? Aizen covered his heart with one hand. His heart was twisted like a knife. Intense pain filled it, but even so, he wanted to ask Ichimaru Jin to understand. My Bankai, the real ability, is neither fast nor powerful piercing and cutting ability, but poison. These abilities are all for injecting poison into your body. When my knife penetrates your body, a part of my Zanpakuto will peel off and remain in your body, turning into a poison that can dissolve all cells. Now it seems that this kind of poison, even you, can't bear it. Aizen, give me a painful death. Wen no longer pretended, revealed his hatred for Aizen, and exposed his tea garden for Aizen. Unohana Retsu watched Ichimaru Jin attack Aizen, and listened to Ichimaru Jin tell the whole story, and sighed even more. On the ground, Hinamori Momo and Matsumoto Rangaku were also shocked. Whether they are shocked or not, in a way, Ichimaru Jin has served his purpose. Then, Aizen struggled, but was powerless. Even Hogyoku, at this moment, cannot save him. Unwilling and angry, he lay directly on the ground under the poisonous effect of Ichimaru Jin Bankai, unable to move. He is only one step away from death. It seems to be to completely kill the blue, BDBA, die. Ichimaru Jin swung his knife again, aiming at Aizen's heart. There is a crystal clear crystal, that is Hogyoku. Hogyoku cannot be destroyed by normal means. Ichimaru Jin didn't intend to destroy Hogyoku either, only to dig Hogyoku out of Aizen. Without Hogyoku, Aizen probably wouldn't be resurrected. Advertisement, however, that's when Ichimaru Jin did it. In the next moment, a terrifying force erupted from Aizen's body, abruptly knocking Ichimaru Jin's body away. No one expected that because of Ichimaru Jin's Bankai, Aizen, who was already on the verge of death, would burst out with a new power again. Then, I saw Aizen lying on the ground slowly levitating up. At the same time, on top of his body, the white substance spread, covering his body, making his appearance even more ferocious. Aizen's voice sounded, at that moment, I really thought I was going to die. Yin, I have to say, you surprised me that you still hide such a trick. When Aizen shot, Ichimaru Jin responded in time, silver. Of course, as a reward for making me improve, I'm going to give you a good time. On the ground, Matsumoto Rangaku saw that Ichimaru Jin was badly injured and immediately exclaimed. It seemed to realize that I was going to die. With the help of Hogyoku, I came back to life again. At the same time, I evolved again. This time, I will not die again. At this moment, his spiritual sense could not perceive the existence of Aizen's breath at all. Ichimaru Jin was very surprised after Aizen stood up again, but fortunately, Gosuke Shigure told him about these things, letting him know that his Bankai is useless to Aizen. Your poison is useless to me, just when the knife was about to fall on Ichimaru Jin's body. However, it is one thing to not respond, and another thing to be able to block Aizen's knife. Oh, didn't it kill you? Aizen looked at the seriously injured Ichimaru Jin, but he was not very satisfied with the result. After he got the evolution, he couldn't kill Ichimaru Jin immediately, which really made him unhappy. Blood spurted out, and a hideous wound appeared on Ichimaru Jin's body. Puff! Nor is he pinning all his hopes on his Bankai. Ever since, he swung the knife again, preparing to end Ichimaru Jin's life with this knife. The next moment, Aizen swung the knife in his hand. However, Hogyoku's power is beyond my expectation. A figure suddenly came to Ichimaru Jin's side, and at the same time another knife swung out, blocking all of Aizen. Advertisement Chapter 409 Boundless Thunder Prison. The two knives were handed over, and the terrifying Ryotsu broke out. Ichimaru Jin's seriously injured body immediately swung aside. It was about to fly horizontally to the ground and was injured for the second time. At this moment, the figure of Unohana Retsu came behind Ichimaru Jin, and Hito caught Ichimaru Jin. Regardless of the previous 100 years, Ichimaru Jin followed Aizen and did many bad things. But today, Ichimaru Jin's behavior has proved that he is not a villain, but a good person. He lurks beside Aizen to kill Aizen. Such a person, such behavior, called Unohana Retsu moved. Therefore, we still have to save him. After Unohana Retsu caught Ichimaru Jin, she quickly brought Ichimaru Jin to safety with the help of a superb shunpo, and then Unohana Retsu moved again, bringing Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo over. The reason for doing this behavior, it's because Aizen has already been held back by others. This gave her the time to do things like this, Unexpectedly, you actually followed. Aizen looked at Gosuke Shigure and spoke in a deep voice. This should be our second fight. Gosuke Shigure met Aizen's gaze with a calm tone. Yes. Aizen nodded, but this time, you will die. The cause of your death was trying to block my footsteps. Dead? Gosuke Shigure snorted, I don't think I will die. On the contrary, you will be defeated this time. Aizen certainly does not believe such arguments. An increasingly powerful Ryotsu spewed out from his body. Aizen's Ryotsu is extremely scary. Advertisement. Before merging with Hogyoku, his Ryotsu was already the best among ordinary captains. After merging with Hogyoku, his Ryotsu skyrocketed several times. Already completely integrated with Hogyoku, at that time, his Ryotsu was even powerful enough to attack the Soul King Palace. Facing such a strong enemy, Gosuke Shigure obviously does not intend to keep it any longer. It has to be taken seriously. Bankai, the Ryotsu belonging to Gosuke Shigure also exploded, competing with the Ryotsu of Aizen, and then, the powerful Ryotsu spread out around Gosuke Shigure, forming an enchantment, wrapping the figures of Aizen and Gosuke Shigure in it, making the powerful Ryotsu inside a power no longer pours out. Unohana Retsu looked at the barrier covering Gosuke Shigure and Aizen, and couldn't help but softly said, Captain Gosuke, you are really a gentle person. Under normal circumstances, it is understandable that Gosuke Shigure has no time to take care of too much in order to fight Aizen with all his strength. But when Gosuke Shigure was fighting, he also distractedly arranged the enchantment to reduce the impact on the battle, which is impressive. This is the real Karakura town. In this city, hundreds of thousands of ordinary humans are sleeping. For ordinary humans, the Ryotsu released by the captain-level Shinigami is enough to break their souls. It seems unbelievable, but it is true. After all, the souls of ordinary human beings are so fragile. And that's just captain-level Shinigami. Gosuke Shigure and Aizen, who are fighting now, are far more powerful than the captain-level Shinigami. Within the enchantment, Aizen looked at the posture of Gosuke Shigure Bankai and was a little surprised. If I remember correctly, this should be the first time you cast Bankai. At this moment, Gosuke Shigure, above his head, was surrounded by white thunder, forming a gigantic Uzumaki, and under his feet, there was black water gushing, and the black viscous liquid filled his feet, which looked extremely weird. But if you perceive it carefully, you will find that whether it is the white thunder or the black liquid on the ground, they all imply extremely terrifying power of destruction. That's right. Gosuke Shigure admitted this frankly. For me, I always think that Shinigami's words can't rely too much on Zanpakuto, no matter when and where. You need to keep some cards. Because usually, relying on slashing and Shikai is enough to deal with most of the enemies, so I basically rarely use Bankai. You are the first enemy I cast Bankai against. Gosuke Shigure's words are very direct, but also have some truth. But this principle does not apply to the rest of the Shinigami. For ordinary Shinigami, it is extremely difficult to master Bankai alone, let alone restrain themselves from using Bankai. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Relying on chopping techniques and Shikai is enough to deal with most of the enemies encountered. Such things, ordinary Shinigami can't do. For some enemies, even if they use Bankai, they may not be able to win. But Gosuke Shigure did exactly that. Before that, no matter what kind of enemy he faced, he never used Bankai, and he only used Shikai in the sky. But today, facing Aizen, he finally made an exception. Of course, Aizen does have such qualifications. Then I'm really honored to have arrived. Aizen said something. Gosuke Shigure didn't say much. 0. His Zanpakuto Bankai is not a double sword like Shikai after that, because he uses Bankai directly, so his sword is a single sword in the sealed state, and after Bankai, it is also a single sword. Such a gesture actually represents a deeper fusion of the two swords in the Bankai state. After all, it is now fused into one knife, not unrelated. Of course, it is the third stage of Bankai who wants the real connection between the two knives. This first stage is the Boundless Thunder Prison, which is the original Bankai of Thunder Tribulation. After the fusion of the two swords into a new sword, this ability has not disappeared, but has been retained. Naturally, because of the fusion of the two swords, and because of the continuous growth of Gosuke Shigure Ryotsu, the current, Boundless Thunder Prison. Compared with the Boundless Thunder Prison when there was only Thunder Tribulation in the beginning, its power is also much stronger. But because Gosuke Shigure has never used his Bankai to fight against people, outsiders don't know this. Gosuke Shigure swung his knife, and the lightning flashed. Before Aizen had time to dodge, he found that the white grid appeared around his body, surrounding it. At the same time, the black liquid that originally filled Gosuke Shigure's feet also spread to his feet at some point, and a powerful attraction was released from it, pulling his body firmly, making it difficult for him to move. The next moment, the white thunder engulfed Aizen's body. Chapter 410 Constant Evolution. Boom 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 boom. The roaring sound echoed one after another, and the white thunder poured down from the sky like a waterfall, submerging and swallowing Aizen's entire body. Terrifying sounds echoed continuously from the sea of thunder. That's Aizen's Ryotsu fighting Gosuke Shigure's attack. Outside the barrier, because Gosuke Shigure's barrier is not like the barrier after Tusen Kanami Bankai, it is pitch black, and outsiders cannot see the situation inside it clearly, but Gosuke Shigure's barrier is transparent. Unohana Retsu and Ichimaru Jin, who was injured but still supported himself, all stared at the situation inside the barrier. When they saw Gosuke Shigure cast Bankai and the boundless thunder submerged Aizen like an ocean, even though they couldn't see Aizen's figure clearly because of the thunder like a waterfall, they were very concerned. Is it successful? Or is it useless? 150. While the latter is more likely, Ichimaru Jin hopes Gosuke Shigure will succeed. In any case, it would be best if Aizen could be defeated. They cannot pin all their hopes on others. Even according to Urahara Kazuki's plan, the one who will really give Aizen the final blow will be Kurosaki Ichigo. Boom! There was another roaring sound, the thunder waterfall was swung away, and a strong figure passed through it. It is Aizen. It's just that Aizen at this moment looks in a state of embarrassment from the outside. His whole body is tattered and extremely anxious, although the ability of high-speed regeneration is running at a high speed, making his injury recover. But this appearance already proved that Gosuke Shigure had indeed caused him harm before. Gosuke Shigure doesn't seem to intend to give Aizen a chance to recover. The next moment, his body was like lightning, and he swung his saber again, towards the Aizen lair. But this time when he swung the knife, no white thunder and black liquid appeared above and below Aizen, attacking him at the same time. It looked like an ordinary slash. Advertisement Aizen held the sword and met Gosuke Shigure's slash. Just as the two knives clashed, a mighty thunder spewed out from Gosuke Shigure's blade, enveloping Aizen's body. Yin and yang match. Gosuke Shigure spoke suddenly. The thunder that shrouded Aizen's body suddenly changed into two colors, one white and one black. Between them, the two types of thunder were opposite in nature. When touched, terrifying destructive power was released from it. And because they all linger on Aizen's body, Aizen is the most direct victim. Crackling. Like scrambled beans, the sound came out of Aizen. Aizen's body trembled involuntarily. No one thought that what appeared to be a slashing duel with Gosuke Shigure would turn out to be like this. Gosuke Shigure swung his knife, just to knock thunder out. Of course, Aizen can also choose to dodge, but some things are not as simple as imagined. Thunder is born from a magnetic field. In this enchantment, Aizen's movements are greatly restricted. He is like being in a swamp, and it can be said that he can't move an inch. The powerful electromagnetic field surrounds Aizen's body layer by layer, restricting his movement. Action. Don't look at Aizen broke free from the impact of the rolling thunderstorm but before he resumed his action for a while, a stronger magnetic force surged again, restricting Aizen's movements again. Really, mighty Bankai. While Aizen was enduring the thunder that destroyed his body, he could feel that all his cells were destroyed under the thunder. This feeling was similar to the poison after being poisoned by Ichimaru Jin Bankai before, but because Hogyoku further interacted with him because of the body fusion, with the help of Hogyoku, he did not fall to the ground waiting to die as before. Thunder constantly destroyed his body, while Hogyoku constantly repaired his body. This feeling of tinkering was naturally extremely painful, but Aizen still forcibly held on. And gave Aizen Bankai evaluation. Gosuke Shigure's Bankai doesn't have too many bells and whistles. Advertisement that's ultimate destructive power. Once the enchantment is opened, all enemies in the enchantment will also be affected by the strong magnetic field, making it difficult to move, and can only passively withstand the attack. Even he, who merged with Hogyoku, fell into this situation. Aizen didn't think other enemies could dodge such tactics. If you dodge it, you will be forced to bear the thunder's bombardment. This level of attack, if it weren't for Hogyoku, he would even be dead. But also thanks to the existence of Hogyoku. Hogyoku is his greatest reliance. If your attack is only at this level, then I am already used to it. It was painful for Aizen to speak at first, but now his words have become more common. Then, the terrifying Ryatsu spewed out again, forcibly tearing apart the thunder around his body and blocking it. There is no doubt that Aizen has improved yet again under pressure from Gosuke Shigure. During the decisive battle in the present world, Aizen merged with Hogyoku and entered the second stage. At that stage, his whole body was wrapped in a milky white entity Ryatsu, similar to the chrysalis when an insect evolved. Although it is still in the category of Shinigami, its Ryatsu, speed, defense, and resilience are far stronger than the previous stage. After defeating Kurosaki Ishin, Yoruichi, and Urahara Kazuki one after another, he evolved to the third stage in the Broken World. In the third stage, he has recovered from the pupae state, and has completely integrated with Hogyoku. Although the body is still wrapped by the milky white entity Ryatsu, the head and face are exposed. Although it has not yet exceeded the Shinigami dimension, the most important thing is the reason is that Zanpakuto has not merged with him, but even so, at this stage, his Ryatsu is still unbelievably strong. Unfortunately, this stage did not last too long, and he suffered a backstab from Ichimaru Jin. However, it was Ichimaru Jin 3's backstab that made Aizen evolve again, directly evolving to the fourth stage. The fourth stage is the further fusion between Hogyoku and him, establishing a connection at the soul level. The relationship between them is no longer as simple as body fusion. It is also possible to survive. Naturally, at this stage, Aizen's appearance also changed. With an additional eye-like slit on his forehead, his eyebrows disappeared, 3 pairs of huge butterfly wings sprouted from his back, a hole with a Hogyoku in the center appeared on his chest, and his right hand merged with Zanpakuto. He no longer belonged to the category of Shinigami. This is also what Aizen looks like when Gosuke Shigure and Aizen are fighting against each other today. But now, with Gosuke Shigure fighting Aizen, he seems to be evolving again as he corners Aizen. Chapter 411. The land of the dead comes powerful Ryotsu continuously spewed out from Aizen's body. That powerful feeling moved Aizen. He suddenly felt that it was very right for him to come to this world to participate in the decisive battle with Shinigami. In the imaginary circle, although he has merged with Hogyoku, at most he has only entered the peak of the second stage, and there is still one step left before the third stage. The decisive battle in this world has established a closer bond between him and Hogyoku, making him enter the third stage of the minister. He originally thought that the third stage was the limit, because at that time, he has completely merged with Hogyoku. But Ichimaru Jin's backstab gave him a new surprise. Ichimaru Jin's Bankai, bringing him to the brink of death. It seems that because of the unwillingness to die, Hogyoku responded to his wish. The connection between Hogyoku and him is no longer limited to the body, but also established a connection with his soul. Ever since, Aizen stood up again and entered the unprecedented fourth stage. If he in the second stage is like a cocoon, then in the fourth stage, he has grown wings after 13, and he has broken out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. More importantly, Kyoka Suigetsu has been fused with his arm. At this stage of him, there is no doubt that he has broken the boundaries of Shinigami. But Gosuke Shigure gave him another surprise. This former Kenpachi, he has never used his Bankai in front of people. The power behind Bankai, even Aizen was particularly moved. It actually caused him in the fourth stage to suffer heavy injuries. Then, it made him see the road behind. It turns out that the fourth stage is not the end yet. Behind this, there are higher directories. Power spewed out, and a powerful feeling filled Aizen's heart. Aizen felt that he was more carefree than ever. Surrounded by Gosuke Shigure's boundless thunder prison after Bankai, he could no longer do anything to him, but the next moment, this feeling came to an abrupt end. After all, he still couldn't fully evolve to the next stage. Advertisement. Why? Why is this happening? Aizen is a little crazy, and a little unacceptable. Then, he reacted again, looked at Gosuke Shigure and said, "You are too weak, you are so weak, you can't satisfy me at all." Although Gosuke Shigure's strength allowed him to evolve another small step, but such power has its limits, and after all, he still could not fully evolve. This feeling of seeing the follow-up road but being unable to go on made Aizen very uncomfortable. So, everything is Gosuke Shigure's problem. Why is he so weak? Can't let him evolve. Such a weak person, why should he live? Angry Aizen swung the Zanpakuto that was integrated with it in his hand, and it was just a knife, but under the powerful Ryotsu that surpassed the Shinigami level, a powerful slash burst out. Gosuke Shigure swung his sword, Thunder Surge, and met Aizen's slash. However, in front of Aizen who had evolved half a level again, Thunder just stalemate for a while before collapsing. Fortunately, Gosuke Shigure dodged to the side in time, and Aizen's slash was easily dodged by him. Afterwards, the slash landed on the inner wall of the barrier, swaying for a while, but the barrier was still not broken after all. This result surprised Aizen. Logically speaking, the current self has evolved half a step and has surpassed Gosuke Shigure. The barrier created by Gosuke Shigure should be able to be broken by himself. But right now, it seems that it is not so simple. It's really surprising. It seems that Bankai in the first stage can't do anything to you. After all, your evolution rate is too fast. Amid the flashes of thunder, Gosuke Shigure sighed. The next moment, the Zanpakuto in his hand, which was filled with black and white thunder, changed again. Scarlet blood shrouded the knife, and at the same time, the originally transparent barrier was also covered with a layer of blood. Light, a blood-red mist emerged. Unohana Retsu, Ichimaru Jin and others outside couldn't see clearly what was going on inside. Advertisement because Aizen was in it, he immediately noticed the change and felt the difference. If the first stage of Gosuke Shigure Bankai is just a sea of thunder, then this second stage is eerie and weird. The crimson mist shrouded it, and the ground turned into a blood-colored ocean. If you look carefully, you will find that in this blood-colored ocean, there are many kinds of life that are ups and downs and struggling. They are all Shinigami and Hollow and Quincy. Are you Bankai's second stage? It's surprising? It's fine if it's just Shu's soul struggling in the sea of blood, but there are actually many Shinigami and Quincy masters in it. Even if Aizen has now surpassed Shinigami and entered a new dimension, it still has to obey this law. Gosuke Shigure said very seriously, "Ah." Severe pain emerged, and Aizen couldn't defend himself at all, and he found that his soul had become mutilated. For Shinigami, the incompleteness of the soul will directly affect the strength of power, and affect its own spiritual power, Ryotsu. The whole world turned upside down back then. Yhwach fell into a deep sleep for thousands of years because his soul was weak because he was severely injured by Captain Yamamoto. If the current Aizen can't find a way to resolve the soul attack, he will also fall into the same predicament that Yhwach had at the beginning. This is the second stage of my Bankai, and its name is, the Kingdom of the Dead comes. Aizen only felt that invisible forces were constantly attacking his soul. A red light suddenly appeared. The mystery of Gosuke Shigure made Aizen more curious. Physical defenses did not play any role. To be precise, all existences will obey this law. In the scarlet mist, Gosuke Shigure waved the equally scarlet Zanpakuto in his hand, 573. Up and down, left and right, all turned upside down. The bloody ocean that was originally flooding the ground began to surge, and Aizen's body was submerged and swallowed by the bloody ocean in an instant. Countless dead clung to Aizen's body. Even Aizen erupted an unprecedentedly powerful Ryotsu, but Ryatsu's eruption could not change his ending. Originally, I didn't intend to use this trick, but who told you that you are too powerful? Aizen, you probably haven't suffered an attack from the soul level yet, now, let you feel it. Chapter 412 Final Evolution. The attack of the soul is invisible and quality less. The kingdom of the dead comes. It is the Bankai of the deceased Zanpakuto. The deceased is an extremely rare, or unique Zanpakuto soul, which can hold the soul of the dead who died under this knife and force himself into slavery. It can even devour the soul of the person who died under the knife, and feed back to the knife holder himself. Gosuke Shigure in the previous life died because of the calculations of the Suniyashiro family, and it was the deceased who used his huge soul to feed back the host city that won the rebirth of Gosuke Shigure in this life. As the soul system Zanpakuto, the ability after Bankai is of course more pure. It is an attack directly aimed at the soul level. Attacks at the physical level can still be blocked, but how to block attacks at the soul level? At this moment, Aizen is in an unprecedented predicament. He fused Hogyoku, which brought powerful Ryatsu, powerful defense, and super recovery ability, all of which were of no use. The attack at the soul level directly ignored everything and directly attacked Aizen's soul. Even if his soul is very powerful, it is impossible to cultivate the soul in normal Shinigami cultivation. Therefore, in this respect, whether it is an ordinary soul or an Aizen, the defense of the soul is almost zero. However, even if Gosuke Shigure cast Bankai in the second stage, he was still resisted by Aizen abruptly. The reason is that Ichimaru Jin's knife, which brought Aizen to the brink of death, made his fusion with Hogyoku enter the fourth stage. In the fourth stage, he has broken out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. The connection between Hogyoku and him is no longer at the physical stage, but at the soul level. During this stage, even if Hogyoku leaves Aizen's body, it will instantly return to Aizen's body and protect Aizen with its own power. At this moment, when Aizen's soul was hit hard, Hogyoku played its role immediately. The birth of Hogyoku was originally the condensed product of multiple powerful souls. It is the greatest masterpiece of the soul in itself. After it released a powerful light, Gosuke Shigure's soul attack was immediately blocked. Then, Hogyoku unleashed a powerful force to repair the wounds on Aizen's soul. Advertisement with the restoration of Aizen's soul, the connection between Hogyoku and Aizen became even closer. Aizen's power, also with the deeper integration with Hogyoku, exploded again. His previous stagnant evolution started again, and finally evolved to the final stage. The first thing that changed was his appearance. A shrill scream came from Aizen's mouth, his facial skin was torn, and at the same time, the 6 wings growing on his back also changed, and the terrifying Ryatsu rage, constantly flying from his body, exploded above. Even Gosuke Shigure, facing Aizen at this stage, had to draw back and dodge. All he can do is to explode his strength as much as possible to maintain the existence of the enchantment. After all, this is the real Karakura town. If Aizen is allowed to break through the barrier and let its power wreak havoc in Karakura town, it is unknown how many ordinary humans will die. Gosuke Shigure doesn't consider himself a kind person, but there are some things that can be avoided, so it's better to avoid them as much as possible. It's really unexpected. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but praise the Aizen who had exploded in strength and evolved again. However, there was no surprise, because in the original book, Aizen has also evolved to this stage. Likewise, Gosuke Shigure was not panicking, so what if Aizen evolves to the final stage? Bankai in the second stage is also his whole card. If he uses Bankai in the third stage, who will win and who will lose? It's hard to say. Moreover, today, Aizen's main opponent is not him. Just when Gosuke Shigure was trying to maintain the barrier and didn't shoot at Aizen. Aizen also completed the evolution and entered the final stage. Advertisement in the final stage, a slit resembling an eye appeared on his forehead, his face turned black, and the previous facial skin was torn from the middle and located on both sides of the black face, and 3 holes appeared in the upper body, Hogyoku on the top hole inside, Zanpakuto is fused with the right hand. The original 6 huge butterfly wings, each of which has a skeleton growing out of the wing ridge, does not have the characteristics of Shinigami at all, and its appearance is very similar to Shu. Worrying, because Aizen forcibly evolved to this stage during a crisis, Aizen suffered a lot, so after the evolution was completed, he was a little out of breath. However, he quickly adapted to the current state. He looked at Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure, I have to thank you. Even if it was me, I never thought that you still hide such a powerful power. Fortunately, it is your powerful power that made me complete the final evolution. Now, it is impossible for me to lose again. Aizen thought that his previous self was the final stage, because at that stage he established a connection with Hogyoku on the soul level. Even if Hogyoku was separated from his body, he could still affect himself. At that stage, he ignored Ichimaru Jin's ability to destroy cells given the poison of annihilation, he gained immortality. But Gosuke Shigure's attack made him see a new way forward. Bankai in the first stage of Gosuke Shigure only helped him evolve half a step. This disappointed him, as it turned out that Gosuke Shigure also had the second stage Bankai. The second stage of Bankai is an attack on the soul level, and this kind of attack directly allows him to complete the final purification. Of the kings, now his soul is protected by Hogyoku, not only the body is immortal, but the soul is also immortal. The biggest manifestation is that the original Zanpakuto has been integrated with his body. Zanpakuto is the product of the power in the soul of Shinigami embodied in the sword. It originates from the soul of Shinigami, but it is free outside, because the power hidden in the soul cannot be revealed under normal circumstances, and the sword must be used as a medium, before it can be developed. Now, his knife has merged with him, proving that his soul has reached the point of perfection. The knife is him, and he is the knife. Even without the medium of the sword, he can wield the power of Kyoka Suigetsu. The so-called Shikai and Bankai are no longer the power of the sword, but also the power he himself possesses. Is it a bundle? Gosuke Shigure responded to Aizen, and the next moment, he directly lifted the barrier. 413th chapter must lose the ending. Aizen noticed Gosuke Shigure's behavior, which surprised him a bit. Then, he put away his surprise again. Did you feel invincible and gave up resistance? Aizen's voice sounded, unfortunately, it's too late. Gosuke Shigure, you are too powerful, and a person like you is too difficult to control. Even if you give up resistance, I will not spare your life, however, because you let me evolve. I and give you a decent death. Not far away, Unohana Retsu, Ichimaru Jin watched the disappearing end. Looking at Gosuke Shigure holding the knife, he also saw Aizen's current appearance clearly. The appearance of Aizen at the moment shocked them. They didn't expect Aizen to turn into this monster. But what surprised them even more was that they could no longer perceive Aizen's Ryotsu. If they didn't see it with their naked eyes, they wouldn't even be able to detect the existence of Aizen if they relied on their spiritual sense. Is Aizen's power gone? No, it should be that Aizen is stronger. Ichimaru Jin has been dormant by Aizen's side for 100 years, and he knows Aizen very well. Similarly, he also knows a little about Hogyoku. This is a big trouble. It seems that Gosuke Kenpachi is not his opponent 860. Ichimaru Jin's tone was serious. Unohana Retsu didn't respond to Ichimaru Jin's words, but took his own Zanpakuto silently. She doesn't think she's much stronger than Gosuke Shigure. But at this time, I have to put it into action. The current Aizen may have surpassed Shinigami. In order to protect the Soul Society and the honor of Gode 13, she must risk everything. Just when Aizen thought that Gosuke Shigure untied the enchantment in order to wait to be killed, which was a performance of powerlessness. Gosuke Shigure said suddenly, I don't think I'm going to die. Also, your opponent is not me. Advertisement Aizen didn't understand what that meant. The next moment, a figure rushed from the side. Even Aizen didn't notice the slightest aura belonging to the other party before this. This figure touched Aizen's cheek with his hand, and then pushed Aizen's body towards the distance, quickly left Karakura town, and then headed all the way to the barren land farther away. It's an incredibly BFCJ thing. You must know that today's Aizen has reached the final stage with the help of inability and evolution. The so-called breaking out of a cocoon into a butterfly is not enough to describe Aizen at this moment. Aizen in the 4th stage has obtained an immortal body, and Aizen in the 5th stage has an immortal soul. Although his Ryotsu cannot be perceived, this does not mean that his Ryotsu has disappeared. On the contrary, it is because his Ryotsu is too powerful, so powerful that it is unbelievable that people cannot perceive it. Just like ants cannot see the true face of elephants. I always think that what I see in front of me is the real sky, but I don't know that what I see is probably just a corner of the elephant's body. Can't perceive Aizen's Ryotsu. It's not that he can't perceive it, but his spiritual sense is blocked by Aizen's powerful Ryotsu. But it was Aizen of this level who was pushed away by the sudden figure. Aizen didn't resist, but he didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. Unohana Retsu had one hand on her Zanpakuto, and she was amazed by the sudden turn of events. Although the figure was fast, she could still see the figure clearly in a blink of an eye. That is, Kurosaki Ichigo? She is no stranger to Kurosaki Ichigo. After all, when she was in Hueco Mundo, she traveled with Kurosaki Ichigo for a long time, and also taught Kurosaki Ichigo Kendo along the way. However, the appearance of Kurosaki Ichigo has changed a lot at this moment. Firstly, the Shiba costume became dilapidated, and secondly, the hair became much longer. The original short orange-yellow hair had become long hair. Also, there is one more detail that Unohana Retsu also noticed. That is, the Zanpakuto in the hands of Kurosaki Ichigo, like Aizen's Zanpakuto, has become one with his body. Although it was only a glimpse, Unohana Retsu still noticed a lot of information, which was enough to make her think deeply. What has changed in Kurosaki Ichigo? It's finally here. Advertisement Gosuke Shigure glanced into the distance, which was the direction in which Kurosaki Ichigo and Aizen disappeared. Then, he undid his Bankai and gathered Zanpakuto, which had been restored to a sealed state. After finishing these things, his figure flashed a few more times, and he came to Unohana Retsu with the help of Shunpo. Captain Unohana, let's treat the wounded, their wounds. Unohana Retsu recovered and nodded. Indeed, now that Aizen has been taken away by Kurosaki Ichigo, I have nothing to do, but I can treat Matsumoto Rangaku, Hinamori Momo, and Ichimaru Jin. However, before that, she still had a new question. Isn't Captain Wusu going to help Kurosaki Ichigo? Can he handle Aizen alone? She is a little worried. Although Gosuke Shigure lost in the end, but from Gosuke Shigure being able to push Aizen to that point, it proves that Gosuke Shigure is still capable of fighting against Aizen. If he helps Kurosaki Ichigo, maybe he can defeat Aizen. Gosuke Shigure said, Captain Unohana, don't worry. Now Aizen, Ichigo alone is enough to deal with it. Otherwise, what do you think Yin and I shot for? Just to buy enough time for Ichigo. Today's Aizen will lose. Gosuke Shigure's tone was extremely positive. Unohana Retsu's eyes froze immediately, not understanding why Gosuke Shigure had so much confidence in Kurosaki Ichigo. Gosuke Shigure doesn't explain too much either. Kurosaki Ichigo took Aizen all the way to the wilderness. There is no grass here and the environment is extremely harsh. But here, it is indeed a more suitable battlefield than before. After all, the place where Gosuke Shigure and Aizen fought was Karakura Town, and tens of thousands of humans were sleeping in Karakura Town, so when Gosuke Shigure fought, he had to open the barrier for fear of damaging human lives. But now, Kurosaki Ichigo has no such black worries. There are no humans and no souls here. He can do whatever he wants, and here, he completely defeats Aizen and gives Aizen the final blow. Chapter 414 Shaken Faith. Today's Aizen is strong. After successive evolutions with the help of Hogyoku, he has completely surpassed Shinigami and entered a new dimension. Unfortunately, his opponent is Kurosaki Ichigo. In the boundary, time flows extremely fast. It hasn't been long in the normal world, but in the boundary, several months have passed. For normal Shinigami, it takes months or even years. Time can't make the strength improve much. But this situation is for ordinary people. Kurosaki Ichigo is no ordinary man. His father is a Shinigami, his mother is a Quincy master, and he has the power of Hollow in his body, and that Hollow is not simple. It was created by Aizen with hundreds of Shinigami souls and soul fragments. The three opposing forces balance each other in Kurosaki Ichigo's body, which makes Kurosaki Ichigo born with extremely terrifying potential, because under normal circumstances, it is impossible for these three forces to be in one body at the same time. A normal person can only have two kinds of power even if they reach the sky. For example, the Hollow of Shinigami and the transformation of Shinigami are this stream. It is also because Kurosaki Ichigo has three powers, so after he was born, Aizen has been paying close attention to him, calling him the Son of Miracles, and has high hopes for Kurosaki Ichigo, thinking that Kurosaki Ichigo is the only one who can be with him in the future. The existence of shoulder to shoulder. Since Kurosaki Ichigo hadn't fully tapped out the power hidden in his body when the decisive battle started, Aizen used Inoue or Hime as a bait to introduce Kurosaki Ichigo into the virtual circle to imprison him. But I didn't expect that Kurosaki Ichigo finally rushed to the present world. But at that time, the decisive battle in the world had already drawn down, and Aizen didn't take Kurosaki Ichigo to heart. After easily defeating Kurosaki Ichigo, Yoruichi, and Urahara Kazuki, he came to the Soul Society, ready to complete the final step of being crowned king and ascending the throne of the sky. Unexpectedly, there are more obstacles than the daughter-in-law. First it was Ichimaru Jin who hid his Bankai's true power and dealt him the coup de grace. Then, there is Gosuke Shigure, two Bankai, extremely powerful. However, although there are many obstacles, Aizen really wants to thank them. Because it was their obstacles that allowed him to evolve into a brand new dimension. I thought Gosuke Shigure was the last obstacle. Unexpectedly, Kurosaki Ichigo appeared again. The other party showed an unstoppable force and forcibly brought him here. Advertisement. Besides, what surprised Aizen even more was that he couldn't perceive the breath of Kurosaki Ichigo. Under normal circumstances, whether it is Shinigami or virtual, it will inadvertently emit Ryotsu and then be perceived by people. But he didn't perceive this on Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo lost power? No, if he loses his strength, it is impossible for him to bring himself here. In addition, the opponent's knife is also the same as his own knife, growing together with his arm. What happened to Kurosaki Ichigo? Aizen gave birth to a trace of curiosity, and immediately, the feeling of arrogance filled his heart again. No matter how strong Kurosaki Ichigo is, he can't stop him now. Now he is already a god in the true sense. He attacks Kurosaki Ichigo. Initially, Aizen had a slight upper hand, until Kurosaki Ichigo used the strongest move in the current state. The Last Crescent Sky Rush. The so-called Last Crescent Sky Rush is to turn all the power of Shinigami into a powerful blow and release them all. This method is similar to the final form of Quincy in the past. In the original book, Ishida Uryu has a method to release all the power of Quincy to attack the opponent. With that move, even Kuretsuchi Mayuri was defeated. Later, with the help of his father Ishida Longshan, he regained the strength of the Quincy. And this trick of Kurosaki Ichigo is a unique skill passed down from generation to generation in the Shiba family. As one of the 5 nobles in the past, the Shiba family was extremely prosperous in the early years. As a noble with a long history, it naturally has many unique skills passed down. Many of them have interrupted their inheritance over the years, but some taboo methods have still been preserved. Although the power of Shinigami of Kurosaki Ichigo is inherited from Kurosaki Isshin, because of the power of Quincy and the power of Hollow in the body, the 3 powers are in balance and breed each other to grow. So his Shinigami power is extremely powerful. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Right now, even Aizen who has evolved to the final level cannot resist the powerful blow that has given up all the power of Shinigami. Moonless. Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto completely disappeared and turned into a thin black silk thread. Then, at this moment, the world lost all its color, and the Black TV University engulfed Aizen's body with its teeth, Jochen. Aizen's sense of pride for having evolved to its final form was completely defeated at this moment. His strength is so vulnerable. When Aizen is at its peak, if anyone inflicts serious damage on Aizen, he will definitely fall into self-doubt and confusion. Aizen has not yet adapted to the power of the current stage, and has directly evolved into a new stage. The skyrocketing power, but without the matching realm and character, will make it impossible for Aizen to exert that powerful power stably, and it will also make Aizen's heart become restless. But Urahara Kazuki can use fighting to make Aizen feel a sense of crisis and accelerate his evolution. As a result, Aizen's powerful power from Hogyoku faded away temporarily. When he doubts himself, Urahara Kazuki can play a role with Kido's backhand inside Aizen. That said, Aizen will become more powerful with each stage. When the idea of losing filled Aizen's mind, even if it was only for a moment, even if Aizen quickly adjusted, he was still confused. His confusion awakened the power of Hogyoku, making Hogyoku think that this is what Aizen wants right now. Zero yourself, lost? So, he used another way to defeat Aizen. At this time, even Hogyoku couldn't let him evolve one step further. What's more, Hogyoku's evolution has come to the final stage, the Lord. First, Aizen's evolution is unstoppable. This is also one of Urahara Kazuki's calculations. But rapid evolution does have its drawbacks. Urahara Kazuki is also one of the creators of Hogyoku, and he is well aware of the power of Hogyoku. Aizen merges with Hogyoku. If Aizen slowly adapts to the power of Hogyoku and evolves step by step, Aizen may really be invincible. Even the ultimate evolution can't resist such an attack. Chapter 415. A new crisis. In order to deal with Aizen, Urahara Kazuki worked hard, not only planned many plans, but even developed a new Kido for this purpose, and the new Kido was created for Hogyoku. Taking advantage of the opportunity to release Kido, Urahara Kazuki drove the new Kido into Aizen. But because Aizen was too strong at that time, his Kido couldn't work. Urahara Kazuki didn't expect his Kido to work the first time either. Until now, when Aizen was doubted by Kurosaki Ichigo's one stroke of no moon, he fell into self-doubt and fell into a state of confusion. Hogyoku responded to his appeal, making his power decline, after thinking of himself as a god. Urahara Kazuki, who remained in his body, finally found an opportunity to invade Hogyoku. Then, the seal began to play a role in September 13th. Aizen, without the power to fight back, was directly sealed. Because of this sudden change, Aizen looked extremely dazed. It seems that it is not good to let Aizen be in a state of confusion. Ever since, Urahara Kazuki, at this last moment, appeared. He turned to Aizen and explained the reason of everything. This moment, just like that moment. 100 years ago, in a hollow experiment, many captains and vice-captains became the products of Aizen's experiments. Aizen took Ichimaru Jin and left in front of Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, and then even took Urahara Kazuki as the blame. Urahara Kazuki had to leave Soul Society because of Aizen's scheme. But today, everything is reversed. Even though Aizen defeated Gode 13, defeated the Masked Legion, came to Soul Society, and was only one step away from the Creation King Key, he was still half a step away and lost to Urahara Kazuki. As Urahara Kazuki explains why everything is clear. With Aizen knowing how he lost, his angry voice echoed immediately. But no matter how you listen to it, it sounds like a defeated dog howling. The decisive battle has come to an end, with the restart of the enchantment. Advertisement. The Karakura town that was temporarily transferred to the Soul Society and the false Karakura town in this world were exchanged again immediately, and even the seriously injured Shinigami who were originally in the false Karakura town were brought to the Soul Society. Unohana Retsu and Yamada Hanataro, who followed him back from Hueco Mundo, got busy. In this war, the 4th Division did not play a big role because the Shinigami of the 4th Division were not good at fighting. But after the battle is over, the existence of the 4th Division is indispensable again. Inoue Orihime saw that Unohana Retsu was healing many Shinigami, so he volunteered to help. His ability is very special, not only can heal general injuries, but also can restore other people's organs, hands and feet damaged in battle. After Unohana Retsu found out that Inoue Orihime's ability was so special, she immediately stopped her from treating the common wounded. After all, there is a limit to Inoue Orihime's power. You can't consume too much power on ordinary wounded people. This kind of ability is best used on those who have lost their arms and legs due to fighting. As a result, Sui Feng's arm, which was destroyed by Baragan during the battle, was restored in this way. In the battle, the arm was also destroyed, and Captain Yamamoto. Facing the strength of Aizen, he performed number 96 Hato's one-knife cremation. One-knife cremation is the sacrifice of Hato. There must be a medium when it is cast. The medium chosen by Captain Yamamoto is his arm. However, facing the hairy arm can restore the matter. Captain Yamamoto refused. I'm not so weak that I can't do without this arm. In addition, I can't do such a thing as accepting human help. For Captain Yamamoto, although they won this war, it wasn't a great win though, as they had the help of Kurosaki Ichigo. Even when the 5 captains were sent to Hueco Mundo, Gosuke Shigure gave the reason that Kurosaki Ichigo was very important and could help them win this battle, but Captain Yamamoto didn't take these words to heart. Perhaps out of arrogance, perhaps to protect the honor of Gode 13. Captain Yamamoto never thought of relying on the power of Kurosaki Ichigo to defeat Aizen. He was going to execute Aizen himself. Advertisement. Unfortunately, the follow-up development went beyond expectations. Because of his arrogance, Aizen defeated Gode 13. In the end, relying on Kurosaki Ichigo, he managed to defeat Aizen just now. Even though Soul Society won, Gode 13 lost, This is a fact. This is also a shame. Under such circumstances, how can Captain Yamamoto have the nerve to enjoy the fruits of victory and accept the help of Orihime? He needs to keep his severed arm and keep it broken, so as to remember this defeat and this humiliation, so as to motivate himself. But Inoue Orihime just wanted to say that losing an arm would cause a lot of inconvenience. However, Captain Yamamoto's attitude was extremely firm. At this time, another voice sounded from the side. If possible, the captain should accept the help of Inoue Orihime to restore this arm. Hearing this, Inoue Orihime couldn't help looking at the speaker. Captain Yamamoto also turned his head sideways, looking towards the person who came. The visitor is Gosuke Shigure. Although it was Kurosaki Ichigo who finally defeated Aizen, Gosuke Shigure also played a vital role in this battle. This is something he found out at Unohana Retsu afterwards. Although I knew this Gosuke Kenpachi was very powerful a long time ago, 5.0. After all, he was the person who had a direct contact with Team Zero, and even entered the Lingwang Palace. But according to what Unohana Retsu said, it is still unexpected to be able to fight Aizen to that extent. You want to persuade the old man? Since it was Gosuke Shigure who came, Captain Yamamoto's attitude was slightly better, and he said to Gosuke Shigure. Yes. Gosuke Shigure nodded. I don't know what the captain is insisting on, but losing an arm is always inconvenient, and the biggest impact is that it will affect the battle. Although Aizen has failed now, the Dark Crisis has never been resolved. I have a hunch that it won't be long before the Soul Society will suffer a bigger crisis. Gosuke Shigure looked solemn, and said something to Captain Yamamoto. The ancestor of the Quincy has awakened. Chapter 416. Aftermath of the war. A few years ago, after the fact that many mixed-blood Quincy masters died one after another in the present world was discovered by the Soul Society, the Soul Society also tried to find out the reason, but in the end they found nothing. Only Captain Yamamoto is different. He combined the reason why he discovered many Quincy masters in the shadow of Seireitei back then. Came to a conclusion. That is, Habak, the ancestor of the Quincy division, probably did not die. Thousands of years ago, it was he who defeated Yuhabak, so he knew the inside story of that battle very well. At the time he thought Yuhabak was dead. Now, if you think about it again, you can easily come to this conclusion. After all, Yuhabak is not an ordinary person, and it is indeed not so easy to die. There is a deep hatred between the Shinigami and the Quincy. It is precisely because of this insight that Captain Yamamoto has secretly prepared to fight the Quincy. This battle with Aizen is a big battle for the rest of Godei 13 Shinigami. But Captain Yamamoto didn't take it seriously, but took it as a training exercise to hone the fighting ability of Godei 13 Shinigami. As for Aizen, he'll shoot and beat Aizen. Of course, the result was not very good. Because of his 15 arrogance, he lost, and Godei 13 was also a crushing defeat. Even though Aizen lost in the end, it was Kurosaki Ichigo and Urahara Kazuki who really defeated Aizen. These two people are not from Godei 13. That's why Captain Yamamoto wanted to save the broken arm from repairing it, so as to remind himself of this failure. But I didn't expect Gosuke Shigure to say such a thing. What do you really know? Captain Yamamoto stared intently at Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure said, I know everything I need to know. Precisely because the crisis in the dark is even greater than the crisis brought by Aizen, it is a crisis that cannot be stopped with all the power of Godei 13, so Captain Yamamoto must put himself in the peak state before he can deal with it. The crisis is coming. Captain Yamamoto's eyes flickered, and he fell into deep thought. Gosuke Shigure continued, arrogance, once is enough. Advertisement, hasn't the arrogance this time made the captain taste the fruit of failure? Is the captain ready to use a gesture of one hand to meet a bigger crisis in the future? Isn't that just another kind of arrogance? Captain Yamamoto was immediately moved. Although Gosuke Shigure didn't say too many things, the words, the ancestor of the Quincy master, and a greater crisis, are enough for him to treat them with caution. More importantly, Gosuke was right. This defeat was indeed caused by his arrogance. He underestimated Aizen's strength too much. No matter how strong Aizen is, he can defeat Aizen with only one shot. It was with this thought of looking down on Aizen that he tasted the fruit of defeat. If you take Aizen seriously from the beginning, hold the belief that you will kill Aizen at all costs. This battle will definitely not be like this. At first, he wanted to keep his broken arm to commemorate this defeat. But Gosuke Shigure is right. If the ancestor of the Quincy is really alive, if he keeps his arm broken to meet the greater crisis in the future, isn't this another kind of arrogance? It is enough to lose due to arrogance once, there is no need for a second time. Captain Yamamoto sometimes seems very pedantic and stubborn, but sometimes he is also flexible. Apparently, Gosuke Shigure's words convinced him. So he looked at Inoue Orihime and said, little human girl, the old man's arm, I will give it to you. Well, good, good, Inoue Orihime came back to his senses and immediately displayed his ability. Soon, Captain Yamamoto's arm, which had been destroyed by performing one-knife cremation, recovered in this way. Of course, helping Captain Yamamoto recover his arm, Inoue Orihime's consumption is also extremely huge. After all, Captain Yamamoto is too powerful, and it is not an easy task to help him recover his arm. Just one arm, and that basically knocks out Inoue Orihime. Captain Yamamoto also saw Inoue Orihime's weakness. After that, people took good care of him. For a period of time after that, it was basically finishing work. Advertisement Aizen has been defeated. How to deal with those who followed him is another matter. Many Arrancars who followed Aizen to this world for a decisive battle, many of them died in battle. But there is also a Arrancar who is still alive. Hollybell, the third blade, and many subordinates of Espada are still alive. They were all severely injured, and then moved again with Karakura town. They were all transferred to the Soul Society, and became prisoners of the Shinigami side. Kill? Of course it is impossible to kill them. After all, these are Menos Grande, the most powerful group of Hueco Mundo at the moment. In this war, many powerful ghosts have died. If these ghosts are killed again, there will be a serious fault in Menos Grande of Hueco Mundo, which will directly affect the balance between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. At that time, it will be the Soul Society that will be affected. Captain Yamamoto, as the captain of Gode 13, of course understands how the balance between souls is. It was precisely because of understanding that Hollybell and the others could not be killed. In the end, he made a decision. Let Hollybell and them all go. Return them to the Hueco Mundo. Of course, before releasing Hollybell, Captain Yamamoto and the others also gave Hollybell a warning. If they return to the virtual circle, if they still plot wrongdoings and intend to invade the Soul Society, if they meet again, the Shinigami side will no longer show mercy. Hollybell listened to Shinigami's warning. She is not a Shinigami who likes to kill. Even she didn't expect that Shinigami would let this time go. This gave her a new impression of Soul Society and Shinigami. Hollybell, after these imaginary problems are resolved. There are new problems. The new problem is what to do with Ichimaru Jin Tusen Kanami. If these two people are really the heinous people, it's fine, either killing them or sentence them to prison is a choice. But unfortunately, they are not. In the decisive battle with Aizen, these two turned against each other one after another, and both shot against Aizen. In particular, Ichimaru Jin almost killed Aizen at one point. It was Ichimaru Jin who delayed Aizen's creation of King Ki, making Aizen come to the real Karakura town, but never completed the last step. Chapter 417. The dissociated person exactly because of what these two have done. So, what to do with them is the question. Yu Gong, both of them have made great contributions and helped them fight against Aizen. Personally, it was because of the crisis of the Quincy, and because Yubak was still alive. Gosuke Shigure also reminded Captain Yamamoto, so Captain Yamamoto really wanted to keep these two people. After all, they are all at the captain level, and even among the many captains of Gode 13, these two are definitely the top powerhouses. If they are kept, the Soul Society can relieve some pressure on the future crisis. However, under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for Soul Society to retain these two. The main reason is that although the two turned their backs on Aizen in the end, it is true that they followed Aizen and did so many bad things. Especially the death of the previous Central 46 member. The one who slaughtered them was Aizen, but whether Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami are involved, no one knows. It is for this reason that these two were basically unable to return to Soul Society. Even for those faults, they had to go to trial. After all, merit is merit and demerit is demerit. And according to Captain Yamamoto's understanding of the Central 46, they will even directly ignore the merits of these two people, and specifically target Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami for their crimes, and try them. Only in this way can justice be demonstrated and they have won the war. Captain Yamamoto certainly didn't want to see this happen. It's not that the hearts of meritorious ministers are chilled, but because there is a bigger crisis in the dark. But regarding the hidden crisis, it's not easy for him to directly talk to Central 46. Because I said, without evidence, Central 46 will not believe it. Advertisement. Everyone thinks that Captain Yamamoto is pedantic and old-fashioned, but they don't know that the real pedantic and old-fashioned is the 46 room. So, where should Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami go? This day, the prison where two criminals, Tusen Kanami and Ichimaru Jin, were detained suddenly exploded, and two figures escaped from it and then disappeared. The two criminals, Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami, escaped from prison. This is something no one expected. Captain Yamamoto was furious when he learned about this incident, but since Gode 13 had just experienced battle and everyone was injured, it was not easy to hunt down these two criminals at the moment, so they could only be regarded as wanted criminals. A warrant was issued, that's all. In this world, next to the Urahara store, at some point, there was another room. In the house, lived two men. One is a blind man, and the other man has squinted eyes, which looks somewhat similar to a fox. Unexpectedly, we will become neighbors. Ichimaru Jin said to Urahara Kazuki. 100 years ago, he followed Aizen and looked down on Urahara Kazuki with a condescending attitude. Afterwards, Urahara Kazuki was forced to leave home because of Aizen's scheme. Facing Ichimaru Jin, Urahara Kazuki looked serious. I never thought that Captain Yamamoto, who has always been rigid, would let you go and choose to let you escape from prison and come to the world in order to prevent you from being judged. Yeah, I didn't think of such a thing. Ichimaru Jin seemed very emotional. I even made plans to die in the inextricable world. Urahara Kazuki's eyes flickered. Anyway, since Captain Yamamoto let you go, you can stay in this world honestly, of course. Don't think about doing bad things. You should know that you can escape from prison here. It is the connivance of Captain Yamamoto. Since he can condone you to come here, if you still persist in doing bad things, he can let you accept the punishment you deserve. Don't worry, I won't do anything bad, Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. After all, I wish for such a peaceful life. Tusen is the same. Really? Urahara Kazuki couldn't help but think of Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami, who have been dormant beside Aizen for 100 years. No matter how you look at it, these two are loyal henchmen of Aizen. Advertisement even he thought so at first, but then, what these two did was really surprising. Urahara Kazuki also knew that Ichimaru Jin's purpose of dormant beside Aizen was to avenge Aizen. And Tusen Kanami hibernates beside Aizen in order to implement justice. Aizen is an evil person. He is in the dark, but to protect the light. In short, these two people have their own reasons, and these reasons are enough to move Urahara Kazuki. This is also the reason why Captain Yamamoto asked him to take these two people in. He let them live next to his store. Similarly, there is another reason, which is to monitor these two people instead of Soul Society. As for Captain Yamamoto's purpose, Urahara Kazuki said on the surface that he didn't think of it, but in fact, with his intelligence, how could he not know? Captain Yamamoto's move is to preserve a strong combat power for the Soul Society. Instead of throwing powerful and available combat power into the prison, let them be forced to accept the trial of that group of trash. After Ichimaru Jin had a conversation with Urahara Kazuki, he also changed the topic. He was also very curious about the only person who was praised by Aizen and could be compared with him in terms of IQ, especially since Aizen lost this time. Urahara Kazuki was even more played a vital role in it. Tusen and I were unable to return to the Soul Society because we had followed Aizen and committed many felonies. What about you? Why don't you return to the Soul Society? With the revelation of Aizen's crimes, you should have been vindicated. Urahara Kazuki was stunned when he heard the words, and immediately gave the answer. When I first came to this world, I was also very uncomfortable. I always wanted to wash away my grievances and return to the Soul Society. Later, as I stayed longer in this world, I gradually got used to it. Compared to Soul Society, life in this world is more free. After staying here for a long time, I don't want to go back to Soul Society and be bound by those rules. One of the reasons why Urahara Kazuki chose to stay in this world is freedom. In addition, there is another reason, that is, when I am free from Gode 13 and free from Soul Society, I can deal with the hidden crisis in a more comprehensive way. 11 BK Chapter 418. Ways to restore strength. This answer given by Urahara Kazuki, Ichimaru Jin did not expect. He didn't know that many years ago, after Gosuke Shigure chose to step down as captain, someone asked him why he resigned as captain. Gosuke Shigure's answer was that as captain, many people would pay attention to him. Only when he stepped down from the position of captain and stayed away from the cusp of the storm, could he be able to better deal with the hidden crisis. For Gosuke Shigure, for Urahara Kazuki, Soul Society, Gode 13, is the very center of the cusp. At first, Urahara Kazuki wanted to return to Soul Society. But with the insight into the many crises in the dark, he gradually changed his mind. Aizen's subordinates have made proper arrangements. Those Manos Grande were returned to Hueco Mundo, Ichimaru Jin, Tusen Kanami Incognito, hidden in the present world. As the culprit of everything, Aizen himself did not end so well. It has been a long time since Aizen rebelled against Hueco Mundo, and the Shadaloo family incident occurred during the period. The new Central 46 has finally been formed. However, even if it is the new Central 46, it does not mean that 367 will forge ahead and be full of vigor. In the final analysis, it is because they represent the group of nobles, and for the benefit of the group of nobles, they are destined to be impossible to be approachable. Even, in order to show the power of the nobles, their performance is not much different from the previous generation of Central 46. It seems extraordinarily pedantic and unreasonable. Although the members of this Central 46 were able to take over because Aizen slaughtered the previous generation of Central 46. But they didn't appreciate Aizen for it. After ascending to high positions, they were all identified as sinners who challenged the majesty of the nobility. Right now, the Soul Society has become the winner, and they naturally have to put Aizen on trial. Only in this way can they reveal their superior status. At the beginning, Central 46 wanted to sentence Aizen to death. Such a sinner does not deserve to live in this world. But someone sent Urahara Kazuki's report just in time. In this report, Urahara Kazuki detailed the current situation of Aizen. Presumably, the Aizen fused with Hogyoku is already immortal. Advertisement can't kill him at all. Aizen is currently in such a situation because of his seal. If Aizen is recklessly sentenced to death, it will not only fail to kill Aizen, but may even help Aizen break the seal. Seeing that Aizen could not be killed, Central 46 was naturally very unhappy. But they finally chose to believe in Urahara Kazuki. Admittedly, they didn't like Urahara Kazuki very much, but this time Soul Society was able to defeat Aizen, and Urahara Kazuki did play a big role. Since you can't kill Aizen, keep Aizen closed. In the Soul Society, there is an underground prison. The underground prison is located under the first team building, where all the sinners of the Soul Society, past and present, are held. The 8th floor of the prison is called Infernal Affairs, and the criminals who can be imprisoned in Infernal Affairs are often sentenced to thousands of 10,000 years, and they are all criminals who have committed unforgivable crimes. After a trial at Central 46, Aizen was finally sentenced to be imprisoned in Infernal Affairs. The sentence is to 10,000 years. With Aizen's execution, this war finally came to an end, completely over. However, this war eventually brought a lot of influence. For the Soul Society, the biggest impact is that they have lost their greatest enemy at the moment, and they can enjoy this hard-won peace. But for Kurosaki Ichigo in the present world, he seems particularly uncomfortable. The last Crescent Sky Rush is a forbidden move released by sacrificing all the power of Shinigami. After using that BFBH move, although he defeated Aizen, he also lost all the power of Shinigami. Even in the final battle, he knew that his father was also a Shinigami. Even if Karakura Town will no longer encounter the threat of Aizen, even if there are occasional voids, Kurosaki Ichigo's partners Ishida Uryu and Sato Yasutora will solve them. But for Kurosaki Ichigo himself, he is still extremely uncomfortable. Even if he didn't actually have power for a very long time. Advertisement: there wasn't even a year between getting the power of Shinigami from Rukia Kuchiki and defeating Aizen. Perhaps it is precisely because I once had it, and once I lose it, it will appear uncomfortable. Among the 13 divisions. While Shendu, the dead soul of the Soul Society, celebrated this hard-won victory, Gosuke Shigure came here quietly. Gosuke, why are you looking for me when you have time? Jashiro Yukitake was a little surprised by the arrival of Gosuke Shigure. Jingle Chunshui did not come here today, and today is not the day they gathered to drink. And because Shiba Kaien has gone to be the captain of the 9th squad, so there is only Jashiro Yukitake in Yugantang. The World War I made Jashiro Yukitake's poor health worse, and he didn't know how long he would need to recuperate. There is indeed something I need to talk to you about, Jashiro. Gosuke Shigure frankly stated his purpose. Oh, Jashiro Yukitake was a little surprised. What? About Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo. Jashiro Yukitake frowned, and he teased Gosuke Shigure. If I remember correctly, Kurosaki Ichigo seems to be your apprentice of Gosuke. It's no secret that Kurosaki Ichigo called Gosuke Shigure, and many Godei 13's Shinigami healed about it. That's right. Gosuke Shigure also admitted the relationship between himself and Ichigo. Before I returned to Godei 13, I taught Ichigo in this world for a while. After talking about the reason, he talked about the business again. During the decisive battle with Aizen, Ichigo gave up all the power of Shinigami to defeat Aizen. Now, he has become a real ordinary person. Although he didn't say it, I can see that he is very uncomfortable with this kind of thing, so I was thinking, can I find a way to make him regain his strength? Restore his strength? Jashiro Yukitake became serious when he heard this. You mean, give him the power of Shinigami like Rukia did? Jashiro Yukitake didn't know about Kurosaki Ichigo's life experience. He didn't know what was special about him. He just remembered that Kurosaki Ichigo's Shinigami power was given by Rukia Kuchiki, and this was the only way he could think of to restore Kurosaki Ichigo's power. Chapter 419. Full presentation. Without waiting for Gosuke Shigure's answer, Jashiro Yukitake said again. Giving the power of Shinigami to humans is a felony in the Soul Society and a violation of the rules of the Soul Society. But Kurosaki Ichigo is different. He has great kindness to us Godei 13. This time he will lose the power of Shinigami to help us defeat Aizen. For him, it seems that there is nothing wrong with making an exception once. I'll go to the captain. He's proposing it. Jashiro Yukitake thought that Gosuke Shigure came here because he wanted him to make this suggestion to the captain, so he agreed without thinking. Gosuke Shigure also didn't expect Jashiro Yukitake to think of this stubble above. However, in the original book, Kurosaki Ichigo's Shinigami power can be restored, which is indeed due to the giving of many captains of Godei 13, each of whom shared a part of the Shinigami power, and finally allowed Kurosaki Ichigo to recover. Therefore, he did not deny Jashiro Yukitake's words, and even admitted frankly, I came here, and I really have this idea. Give the power to Kurosaki Ichigo Shinigami. After all, this war has nothing to do with him, but he chose to help us without hesitation. If it weren't for him, Aizen might have created Wang Jian and achieved his goal. This kindness can be repaid by giving him the power of Shinigami. Jashiro Yukitake nodded approvingly. Gosuke Shigure said again. Aside from that, can't you contact Ginjo Konkan? Ginjo Kugo is a human being. In addition, he also has an identity. He is the first Shinigami agent of any Soul Society, the first generation Shinigami agent. But many years ago, because of some things, he chose to resign from the position of Shinigami agent. However, it is not the same as in the original book. Because the companion was harmed by Shinigami, he believed that the Soul Society was an evil person, so he resigned from the position of Shinigami agent. Since Tsuneyashiro Tokunada died a long time ago, there was no such thing as Tsuneyashiro Tokunada plotting Ginjo Kugo, and Ginjo Kugo and Soul Society did not turn against each other. The reason why he resigned as a Shinigami agent is because he found that compared to being a Shinigami agent, he has more important things to do, which is to guide and help those full emergence practitioners and guide them out of confusion. Advertisement. Although the Soul Society felt sorry for Ginjo Kugo's resignation at the beginning, it did not refuse. As a souvenir, they did not take back the Shinigami proxy card, which was left to Kugo Ginjo. Of course, leaving Shinigami's agency certificate has another purpose, which is to use that thing to monitor Kugo Ginjo and locate his whereabouts. Ginjo Kugo also knew this, but he didn't have much resistance. Because he had served as a Shinigami agent, he knew very well how hard Shinigami had worked to protect the order of the souls of this world. It's worth mentioning that it was Jashiro Yukitake who first suggested the idea of Shinigami acting as a proxy. Ginjo Kugo's Shinigami proxy certificate was also given to him by Jashiro Yukitake. After all, the team that has the closest relationship with the present world is the 13th Division. As the 13th Division of the Purification Team, most of its members are on duty in the present world, and they are stationed in the present world. Ginjo Kugo. What do you want from him? Jashiro Yukitake asked Gosuke Shigure upon hearing the long-lost name. Of course it's because of the full manifestation. Gosuke Shigure said. You should have discovered that the abilities of Inoue Orihime and Sado Yasutora around Kurosaki Ichigo are all full manifestation. Full manifestation is a relatively small ability. The source of this ability is related to virtuality. It is different from the abilities of Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy, but it has its own unique features. If you can develop the full manifestation to ultimate, it is not inferior to Shinigami and Hollow. Ginjo Kugo, as the agent of first-generation Shinigami, in addition to having the ability of Shinigami, he is also a human being, but a full bringer. In other words, his Shinigami ability was obtained by accident. It was given to him by a Shinigami before his death, just like Rukia Kuchiki. And the perfect manifestation technique is his real ability. As fullbringers, they all have a characteristic, that is, when their relatives are attacked by Shu before they are born, Shu's power stays in the mother and passes to them when they are born. Of course, despite having such characteristics, whether such abilities can be developed is another question. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. In addition, as a fullbringer, because of the powerful undeveloped power contained in the body, it is often easier to attract virtual prying eyes than ordinary humans. Ginjo Kugo was aware of this at the beginning, thinking that there are more important groups that need him to protect than dealing with Shu, so he chose to give up acting as Shinigami agent. Jashiro Yukitake nodded. I did find that out. Because of Ginjo Kugo back then, Jashiro Yukitake also knew a little bit about the perfect manifestation technique. Gosuke Shigure said again. I'm afraid you didn't realize that Kurosaki Ichigo is actually a full emergence too. Oh. Jashiro Yukitake did not find this out. Immediately, he realized Gosuke Shigure's purpose in asking Ginjo Kugo's whereabouts. You want to find Kurosaki Ginjo and teach Kurosaki Ichigo the full manifestation technique? Yes. Gosuke Shigure nodded. The current Kurosaki Ichigo has lost the power of Shinigami. It would be a pity for a person like him to lose all his power and become an ordinary person. It just so happens that he also has the aptitude for full manifestation, so I'm wondering if it's possible to dig out his full manifestation ability? Finding Kurosaki Ginjo and teaching Kurosaki Ichigo the perfect manifestation technique is one of my ideas. In addition, I can also ask Kurosaki Ginjo to teach Sado Yasutora, Inoue Orihime. Especially Inoue Orihime. Her you must be able to realize the strength of your ability. Jashiro Yukitake nodded. Of course he knew how powerful Inoue Orihime was. That is a terrifying ability that violates the realm of gods. Among the many Shinigami in the Soul Society, there is no ability. At least, they can't do anything about mutilated organs, broken hands and feet, but Inoue Orihime can use her ability to restore mutilated people. Although Kurosaki Ichigo has great kindness to us Gode 13, rules are rules after all. No one knows whether the captain will agree to give Kurosaki Ichigo the power of Shinigami. If you don't agree, the full manifestation technique can be regarded as compensation for Kurosaki Ichigo. Gosuke Shigure went on to work. Chapter 420, Spiritual Knife. Jashiro Yukitake looked deeply at Gosuke Shigure, never expecting Gosuke Shigure to think so deeply. But I have to say, this is a way, although I don't know what Kurosaki Ichigo's full manifestation is for the time being, but for Kurosaki Ichigo who has lost his power at the moment, if he can develop the full manifestation, he will indeed regain some power. This slightly compensated for Kurosaki Ichigo's discomfort at losing his power. I'll try to contact Kugo Ginjo. Jashiro Yukitake directly agreed to the matter. Of course, the more important thing is to convince Captain Yamamoto to give Kurosaki Ichigo Shinigami a new experience. Seeing that Jashiro Yukitake agreed to the matter, Gosuke Shigure's goal this time has been achieved. Time passed slowly. It is said that Jashiro, 363, Shishiro contacted Ginjo Kugo, but in fact, it was not so fast to actually put this matter into action. After all, the decisive battle with Aizen has just ended, and there are too many things to deal with. Even though Aizen, as a criminal, has been sentenced to be imprisoned in infernal affairs for 10,000 years, the influence he left behind cannot be easily eliminated. Until this day, Jashiro Yukitake found Gosuke Shigure and said to him, I have already contacted Ginjo Kugo. He is very interested in Kurosaki Ichigo and has gone to Karakura town. That's it. Hearing these words, Shigure couldn't help feeling extremely emotional in his heart. I don't know which link has changed. Ginjo Kugo did not betray the Soul Society, did not regard Jashiro Yukitake as an enemy, and even agreed to Jashiro Yukitake's request for help. After sighing, Gosuke Shigure said again, although Ginjo Kugo has agreed to teach Ichigo the full manifestation technique, don't forget about that. Jashiro Yukitake nodded. Ever since, on next week's captain's regular meeting, Jashiro Yukitake took the initiative to bring up the matter of Kurosaki Ichigo, saying that Kurosaki Ichigo had a great favor to the Soul Society, and they should not lose the power of Shinigami in this way, and they should give Kurosaki the power of Shinigami again. Advertisement after such a proposal was uttered from Jashiro Yukitake, the expressions of all the captains became condensed. Surprisingly, however, there was not much opposition. They were just surprised that Jashiro Yukitake would think of such a way to help Kurosaki Ichigo restore Shinigami's power, but they objected, and they really couldn't object, because, in the decisive battle with Aizen, their performance was too embarrassing. If it wasn't for Kurosaki Ichigo's help, they would never have won that fight. Of course, just because they didn't object, doesn't mean they can agree. Only one person in the field can make a decision for this matter. That is Captain Yamamoto. Ever since, the eyes of all the captains turned away at the same time and fell on the face of the captain of Yamamoto. Captain Yamamoto felt everyone's eyes, and his expression was very serious. After a long time, he said, "I will go to talk to Central 46 personally about this matter." As soon as this remark came out, some people were surprised. Because the previous Captain Yamamoto was particularly serious, after Jashiro Yukitake made such a proposal, they subconsciously thought that Captain Yamamoto would veto it. Unexpectedly, Captain Yamamoto did not immediately refuse, and even said that he would go to talk to Central 46 in person. Does this mean that Captain Yamamoto agrees with giving Kurosaki Ichigo Shinigami the power? It's really surprising. Jingle Chunshui couldn't help feeling emotional. Tianbei Shusuke, who had not been captain for a long time, couldn't help but think of the things Captain Yamamoto did to help him pass the joint exercise proposal. Captain Yamamoto is really an extraordinary person. In this captain's regular meeting, apart from chatting about Aizen, more attention was drawn by Jashiro Yukitake's proposal. After the regular meeting, Captain Yamamoto went to meet Central 46. No one knows exactly how they discussed with Central 46. But in the end, Central 46 did go through with the proposal to give Kurosaki Ichigo Shinigami the power. Although this kind of thing violates the prohibition. But in the past, Shinigami were forbidden to give power to humans because they were worried that humans would abuse that power and endanger the Soul Society. Advertisement, however, Kurosaki Ichigo is different. He has helped Soul Society many times. If it wasn't for Kurosaki Ichigo this time, the Soul Society would never have won the fight. Although Central 46 is pedantic, the so-called pedantic is just to maintain its superior authority. As the winners of the noble struggle, the heads of the various nobles, their vision is definitely not so short-sighted. Otherwise, after they took office, it is impossible for them to agree with the fact that Soul Society appointed Kurosaki Ichigo as the agent Shinigami. For Gode 13, the power given to Kurosaki Ichigo Shinigami is to repay a favor. As for Central 46, giving Kurosaki Ichigo Shinigami the power is to prepare for a rainy day. There is only one Aizen at the moment, and no one knows what kind of enemies there will be in the future. So, it's important to help Kurosaki Ichigo restore the Shinigami's power so that Kurosaki Ichigo can help them deal with future enemies. Another week of captain meetings, Captain Yamamoto spoke about it. The proposal is passed, but how to give power to Kurosaki Ichigo Shinigami? It is obviously inappropriate to use the way Rukia Kuchiki did at the beginning. Kurosaki Ichigo is very special. He took away all Shinigami power from Rukia Kuchiki in the first place. Moreover, he is a Shinigami who has mastered Bankai. To give him the power of Shinigami, at least the captain needs to act. A captain giving all of his Shinigami power to Kurosaki Ichigo? That's not realistic. 3.7. This matter is actually not troublesome. At the critical moment, Kuretsuchi Miyuri spoke. Hoeko Mundo and his team occupied Zailapuro's laboratory and got a lot of things. It can be said that he has gained so much that he is in a good mood these days. I can make a special knife. We captains each divide some of the power of Shinigami and inject it into this knife, and then, by stabbing this knife into his body, the power of the Shinigami can then be given back to Kurosaki Ichigo. Captain Yamamoto heard this, and immediately said to Kuretsuchi Miyuri, "Then leave it to Captain Ni." This is indeed a very good method. Each captain only injects a part of the power of Shinigami into the sword. Although it will weaken him for a while, the degree of weakness is not much, and he can recover quickly. Chapter 421. A gift from the Soul Society in this world, Karakura Town. With the war with Aizen coming to an end, the real Karakura Town returned to the real world, and everything is back on track. For ordinary people in this world, they don't know what happened in that battle. They just felt like they fell asleep, and after waking up, time passed a little bit. Only a few classmates of Kurosaki Ichigo, because they spent a long time with Kurosaki Ichigo, and Karakura Town itself is a heavy spirit place, they also gradually awakened their spiritual power and found a clue. But because the spiritual power was too weak, they just realized that Ichigo was not that simple, which made them pay more attention to Kurosaki Ichigo. It's a pity, because today's Kurosaki Ichigo has lost all the power of Shinigami and has become a completely ordinary person. Even if they observe hard, they can't find anything. This made several classmates of Kurosaki Ichigo wonder if they had an illusion. On the other hand, Kurosaki, for some unknown reason, seems to be in a low mood recently. 18. They wanted to comfort Kurosaki Ichigo, but they didn't know what happened to Kurosaki Ichigo at all, and even if they wanted to comfort them, they couldn't do anything. During the recent period, for Kurosaki Ichigo, it is really difficult. He obviously lived the life of an ordinary person that he dreamed of. He could no longer see the spirit body, and he didn't have to fight anymore. However, when the days calmed down, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Maybe it's because I have personally experienced the turbulent waves, and I can't do it at all if I want to return to peace. Until this day, a man named Ginjo Kugo appeared in his life unexpectedly. The other party was very straightforward. After seeing him, he said straight to the point that he was the agent of first-generation Shinigami. In order to prove his identity, he even took out a token-like thing. Kurosaki Ichigo is very familiar with what Ginjo Kugo took out. Here's Shinigami's proxy card, and he has one too. So, what did you come to see me for? If it's a communication between Shinigami agents, then you were late, and now I have lost all the power of Shinigami. Kurosaki Ichigo's tone was a little low. Advertisement. Ginjo Kugo said, "Of course I know you lost all your Shinigami powers. Actually, that's what I'm here for. You should realize that in your body, there is more than just the power of Shinigami." Kurosaki Ichigo was taken aback when he heard the words, "In my body, it is true that there is not only the power of Shinigami, but also the power Emperor of the Virtual." He was thinking like this, and was about to respond to Ginjo Kugo's words. Then I heard Ginjo Kugo say again, "Complete manifestation is the name of the power in your body. I am here because I was invited by Jashiro Yukitake, the captain of the 13th Division of Godei, to help you develop this power. Besides, according to Jashiro Yukitake, 2 of your classmates, Inoue Orihime and Sado Yasutora, are also Fullmancers. If you can call them, and I can teach them full manjutsu." Kurosaki Ichigo heard a familiar name from Ginjo Kugo. And because Ginjo Kugo took out his Shinigami agency card, he didn't doubt Ginjo Kugo's identity, but Ginjo Kugo's words surprised him. He was stunned for a long time before he asked, "Full manifestation, what exactly is it?" Ginjo Kugo said, "You can understand it as a calendar that is not inferior to Shinigami's calendar." "Isn't it inferior to Shinigami's power?" Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help mumbling. For him at the moment, it can be said that it is extremely peaceful. He's been struggling lately with a loss of power. If you can master the manifestation technique, wouldn't you have power again? As a result, Kurosaki Ichigo directly agreed with Ginjo Kugo's proposal and went to learn the full realization technique from Ginjo Kongo. Afterwards, under the introduction of Kurosaki Ichigo, Inoue Orihime and Sado Yasutora also came to Ginjo Kugo to further develop the perfect realization technique. Sado Yasutora and Inoue Orihime once studied with Urahara Kazuki for a period of time. The full manifestation technique is not a very mysterious thing, and the Soul Society side also knows this power. But knowing it is one thing, how to further develop and master it, after all, they are still not as good as Yinchun Kongwu, the perfect performer. Here in Ginjo Kugo, their power was further developed, and at the same time, they also got to know Hidekuro Tsukishima and others who are also fullbringers. Days passed by like this. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo mastered the full manjutsu, and with the help of the full manjutsu, barely fought against the ghost that appeared in Karakura town, and was happy to have some power again. Advertisement this day. A Shinigami who was very familiar to Kurosaki Ichigo came into the world. Rukia Kuchiki. For Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia Kuchiki was the Shinigami who changed his life. Kurosaki Ichigo asked in disbelief. Kurosaki Ichigo, who became a Shinigami again. Gift? Kurosaki Ichigo was puzzled. As the knife stabbed into Kurosaki Ichigo's body, it was just like the first time we met. "Don't worry, I'm not alone this time," Rukia Kuchiki said with a smile. "Of course it is possible." Rukia Kuchiki replied, "At the beginning, I gave you the power of Shinigami. This time, with similar means, we can give you the power of Shinigami again. Ichigo, I came to this world this time to give you a gift." He immediately said again, "But, what if you give me the power of Shinigami?" It was precisely because of meeting Rukia that he gained the power of Shinigami, and then saw such a magnificent world. Kurosaki Ichigo is in a much better mood recently because he has mastered the full manifestation technique and regained his power. He precessed and asked Rukia. "That's right." Rukia Kuchiki said, "Do you want to have the Shinigami calendar again?" Rukia Kuchiki's words brought back very distant memories for Kurosaki Ichigo. "Really, is it okay?" But anyway, it was Rukia Kuchiki who brought him into the world of Shinigami, and Kurosaki Ichigo was very grateful to Rukia. Then, she took out a very special knife. "Luchi 490, why are you here?" "Regain the power of Shinigami." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo was taken aback for a moment, and then his body shook slightly. "Although later in the decisive battle with Aizen, I knew that my father was Shinigami, and I knew what was special about me." Chapter 422 Almost omniscient because of the teaching of Ginjo Kugo, another force in the body, that is, full manifestation. The sword of Kurosaki Ichigo, who has regained the power of Shinigami, has also undergone some changes. Compared with the incomplete knife at the beginning, the current knife has become slightly more complete. Naturally, the current him, the power of Shinigami, is also more powerful. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't realize these differences. It was only because this Shinigami was jointly given by many Shinigami from Soul Society, so it seemed a little different. Gosuke Shigure in the Soul Society knows. This is because the full realization technique was excavated and combined with the power of Shinigami given by many Shinigami of the Soul Society. Part of the power of Shinigami that was originally silent in Kurosaki Ichigo and suppressed by the power of Yuhabox Quincy was excavated, caused those changes. However, even so, this is still not the true posture of Kurosaki Ichigo. After all, his Shinigami power is not that simple. Apart from the Shinigami power from Kurosaki Ishin, the biggest source of Kurosaki Ichigo Shinigami's power is Shiro. Zubai is the Zushi created by Aizen gathering the power of hundreds of powerful Shinigami combined with the fragments of the Spirit King. It is extremely powerful. He possesses both virtual power and Shinigami power. The biggest difference is that compared with others, he is black. Black is a symbol of the calendar of Shinigami. This power, after Kurosaki Masaki gave birth to Kurosaki Ichigo, was possessed by Kurosaki Ichigo. This is the reason why Kurosaki Ichigo has the potential to surpass everyone. In the Soul Society, after Rukia Kuchiki took the special spiritual sword made by Kuretsuchi Miuri and re-given the power of Shinigami to Kurosaki Ichigo, many captains had nothing to do. Everyone is enjoying the long-lost peace. Earlier, because of Aizen, they had been in a state of preparation for a long period of time, and their spirits had been tense. Now that Aizen lost, it was time to relax. But Gosuke Shigure was not as relaxed as everyone else. Advertisement after Aizen's affairs ended, he did not step down as the captain of the 5th team, but still served as the captain of the 5th team. The main reason is that there is still no suitable candidate to replace him. Hirako Shinji of Masquerade Corps is a very suitable candidate. He used to be the captain of the 5th team. But let alone being Hollow's Shinigami, it's hard to be recognized by Central 46, and let them return to Soul Society. Let's say that Hirako Shinji is the captain of the 5th division, what should the rest of the Masked Legion members do? In the original book, Hirako Shinji and Muguruma Kensai returned to the Soul Society as captains. To put it bluntly, it was a compromise made by the Central 40 Woodroom and Gode 13 under helpless circumstances. After all, Gode 13 at that time, because of Aizen, suffered a great loss of combat power. The main purpose at that time was to fill the vacancy. But now, because of Tengai Shusuke, Shiba Kaien, and Gosuke Shigure, the 3 vacant captain positions have already been filled, so naturally, Gode 13 did not make a compromise and re-accept Hirako Shinji and others returning to Soul Society. Things happen. With a serious attitude, Gosuke Shigure came to the captain's room of the 1st team. Captain Yamamoto has been waiting here for a long time. After seeing Gosuke Shigure coming, Captain Yamamoto cut straight to the point and asked in a deep voice, "How much do you really know?" For those who don't know the secret, Captain Yamamoto's words will be confusing. But Gosuke Shigure knew what Commander Yamamoto was asking. He was asking about Fahaba, the ancestor of the Quincy Master. When Inoue Orihime treated Captain Yamamoto's arm that day, Captain Yamamoto refused at first, and then Gosuke Shigure persuaded Captain Yamamoto. And the reason that convinced him was precisely the 8 words, "The ancestor of the Quincy Master is still alive." Later, because the impact of Aizen had not been dealt with, Captain Yamamoto had no time to talk with Gosuke Shigure in detail, until now the city has time to chat with Gosuke Shigure. For the vast majority of Gode 13 captains, Gosuke Shigure is undoubtedly a veteran captain. Advertisement. Although he didn't have much time to be the captain of the 5th team, but 100 years ago, he was the 9th generation Kenpachi, the captain of the 11th team, and he had been the captain of the 11th team for a full 100 years, for many years. Since Gosuke Shigure came to Captain Yamamoto, he didn't think about hiding the information he knew. But even so, Captain Yamamoto didn't have any intention of belittling Gosuke Shigure. After all, Yhwach's crisis cannot be handled by himself alone. Even Captain Yamamoto can't see through Gosuke Shigure. It wasn't until 100 years ago that we discovered the existence of the spirit subdimension, and the group of extermination diseases had to be transferred and jumped away. This is a powerful crisis that can only be dealt with by gathering the strength of Gode 13 and even the Zero Division in the Lingwang Palace. However, such qualifications are really nothing in front of Captain Yamamoto. The only thing to be thankful for is that Gosuke Shigure is on the side of the Soul Society, and he doesn't have any outrageous thoughts like Aizen. And a few years ago, Yhwach, the ancestor of the Quincy Master, has completely awakened. Gosuke Shigure told Captain Yamamoto, thousands of years ago, Captain Yamamoto defeated Yhwach, but he didn't kill him. Perhaps in your opinion, he must die from such a serious injury, but in fact that is, he didn't die, he just fell asleep. Gosuke Shigure is too mysterious. During the slumber, those remaining Kunishers established a spiritual space in the shadow of our Seireitei. They guarded Yhwach, hid in it, and secretly observed our Gode 13. Among the entire Gode 13, only Yunohana Retsu has the same qualifications as him, and is the captain of 1st generation Gode 13. Arrogance will pay its price, and he had already tasted the failure of arrogance once in Aizen. Naturally, he also takes the mysterious junior Gosuke Shigure seriously. For Captain Yamamoto, Gosuke Shigure is a complete junior. The reason why they chose to transfer at that time was not because they were not our opponents, but because Yhwach hadn't woken up yet. I can't say I know everything, but I do know a lot of things. Chapter 423. Not much time Gosuke Shigure talked about the topic when he persuaded Captain Yamamoto to accept Inoue Orihime's treatment that day, that is, Yhwach is not dead. It was also a few years ago that many mixed-blood Quincy Masters in this world all died at the same time. I wonder if the captain has noticed this? It stands to reason that the 12th Division team should have paid attention to this matter. After all, the Quincy Masters in this world are all living under our surveillance. Captain Yamamoto didn't hide anything, nodded and said, "The old man has indeed noticed this matter. It seems inconceivable that all the mixed-blood Quincy Masters died at the same time, but there are indeed people who can do this kind of thing, that is, Yhwach, the old man, also started guessing from that time that Yhwach may not have died. Thousands of years ago, I fought with him, so I know very well what kind of person Yhwach is. Since he is not dead, with his ruthlessness, he will definitely come back. My Soul Society is out for revenge. The old man has always been on guard against this happening. The battle with Aizen, I used to hold the idea of training and use the battle to sharpen Gode 13's combat effectiveness. For this reason, before the decisive battle, I even supported Aizen embroidery to help conduct joint exercises. 053, unfortunately, the result made me a little regretful. Facing Gosuke Shigure, Captain Yamamoto expressed some of his true thoughts. Because he understands that at this time, he must be honest with each other. Gosuke Shigure will be honest and tell what he knows only if he is honest with himself. A few years ago, many mixed-blood Quincy died at the same time, but Yhwach launched a large-scale sacrificial ceremony, which is called Holy Blessing. Holy Farewell? Captain Yamamoto frowned slightly. Gosuke Shigure explained everything. Yhwach's life experience is very special. On the surface, he is the ancestor of all Quincy masters. In fact, he is also a descendant of others. And that person, I don't know if you know the captain, he is the Spirit King. The words, Spirit King, fell into Captain Yamamoto's ears, and Captain Yamamoto's expression immediately became more serious than ever. In the bottom of his heart, he gradually had an answer. No wonder. No wonder Yhwach led the Quincy to attack the Soul Society back then, and it's no wonder that the Quincy's ability restrained Shinigami's power so much. Advertisement: if Yhwach is the son of Lingwang, Rike can explain it clearly. The purpose of his attack on Soul Society, as well as the source of his power, can be explained. When Gosuke Shigure talked about the Soul King, he didn't have any respect. In the final analysis, it was because whether it was him or the captain of Yamamoto, he knew the truth about the Soul King. He also told about Yhwach's youthful experience. He had mentioned these things in front of Nunaka Ryukin, Kurosaki Ishin, and Urahara Kazuki when he was in the present world. After learning that Yhwach has the ability to recover and plunder the souls of all Quincy with his own power into his own body, Captain Yamamoto finally knows why those mixed-blood Quincy died. As for why all the dead are mixed-blood Quincy masters, Gosuke Shigure also gave an explanation. That is, the power of the pure-blooded Quincy master's own ancestors is strong enough to compete with the power left in their blood by Yhwach. Before Yhwach returns to his peak, he cannot affect their souls. Not so with the half-blood Quincy. Because of the turbidity of the blood, Yhwach can easily take away their souls. After telling the reason for the sanctification, Gosuke Shigure talked about another thing. I don't know if the captain has heard such a sentence. What? Captain Yamamoto asked in a deep voice. Gosuke Shigure knows too many things, not only the origin of Yhwach, but also the many abilities of Yhwach. Now he is still digesting the information that Gosuke Shigure said, but even so, after Gosuke Shigure once again after speaking, he still couldn't help asking. It takes 900 years to regain the heartbeat, another 90 years to regain consciousness, another 9 years to regain power, and then, 9 days, to conquer the world. Captain Yamamoto's eyes froze immediately. Even though Gosuke Shigure didn't say that name, Captain Yamamoto knew exactly who Gosuke Shigure was talking about. How many years have passed since the Great War of the Millennium? Captain Yamamoto can't tell. But if it took Yhwach 9 years to regain his power, counting from the time when those half-blood Quincy died a few years ago, the 9-year period is almost here. Advertisement: if Gosuke Shigure's words are true, then the 9-year period will come. The next step is for Yhwach to conquer the world in 9 days. It seems incredible. But Captain Yamamoto has fought Yhwach and knows the opponent's strength very well. Therefore, the opponent is very likely to do this kind of thing. Of course, Captain Yamamoto will not let the opponent achieve his goal easily. Just like Aizen has the strength to create the King Key and replace the Spirit King, wouldn't he still be defeated? No matter how powerful the enemy is, there is a way to defeat him after all. However, having said that, Gosuke Shigure's words are worth paying attention to. Time is running out. Yes, it's not much. Gosuke Shigure said in a deep voice, that's why I came here to talk to you about Yhwach. 100 years ago, we found the spirit subdimension, and those surviving Quincy masters led Yhwach to transfer again. At present, no one knows where they transferred to. However, from the incident of Yhwach's sanctification a few years ago, it has been shown that Yhwach has begun to recover his strength. When his power is fully restored, sooner or later there will be a battle between our Soul Society and him. In order to keep us from being too passive in this war, I am going to talk to you about the abilities possessed by those quenches. It can be said that Gosuke Shigure told Captain Yamamoto everything he knew. What sanctification, static blood outfit, moving blood outfit, and holy body were all mentioned by Gosuke Shigure. Captain Yamamoto also doesn't know how Gosuke Shigure knows these secrets, because some of the abilities are completely different from those of the Quincy 8,000 years ago. But he still seriously kept the information in his heart. What concerned him the most was Gosuke Shigure's statement that Quincy had the ability to take away the Bankai belonging to Shinigami. This is the trickiest ability. After all, for Shinigami, Bankai is the biggest hole card. Chapter 424. A way to enhance the strength of the Soul Society. Where did Gosuke Shigure get so much information from? It is unknown. Captain Yamamoto had many doubts in his heart, but in the end he still didn't choose to ask Gosuke Shigure for clarification. Most importantly, he believed in Gosuke Shigure. If what Gosuke Shigure said is true, if Gode 13 does not take precautions, they are likely to lose to Yhwach. This is something that Captain Yamamoto absolutely cannot tolerate. Thousands of years ago, Yhwach carried the Quincy Core, which was about to overthrow the Soul Society and break into the palace of the Soul King. Thousands of years later, he would absolutely not allow similar things to happen again. In particular, he also found out Yhwach's true identity here at Gosuke Shigure. Compared with Aizen, who wanted to create King Jien and aspired to be the Spirit King, Yhwach's threat is undoubtedly higher. Ever since, after the Wenzhong Tuhui, Captain Yamamoto began to have frequent meetings. He did not directly talk about Yhwach to the captains of Gode 13 at the meeting. After all, it has not yet reached that time, and if he leaked it in advance, it may be noticed by Yhwach and change the combat strategy. But there are some things that can indeed be planned for a rainy day. Therefore, Captain Yamamoto excused that the original joint exercise did not achieve much results. When fighting Aizen, the cooperation among Gode 13 was a mess. Using such reasons, he forced Gode 13 to conduct exercises and carry out a lot of cooperation. This will effectively enhance the combat effectiveness of Gode 13. And he also said that the current Gode 13 is too lazy. Even Aizen has lost, but that's not why Gode 13 is lazy. Moreover, Aizen will lose, and strictly speaking, it has nothing to do with them. It was Kurosaki Ichigo and Urahara Kazuki who defeated Aizen. The performance of these people in the face of Aizen is really not very good. Anyway, Captain Yamamoto's words were indeed blunt. Such words really inspired the entire Shinigami of Gode 13. Advertisement Aizen lost, they are indeed to be happy. But as Captain Yamamoto said, they seemed a little lazy at the moment, and when they faced Aizen, they did not cause any trouble to Aizen. If not for Kurosaki Ichigo fighting with his life, Aizen would not have lost at all. What right do they have to be lazy? All of a sudden, the entire Gode 13 rolled up. Many captains who have experienced the power of Aizen in this world began to practice one after another, trying to enhance their own strength through practice. Similarly, this kind of introversion is not only pervasive among the captains of Gode 13, but even the vice captains, chief officers, and even ordinary Shinigami are all introverted one after another. Gosuke Shigure doesn't know what the specific situation of the other teams is, anyway, when he returns to the 5th team. I saw the vice captain Hinamori Momo and many other officers practicing one after another. The 5th squad is not a combat squad, but a rescue team, usually in emergency rescue situations. Although the squadron Shinigami also has some combat effectiveness, its combat effectiveness can be said to be average. In the past, there was no mandatory requirement for the specific strength of the Shinigami team. But now, it seems that because of Aizen's influence, they have taken the initiative to improve their strength. For this situation, Gosuke Shigure didn't say anything bad, and even thought it was pretty good. In any case, if you increase your strength a bit, when the war comes, you can also increase the possibility of survival. He thought so. After all, the 1,000-year bloody battle in the original book was too cruel for the Shinigami of Gode 13, and many Shinigami died in a short period of time. Facing the members of the Star-Crossed Knights, the captain of Gode 13, he had almost no strength left to fight back. In the end, relying on various coincidences, he defeated them just now. Among them, Yhwach gave the biggest assist. After many members of the Star-Crossed Knights won, a sanctuary came directly to plunder their power and let them die. I was really afraid that Shinigami would lose too quickly, and if I didn't make a move, my side would win. Perhaps, we can use other methods to improve the overall combat power of Gode 13. Advertisement Gosuke Shigure's eyes flickered. This kind of introverted atmosphere is indeed very good. But in fact it has little effect, because the improvement of Shinigami's strength is not so easy. As an extremely long-lived life form, Shinigami used to last for tens of hundreds of years, which is about the same as a few years for ordinary humans. Some of them can last for nearly 100 years just in the form of children. Because of the slow growth and development, the improvement of strength is also slow. Only true geniuses can raise their strength to a new level within a few years. They were able to do it because of their huge potential and rapid increase in strength, but they just tapped out their own potential in a short period of time. But for ordinary Shinigami, it is normal that their strength has not improved at all for a long period of time. Although, it is also possible to improve the real experience through practicing skills, such as new walking ghosts. But the practice of skills is also extremely talented. Apart from these methods, for Shinigami, the easiest way to improve their strength is probably the liberation of Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto's Shikai and Bankai can make Shinigami's Ryotsu skyrocket, and bring various powerful abilities to Shinigami. In terms of Shikai, they can basically be mastered by an officer. Whether their strength is strong or not depends on the degree of excavation and use of Shikai. Not so with Bankai. For most of the Shinigami in Gode 13, this is a skill that only the captains can master. Although this is not the case, there are still many vice captains and chief executives who have mastered it. But for the entire Seireitei, Shinigami who have mastered Bankai in the true sense are still rare. Gosuke Shigure thought of a prop, which might help Gode 13 Shinigami master Bankai, so as to improve the actual movement. Even though the Quincy who will attack the Soul Society in the future has the ability to take away the Shinigami Bankai, this ability is not invincible, and there is still a way to crack it. Therefore, mastering Bankai, for many Shinigami, is still a way to quickly improve their strength. Gosuke Shigure came to Captain Yamamoto again, and said something to Captain Yamamoto. Does the captain believe that someone can master Bankai within 3 days? Chapter 425. The magical effect of transforming the divine body. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Faced with what Gosuke Shigure said, Captain Yamamoto's tone was extremely firm. He didn't believe that someone could master Bankai within 3 days. Such a thing was too outrageous. Among the many geniuses Captain Yamamoto saw, the one who mastered Bankai the fastest was his vice captain Chojiro Sasaki. Back then, in order to follow him, Chojiro Sasaki wanted to make Chojiro Sasaki retreat in spite of difficulties, so he turned to the opponent the request of learning Bankai within 1 month was put forward because Captain Yamamoto didn't think that such a thing could be done by anyone. Even he had just mastered the solution after a long period of hard work. However, just such an incredible thing, Chojiro Sasaki did it and used his Bankai, leaving a scar on his face. It has been 2,000 years since 600, after Chojiro Sasaki followed him. During the 2,000 years, Captain Yamamoto met many talented Shinigami. Many of them took months or years to master Bankai, but Chojiro Sasaki, who mastered Bankai the fastest, took only 1 month. Now, Gosuke Shigure said that someone mastered Bankai in 3 days, which is nothing short of a joke. The captain may think that such a thing is incredible and unbelievable, but it is the truth. As far as I know, there are currently 2 people who have learned Bankai within the Lord's Day. Oh, Captain Yamamoto became interested when he heard that Gosuke Shigure could name the specific candidate. Gosuke Shigure said 2 people, the first one is Urahara Kazuki. And the second one is Kurosaki Ichigo. After Captain Yamamoto heard these 2 names, he couldn't help being stunned. It was because these 2 people were really unusual. They played a vital role in defeating Aizen earlier. How long it took Urahara Kazuki to master Bankai, Captain Yamamoto doesn't know. But Gosuke Shigure's mention of Kurosaki Ichigo really made Commander Yamamoto think of something. Advertisement perhaps, it is not impossible to master Bankai in 3 days. Because, come to think of it, it really didn't take too long for Kurosaki Ichigo to master Bankai. Hypothetically, his Shinigami power originated from Rukia Kuchiki. From when Rukia Kuchiki gave him the power of Shinigami for the first time, to when he came to the Soul Society to rescue Rukia Kuchiki and cast Bankai, was there a few months? No, not even briefly. This shows that within this short period of time, Kurosaki Ichigo first adapted to the power of Shinigami, mastered Shikai, and then learned Bankai. Even if it's not outrageous to 3 days, the time to learn Bankai is definitely very short. Thoughts flickered. Captain Yamamoto turned to Gosuke Shigure again. You came to me today and took the initiative to talk to me about this matter. Do you have anything to say? Gosuke Shigure didn't hide anything. He really wanted to tell the captain. That is, whether it is Urahara Kazuki or Kurosaki Ichigo, they were able to learn Bankai. In fact, they all took a trick. They learned Bankai so quickly with the help of a device called Zhuan Shen Body. The captain should be very clear. If you want to learn Bankai, you need to meet 3 conditions first. The first condition is that you have enough Ryatsu. Only when you have cultivated Shikai to ultimate and have a strong enough Ryatsu can you proceed to the second condition, concretize your own Zanpakuto into reality, and then proceed to the third step to make the concretized Zanpakuto submit. Only in this way can you master Bankai. Of course, there are also some special Shinigami, because Zanpakuto is 100% loyal to it from the very beginning. This kind of Shinigami, as long as Ryatsu is enough, you can directly skip the second and third steps and directly master Bankai. Gosuke Shigure babbled a lot, and then changed his tone. Back to the topic. The god body created by Urahara Kazuki is a tool that allows Shinigami to quickly learn Bankai. It can force Shinigami Zanpakuto to the tomb, and forcibly concretize transformed into reality. With the help of the god body, Shinigami can directly skip the first and second steps, and forcefully proceed to the third step. As long as they fight against Zanpakuto who have materialized into reality and win them, they will be you can learn Bankai. Of course, because this is a tricky way, it is extremely difficult to learn Bankai in this way, but it can indeed greatly shorten the time for Shinigami to learn Bankai. Gosuke Shigure nodded, and then made another request. Besides that, I want someone to help. Advertisement. After talking about the special features of the god body, Gosuke Shigure brought up the old story again, and once again talked about the crisis of the Quincy division. Captain, time is running out. You should know that with the current combat power of Godei 13, it is very difficult to deal with it. The crisis brought about by Hyubak. Since you have thought of this, then go ahead and finish 3.3. Everything will be supported by the old man. After pondering, Captain Yamamoto said to Gosuke Shigure. Who? He prefers to improve his strength through practice through the righteous way. The Zanpakuto of Kuchiki Hibiki may be able to cooperate with the turning god body, so that Shinigami can master Bankai faster. Urahara Kazuki and Kurosaki Ichigo, in this way, learned Bankai in 3 days. But as Gosuke Shigure said, time is running out. Captain Yamamoto was silent. It took him a long time to digest what Gosuke Shigure said. Not to say that all the dead Shendu mastered Bankai with the help of the god-turning body, nor that they mastered Bankai within 3 days, but before the war started, we had a few more Shinigami who mastered Bankai, and the overall combat power of Godei 13 was impressive. It's a huge improvement. The crisis of the Quincy could break out at any time. At this time, improving the overall combat power of Godei 13 is the most critical thing. As for the rejuvenation body is something developed by Urahara Kazuki. Is Urahara Kazuki willing to use this thing to help the Shinigami of Godei 10 main team learn Bankai and improve their strength? Since Gosuke Shigure said such a thing, it must be possible to persuade Urahara Kazuki to take out the god body. Gosuke Shigure named a name and gave a reason. Kuchiki Hibiki River. So, we need to improve the overall strength of Godei 13, and nothing can improve Shinigami's strength more than mastering Bankai. In all fairness, he actually doesn't really like to improve his strength through trickery. Chapter 426 Training Camp, Practicing Bankai. Kuchiki Shangha is a name that is both familiar and unfamiliar to Captain Yamamoto. I say familiar because this person used to be the captain of a special unit under the command of the first team. To say it is unfamiliar is because the last time I heard this name was more than 100 years ago. More than 100 years ago, Kuchiki Hibiki was famous as the son-in-law of the Kuchiki family. Before he became the son-in-law of the Kuchiki family, he was a genius Shinigami. It is said that he mastered it during his time at Spiritual Arts Academy. It is also for this reason that he was spotted by Kuchiki Inling, the head of the Kuchiki family, and recruited into the Kuchiki family as his son-in-law. At the beginning, he was the third seed of the 6th division. Later, because of the recommendation of some nobles, he became the captain of a special unit. Unfortunately, this is a conspiracy among nobles. Because of the framing of his subordinates. At that time, Kuchiki Shangha was once imprisoned in the Confession Palace and was about to be judged. Because of his knife, his heart was more fragile than ordinary people, and he was more likely to fall into madness and get lost. 18. Kuchiki sounded the river and finally chose to escape from prison. Fortunately, just before he was about to make a big mistake, he was bumped by Gosuke Shigure who was passing by. In the end, he lost to Gosuke Shigure. After that incident, Kuchiki Hibiki was completely awake. However, after all, it was because he had escaped from prison. He was eventually deprived of his status as a Shinigami, and was sentenced by Central 46 to be imprisoned at Kuchiki's house, and he was not allowed to go out easily. His Zanpakuto was also confiscated and stored in the Juban team. Captain Yamamoto did not expect to hear the name Kuchiki from Gosuke Shigure again today. Still, think about it. If it is the knife of Kuchiki Shangha, it can indeed be used in conjunction with the Zhuan Shen body. As the former boss of Kuchiki Hibiki, Captain Yamamoto is very aware of the ability of Kuchiki Hibiki's sword. Zanpakuto Muramasa. It can forcibly induce the Zanpakuto of others, which in turn can be manipulated. Advertisement after Bankai, it is even possible to forcibly concretize the Zanpakuto of others into reality. This ability is very similar to the body of turning gods, but it is different. Although, it is still not a righteous ability, it can be called weird and crooked. But everything is to enhance Godei 13's combat power. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to agree to Gosuke Shigure's proposal of using the god body. I'll go to Kuchiki's house later. With this sentence, it is agreed to Gosuke Shigure's second request. After a few days, Gosuke Shigure meets Kuchiki Hibiki. Compared with the past, he is a little less rebellious and rebellious. Living in the secluded life of Kuchiki's house all year round has made him more calm. Gosuke Kenpachi, long time no see. After Kuchiki Hibiki saw Gosuke Shigure, he said hello. Long time no see, it seems that you have been doing well these years. Gosuke Shigure chatted casually with Kuchiki Hibiki. Kuchiki Hibiki nodded. It's really not bad. When I was deprived of my Shinigami identity, I was angry and confused at the beginning, but later, as time went by, I finally recognized myself and I saw a lot of things that I couldn't see before. To be honest, if the captain hadn't come to Kuchiki's house, I would have been completely used to the life of ordinary people. Ordinary people? Gosuke Shigure shook his head. A person like you will never be an ordinary person. Kuchiki Hibiki also smiled lightly. Gosuke Shigure said again. To be honest, I'm actually quite surprised. After all these years, you haven't thought about getting back your Zanpakuto. Logically speaking, your knife is so special that you should just call it, and the knife will automatically return. Go to civilian use. Kuchiki Shangha said truthfully. I really thought about getting my knife back, but after thinking about it, I gave up. In these years, although I have lost the knife, it is precisely because of the absence of the knife that I understand better what my father said back then. In the past, the reason why I almost did something wrong was indeed related to the knife. I relied too much on the ability of the knife, which made my heart too weak and fell into a confused minister. That knife fulfilled me, but it also restricted me. Advertisement such words, spoken from Kuchiki Hibiki, inevitably surprised Gosuke Shigure. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Kuchiki Hibiki has really changed. This can also be regarded as the result indirectly caused by himself, which made him feel a little satisfied. After collecting his thoughts, Gosuke Shigure said to Kuchiki again, Today, it seems that you have to use your sword. Kuchiki said, I know, Captain Yamamoto has already talked to me. Now that you know, it's easy to say, let's go, people should be almost here. Gosuke Shigure spoke to Kuchiki Hibiki. Then, the two came to a huge training ground. In the training ground, some Shinigami have already arrived and have been waiting here for a long time. Bankai is not a skill that ordinary Shinigami can master. Even if you have the god-turning body, you can forcibly concretize Zanpakuto into reality. This time, you have persuaded Kuchiki Shangha to make a move and prepare to use Kuchiki Shangha's Zanpakuto Muramasa's ability. However, there are still very few Shinigami who are qualified to learn Bankai 203 to transform into a divine body. Gosuke Shigure discussed with Captain Yamamoto, and the priority was the vice captain of Godei 13. Shinigami, who can become the vice captain, is very strong. Among them, Shojiro Sasaki, the vice captain of the 1st Division, Abarai Renji, the vice captain of the 6th Division, Tetsuzaemon, the vice captain of the 7th Division, and Hisagi Shuhei, the vice captain of the 9th Division, have all mastered Bankai. Team vice captain Ai's Naneo Zanpakuto was confiscated by Jingle Shunsui when he joined the team, so he did not come. In addition, the vice captain of the 11th squad Kusajishi Yachiru refused to come here by himself, and the vice captain of the 12th squad Ni Yinming it is artificial Shinigami, there is no Zanpakuto, and there is no coming here. Therefore, there are not many Shinigami who really come here to practice Bankai. Only the 2nd Division Vice Captain Omeda Marichio, 3rd Division Vice Captain Kira Izuru, 4th Division Vice Captain Katetsu Izan, 5th Division Vice Captain Hinamori Momo, and 10th Division Vice Captain Matsumoto Rangaku. As for the 13th Division, since there is no Vice Captain at present, no one was sent here. Of course, it's just an attempt at the moment. If one of these Vice Captains has successfully mastered Bankai, of course they can continue to select powerful Shinigami to practice Bankai in the future. Chapter 427. The Role of the Village Officer, Captain Gosuke. After seeing Gosuke Shigure, everyone greeted him one after another. Among them, Hinamori Momo, the Vice Captain of the 5th Division where Gosuke Shigure is located. Gosuke Shigure nodded, didn't exchange any pleasantries, and said straight to the point. When you came here, you must have known what was going to happen. Yes, this is a practice for Bankai. As the Vice Captains of Godei 13, your strengths are very good. Among the many Shinigami of Godei 13, you can be called geniuses, but you also know that for the orthodox Shinigami, Zanpakuto is a very important weapon for Shinigami. Only by mastering Bankai can Zanpakuto's abilities be fully developed. Of course, learning Bankai the normal way takes a long time. I don't know if any of you have managed to visualize Zanpakuto to this degree. It doesn't matter if you don't, today's special training is for you to learn Bankai. So, I sincerely hope that you can defeat your own Zanpakuto and master the Bankai. Many Vice Captains of Godei 13 knew what kind of special training they were about to receive before coming here. They also have longing for such special training. After the decisive battle with Aizen, they felt their insignificance more and more, and they also longed to become stronger. If you can master Bankai, that would be great. Let's start. After saying something, Gosuke Shigure said the beginning directly, and then looked at Kuchiki Hibiki next to him. For Kuchiki Shonga, none of these Vice Captains knew him. After all, the current Vice Captains are actually young people who have become Vice Captains of their respective teams in the past few decades, and Kuchiki Shonga, strictly speaking, is an old man more than 100 years ago. And even more than 100 years ago, his reputation was just that. Although he has mastered Bankai, he is not even the captain, so naturally it is not worthy for these Vice Captains to know him. However, it is obviously not an ordinary role for Kuchiki to be able to follow Gosuke Shigure here. Feeling the eyes of everyone, Kuchiki Hibiki pulled out his Zanpakuto. Advertisement after many years, holding the knife again, he had a different feeling. Compared with the fragile heart that was easily affected by this knife at the beginning, his heart has become extremely strong now. Although Muramasa's ability is very strong, he will not be overly dependent on him. Bankai. No hookstrip Zuchunjung W. Lavender Ryotsu erupted from Kuchiki Hibiki's body. This kind of power made many Vice Captains stare intently. Although I don't know Kuchiki Hibiki, but from his ability to cast Bankai, it's clear that this is no ordinary Shinigami. Is it the same as Captain Gosuke, the former retired captain? Some people can't help thinking like this. Even today, it's not a secret that Gosuke Shigure was the 9th Kenpachi, known to many Shinigami. Their speculation didn't last long, because soon, they discovered another thing. For losing contact with their own Zanpakuto. It's weird, but it's true, they feel like they can't use Zanpakuto's abilities anymore, and then, they see their respective Zanpakuto materialized, appearing in the world. As the Vice Captains of Godei 13, although they did not master Bankai, someone did make Zanpakuto concretize into reality, and they are only one step away from mastering Bankai. And even if they didn't achieve this level, when they mastered Shikai and entered the inner space, they also saw the true posture of Zanpakuto, and naturally they knew each other's Zanpakuto. At this moment, seeing their respective Zanpakuto concretizing into reality and appearing beside them, the Vice Captains were extremely surprised. Gosuke Shigure's words sounded at the right time, because of the influence of Hibiki's Zanpakuto Bankai ability. Your Zanpakuto have now been betrayed by hypnosis, and to restore them, you can only defeat them. Also, because of Zanpakuto's betrayal, you can no longer use your own Zanpakuto abilities. So, how do you defeat your own Zanpakuto? You can figure it out for yourself. The words of Gosuke Shigure let the Vice Captains understand why the man used Bankai before. His Bankai can make others' Zanpakuto betray the master. This kind of Bankai's ability is too scary, advertisement. But then they began to gather their minds again, started to figure out how to deal with his own Zanpakuto. Because of Zanpakuto's betrayal, the swords in their hands have now been reduced to a sealed state, and Zanpakuto's abilities can no longer be used. This is, without a doubt, a huge nerf to the Shinigami who are overly reliant on Zanpakuto. Fortunately, because they are the masters of Zanpakuto, they are very aware of the ability of their own Zanpakuto. Therefore, the most important problem at the moment is to rely on the understanding of their own Zanpakuto, and then restrain them and overcome their own Zanpakuto. This kind of thing is naturally not easy to do, but in order to master Bankai, they had to try. In the huge training ground, many Vice Captains of Godei 13 fought with their respective Zanpakuto. Unable to use the abilities of Zanpakuto, they can only rely on abilities such as Zanpakuto to fight against their own Zanpakuto. Among them, Kido is the ability they use the most. But even so, facing their own Zanpakuto, they still lost miserably. Because in the past, they were too dependent on their own Zanpakuto. After losing Zanpakuto, they looked particularly out of place. Fortunately, at the last moment, Kuchiki sounded out of the Thousand Hills. He manipulated Muramasa to remove the hypnosis on these Zanpakuto. The method of removal is very simple, that is, Muramasa said to these knives. You are all deceived. These, money, knives return to normal, return to the master's soul. However, such a result made many vice captains somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, they were still ambitious and wanted to master Bankai, but they didn't expect that they would lose so badly in the process of fighting against their own Zanpakuto. You should know that there is a very important prerequisite for mastering Bankai, that is to make your Zanpakuto succumb. For a long time after that, Kuchiki Hibiki used the Zanpakuto of the vice captains of Muramasa and Hypnosis, and let them fight against his own Zanpakuto. During the fight, these vice captains also learned from experience and tried to defeat their own Zanpakuto. It is not easy for Shinigami who can become the vice captain, they can be regarded as the reserve of the captain. In the end, someone was the first to defeat his own knife. As for the person who defeated Zanpakuto, Gosuke Shigure gave him the second step of special training, using the god-turning body to make his knives come into reality for the second fight. Chapter 428. The elapsed time for those who have already defeated their Zanpakuto once, it is not difficult to defeat them a second time. But the difference is that Zanpakuto, who was concretized to reality for the second time, was concretized by turning into a god body. As long as you defeat the sword, you can master Bankai. Have to say, Gosuke Shigure's idea is very good. With the help of Kuchiki Bankai's ability, let these people's swords all rebel, so that these vice captains fight with their own Zanpakuto first. Even if they really can't fight, Kuchiki Shonga can also remove Bankai's ability and restore their swords normal. On the other hand, if they defeat their own saber, because they understand the ability of their own saber, because they have already made the saber submit once, when they use Zhuan Shen body, when they fight against their own saber again, because they have rich experience, it is not so easy to think about losing. Although turning into a god body can allow Shinigami to quickly master Bankai, it also has its drawbacks. That is, there will be no room for a knife shot that has been concretized into reality. Whether it is Urahara Kazuki or Kurosaki Ichigo, who learned Bankai with the help of the divine body, they were all in danger of life and death, and they had to go through extremely tragic battles to defeat their own swords. But now 647, with the help of Kuchiki Bankai, fought against his own sword first. This greatly reduces the dangers of learning Bankai. This is also something that can only be done with the help of Kuchiki Ring River Zanpakuto. It can only be said that there are all kinds of strange things in the vast world. For Shinigami, all kinds of strange Zanpakuto exist. Time passed slowly. Since the end of the Aizen decisive battle, more than a year has passed in the blink of an eye. For more than a year, the soul has completely recovered its calm. But many Shinigami of Godei 13 are not content with the status quo, they are not immersed in a peaceful life and become lazy. Because according to the speculation of Gosuke Shigure and Captain Yamamoto, it is not long before the final battle. It should be noted that Kurosaki Ichigo was killed by his mother when he was 9 years old, although Kurosaki Ichigo survived in the end. But the incident of sanctification can already be regarded as a signal, and it can be regarded as a symbolic event of Juhabak's awakening. Afterwards, it is known that the time it takes for Juhabak to regain his strength is 9 years. Advertisement that said, by the time Kurosaki Ichigo turns 17, Juhabak will be in a complete recovery zone. At that time, the final war will break out. When Kurosaki Ichigo first met Rukia Kuchiki and obtained the power of Shinigami from her, he was 15 years old. Now, it's gone again. It has been less than half a year since the final decisive battle. Fortunately, it is not quick to sharpen the gun before the battle. Over the past year or so, Gosuke Shigure has used Urahara Kazuki's god-turning body, coupled with the cooperation of Kuchiki Shonga Zanpakuto, and indeed several vice captains and some powerful officers have learned Bankai. Although this kind of forced Bankai is immature, and because their Ryatsu has not yet reached the standard, forcing Bankai can last too long at all. Because using Bankai, although it will make Shinigami's own Ryatsu skyrocket, but in that state, the consumption of Ryatsu is far better than before. But for these Shinigami who have mastered Bankai, it is still a very happy thing. In any case, they all hold a strong hole card. Naturally, Captain Yamamoto is also happy to see such things. Even if it's an immature Bankai, it's still a Bankai anyway. Captain Yamamoto didn't expect that so many Shinigami would naturally learn Bankai in such a short period of time before the final battle. It can only be said that the body of Zhuan Shen is magical enough, and the knife of Kuchiki Shonga is powerful enough. Originally, in Captain Yamamoto's heart, he didn't think too highly of the current Godei 13. In his opinion, the current Godei 13 is not as good as Byac, first generation Godei 13. Many captains have not experienced bloody battles. Although they are capable, they lack actual combat experience and hard work. But now, he gradually changed his mind. Maybe the captain's strength is not as good as Godei 13 of first generation, but the Shinigami who masters Bankai surpassed that era. Even in that era, there were not many Shinigami who could master Bankai. In the past year or so, apart from many Shinigami mastering Bankai with the help of Kuchiki Shongi's Zanpakuto and Zhuan Shen body, what Captain Yamamoto has done the most is to organize joint exercises. Advertisement back then, Godei 13 also organized several joint exercises because of Tianbei's help. But those few joint exercises were not considered a success. The decisive battle with Aizen and the disastrous defeat of Godei 13 were a lesson. Kurosaki Ichigo is the patron saint of the city. For this joint exercise, Commander Yamamoto designated the target from the very beginning and assumed an enemy, and he asked Kuretsuchi Mayuri to create special props to imitate the enemy's capabilities. On this day, when Keigo Asano was wandering in the street, he saw a young girl. At first, he thought it was the spirit body of the young girl who had just died and wandered on the street, until he saw the mask on the other person's head again. Since the decisive battle with Aizen, the place has returned to calm. It is not a strange thing that they have spiritual power. In addition to Ishida Uryu, Sado Yasutora, and Inoue Orihime who are very special, some students in his class, such as Keigo Asano, Arisawa Tatsuki, etc., have also gradually awakened their own spiritual power, and can vaguely see some spiritual power look like. After the defeat of Aizen, since there were no more enemies coveting the city, even the ghosts that appeared in the city decreased a lot. By chance, Keigo Asano met Yoshinosuke Chetani, a Shinigami stationed in Karakura town, and got to know each other. In general, that is, the Shinigami are the guardians of the spirit world. After all, this city is a land of heavy spirits, and children born in a land of heavy spirits have a high probability of possessing spiritual power, but whether they can see the spiritual power is another matter. Of course, even if there are ghosts sometimes, Kurosaki Ichigo, as the agent of Shinigami, will go with his partners to solve the ghosts that appear here. Through Yoshinosuke Kuratani, he gradually learned about some things in the Shinigami world, and also understood the identity of Kurosaki Ichigo. Because of being able to see the spirit body, Keigo Asano began to try to understand the world of the soul. I don't know if it's because I've been with Kurosaki Ichigo for a long time. Because, according to his observation, Ichigo and the others seem to have an unusual relationship with that world. This is used to train Gode 13's ability to respond in times of crisis. Karakura Town. And those white creatures called Void are evil spirits. Chapter 429 Urban Supernatural Events. Is this an evil spirit? Keigo Asano immediately understood the girl's identity, which made him nervous. Because according to Uncle AFU, that is, Yoshinosuke Kuratani, a Shinigami uncle with explosive hair, all evil spirits feed on souls, especially him who has spiritual power and can see the soul body. The human soul is their favorite. No way, Keigo Asano is not very courageous. Thinking of the many rumors about evil spirits that Uncle AFU said, he is a little nervous, for fear that the evil spirits will stare at him. If the evil spirits stare at him, how can he resist? At this moment, a familiar breath came. Keigo Asano immediately turned his head and saw a Shinigami with an afro head coming over. It was the 13th squad that replaced Rukia Kuchiki's Shinigami Yoshinosuke Kuratani stationed in Karakura town. Although it seems inconsequential, Yoshinosuke Kuratani is indeed an extremely powerful Shinigami. In the original book, even if he faced Aizen, this person sealed Aizen for 5 seconds. You must know that Aizen at that time was the posture after merging Hogyoku. Although 5 seconds was not long, but because the opponent is Aizen, already very powerful. Uncle Fu, after seeing Yoshinosuke Kuratani, Keigo Asano immediately spoke to him. Yoshinosuke Kuratani did not respond to Keigo Asano. Although he is usually a funny character, he seems very out of tune, but at critical moments, he is extremely reliable. His eyes fell on the girl with the mask. No matter how you look at it, this is a beautiful young girl, but unfortunately, there is half a white mask on her face. Yes, this is Arrancar, yes. Arrancar, why did you appear in Karakura town again? Kuratani Yoshinosuke was puzzled. It has been more than a year since the decisive battle with Aizen ended. Over the past year, although Karakura town occasionally has ghosts, they are all ordinary ghosts. Arrancar is basically never seen again, but now, there is Arrancar. In any case, Arrancar is a next-day fiction worth taking seriously. Thinking of this, Yoshinosuke Kuratani drew his Zanpakuto, however, before he could attack the Arrancar girl. Advertisement: the opponent's body suddenly disappeared again. Gone? Yoshinosuke Kuratani looked bewildered. He thought that he had avoided a fight in this way, and thought that the Arrancar girl retreated voluntarily because she discovered his Shinigami's Shinigami. However, he found himself wrong. In the following period of time, this Arrancar girl appeared in Karakura town from time to time. Maybe here or there. The length of stay also varies. Not only Keigo Asano, Yoshinosuke Chetani discovered her existence. Even Kurosaki Ichigo, Ishida Uryu, Sado Yasutora, and Inoue Orihime discovered the existence of this Arrancar girl. They have also made plans to fight each other, but every time this time comes, the other party disappears. As Karakura town is a spiritual land, there are not only these people with spiritual power, but there are also many ordinary people with spiritual power. They were terrified when they saw the girl. Over time, the mysterious girl with a half mask has become an urban ghost story and is talked about with great interest. Hueco Mundo. In the vast desert, a white building looks extremely abrupt. This is the Void Night Palace. The original owner of the Empty Night Palace was Baragan Ruzenbang. Later, after the king of Hueco Mundo was defeated by Aizen, the Empty Night Palace was occupied by Aizen. Then, in the decisive battle in the world, Aizen was defeated, and many powerful Espadas died in battle. Suya Palace became empty again. Fortunately, Holly Bell and some Arrancar were released by the Shinigami of the Soul Society and returned to the virtual circle, and the fourth blade Ulquiorra was saved because of Gosuke Shigure. Under the command of the third blade and the fourth blade, the situation of the whole Hueco Mundo finally stabilized. The most obvious manifestation is in the vast desert. Advertisement Nilu, Peshwe, and Donde Chaka are playing an infinite game of hide and seek, so they no longer have to worry about any enemies coming to them. After all, Arankar Neutra and Zael Aporo, two of their enemies, are dead. The so-called infinite hide and seek means that Nilu runs in front, and Peshwe and Donde Chaka chase after them. This is also the game they play most in the virtual circle. Ask for flowers, but today, Nilu's luck seems to be not very good. In the process of hide and seek, I met a group of ghosts. Unfortunately, with Kurosaki Ichigo they invaded Hueco Mundo. Today, Nilu met them. They were originally a group that the virtual King Baragan put beside him to eliminate boredom, and after the appearance of the new King Aizen of Hueco Mundo, Picaro was briefly included in the ranks of Espada. However, it wasn't long before Aizen decided they didn't have what it took to be an organizer, and kicked them out of Espada, sending the group into triple-digit residences. Fortunately, Peshwe and Dong Dechaka arrived in time, and Picaro finally left. Picaro is a strange race composed of hundreds of Arankars. There is no unique name among individuals in this race, but they are collectively called Picaro. They always move in groups and are considered like army ants or locusts by the inhabitants of Hueco Mundo. Although it is a virtual group composed of many individuals, it is actually regarded as a single individual. They are Picaro. Hundreds of Picaros, although they can be regarded as a single individual, but where the number is, for those who don't know why, they can still be regarded as hundreds of virtual factories. After the war, the situation of Hueco Mundo changed. Lunu Ganga also died in battle, no one took care of Picaro, and finally Picaro escaped from the Void Palace and became the top 10 disasters of Hueco Mundo. In order not to let them leave the Void Palace to do whatever they want in this world or other places, Aizen sent Lunu Ganga, a void with few other weaknesses except water, to guard them and imprison them in perennial sandstorms. Immediately, as if they had found a new toy, they immediately rushed towards the girl one after another. But when they caught up with the girl, they found that the girl had disappeared. All of a sudden, in the huge Karakura town, the empty breath was so strong that it was ultimate. And the place where the girl went is Karakura town. Picaro, who was driven away, was bored and continued to wander among the Hueco Mundo, and then they met an Arankar girl. Literally, a group of puppies the size of a large number of shoe. Facing Picaro, Nilu suffered a lot. Fortunately, Picaro finally caught up with the girl by relying on the breath left when the girl opened her black cavity. Chapter 430th Storm Will Rise. How so? When Kurosaki Ichigo and others sensed the movement and rushed over in time, they saw densely packed voids. These voids were not big in size and looked similar to children. It is worth mentioning that none of their faces have the complete masks of ordinary Shu. There is no doubt that they are all Arankar. At a cursory glance, there are at least a few hundred of these Arankars. You know, when Aizen and Gode 13 fought in the present world, there were not so many Arankars. Hueco Mundo, do you want to destroy Karakura town? Hundreds of Arankars appeared in the world at the same time, which brought too much commotion. Kurosaki Ichigo had to care, although the aura emitted by these Arankars is not strong. But this is still no small matter. He was about to deal with these Arankars, and then, he discovered that 563 were different. There's nothing destructive about these Arankars, they're just plain fun. Moreover, with each other, they said something similar to children. Such a change surprised Kurosaki Ichigo. After going through so many things, he is no longer the reckless young man who swung a knife and slashed at Shu when he met Shu. He knew the origin of Shu, and he also understood that even Shu, there are good and bad. Although there were many of these Arankars, they did not bring any harm to the present world. Accidentally broke into this world? Kurosaki Ichigo thought so. Then, he just watched Picaro wreaking havoc and playing around in this world in a daze. Picaro didn't pay attention to the Shinigami who rushed here, nor did he care about the impact he had brought in this world. Their minds are just like children's, only interested in the things in front of them. And the time of interest is not very long, one thing can't be played for too long, but even so, there is a prerequisite, that is, to play that thing. For Picaro, the Arankar girl is probably the one that interests them the most at the moment. They came to this world to catch up with her steps. So, they looked around for the whereabouts of the Arankar girl. Advertisement, found it. Although the IQ is very low, the mind is similar to that of a child. But there were too many Picaros, and in the end, they managed to find the whereabouts of the Arankar girl. However, just like in Hueco Mundo, when they rushed towards the Arankar girl one after another, the girl disappeared again. Oh, that's weird. Did she go back to Hueco Mundo? While one of the Picaros tilted his head and muttered, a black voice suddenly appeared beside him, and the other Picaro poked his head out and waved his hand. Hey! This way, this way. Hearing his companion's call, the little Picaro boy who tilted his head in confusion also ran into the black cavity. He saw other companions gathered here in the black cavity and opened his nerves to investigate. And he followed suit without saying a word. Thus, he sensed the existence of something in the rush of spirits. What is this? Surrounded by a strange remnant of Ryotsu, it is not the same Ryotsu as Shinigami and Shu. This is slightly different from what Shinigami calls a spirit channel, although weak, it has a fairly definite entity. It is as slender as a spider's silk, but it seems to be swimming in the tide of spirit seeds, extending endlessly into the distance. Is there anything in the direction that this line goes out? When the boy wearing white earmuffs spoke, His eyes followed the silk thread, which obviously extended in a certain direction in this field where time and space were entangled. That. I remember it was. Picaro remembered. What is it? Picaro on the side asked. The previous Picaro hesitated for a while and couldn't remember the name in his head, and the current atmosphere seemed to be developing in a direction where he couldn't find the answer. Among them, one of them seemed to remember something and opened his mouth. I remember, that is. The force that appeared when Master Aizen appeared in Hueco Mundo. Hearing this sentence, Picaro reacted one after another, and then all of them remembered it. Yes, that direction is probably, it's Soul Society. It's Soul Society, it seems interesting, advertisement. Fun. Hungry. After everyone spit out what was in their hearts, the group of children all raised their innocent smiles and shouted. They don't think about the outcome of things at all, but act entirely out of curiosity. This is Picaro, although there are many in number, it belongs to a single individual, similar to a child. Let's go and see, yes, well, if everyone is going. Let's go, go to Soul Society, go to Soul Society. Picaro is based on the innocent character that is comparable to their appearance. They don't know that when facing the Soul Society, the enemy's stronghold, they should be restrained before making a decision, and they should and should not have a little fear in their hearts. Or rather, they simply don't know how stupid it is to do so. This is not only their shortcoming in some respects, but also their advantage. And whether the result of doing so is good or bad, they will not know. They've always been like this, and probably won't change in the future. So, not long after paying attention to this group of somewhat special Arankars, Kurosaki Ichigo and the others discovered that this group of childlike Arankars did not cause any damage to the present world, so they opened their mouths and left. It seems that their appearance in this world was just an accident. Kurosaki Ichigo and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief that there was no damage in this world. All in all, this should be a 0.3 good thing, right? Kurosaki Ichigo thinks so, but as Shinigami of the 13th Squad stationed in Karakura Town, Yoshinosuke Kuratani. I'll give the details of this matter to Tosol Realm first. Soul Society, Team 13. As the captain, Jashiro Yukitaki, after learning about the appearance of hundreds of Arankars in the world, sent the information of this incident directly to the first team regardless of his health and sickness. Hundreds of Arankar appeared in this world, although they did not cause any damage to this world, but the impact was too great. In addition, it is not long before the final decisive battle. During this period of time, Captain Yamamoto's spirit has been in a state of tension. Therefore, after receiving this information, his attitude is to conduct a thorough investigation. Just when the Soul Society focused on the present world, they didn't realize that a storm was about to break out in the Soul Society. Chapter 431. Travel Disaster Invasion. The interior of the Black Cavity is called the Broken Boundary. This is the gap space that connects the world, the Soul Society, and the three worlds of Hueco Mundo. In the Broken World, there are many passages, but the current passage is different from the passage that Shinigami has always used. Looking at the Black Cavity channel in the whole spiritual storm. This dark passage is full of heavy pressure. Walking in one of the narrow passages on foot is a young and beautiful woman with half of her face covered under a skull mask. Although she was alone, there was another voice in her ear. Picaro. You are really being targeted by a group of troublesome guys. Why did you run there? You don't want to help Nerriere who has become like that, do you? Sorry. With a sad expression, the woman replied with apology. In response, the voice in her ear went on to say, they are all garbage that has been brushed off, there is no need to pay more attention to them now. But if you want to be with that group of garbage, then the situation is another matter. Seeing the woman's silence, the 19 voice continued. Actually, this is just right now. Picaro and the others will be great bait. Bait? Yes. Otherwise, there aren't many people who can throw away when they're used up like these guys, right? After all, they're useless except for having a lot of people. They should thank me for giving me the opportunity to make good use of them. The woman remained silent again, while the voice next to her ear asked in surprise. What's wrong? Do you have any objections to me? No. Then you should nod frankly. Otherwise I think you were trying to kill yourself. Sorry. Oh, I was wrong. In your case, you shouldn't say suicide, it should be more appropriate to say self-destruction. After all, you are just a tool. Forget it, I'll let you go. I'm in a good mood now, because my research is about to get results. Thanks. Advertisement. On the contrary, if you are cleaned up by the Shinigami, all the effort will be in vain. Although I don't think any Shinigami can destroy you, but just to be on the safe side, after my action, you will spend half a day disturbing Seireitei, and then leaving the Soul Society and sneaking into the real world. As soon as Hollow, Shinigami, or Quincy appear, they will disappear immediately, and there is no need to fight, understand? Although the tone of this voice is gentle and polite when speaking, its posture is lofty and irrefutable. In response, the woman wearing a skull mask lowered her eyelids and nodded. I see. Master Zael Aporo. When replying, the woman's eyes revealed a touch of Yuan Shang. Soul Society has 4 gates in total, south, east, north, and west. The 4 gates are guarded by heroes selected by Rukongai. Only those who defeat the guardians of the 4 doors are eligible to enter the Seireitei. This can also be regarded as a back door left by Seireitei to the strong Rukongai. After all, not all strong players become Shinigami by being admitted to Spiritual Arts Academy and then join Gode 13. Among Gode 13, there are some exceptions, that is the 11th team. The captain selection ceremony of the 11th team is to defeat the previous Kenpachi to become the new Kenpachi. In the long years, there are many strong people who defeated the Guardians of the Four Doors, stepped into Seireitei, and then challenged Kenpachi. If it is placed in the original work, there are still many successful people. Whether it is Ghost Rock City Kenpachi or Zaraki Kenpachi, in the original book, they all become Kenpachi in this way. Now, of course, because of Gosuke Shigure, Zaraki came to Seireitei early. Oni Rock City did not challenge Kenpachi successfully, and was cut directly by Gosuke Shigure. Such a feat is naturally unachievable. Of course, there is still no shortage of people who beat the Four Doorkeeper and step into Seireitei. Advertisement among them, the watchman of Western Bidomen is named Ichiwansaka Danbo. He is a tall and strong man, and he is also the watchman that Kurosaki Ichigo and others met when they came to Soul Society for the first time. He was defeated by Kurosaki Ichigo that day, and then Inoue Orihime healed him, so he established a friendship with Kurosaki Ichigo and the others. Although he is huge, Ichiwansaka Danfang likes children very much. At the same time as receiving the news, there was a loud noise in the ear of Sadanfang, shaking the entire sky of Seireitei. However, the disaster that invaded Seireitei this time had nothing to do with Kurosaki Ichigo and the others, nor was it a Quincy division. According to intelligence, it was a Rancor. Later, the curse was lifted, he was buried by Kurosaki Ichigo, and he came to Seireitei, which happened to be not far from the residence of Sidenbo. So Sidenbo knew Shibata Yuichi, and sometimes Shibata Yuichi and others would come here to visit Seiden Square. Sadanfang didn't expect that after he mentioned Shibata Yuichi, he actually aroused the curiosity of the children in front of him. A group of childlike Arankars, and they are numerous. Although he defeated the guards of the three doors in a playful way, he didn't show any threatening or destructive tendencies, but even so, this was still not snowing in the sun. Shibata Yuichi was once turned into a parrot because of the virtual curse, and then was guarded by Sado Yasutora for a long time. It was also because of this incident that Kurosaki Ichigo and Sado Yasutora met and became friends. One day, when he was guarding the Bidomen, suddenly, several strange children appeared beside him. Si Danfang couldn't help being stunned watching these children disappear quickly. So Gode 13 is still treated with caution. Then, a message spread and was learned by Si Danfang. Among the 5th Division, Gosuke Shigure also received news from the inner court guards. There is no doubt that this is an unprecedented invasion of brigade disasters. They are Picaro, because they live in the Suya Palace all the year round, and their thinking is different from ordinary people. Because Aizen pays attention to Kurosaki Ichigo, they have also investigated about Kurosaki Ichigo, friends, and what happened to them. The other guards of the 3rd gate were knocked down by the brigade, and the guards are now being replaced by the Shinigami, the chief officer. Coincidentally, they had heard of Shibata Yuichi, and after knowing that Shibata Yuichi was here, they immediately shifted their attention, gave up attacking Bidomen and entered Seireitei, and headed towards Rukongai, planning to find Shibata Yuichi. Looking at these children, he couldn't help talking about Yuichi Shibata, saying that they miss Yuji Shibata very much. Chapter 432, Wave Shinigami and Void are opposites of each other. But even so, under normal circumstances, unless Shu behaves extremely viciously, devouring souls in front of Shinigami, doing things like destroying the balance between souls, otherwise, when encountering Shu, Shinigami will rarely directly kill the killer. At this moment, even though there was a brigade invasion incident, after discovering that the Arankar who knocked down the three doors was a group of children, even the Shinigami of Gode 13 couldn't get rid of them directly. Just find a way to keep them out of Seireitei and prohibit travel disasters from entering the court. In particular, this group of traveling wrecks is still Arankar. It can be said that the thing that appeared in the interior of Seireitei is unprecedented and has never happened. In the early years, although this kind of thing happened, it was actually just a fake. It was simulated by Captain Yamamoto with the help of certain things. The purpose was to promote the unity of Gode 13 and then conduct joint exercises. Although the Arankar who attacked the guards of the three doors this time, that is, Picaro, showed little threat. No matter how you look at it, they are a group of naughty children. There are too many Picaros that can't stand it. After the inner court team issued the notice, there are still quite a few things that have nothing to do to participate in the task of preventing the accident. The 11th team, Madarei Mikaku, is a guy with nothing to do. Because of Gosuke Shigure, Team 11 has a lot more connections. Therefore, Madarei Mikaku's seat is much lower than that in the original book, and can only be ranked as the 5th seat. But he didn't feel sorry for himself because of this. For him, the position of 5 seats was enough. When the siren sounded, he happened to be patrolling in the west area of Rukongai, and then he received an order from the messenger, Shinigami, the chief officer, immediately go to investigate the force and purpose of the brigade, and repel it. Advertisement. I heard that the travel disaster was a group of Arankars, but when I came, I only saw a group of little ghosts. It seems that today is not lucky, but bad luck. Madarei Mikaku carried the Unshikai Zanpakuto on his shoulders, and stared at the group of boys and girls below with disdain. As a fighter, he has a unique reserve that is different from others. As long as the opponent is an enemy, he will fight to the death. On the contrary, if the opponent is not hostile, he will not take the initiative to attack. Even so, as long as the group of brats in front of him were Arankars, if they were false, he would have reason to kill them, but in the end, he didn't do so, because this group of Arankars looked too special. They stalked the child named Yuichi Shibata who lived in Rukongai, not to devour his soul, but to play with him. This made Madarame Mikaku a little curious. He amplified his voice, and asked the Pikaros. I don't think you seem to be attacking Rukongai. What are you here for? These Arankars, who seemed to be a group of children, did not show any aggressive posture when facing Madarame Mikaku, who was Shinigami, which made Madarame Mikaku unable to hold back his tongue. So, without waiting for their answer, Madarame Mikaku said again, Fortunately, you met me, a gentle man. Even if you don't kill you, driving you back should be meritorious. Boys, if you are just here to play, then just go back to Hueco Mundo. Hey, why can't we just let them go back like this? In addition to repelling them, our mission also includes investigating the purpose of their coming to the Soul Society. The group of Arankars hadn't answered Madarame Mikaku's words, but another Shinigami suddenly appeared. He was the 6th member of the 11th team, Yasugawa Yumichika, also Madarame Mikaku's inseparable good friend. That's right. But do you want to fight? Madarame Mikaku hesitated. Facing this group of Arankars who were not hostile, he really couldn't make a move. It doesn't necessarily mean that you are weak if you look like a child. Isn't our vice captain and Captain Hitsugaya super strong? Besides, the appearance of a child in Arankar is already abnormal, right? It is said that after the virtualization of Arankar, the appearance of a human being is the superior Manos Grande. However, the formation of the lower-level Manos Grande is already the result of tens of thousands of voids gnawing on each other and merging. Even the child's spirit hollow will not become a young Vaughn in the future, although there is Nilu who was taken away because of her power. It is an exception to become a child, but Shizhao and Gongchen don't know the existence of Nilu at all. Advertisement in other words, when a group of Arankars with the appearance of children appeared in front of them, it was already a very strange situation. Regarding Yasugawa Yumichika's doubts, Madarame Mikaku shrugged and said, I don't underestimate the enemy just because the opponent is a bunch of brats. However, when the two of us were discussing these things, none of these Arankar kids attacked us. It's really hard to figure out why they came here. Yasugawa Yumichika heard the words and felt that this seemed to be the case, so he also shifted his gaze to the group of Arankar who had the appearance of a child, and observed them silently. This group of Arankar, who looks like children, murmured, It's Shinigami, yeah, it's Shinigami. It's amazing. Etc. All with shining innocent eyes looked towards the corner in the roof where Yumi's relatives are. There are a total of 7 Arankars here, but according to the news from the observation, there should be more than 100 Arankars that surrounded Seireitei before. Although the opposite party did not gather, they were still Arankar after all. Although these Arankars look like a group of children, each of them has the strength to greatly surpass the inferior Manos Grande. The general team members of Godei 13 should not be opponents at all. Madarame Mikaku and Yasugawa Yumichika don't know Yuichi Shibata, so they can't figure out why there are 7 Arankars gathered in one go in this place. But even if such questions, from Zhao Li's, are taken away, Madarame Mikaku and Yasugawa Yumichika already feel very uncomfortable facing this group of Arankars without knowing what purpose these Arankars have for breaking into the Soul Society. However, the members of the Riribon team will not feel afraid because of such a strange situation. But on the other hand, this group of Arankars with the appearance of children faced the Shinigami, who were ranked in the top 11 teams, but they were not afraid of their powerful Ryotsu at all, and even asked boldly, Big brother, you are Shinigami, right? Well, so what? Seeing Arankar greet him so politely, Madarame Mikaku and Yasugawa Yumichika were a little stunned, and finally responded with some duplicity. Hearing a corner reply, one of Arankar pointed to the Seireitei outer wall made of murderous stones, and said with a smile, We want to go in, can you help us guide the way? Chapter 433. Awakened Felon, how could we help you lead the way? Are you kidding us? Faced with such a straightforward request, Madarame Mikaku couldn't help but cursed. The scolding made Shibata Yuichi below couldn't help trembling, but the group of Arankars behaved differently. Except for the animal-like Arankar who didn't respond, a boy sneered and said, I was scolded. There is also a little girl who looks like a little girl crying. I was scolded for not doing anything. And Arankar tried to scold Madarame Mikaku. This bald weirdo. And he ran away after saying this, so to speak, everyone behaves differently. Hey, did someone call you bald just now? In other words, Madarame Mikaku doesn't really care, he only cares about someone calling him Tutu. What happened to the bald head? Isn't baldness a sign of strength? Compared to Madarame Mikaku, who seemed particularly angry, Yasugawa Yumichika on the side said to the group of Arankars in a cold voice, Sorry, Shu and Arankar are not allowed to go inside that wall. If you want to go in whatever you say, you must be punished. He narrowed his eyes, and released an extremely powerful Ryotsu in a cold tone. In this regard, the Arankar boy put away his smile and complained, Hey, that's not fair. It's not fair, isn't it fair? Yasugawa Yumichika was puzzled. That sister is 930 Arankar, but she is also inside the wall, isn't she? What? Sister? Madarame Mikaku and Yasugawa Yumichika heard the unusual meaning in these words, and while maintaining vigilance, they began to think secretly. The murderous stone surrounding Seireitei will release a special energy wave that blocks the passage of all phenomena of the spirit subtype. And above Seireitei, there is a layer of energy wave dome released by the murderous stone section, called the Soul Shielding Membrane, Enchantment. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for any traveler in the Seireitei to sneak into the occult mantle, without being noticed. Apart from going directly through the 4 gates of Seireitei, the rest is to use the powerful impact force to break the barrier in the sky. Armenos Grande uses negation to wrap himself, and forcefully pass through the barrier opened by the murderous stone. But no matter which method is used, it is impossible for intruders to escape the eyes of the observatory. Madarei Mikaku and Ayasagawa Yumachika naturally knew about these things, so they thought that what the Arankar boy said was a joke, but the little boy said another sentence, otherwise, how could, BJDH, that silk thread go into that wall? Silk? Madarei Mikaku and Ayasagawa Yumachika frowned slightly. Advertisement. The next moment, a roaring sound came out, and then the loud sound echoed throughout Seireitei. That direction is the direction of the 12th division? Madarei Mikaku and Ayasagawa Yumachika sensed the movement and immediately determined the direction of the explosion. Because the 11th and 12th teams are next to each other, they can easily determine this. The 12th team is a technical team. Under the command of the team, there is also a Technology Development Bureau. Members of the Technology Development Bureau do not judge their level by strength, but by technology. The members here may have mediocre combat effectiveness, but when it comes to technology, they're definitely the best. Because of the Brigade disaster invasion, the Technology Development Bureau also participated in the investigation of this incident. Under the leadership of Ajin, the deputy director of the Technology Development Bureau, several members used equipment to monitor the Arankar that invaded the Soul Society. Like Madarei Mikaku and Ayasagawa Yumachika, they didn't find this group of Arankar threatening. The other party came to the Soul Society and did not devour the soul. Although he attacked the guards of the 3 doors, he only defeated them and did not kill them. They attacked Seireitei as if for a game. What a strange bunch of Arankars. Ajin, deputy director of the Technology Development Bureau, commented in this way. As for Director Kuretsuchi Mayuri, he is not in the Technology Development Bureau today. During the recent period, with the frequent drills, Kuretsuchi Mayuri often went to the chief and the chief to discuss the preparation of the drill props, which can be described as extremely busy. Several researchers here who are studying the purpose and motivation of the Arankar who invaded the Soul Society did not find that, before they knew it, the silk thread passed into the Technology Development Bureau. Negation filaments are things thinner than silk. Because negation are manifestations of spatial abilities, their existence cannot be found at all unless the Ryotsu changes in the air are checked. Advertisement. Naturally, it is impossible for the members of the Technical Development Bureau to take the initiative to check the Ryotsu in the air without knowing the existence of negation filaments. Thus, the negation filaments penetrated into the depths of the Technology Development Bureau. However, not long after, the members of the Technology Development Bureau still found clues. Because in front of a certain instrument, at some point, there was an extra figure. So, is it here? The other party fiddled with the instrument, and finally found the place he was looking for. When Ah-jin and other researchers heard this, they all became alert. What made them more concerned was that they were very familiar with the face of this figure. It is the corpse specimen that their captain brought back from Hueco Mundo, the original Hueco Mundo 9th blade, Zael Aporo. The corpse that was soaked in the container lived? The next moment, the sound of the explosion echoed in the Technology Development Bureau, announcing to all the Shinigami inside Seireitei that the travel disaster had officially invaded the inside of Seireitei. The concealment of negation silk is beyond the expectation of all Shinigami. All active dead Shendu of Gode 13 did not notice the existence of negation silk, and finally, Zael Aporo, led by the woman Arankar who can manipulate negation silk, successfully invaded the Technology Development Bureau. But not all or dead Shendu is not aware of negation silk. In the depths of the ground, a Shinigami who is no longer active, to be precise, is a heinous criminal, aware of negation silk. This is the underground prison located under the team building of the first team. The underground prison has a total of 8 floors, and the 8th floor, which is the lowest floor, is called Wujin. In the Inferno, just like its name, is close to nothing. Since the establishment of Gode 13, only a few criminals have been imprisoned here. Not only do the prisoners here have no peaceful death power, but even despair cannot exist. At this moment, one of the prisoners opened his eyes. 430th chapters involving Kenpachi. All the prisoners who were imprisoned in Wujin, apart from being imprisoned here, were blessed with many seals on their bodies. These seals bound them firmly, making it difficult for them to move. Not to mention opening your eyes, even moving your eyelids is extremely difficult. However, at this moment, the man who was imprisoned in infernal affairs slowly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, everything he saw was darkness. But then, the darkness disappeared. The light appeared just then, and only the black special material floor could be seen in the light, and there was still a cold darkness in front, back, left, and right. The light only shone around the man, except for the floor, the ceiling or wall were not illuminated, and the place other than the light was still surrounded by heavy darkness. In the space occupied by pure and lofty black shadows, the man saw a woman in white clothes who covered her eyes with a black belt and wore gorgeous accessories. After she saw the man, she was also very pleasantly surprised. How long has it been since you opened your eyes? Is it 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years? Or, in other words, you just opened your eyes 3 days ago. It's really interesting. The woman talked a lot, rambling on and on. Even though the man didn't answer, she continued on. He even took the initiative to bring up the matter of Aizen in front of the man, telling the whole story of how Aizen lost, and even teased the man in front of him that he had an extra roommate, so he wanted to say hello or something. It can be seen that the man is a person who seldom talks. Logically speaking, such a person does not like others to chatter in his ear, but even so, he still endures the woman's talkativeness. Down. In addition, what is even more surprising is that the woman is so clear about everything in the outside world. It was as if she had witnessed these things with her own eyes. You must know that this place is Wujin, the darkest and emptiest place, and those who are imprisoned here can only passively endure the emptiness here. They cannot know any information from the outside world at all. But women know these things. After talking nonsense, the woman asked the man again, "You haven't said, how did you wake up?" "It's silk thread, it's entered the body." The man gave the answer in this way. Advertisement. After saying this, the woman immediately uttered a lot of nonsense. The man didn't explain much to her. Although he was surprised, he did understand the essence of the silk thread. It is negation silk. Negation is a special space ability possessed by Shu. With the help of the light of negation, Shu can open his black cavity and travel anywhere. But the current negation is very special, it actually exists in the form of silk thread. But this is not important. What is important is that the negation silk entered his body. Using his special ability of Zanpakuto, he can integrate part of his body into it, and then manipulate the negation thread. For him, the seal that could not be broken was also found a way to break it from the outside world. This is an extremely incredible thing. You know, this is Wujin. In Wujin, there are no spirit particles, and the powerful seal prevents the prisoners from escaping from prison, and every few years, Shinigami from Gode 13 will come. At this point, the seal will be strengthened again. But now, because of the negation who didn't know how to appear, he really saw the possibility of going out. However, whether to leave Wujin directly, the man hasn't figured it out yet. But what the woman said earlier was that she had an extra roommate, that Aizen was locked up, and that she needed to say hello, but the man listened to her. So, with the help of negation's power, he gradually lifted his own seal, and then really headed towards the sealed place of Aizen. The explosion at the Technology Development Bureau caused a huge commotion. This should announce to all the Shinigami of Gode 13 that the travel calamity has invaded the Seireitei. However, the turmoil that occurred within the Technology Development Bureau quickly subsided. When the corpse, Zail Aporo, that was lying in the container as a specimen made an explosion in front of Ajin and other members of the Technology Development Bureau, and then came to his own corpse, ready to perform for them when the scene of his own death and resurrection. Ask for flowers, advertisement, but he suddenly found that he couldn't integrate into his body. This made Zail Aporo, who had planned to come to Seireitei and prepared to be resurrected, very angry. He immediately realized that it was Kuretsuchi Miyuri who had tampered with his body. Ever since, Zail Aporo, who was still imposing before, just disappeared. Of course, Jingle Chunshui is indeed qualified to sigh like this. After all, he once defeated Stark, the first blade in Espada, in a one-on-one battle. At the same time, Jingle Chunshui, who was about to take a boat to visit Jashiro Yukataki at Yugantong, met a woman on the edge of the lake where Yugantong was located. This sentence immediately aroused Jingle Chunshui's vigilance. After all, Aizen, the king of Hueco Mundo, has already been defeated, so what is Arrancar? After hearing Jingle Chunshui's words, the female Arrancar was obviously a little nervous, but she still didn't run away. On the contrary, looking at Jingle Chunshui, she showed a bit of nostalgia. Just because the one who rushed here was the captain of the 11th team, Zaraki-Kenpachi. You're the one who was with Kenpachi earlier, right? Then, the other party's next sentence came out, which shocked Jingle Chunshui. But he didn't take it to heart. Then, another wave of Ryotsu hit, making Zail Aporo have to give up the resurrection here. To be precise, an Arrancar. That's when Zail Aporo disappeared. However, apart from the group of Arrancars, there are other Arrancars who have invaded the interior of Seireitei, which is still an important thing worth paying attention to. Jingle Chunshui also knew that Arrancar had invaded Seireitei. After meeting this Arrancar, Jingle Chunshui took the initiative to step forward and asked her, "These ladies, do you need any help?" You were, at that time. Also, according to intelligence, the group of childlike Arrancars who attacked the gates of Seireitei earlier did not appear to be threatening. Chapter 435. Kenpachi's past cut. Yoshiki Kenpachi. This long-lost name came to Jingle Chunshui's ears, which immediately shocked Jingle Chunshui. He hadn't heard the name for many years. The last time I heard this name was 200 years ago. If the name came from Shinigami's mouth, Jingle Chunshui didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but he couldn't help it. The name came from Arrancar's mouth. Just as Jingle Chunshui was about to ask, "Where did you hear this name?" the next moment, he saw the body of this Arrancar girl disappear into nothingness. Jingle Chunshui stepped forward, but suddenly found that he couldn't touch the other party, and then the other party disappeared like this. Jingle Chunshui frowned slightly. Although it was just a chance encounter and only said these two sentences, the information revealed by soil 50 inches in these two sentences made Jingle Chunshui pay special attention to it. He hesitated for a while, and finally, he went to Yugantong. In the Yugantong, Jashiro Yukataki was ill recently, his complexion was extraordinarily pale, and he couldn't stop coughing while speaking. That is to say, the Holy Spirit Court has already attracted attention. Obviously, I reported to the first team about the appearance of a large number of Arrancars in the present world, but I didn't expect that when I turned around, the Soul Society had a disaster invasion. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the group of Arrancars that appeared in Karakura town that came to Soul Society. Of course, this is not the most important thing, but what you said, the woman Arankar, the famous minister. Jashiro Yukitaki's expression became serious. Cut Yoshiki Kenpachi. It can be said that there are very few Shinigami who still know this Kenpachi. This is the name of the 7th generation Kenpachi. The time period when the 7th generation Kenpachi was active was 200 years ago. Advertisement: only the veteran captains like Jingle Chunshui and Jashiro Yukitaki remembered this heroic figure. Maybe you can try to ask Gosuke, although it is probably a coincidence that Arankar knew about Kenpachi, but what if it is not a coincidence? Gosuke, who was Kenpachi's vice captain at the time, should know something. After pondering for a while, Jashiro Yukitaki made a suggestion. Jingle Chunshui nodded. Indeed, although they are also very familiar with Kenpachi, but when it comes to real familiarity, who can compare with Gosuke Shigure, who was the vice captain of Kenpachi back then? Jingle didn't stay long at Jashiro Yukitaki's place. The invasion of Seireitei occurred, and the intrusion into Seireitei was still false, so a meeting of captains had to be held due to emotion and reason. Jashiro Yukitaki was naturally unable to participate because of his poor health. When Jingle Chunshui rushed to the first team, it was found that not only Jashiro Yukitaki did not come, but Zaraki Kenpachi, the captain of the 11th Division, and Kuretsuchi Mayuri, the captain of the 12th Division, did not come. Then, he knew the reason. There was an explosion in the Technology Development Bureau, and Arankar invaded it. There are many precious materials inside the Technology Development Bureau. In order to prevent accidents with those materials, Kuretsuchi Mayuri must stay in the 12th Division to deal with the follow-up incidents. Fortunately, the 12th Division in the explosion of the squadron, although some people were injured, there was no death or anything like that. As for Zaraki Kenpachi not coming, it was because shortly after the explosion spread, he rushed to the 12th Division, and now, he stayed in the 12th Division. It can even be said that it was because he arrived in time that the existence named Zail Aporo was frightened away. During the meeting, discuss the main points. Probably the priority is to find the Arankar Zail Aporo who attacked the Technology Development Bureau. Of course, it is hard to say whether that Arankar is Zail Aporo. After all, the real Zail Aporo was killed by Kuretsuchi Mayuri when he was in Hueco Mundo. Now the other party's body also placed in the 12th squad. But because the other party looks exactly like Zail Aporo, and he claims to be him, let's just treat him as Zail Aporo. As for the child like Arankar, that is, Picaro, after a long observation by Gode 13. Although Arankar is right. Advertisement, but they are similar to normal children, there is not much difference, and they have not shown more threats for the time being. Attacking Seireitei was just for fun. It sounds unbelievable, but it's true. They are most likely the bait prepared by Arankar named Zail Aporo in order to divert the attention of the Soul Society. After discussing the most important thing at the moment, Jingle Chunshui mentioned another thing. Before coming here, I was visiting Jashiro, and on the way, I accidentally met a woman, Arankar. Jingle Chunshui's words immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone's eyes fell on Jingle Chunshui. She disappeared in front of me in the end. I didn't notice it at all, and I didn't feel any changes in Ryotsu. I think she should use this unique ability to invade Seireitei. This Arankar, it may be related to Arankar who is suspected of Zail Aporo. They used this ability to enter the interior of Seireitei when we were not aware of it. Of course, it also has something to do with our focus on the kid like Arankar. Jingle Chunshui told everyone about his analysis and then said one more thing. In the mouth of that woman, Arankar, I heard a name. That's Kenpachi. After the name was spoken, many captains had never heard of it. Among them, such as Sui Feng, Tianbei Shusuke, Byakuya Kuchiki, Komamura Sajin, Shiba Kaien, Hitsugaya Dashiro, etc., have never heard of Kenpachi, but from the name, we can judge that this is the 11th team in the past. A captain with the name Kenpachi. In addition to 5.6, Captain Yamamoto, Unohana Retsu, Gosuke Shigure, Jingle Shunsui and others naturally know Kenpachi. After Jingle said the name, he looked at Gosuke Shigure again. Gosuke, although it may be a coincidence that Arankar mentioned Takuyashiki, but if it is not a coincidence, maybe we can analyze it from it. Do you know anything about Kenpachi and the female Arankar? The rest of the people heard the words and looked at Gosuke Shigure one after another. They just remembered that Gosuke Shigure is the 9th generation of Kenpachi. 100 years ago, he served as the captain of the 11th team, and he may know Kenpachi. I don't know much about Captain Kiyashiki and the female Arankar, but if it's Zail Aporo, there is some connection between Captain Kiyashiki and him. Chapter 436 Mole City Kenpachi Gosuke Shigure tells a story from the past. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes immediately fell on him. There is no doubt that these words aroused everyone's curiosity. Facing everyone's curious eyes, Gosuke Shigure continued to speak. This is about 200 years ago. At that time, I was not very old. Because of Kenpachi's attention, I was able to serve as the vice captain of the 11th team and follow him. After these words came out, many young captains were extremely surprised. No wonder Jingle Chunshui would go to ask Gosuke Shigure about his relationship. Gosuke Shigure used to be the vice captain of Kenpachi. This kind of identity is indeed more than ordinary people know. Kenpachi is a very powerful Shinigami, because Zanpakuto Bankai is too strong. His Bankai was once banned by Central 46, but even so, he can still defeat Zanpakuto in Shikai State Lone Manos Grande of Vasto Lord class. Back then, his strength, 19, even attracted the favor of the royal family's spy team 0. After such words were spoken, although many captains didn't know much about Kenpachi, and even heard of this Kenpachi for the first time, they really felt the strength of the opponent. Manos Grande at the Vasto Lord level is the void standing at the top of Manos Grande. Even now that Hueco Mundo has produced a Rancor, which makes the upper limit of the Virtual 1 level higher, but such a virtual, in the past, is still in existence that can rival the captain level Shinigami. A ghost of this level, that Kenpachi Kuwu-wan, can actually defeat him with Shikai alone without relying on Bankai, which is really amazing. Moreover, the opponent's reason for not using Bankai was that his Bankai was too powerful, so it was banned by Central 46. What kind of Bankai is that? Advertisement. That's how it got to this point. In addition, the captains of the royal family's Spy Zero team naturally know about it. The captain of Gode 13 is the top of many Shinigami, and Shinigami is promoted to Ultimate to become the captain. As everyone knows, there is another organization above the captain, and that is the Zero team. The Zero team is directly under the Spirit King, so they are also called royal spies. Things that have a major impact on the Soul Society are eligible to be promoted to Team Zero. Unexpectedly, Kenpachi, who was from the past, would attract the favor of Team Zero. This made many captains even more shocked. Gosuke Shigure, however, looked disapproving. It's not a very important thing, although there is indeed Kenpachi, who is favored by members of Team Zero, but because it is not a formal solicitation, and because of Kenpachi's character, it is simply impossible to take the initiative to join the Zero division. It sounds like you know Team Zero very well. Gosuke Shigure's words caused many people to slander in their hearts. Gosuke Shigure didn't know what they were thinking, otherwise he would have to say that he really knew Team Zero very well, and even went to Team Zero himself. Back to the topic, the reason why there is some connection between Kenpachi and Seireitei is probably an old thing many years ago. At that time, there was a virtual group attacking the Soul Society, and Kenpachi was the 11th team of the combat team. The captain himself stepped forward to fight against the Zuchun. He took the lead, and even took the initiative to enter the Black Cavity, showing his team fighting spirit in the Broken World and Taishu. After killing many ordinary Manos Grandes, facing one of the Manos Grandes, because he realized that the opponent was a poor puppet, a toy manipulated by other Manos Grandes, so Kenpachi didn't hurt the killer, but he bypassed the other party. He wanted to use this method to catch the Black Hands behind the scenes, but unfortunately failed. And behind the scenes, Manos Grande, who runs it all, is Seireitei. I see. The young captains nodded one after another, and Hitsugaya Dashiro began to analyze in deep thought. That is to say, a long time ago, this Hueco Mundo Espada's ninth sword, Seireitei, paid attention to our Soul Society yet? He has repeatedly sent virtual groups to attack the Soul Society. Because of this, he has a better understanding of the Soul Society, and this time he can invade the Seireitei. Maybe that's right. Gosuke Shigure couldn't deny it. Chatting and chatting, everyone began to talk about the previous 12th team. Advertisement. According to the current information, it can be known that the childlike Arankar who attacked the gate of Seireitei is a decoy. The real mastermind behind the scenes, Seireitei, has already invaded the interior of Seireitei. The captain made a specimen corpse and tried to revive it, but failed in the end. Because of the arrival of Captain Zaraki, he had to leave temporarily. At present, the other party is probably still in Seireitei. Besides, he has another female Arankar as a subordinate. Seireitei was able to enter Seireitei, most likely because of the ability of the other party. And revisited the things discussed by everyone before. Captain Yamamoto announced that the captain's meeting was temporarily over. Next, the most important thing is to look for traces of Arankar, the travel disaster that invaded Seireitei first. The captains left, but before they left, some captains still had doubts and asked Gosuke Shigure. Sui Feng walked to the side of the 5th assistant Shigure, because Gosuke Shigure taught her for a long time, so the relationship between her and Gosuke Shigure is still very good. If you have any questions, you can directly ask Gosuke Shigure. Captain Gosuke. Sui Feng, what's the matter with you? Gosuke Shigure tilted his head and called his name. Sui Feng didn't care and said directly, I have some questions. According to what you said earlier, Kenpachi is so powerful that he even attracted the attention of the royal family's special agents. How did such a powerful Shinigami die? Today's Kenpachi has been passed into the hands of Zaraki. Obviously, as Kenpachi of unknown generations, Kenpachi of Takuyashiki is definitely dead in battle. Could it be that because he died in battle, Gosuke Shigure as his vice-captain became the new Kenpachi? After Sui Feng's question came out, many captains who originally planned to leave, such as Bikuya Kuchiki, Komamura Sajin, Shiba Kaien, Hitsugaya Dashiro, etc. stopped and listened. It can only be said that everyone has the heart of 8 trigrams. Gosuke Shigure was stunned for a moment, and then gave the answer. Kenpachi was killed by Soya Moleyo in a frontal battle, and Soya Mojojo became the new member of the 11th team after that. Captain, the 8th generation Kenpachi, Mole City Kenpachi. Chapter 437. The Light of Infinity 8th generation Kenpachi, Mole City Kenpachi. This is another character that many young captains have never heard of. However, although they haven't heard of the Mole City Kenpachi, they have heard of Gosuke Shigure, and they know that Gosuke Shigure used to be the 9th generation of Kenpachi. If the 8th generation Kenpachi is the Mole City Kenpachi, then the Kayashiki Kenpachi is obviously the 7th generation Kenpachi. Earlier they thought that Gosuke Shigure would inherit Kenpachi's position, but now it seems that they were wrong. Between Gosuke Shigure and Kenpachi, there is another Kenpachi. Kenpachi, Mole City, is really a long-lost name. When many captains' thoughts flickered, Jingle Chunshui couldn't help sighing, and a complicated look appeared on his face. Back then, after Kenpachi defeated a strong enemy, he arrived with medical Shinigami support from the 4th Division. After that, Kenpachi held a reception directly on the battlefield, but he did not expect that during the reception, a group of a noble-looking man arrives and threatens to challenge Kenpachi. The succession of the title of Kenpachi is completely different from that of other team captains. It has always been held by strong men, and to carry its name, it has to passively accept the challenges of many strong men. At first, Jingle didn't think the aristocratic Shinigami could defeat Kenpachi. However, as another captain who was present at the time, he still took the initiative to serve as a witness. The rest of the Shinigami in the 11th team also had a similar idea with him and didn't think that the comers could defeat Tsukiyashiki. However, the result was unexpected. The opponent won. Although it was a miserable victory, it did win Kenpachi. Kenpachi is about to die, and the 11th squad is extremely angry, and wants to kill the man who challenged Kenpachi, named Soya Moleyo. But at the critical moment, it was Yoshiki Kenpachi who stopped everyone with his last strength. Then, he explained something. Yoshiki Kenpachi dies. After recovering from his injuries, a man named Soya Mojo became the new captain of the 11th team, the 8th generation Kenpachi. Advertisement originally, this could be regarded as a good story. A new strongman emerges, defeats the old strongman, and replaces him. The new Kenpachi is stronger than the old Kenpachi. This is also Kenpachi's long-cherished wish. Perhaps it is because of this that he will die happily. It was also because of the realization of these things that the Shinigami of the 11th team gradually accepted the new Kenpachi, accepted the Kenpachi of Mole City, and regarded him as the captain. However, no one expected it. Just after all the members of the 11th team accepted the Mole City Kenpachi, something like that happened suddenly. So far, Jingle Chunshui doesn't understand what Kenpachi was thinking at that time. The captains didn't know what Jingle Chunshui was feeling. Out of curiosity, Byakuya Kuchiki also asked Gosuke Shigure. Captain Gosuke used to be the 9th generation Kenpachi, and Mole City Kenpachi was the 8th generation Kenpachi, that is to say, in the end, you killed the Mole Castle Kenpachi. Everyone looked at Gosuke Shigure at the same time. They still know about the succession ceremony of the captain of 11 Po. It can be said that if Gosuke Shigure hadn't deliberately released water and lost to Zaraki Kenpachi, he would either continue to stay in Kenpachi's position, or be challenged and die in the battle. Gosuke Kenpachi and Zaraki Kenpachi are also the unprecedented 2 Kenpachi of the same generation. All this is due to the fact that Gosuke Kenpachi's ideas are different from ordinary people. No one expected that he would suddenly give up Kenpachi's position. Gosuke Shigure was silent for a while, and only said one thing: I didn't kill Kenpachi Mole Castle. After saying this, he seemed to think of something, turned around, and left here. Several captains watched Gosuke Shigure leave, and couldn't help but look at each other, not understanding the meaning of this sentence. Jingle Chunshui looked at the puzzled crowd and explained. Although Gosuke said that he defeated Kenpachi in Mole City, he did not kill him. In fact, Kenpachi in Mole City did not die. That is to say, the 8th generation, the 9th generation, and even the 10th generation Kenpachi are not alive. When Jingle Chunshui said this, he involuntarily glanced in the direction of Unohana Retsu, who had already left first. That 1st generation Kenpachi was actually still alive, but he didn't say anything. Advertisement: the 8th generation Kenpachi, is he still alive? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Then Jingle Chunshui said, because of committing certain serious crimes, this 8th generation Kenpachi is currently being imprisoned on the 8th floor of the underground prison, which is Infernal Affairs. It seems that I have become cellmates with Aizen. Everyone was shocked again. However, at this time part of his senses were suddenly released from the seal. There is only darkness here, or in other words, this is a space that even darkness cannot be specifically identified. There is no up, down, left, or right, no space for gravity. This is the prison named Infernal. At this time, he also made a small joke. Almost no one in the Soul Society now knows who the first prisoner was locked in. But the memory of the last sinner sealed here is still fresh in the Soul Society's inhabitants. Although the Sokyoku used to execute Shinigami has been destroyed, even if the Sokyoku is still intact, it cannot kill Aizen, who has obtained immortality from Hogyoku. After the black cloth peeled off, what Aizen saw was still endless darkness. Light, in the midst of infinity, is the last thing that should appear, but it did appear. Now his hands, feet, mouth, ears, eyes, and even the touch of his skin are all sealed by Bakudo and locked into the darkest space. But there is a soft light in the darkness. Luckily, before he could, obviously, succeed, he lost to Kurosaki Ichigo, which kept crushing his ambitions and imprisoned his immortality. Unexpectedly, the 8th generation Kenpachi was actually imprisoned in Infernal Affairs. He was the captain of Godei 13 and the king of Hueco Mundo. Aizen Sosuke. There are only a few people in Wujin, but for these few people, Soul Society must expend countless energy to maintain Wujon's existence, just because these few people are all felons who can pose a great threat to the world. Without any warning, one of Aizen's eyes, one ear, and the cloth seal wrapped around his mouth with Bakudo as a catalyst suddenly peeled off. The bottom of the underground prison, the 8th prison, Infernal. With the power of the virtual circle, he intended to crusade against the Spirit King, and once defeated Gode 13. Chapter 438. Sinner's Conversation. What brought the light was a paper lantern that could not exist in the inexhaustible, and the lantern hung brightly in front of Aizen, who was tied to the chair. It was the light that Aizen and Hogyoku's fused body was bound and imprisoned without seeing it again. But soon, Aizen's eyes adjusted to what was in front of him, and Hogyoku brought him unprecedented adaptability. Aizen Sosuke saw a man standing behind the lantern. Logically speaking, this is an impossible situation, but there is no surprise or confusion in his eyes. Even, as if he had expected this kind of thing a long time ago, he calmly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled and said, "Isn't this the old man who was tortured here? It should be an honor to see your dignity." Fluent words came out of his mouth. After being gagged for more than a year, most people will definitely need time to regain the flexibility of their tongue and throat, and they should not even be able to make a sound when they first open their mouths. However, the way Aizen speaks is exactly the same as before he was imprisoned. There is no pessimistic awareness of being imprisoned in the tone, nor does he suffer from guilt. He looked at the man in front of him with a leisurely attitude and knowing eyes. "What should I call you? Is your real name Mole Yosoya, or the title of the strongest Shinigami given by the Soul Society to show respect?" 333. Aizen was sealed all over his body, but the man standing in front of Aizen was not bound by the curse at all. In comparison, the latter was clearly superior in any aspect, but Aizen didn't feel that he was at a disadvantage, and even he called out the opponent's name in a tone that showed that everything was under his control at the moment, the 8th generation captain of the 11th squad. "Kenpachi, Mole City?" When Aizen told about his background, the man didn't show any emotion. Beside him, a woman's figure suddenly appeared, making fun of Mole City-Kenpachi. It took a long time for the woman to ridicule Kenpachi, the Mole City, to unravel the illusion surrounding Aizen's body. At the same time, she couldn't stop praising Aizen, saying that Aizen is worthy of being the king of Void. It's so easy to adapt to everything, revealing the true identity of Kenpachi Mole City. While talking, she turned her head to mock Mole City-Kenpachi again. The other party's guess was not accurate. At the beginning, it was even very certain that Team Zero would take action to stop Aizen. As a result, Aizen lost to the boy named Kurosaki Ichigo before Team Zero appeared. As she spoke, the woman mocked Aizen again, claims that Aizen is incompetent. Advertisement. No one knows whether the woman is planning to praise others or hurt others. Her thoughts are changeable, and her thinking is even more changeable, let alone what she says. But neither Kenpachi nor Aizen paid any attention to it. Mole City-Kenpachi is because got used to. Aizen, on the other hand, has seen the essence of women. The opponent is Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto materialized into reality. Although there is a lot of nonsense, but sometimes being locked up in this incomparable space, and having someone to talk to you, it feels pretty good. Thinking of this, Aizen suddenly became envious of Kenpachi. After the woman said a lot of nonsense, Mole City-Kenpachi said to Aizen, "If you know me, that's fine. In order to avoid unnecessary questions in the following conversation, let me first say, I am not interested in the crimes you committed, and I am not interested in the power of Hogyoku. I just want to ask you a few things related to the outside world question. You overestimate me, don't you? You know everything about Seireitei in the world, and you are not controlled by my Kyoka Suigetsu illusion. What do you need me to tell you?" Aizen looked at the mole playfully Shiro Kenpachi's face. After these words were spoken, the woman beside her couldn't stop talking. She mocked how many methods Kenpachi tried to crack Kyoka Suigetsu. Mole City-Kenpachi finally felt that the woman was a little noisy. To be precise, it was the other party who kept nagging in his ear, which too affected the conversation, CBED, between him and Aizen. "Shut up." The indifferent words came from the mouth of Mole City-Kenpachi, and the woman heard the words, and was about to continue teasing, asking if Mole City-Kenpachi was angry. However, his words did not come out in the end. Under the influence of the master of Zanpakuto, Kenpachi, the Mole City, she disappeared. "It's finally quiet," as Kenpachi said. His eyes fell on Aizen again. "What I want to ask you is knowledge other than Seireitei. Although it is impolite to say so, I am very grateful to you who lost to Kurosaki Ichigo in the end. It was a surprise. That's one of the questions I wanted to ask." Advertisement. Hearing this, Aizen froze for a moment, and said, "We lost the battle." Thinking of how disturbed my mind was at the time, I had to nod in agreement with the meaning of that experience. "Maybe it's time for you to try to lose the battle." Hinamori Momo suddenly noticed something and looked up suddenly. Fortunately, Kuretsuchi Mayuri returned to the 12th division. Through a special device, he successfully tracked down the opponent's remaining spirit, and finally opened the black cavity to chase into it, but no one knows what the result will be. As the captain, Gosuke Shigure returned to the captain's room after the captain's meeting. At the moment, he is drinking tea, paddling, and watching Hinamori Momo handle the team affairs documents. Mole City Sword Lori's situation has not changed. Among the Seireitei suddenly became busy. He continued to ask Aizen his own question. If the Arankar who appeared in the Technology Development Bureau is really Zael Aporo himself, once he is resurrected, he may really cause great trouble in Seireitei. The so-called deputy captain, as the captain's assistant, isn't it specially used to do this kind of thing? Right now, Gosuke Shigure has experienced the fun of Aizen back then. Aizen was stunned when he heard the words, and then seemed to remember something, and sighed. "Yes, you lost to that person back then, 11. In the 5th Division, the Vice Captain Hinamori Momo is handling team affairs. Gode 13 is looking for the whereabouts of Arankar who broke into Seireitei. Also on this day, it is worth mentioning that, after the opponent broke into the 12th Division Technology Development Bureau, in addition to causing an explosion, he also took away Zailaporo's body before fleeing after failing to revive his body. It is indeed easy to have such a capable lieutenant as Hinamori Momo. No wonder Aizen had so much time to do scientific research. If it was a defeat, I would have tried it a long time ago. Soul Society-Kenpachi gave an answer that was beyond Aizen's expectations. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the captain's room. Chapter 439 Reunion after 200 years, who are you? Seeing this sudden appearance, Hinamori Momo couldn't help being startled. The other party was wearing a white captain's haori, with a delicate appearance and full of nobility. If Hinamori Momo is not the vice captain of the 5th Division, but a commoner, he will definitely think that the person in front of him is the captain of Gode 13, the most reliable powerhouse in the household soul world. But she happened to be the vice captain of the 5th Division and knew all the captains. Because of this, after seeing this figure, she immediately stared at him and then stood up suddenly. Who are you? And your clothes, what's the matter? The visitor did not directly respond to Hinamori Momo's words, but looked at Gosuke Shigure, who was drinking tea, and said calmly, Gosuke, is this your current adjutant? It doesn't seem very strong. Also, I never thought that you would voluntarily give up Kenpachi's position and come to the 5th team as the captain to replace Aizen. Such words made me curious while being shocked. This mysterious man wearing the captain's haori knows his own captain? An acquaintance of the captain? However, she is sure that there is no one in front of the current captain of Gode 13. Who is he? Why can you wear the captain's haori? Is the former captain who retired from Gode 13. Hinamori Momo couldn't help thinking. Gosuke Shigure greeted the visitor while drinking tea. I didn't expect that you would come out from there. Did something happen that I don't know? Advertisement, you were mentioned not long ago, it's really unexpected. While talking, he said to the visitor, anyway, we are old acquaintances, would you like a drink? Gosuke Shigure motioned for the tea in front of him. The visitor shook his head and said, forget it, this body of mine is not my real body, so I cannot drink your tea. Gosuke Shigure was stunned when he heard the words, and immediately reacted, is it the ability of your knife? By incorporating your own ryotsu into inorganic objects, and then manipulating them, you can be transformed into your own image. It's really a convenient ability. Visitors did not comment on these. In front of Gosuke Shigure, the other party did not answer, and the invitation to drink tea was also rejected by the other party, so he directly asked the business, so, what do you want to do when you choose to come out from that place? There are indeed some things I want to do. The visitor did not deny, but answered truthfully. The first thing is to come and have a chat with you. After all, you are the one who defeated me. That defeat has brought me a lot of insights. In addition, since more than 200 years ago, I have lived until now, since you are still alive, I must come to see you. What's the second thing? Gosuke Shigure asked the visitor. He had a feeling that for the visitor, the second thing was the most important thing. The visitor said, second thing, I want to find someone, in today's words, it should be called Arankar, right? Why? Speaking of Arankar, he praised again, Aizen, what a genius. Aizen is indeed a genius. Gosuke Shigure agrees with this evaluation very much. Hinamori Momo on the side heard this conversation, and his complexion became uneasy. She didn't think of this mysterious comer wearing the captain's haori, but she cared very much that these two talked about it here. Aizen had left her with a great psychological shadow, and even now, it has not healed. Advertisement hearing this, Gosuke Shigure sighed, it's really something you can do, and you still haven't changed at all. Ten Chong wants to destroy Hueco Mundo from the root. From now on, even if they die, their souls will not fall into Hueco Mundo, and the void will disappear completely. The visitor said again, that Arankar's ability is very special, if I can get her ability, maybe I can completely eradicate all the ghosts. Gosuke Shigure replied, a sinner who should have been imprisoned, the 8th captain of the 11th Division, Hiroshi Kenpachi. Then he looked at the person who came, showing a look of horror. Because the lifespan of human beings is not as long as that of Shinigami, in their short lives, they are more easily affected by the worldly materialism. Over the years, with the development of this world, human beings have become more depraved and evil. The void in Hueco Mundo, there are more and more, if I can get the ability of that Arankar, I can transform the human beings in this world. But have you ever thought about a question, that is, even if you transform all the human beings in this world in 1 year, as long as the human beings are still multiplying and the human society is still moving forward, sooner or later there will be new ones. The desire to breed out, this kind of creature is simply inexhaustible, and if you do this, it will also break the balance between souls. The visitor also knew that he could not convince Gosuke Shigure, so he said again, I have finished what I have to say, and I am leaving here, because that Arankar has already left Soul Society. Hinamori Momo listened to the other party's words and came back to her senses. She was not shocked by the rhetoric of the visitor. On the contrary, she felt a deep sense of fear and felt a chill. It took a long time for Hinamori Momo to recover from the disappearance of the other party. She plucked up the courage and asked Gosuke Shigure, Captain, who is that? In just 1 year, I can transform all human beings so that they no longer breed negative emotions. Compared to the fact that Soul Society has not contained Hueco Mundo for 10,000 years, this is already a huge improvement. After saying this, as if he didn't know how to appear, he disappeared suddenly without the slightest sign. Gosuke Shigure was silent and did not comment on what the visitor said. You should know that the birth of Shu comes from the desires of human beings. Human beings are an extremely complex group. They have various desires. When they die, they will have more negative emotions, which will make their souls degenerate, and then fall into Hueco Mundo, become void. Asking for flowers. That was the case back then, and it is the same now. The only difference is that you have changed some of your thinking, from wanting to destroy Hueco Mundo in a fighting way, to destroying the void in another way. Balance? The visitor snorted, then returned to normal, and continued, of course I know that as long as human society develops, new virtuals will be born sooner or later, but what I have done can at least greatly delay this trend. Chapter 440 Big Event, the 8th Captain of the 11th Team. Sinners imprisoned in nothingness. Moletown Kenpachi. There are 3 extremely important information contained in this sentence, no matter which one of them it is enough to shock Sendao. Team 11, Hinamori Momo certainly knows. At this moment, it can be regarded as an explanation, why the other party is wearing a captain's haori, and why I haven't seen this captain, because he is the captain of the 11th team, the 8th generation Kenpachi, Soul Society-Kenpachi. If I remember correctly, Captain Gosuke next to him was the 9th generation Kenpachi who served in the 11th team, and the current Zaraki Kenpachi is the 1st generation Kenpachi. That is to say, this Soul Society-Kenpachi is the predecessor of Captain Gosuke. Of course, this is not the most important thing, the most important thing is. It is Kenpachi, the mole, 940, city, a sinner imprisoned in the incomparable. Hinamori Momo doesn't know what felony Kenpachi committed in Mole City and was sentenced to be imprisoned in Wujin, but she does know where Wujin is. Wujin is the most important and most terrifying prison of the Soul Society. The people detained in it, without exception, are destructive, threatening, extremely terrifying and unforgivable sinners. And the last prisoner in infernal affairs is Aizen Sosuke. Because Aizen was imprisoned in Wujin, Hinamori Momo knew where Wujin was. The sinner who was imprisoned in the infinity actually escaped from there. What about Aizen? Is Aizen jailbroken too? Hinamori Momo thought of something bad and suddenly became nervous. Gosuke Shigure was not as nervous as Hinamori Momo. However, his expression was also somewhat calm. I thought it was just an Arankar invasion of the Soul Society, which involved Zael Aporo, the 9th blade of the virtual circle, but now, Kenpachi, the mole city that should have been imprisoned in the inferno, has escaped from prison. What made this incident happen again? For such an important matter, you have to report it to Gode 13. Hinamori, I will leave the matter of the fan team to you. I need to go to the fan team. Advertisement Gosuke Shigure said so to Hinamori Momo. Hinamori Momo nodded. She has no objection to Gosuke Shigure's arrangement. She is here to handle team affairs. In comparison, Gosuke Shigure has been drinking tea by the side. Gosuke Shigure's departure has no impact on her. In a team. Because of the brigade invasion, Captain Yamamoto seemed extremely busy. When Gosuke Shigure arrived, he put down the pen in his hand, stopped handling team affairs, and looked at Gosuke Shigure. Is there anything else? Over the past year or so, Gosuke Shigure's visits to the first team have increased significantly. Captain Yamamoto also gradually accepted the fact that Gosuke Shigure knew many secrets and was very mysterious. Most importantly, in the face of the Dark Crisis, Gosuke Shigure is in a very positive state. Originally, if there hadn't been this brigade disaster invasion, they should have continued to prepare for the Quincy crisis that might come at any time. Because counting the time, it was almost at that moment. As for how to deal with this brigade invasion, the specific strategy has been conveyed before, so Gosuke Shigure came to the first team again at this time, and his purpose is a bit intriguing. Gosuke Shigure didn't hide either. There is indeed one more thing. What's up? Just before, I saw Mole Castle Kenpachi. Gosuke Shigure said a name lightly. Hearing this name, Captain Yamamoto's eyes lighted up. Mole City Kenpachi, for today's Gode 13, there are very few Shinigami who know this existence, but there is no doubt that, as a Shinigami bearing the name of Kenpachi, Mole City Kenpachi is extremely powerful. Back then, he was even more ambitious and almost caused a catastrophe. If not for Gosuke Shigure defeating him, if he really waits until he completes many plans and transforms all of Rukongai's souls into weapons for war, the entire Soul Society will be completely in trouble. It is also because the crimes committed by Kenpachi in Mole City are too big. So obviously no effective damage has been caused, but Central 46 still sentenced him to be imprisoned in Wujin after deliberation. Are you sure you read it right? Commander Yamamoto confirmed to Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure said, I'm not so old and dizzy. I'm still very familiar with Mole City. Now that Gosuke Shigure said so, Captain Yamamoto didn't continue to ask. Advertisement indeed. Gosuke Shigure used to be the vice captain of Kenpachi Mole City, and is very familiar with Kenpachi Mole City. It's simply impossible to get it wrong. Gosuke Shigure continued. It should be that this brigade invasion incident somehow affected Kenpachi, the Mole City who was imprisoned in the infernal affairs, allowing him to escape from prison. He repeated what he said when he talked to Kenpachi earlier. After knowing the purpose of Kenpachi in Mole City, Captain Yamamoto's eyes changed again. Bang 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 bang. Within a day, warnings from the first team came out twice. There is something else hidden about this accident, is it not trivial? There are even hell butterflies flying in the team houses of each team. Some people can't help but think so. He was keenly aware that what happened today was unusual, so he didn't procrastinate at all, and rushed directly to the first team. Gosuke Shigure explained, "I've always been in the first team." Not long after, a captain rushed to the first team. Jingle Chunshui raised his brows. He is very smart, and immediately guessed some clues. The fact that the captain summoned us here this time has something to do with you? Therefore, the captains who had just returned to their own teams not long ago had to rush to the first team again because of the call of the Captain Yamamoto. But fellow captains, I am still more curious about what the chief captain summoned them this time. Seeing that Jingle Chunshui became more and more curious, he said again, "Let's talk about it when everyone is here." Although they are somewhat dissatisfied with the captain's behavior of driving them so repeatedly. The first to come here was Jingle Chunshui. Jingle Chunshui praised Gosuke Shigure. Is it related to the previous brigade invasion? He thought he was the first captain to come to the first team, only to find that when he came here, Gosuke Shigure was already here. Gosuke, you are really fast. Although Jingle Chunshui 0.7 is very lazy in many cases, but at critical moments, he is extremely reliable. Gosuke Shigure nodded, acknowledging it. Chapter 441 Soul Society-Kenpachi's Purpose. Soon, all the captains came here. Has Captain Ni not come? Looking at the captains who came, Captain Yamamoto was keenly aware of the lack of people, so he couldn't help asking. The captain who came this time was one more than the previous time. That is, Zaraki Kenpachi also came, but Kuretsuchi Mayuri still did not come. As for Jashiro Yukitaki, captain of the 13th Division? He is in poor health and is recuperating recently, so he didn't come before, so naturally it is impossible to appear suddenly this time. Captain Nirvana went after an Arankar named Zael Aporo, and has not returned. It is said that Arankar attacked the Technology Development Bureau and took his body. Someone gave an explanation. Captain Yamamoto knew the reason and didn't say much, just nodded silently. Then he said to Gosuke Shigure, "Captain Gosuke, please explain the situation." Yes. Gosuke Shigure stepped forward. Immediately, he told 21 things about his meeting with Kenpachi in Mole City earlier. Mole City-Kenpachi, this name is actually quite unfamiliar to many captains on the field, but fortunately, in the meeting not long ago, Jingle Chunshui mentioned another Kenpachi. He is Kenpachi Ryushiki. And because of Kenpachi, everyone became curious. Finally got to know the Mole City-Kenpachi from Gosuke Shigure. Know who this is. He even knew that the other party was imprisoned in Wujin. At this moment, after the words of Gosuke Shigure came out, everyone was shocked. Advertisement Hitsugaya Dashiro was the first to speak. If I remember correctly, Captain Jingle said that Kenpachi of Mole City was imprisoned in Wujin. Yes. Gosuke Shigure replied, now, Kenpachi, the Mole City, appeared in front of me. Obviously, he has escaped from the infernal affairs. Escaped from the infernal affairs? How is that possible? Sui Feng was the first to be shocked. As the criminal army, the second squad was also in charge of guarding the prison in the Soul Society, so she knew exactly where infernal affairs was. In that kind of place, even spirit particles don't exist, but it is empty in the true sense. In her cognition, it is impossible for anyone to escape from there. But now, all this seems to have been subverted and rewritten. The Mole City of Kenpachi, from where the prison escaped. How exactly is this possible? Although it is impossible, it is a fact. He should have escaped from there with the help of his Zanpakuto ability. Gosuke Shigure gave an explanation. The ability of Zanpakuto? Everyone looked at Gosuke Shigure with puzzled faces. Gosuke Shigure replied, Kenpachi is a very special person. I have never seen his Zanpakuto since he defeated Kenpachi and became the 8th generation Kenpachi until he was finally imprisoned in Wujin. I have never worn a knife, but it seems that there is no knife, but the knife has always been there. Captain Gosuke, what does this mean? You obviously don't wear a knife, but the knife is always there? Shiba Kaien also asked puzzled. Gosuke Shigure said, more than the literal meaning. Just like Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto has been in the Shikai state for a long time, I guess that Kenpachi's sword in Mole City should have been in the Bankai state for a long time and has not been released. So, we can't see his sword, but he can use his Zanpakuto ability at will. Obviously, this is another sentence that subverts everyone's perception. A knife that has been in the state of Bankai for a long time is really incredible. Then what is his Zanpakuto ability? Byakuya Kuchiki saw the crowd asking questions one after another, and also asked his own question. Gosuke Shigure said, the specific ability is not very clear, but according to the information I got when I fought against him, one thing is certain is that with the help of Zanpakuto's ability, he can fuse his spirit with the surrounding things, and then manipulate them. These things can be inanimate things, such as stones and sand on the road, or even the air we breathe, or they can be living things. Of course, it seems that it is more difficult to manipulate living things, especially those kind of Ryatsu powerful people. Advertisement. But even so, during the battle, if he uses this ability to affect your body for a moment, he can still influence the situation of the battle. In addition, he can manipulate the surrounding air. When you breathe in the air, he manipulates the air that enters your stomach, turning the air into an air knife, which is enough to cut you open. In general, although I don't know where the limit of his ability is, it is indeed a terrible knife. I won't say anything extra. Then, his eyes fell on Gosuke Shigure again. Gosuke, you are really powerful. You are worthy of being the one who defeated me. It was just one fight, and you have already analyzed my ability to a great extent. This figure is young and delicate and does not wear Zanpakuto. This time, don't you want to stop me? Apparently, this is the mole city of Kenpachi. But the word, 11, on his Haori's back made everyone pay special attention. After saying these words, Gosuke Shigure ignored everyone's shocked looks. Don't even think about leaving. Before, he was manipulating the air in the 5th team to visualize his own image and had a conversation with me. Seeing this, Sui Feng rushed out immediately, intending to capture Kenpachi Mole City, but naturally failed, and Kenpachi Mole City disappeared. In his words, he made no secret of looking down on Zaraki Kenpachi. That is to say, the entire Seireitei has become his hands, feet, eyes and ears. He knows what's going on in it, and he can monitor it wantonly. Just like what we're talking about here, he's just listening and watching. After seeing Kenpachi in Mole City, Zaraki Kenpachi, the current captain of Team 11, immediately showed his fighting spirit and had the urge to hack the opponent to death with a knife. The 423 people raised their brows slightly, and then saw a figure wearing a white captain's Haori slowly emerge. Instead, he looked at the empty space in front of him. Kenpachi, Mole City, am I right? After saying this, the figure of Mole City Kenpachi immediately became blurred and was about to disappear. Even, I have a guess that during these long years, he may have used his own Zanpakuto to permeate the entire Seireitei with his spiritual power. Mole City Kenpachi sensed Zaraki Kenpachi's fighting spirit, glanced at him and said, I really don't know what's so special about you, but Tang Ran will give the sword from his position to a guy like you. Chapter 442. Rain and Dew, Hateful. Seeing the Mole City Kenpachi disappearing in front of Shiji, Sui Feng looked particularly angry. Don't be angry. Gosuke Shigure said to Sui Feng, this is just an illusion that he concretized with his own spiritual power through the air. It's not his body at all. No matter how fast you strike, you can't stop it. Hearing what Gosuke Shigure said, Sui Feng felt a little better. But the fact that Kenpachi escaped from prison, and what Gosuke Shigure said about the ability of Kenpachi Zanpakuto in Mole City still shocked them. They were even more shocked and horrified, or the purpose of the Mole City Kenpachi that Gosuke Shigure said. Spend a year to transform the entire human beings in this world, and put an end to the appearance of emptiness from the root. Such a thing, when you think about it carefully, makes people shudder. Kenpachi, Mole City, is he a lunatic? Sui Feng was moved by the madness of Kenpachi Mole City and couldn't help but ask. It's not crazy, but because he has an obsession with getting rid of all the void. Gosuke Shigure explained to Sui Feng. Back then, he had thought of transforming all the souls of Rukongai into cannon fodder, using Kame to destroy Hueco Mundo, which was later prevented, and he was also sentenced to be imprisoned in infinity. Now, he has come out of infernal affairs. Although he has changed his mind and thought of a new method, his original intention has not changed. Of course, the reason why he came up with this method is probably because of the ability of a certain Arankar. Gosuke Shigure has already told everyone about the purpose of Kenpachi in Mole City and what he is going to do. To put it simply, Kenpachi, the Mole City, is going to use the ability of a certain Arankar to transform human beings all over the world, so that they will no longer breed desires and negative emotions, so that after their death, their souls will not degenerate into nothingness. Knowing the purpose of Kenpachi in Mole City, everyone naturally disagrees with and cannot approve of what Kenpachi in Mole City has done. For Shinigami, its duty is to maintain the balance between the souls. Obviously, the behavior of Kenpachi Mole City is not conducive to the balance between souls. Moreover, this transformation of human beings through human intervention is also a way of breaking the laws of nature, which cannot be recognized. Advertisement. In other words, the current Mole City, Kenpachi, is looking for that Arankar. He wants to use the ability of that Arankar to transform all humans. As long as we get to that Arankar first, we can find the besieged city of Kenpachi? Komamura Sajin offered his opinion. The escape of Kenpachi in Mole City is not the most important thing. The most important thing is what Kenpachi in Mole City is going to do. According to Gosuke Shigure, that Arankar is a vital existence. The reason why Kenpachi, Mole City, had such an idea was because of the ability of that Arankar. Previously, because of the invasion of the travel disaster, the originally peaceful Seireitei atmosphere has become dignified. Now, with the prison escape of Mole City Kenpachi, after knowing the purpose of Mole City Kenpachi, everyone only feels that strong pressure has appeared again. For a while, among the first team, the captains were silent. But this silence didn't last too long. A hearty voice broke the peace here. Hey, everyone is here. Master Yoruichi. Hearing this voice, Sui Feng immediately showed joy. She looked at the visitor in surprise, and never thought that Yoruichi would come here. I don't remember summoning you. Captain Yamamoto looked at Yoruichi, who came to the team's first room with an indifferent expression. But Yoruichi didn't take it seriously. Don't be so serious. Because there are multiple Arankars in this world and Soul Society at the same time, Kazuki was a little worried, so he sent me to take a look. It turns out that the group of Arankars who look like children accidentally entered Soul Society just because they were playful, and they did not pose any threat. Before, I seemed to hear a great name from your mouths. Yoruichi's expression suddenly became serious. Kenpachi. It's the name, right? Everyone's expressions are not very good looking. Fortunately, Gosuke Shigure gave Yoruichi a face. That's right, he escaped from the infernal affairs. Advertisement. Yoruichi's eyes changed. It's really a big deal. After sighing, she said again, However, as for Kenpachi, Mole City, I do know some things about him, for example, his Zanpakuto ability and famous officials. Regarding the ability of Kenpachi Zanpakuto in Mole City, Gosuke Shigure gave some statements earlier, but they are not very accurate. After all, they were all speculated by Gosuke Shigure during the battle with Kenpachi in Mole City. Everyone didn't expect Yoruichi to know these things. The ability of Kenpachi Zanpakuto in Mole City is called Yulu Jalu. All in all, it is 10 very troublesome knives. Oh, Captain Yamamoto was a little surprised. How do you know? Even he didn't know about the Mole City Kenpachi Zanpakuto, so he was curious how Yoruichi knew these things. Although it sounds unbelievable, Yulu Tuolyu himself told me that I was right. Yoruichi said something unbelievable, and then said something serious. This past event is probably when Urahara Kazuki was studying the transformation of the divine body. A mysterious woman appeared in front of them and communicated with them. As for the god body, with Gosuke Shigure's promotion in front of Captain Yamamoto, it has been fully applied in Gode 13, and many vice captains have successfully learned Bankai with it. That's why many captains know what the god-turning body is. Yoruichi said again, that, Jiao Hao, woman is the materialized Yulu Tuolyu. Because Mole City Kenpachi was imprisoned in Wujin, she was bored, so she appeared in front of them and chatted with them. After these words were spoken, everyone became more and more shocked. Sure enough, the Zanpakuto of Kenpachi, Mole City, is a very special knife. According to previous speculation by Gosuke Shigure, the sword of Kenpachi in Mole City may have been in the state of Bankai all the time. Now, here in Yoruichi, they know that the sword of Kenpachi in Mole City can be visualized in front of people at will, and, even if Kenpachi, the Mole City, is imprisoned in Inferno, she can come and go as she pleases. What's more, Yoruichi said, Zanpakuto of Kenpachi, the Mole City, is a talker. She even likes to take the initiative to tell all her abilities in front of people who can see her. It is for this reason that Yoruichi was able to know Yulu Takuli's ability. Chapter 443. Reason. Why didn't you report such an important matter? After hearing Yoruichi's explanation, Captain Yamamoto said a little angrily. In any case, the matter involved the Mole City of Kenpachi. Even if Yoruichi wasn't the captain of the second squad back then, he should have reported this matter to him. Yoruichi explained, I mentioned this to the former commander-in-chief of the covert mobile unit, and the commander-in-chief reported to room 46 at the time, but was instructed to do not disclose this matter. Now I am against it. The order of the 46 room is revealed here, and there should be some punishment in the future. Yoruichi put away his foolish way of speaking, and after telling the captain of Yamamoto about this, he returned to his normal tone and said to the other captains, maybe the people above have some plans, but then all the 46 rooms of that term died from illness or an accident, or was killed by Aizen. It was completely covered up. Having said that, she even changed to a speculative tone and said, they're probably afraid that if Yulu Jalayu's ability is made public, it will damage the morale of Gode 13. And if they are not careful, the whole Seireitei will go crazy and out of control. Is that Yulu Jalayu's ability so terrible? Tianbei Shioju couldn't help but ask. Although Gosuke Shigure said 417 about Yulu Jalayu's ability, he still didn't have much real feeling. At most, I just think that Yulu Tuolyu's ability is very weird. Yoruichi heard Aizen's words, and said solemnly, well, maybe it can be compared with Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu. After these words were spoken, subtle changes took place in the expressions of everyone. They have personally experienced Kyoka Suigetsu's ability, which can be called extremely weird. Yoruichi went on to say the specific ability of Yulu Takumi. The general ability is similar to that previously analyzed by Gosuke Shigure. But it is more detailed. To put it simply, Yulu Takulu's ability is to merge with and dominate all surrounding objects. In other words, he can be integrated into all objects, and all the vegetation, stones, and air around him may be part of the Mole City Kenpachi, and his Bankai has always been in a state of liberation. As for the scope, Yoruichi also gave an explanation. Advertisement that is, at least as big as Seireitei. The whole Seireitei, I'm afraid, CBDF, has been fused by him. Because of his ubiquity, he can show up anytime and anywhere. However, it is difficult for their attacks to hit Kenpachi in Mole City because they don't even know where the body of Kenpachi in Mole City is. What a terrible ability. After a long time, Jingle Chunshui spoke solemnly. Back then, he witnessed the scene where Kenpachi killed Kenpachi in Mole City, and wondered how Kenpachi lost. Now he can only say one thing, Kenpachi did not lose unjustly. Although Gosuke Shigure talked about the ability of Yulu Decor before, but it is not as detailed as Yoruichi. In addition to the abilities mentioned by Gosuke Shigure, Yoruichi also talked about Yulu Dakuto's more detailed abilities. Everyone also had a better understanding of Zanpakuto and Kenpachi, Mole City, and understood why Bai Yei said that the handle knife can be compared with Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu. Wait, if he has such a powerful ability, wouldn't he be able to jump out of the gap at any time? Why is he still imprisoned in the gap for more than 200 years? Komamura Sajin gave his opinion again. He was puzzled. Hearing Komamura Sajin's words, Yoruichi raised a proud smiling face and said, it's nothing. Wujin is not such a simple place. Considering the possibility of being attacked from the outside, Wujin has imposed several seals that weaken Zanpakuto's ability. If what Yulu Zalu said is true, then even though the guy from Mole City can freely capture all the sights and sounds in Seireitei, he cannot control these substances. Then how did he escape this time? Hearing Hitsugaya's question, which seemed natural in logical deduction, and Yoruichi hadn't answered, Sui Feng suddenly took a breath, expressing remorse and shock and said, I'm afraid that the Technology Development Bureau has suffered a brigade attack, related. What? Everyone looked at Sui Feng one after another, wanting to know the reason from Sui Feng. Sui Feng explained. When Urahara Kazuki was still the captain of the 12th Division, part of Wujan's SEAL organization was transferred to the Technology Development Bureau. The basis for judging this was that it was not necessary to gather all the SEALs in the same place. Management, it is safer to disperse to various places. But this decision at the beginning has now gone wrong. Advertisement, however, even if the SEAL is weakened, the prisoner who still has multiple SEALs on his body is impossible to escape without Zanpakuto. However, this is not the case for Mole City, which has always maintained Zanpakuto in the state of Bankai. As long as he regains a little strength, he can break the seals, regain all the abilities he possesses, and intervene in the outside world. It seems that I have to use the covert maneuver to check the situation, and I'm not sure if there are other prisoners who have escaped from the prison. After such words came out, everyone looked dignified. In Infinity, who were some of the first prisoners, they didn't know the meaning. But they paid special attention to the last prisoner. Just because, the last prisoner was Aizen. If Aizen breaks out, can they beat Aizen a second time? No one can tell. After all, it was a coincidence that they were able to defeat Aizen more than a year ago. Don't worry, there should be no other prisoners escaped from prison. At this time, Gosuke Shigure gave a reply. Although Kenpachi of Mole City does have the ability to rescue all other prisoners, he will not do so. I used to be his vice captain and followed him for a long time, so I barely know him. Although he wants to eliminate all emptiness, he is essentially a person with principles. Even this jailbreak, its purpose is not to create chaos and destroy anything, but simply to try it out. He will not release the rest of the prisoners, and all we need to do is stop him. Gosuke Shigure's words fell into the ears of many captains, and the captains just learned that Gosuke Shigure, in addition to being the vice captain of Kenpachi, also served as the vice captain of Kenpachi in Mole Castle. Chapter 444 In this world, the key to everything, but thinking about it carefully, it is also a reasonable thing. Because Gosuke Shigure once served as the captain of Kenpachi, after Kenpachi became the captain of the 11th team in Mole City, it is obvious that Gosuke Shigure will not be replaced immediately. Therefore, Gosuke Shigure is both the vice captain of Kenpachi and the vice captain of Kenpachi in Mole City, precisely because he served as the vice captain of Kenpachi in Mole City. That's why I know more about Kenpachi than ordinary people. More importantly, Gosuke Shigure told them about Kenpachi's jailbreak. Knowing this, don't know the purpose of Mole City Kenpachi. For these reasons, in the end they chose to trust Gosuke Shigure. After all, Gosuke Shigure has shown himself to be reliable. Even in the crisis of Aizen, although it was Kurosaki Ichigo who defeated Aizen in the end, Gosuke Shigure also played a vital role in that incident. If Gosuke Shigure hadn't entered into Hueco Mundo and brought Kurosaki Ichigo back from Hueco Mundo, Kurosaki Ichigo would have had no chance of stopping Aizen at all. Moreover, according to Captain Unohana's words, even if Kurosaki Ichigo defeated Aizen in the end, before that, Gosuke Shigure held up Aizen for a long time, which bought a lot of time for Kurosaki Ichigo to arrive in time. If it weren't for Gosuke Shigure to hold Aizen back, Aizen would have already refined Karakura Town and created Wangjien. Since Gosuke Shigure said that Kenpachi, the Mole City, will not release the sinners in infernal affairs, it must not. But at the moment, the most important thing is to find the Mole City Kenpachi. Stop him. Because according to what Gosuke Shigure said, the purpose of the other party is to transform the human beings in the whole world, which is something that Shinigami cannot tolerate. Later, someone asked about the purpose of Yoruichi's visit. Obviously, the other party did not come to the Soul Society because of the affairs of Kenpachi, Mole City, and it seemed that she had just learned about Kenpachi's escape from Mole City. Yoruichi did not hesitate to tell his reason for coming. She came to the Soul Society because of the appearance of many Arankars in this world. Then, Urahara Kazuki detected that a part of Arankar had come to the Soul Society, and in order to prevent the Soul Society from going to war, she was led on. According to Urahara Kazuki's investigation, and her personal contact with the group of childlike Arankars. Advertisement it is now known that the group of Arankars are named Picaro. Although they seem to be numerous, they are actually a single individual, a race, and they are regarded as an individual. It seems unbelievable, but it is true. Picaro's combat ability is average. At the beginning, he was one of the Espada. Later, he was excluded from the Espada because of his lack of ability. They are playful by nature, but this time for some reason will appear in the present world. As for why he came to Soul Society, Yoruichi is not very clear. It should have followed the woman Arankar that Captain Jingle met, and Zael Aporo to the Soul Society. Gosuke Shigure analyzed. Immediately, another person came to mind. By the way, Kuretsuchi Miyuri followed Zael Aporo into the black cavity. Is there still no movement? Could it be dead already? This sentence has stopped many people from asking. As we all know, although Kuretsuchi Miyuri's research ability is top-notch, his combat ability is really not very good. But it turns out that everyone's worries are unnecessary. Not long after, Kuretsuchi Miyuri came. He also brought back the body of Zael Aporo, and information about the Zael Aporo who had previously appeared at the TDA and attacked the TDA. According to what Kuretsuchi Miyuri said, Zael Aporo who appeared in the Technology Development Bureau is not the real Zael Aporo, but a replica, which should be the resurrected backhand prepared by Seireitei for himself through some means. Unfortunately, because of his transformation of Seireitei's body, the resurrection of the other party ended in failure. The other party also understood his identity. At the last critical moment, he abandoned the name Seireitei and called himself Theon. Then, he gave up Seireitei's body and left the black cavity with a brand new individual. At present, it seems to be the minister who has gone. It seems that the final showdown will be in this world. When the captains heard this, they all understood. Advertisement: the copy of Seireitei who claims to be Theon went to the present world, the mole city of Kenpachi, and if he wants to find the Arrancar, he probably will go to the present world as well. Asking for flowers. Then, because of his ability to see spirits, he became the host of a spiritual adventure show. Then, I met a host of a supernatural show. Except for some of them who accidentally went to the Soul Society before, this group of Picaros who stayed in the present world obeyed their bet and went back honestly. First, I met a group of spirit bodies that looked like children. Tang Guanyin Temple, as the host of a supernatural program, has stayed in this city for so many years, and knows Shinigami and some things about Shu. These children, obviously, are the so-called Shu. In the present world, as part of the Picaro went to the Soul Society, some Picaro remained in the present world. Because he lives in Karakura town, he also possesses not weak spiritual power. Through his own research and exploration of spiritual power, he has successfully developed some superficial abilities. Today, he started a spiritual exploration based on the nameless female evil spirit that has frequently appeared in Karakura town for more than a year, but he has not waited until he meets the female evil spirit. It's just that this group of ghosts seems to be a little different. That is, after he has won them, they must not make trouble and they must go back to where they should go obediently. Tang Guanyin Temple, whose real name is Miyukio Guanyin Temple, and Tang Guanyin Temple is his stage name. Although he is a funny uncle, Tang Guanyin Temple is an extremely reliable person. Tang Guanyinzi thought he had solved a big problem, and then he saw the silk thread, and along the direction of the silk thread, he found a delicate woman wearing a half mask for a long time. Zero, they're messing around wantonly in this world. Picaro is a playful existence by nature. After the discussion of the minority obeying the majority, they finally agreed to Tang Guanyin Temple's bet, and then Tang Guanyin Temple won them. Faced with the hide-and-seek game proposed by the group of childlike spirits, Tang Guanyin Temple agreed after a moment of pondering. This world is the key to everything. However, he also made a request to this group of children. Chapter 445. The meaning of existence. Obviously, it is impossible for a normal woman to wear half a skull mask. The woman in front of her is not a normal person. Another spirit body, or void. However, Tang Guanyin Temple was not afraid of her because of this. Having hosted so many supernatural programs for so many years, and having experienced exorcism many times, Tang Guanyin Temple also has a lot of understanding of spirit bodies. They are all people with deep obsessions. After death, due to various reasons, their spirit bodies linger in this world. Even if they are degenerated and become virtual, they are not all evil, they are all bad. More importantly, he didn't feel hostility from this Arrancar. So, he braved up, walked forward, and performed a gentleman's etiquette. Miss, do you need any help? I think you have been wandering around the city for a long time, 240 inches. After seeing her, Tang Guanyin Temple recognized the woman's identity. It is Arrancar who has appeared from time to time in Karakura town for more than a year. The woman was dazed when she heard Tang Guanyin Temple's words similar to Soul Society's Jingle Chunshui. If you need any help, I, Tang Guanyin Temple, would like to serve this beautiful lady, Tang Guanyin Temple said again. Female Arrancar finally spoke. I don't know why I came here. I don't know the meaning of my existence. Tang Guanyin Temple was stunned when he heard this, and then very kindly invited the woman to swim with him. After all, the woman has appeared in Karakura town from time to time for more than a year. Obviously, this city means a lot to her. She said that she didn't know why she appeared in this city. I will take her around the city, maybe I can remind her of something. Ever since, in the next period of time, Tang Guanyin Temple took the female Arrancar out for a trip. Karakura town is neither big nor small. It is naturally time-consuming for Tang Guanyin Temple to take a woman to play in Karakura town, especially since he was planning to record a program today, but Tang Guanyin Temple is a very good person. Advertisement: if it can help the woman, even if the show is not recorded for the time being, it will be fine. During this journey with Tang Guanyin Temple, the woman seemed to feel the enthusiasm of Tang Guanyin Temple, and the confusion that was originally filled in her heart gradually disappeared. Tang Guanyin Temple couldn't help comforting her, which was something a woman had never experienced before. Originally, Arrancar, which she created artificially, was always in a state of confusion. She didn't have much pursuit of life, and all she wanted was to follow her deep instinct. Because from beginning to end, she only thought of herself as a tool. She exists only because Master Seireitei needs it. But now, because of the infection of Tang Guanyin Temple, she has undergone some changes. She suddenly had an urge to live for herself. Also at this time, an accident happened. Seireitei once again came to her side. No, not Seireitei. According to what the other party said, the other party called himself Nan-en at the moment. He said that he knows his own essence, and he does not intend to continue to live as Seireitei, but prepares to live as a brand new individual. Because the real Seireitei is dead, but after all, He is a copy of Seireitei, has an existence exactly like Seireitei. What he wanted above all was the woman, the spinning wheel in a Ronkar named Rogar Palamia. The spinning wheel is a tool for making negation silk. That kind of tiny negation thread can invade anywhere, even Seireitei's soul-obscuring membrane and the great underground prison are unable to stop their intrusion. Of course, negation's most important ability is recording. It can engrave other people's consciousness, memory, everything. At the beginning, Seireitei backed up his consciousness and recorded it in reverse. Then, after his death, Luo Jia touched these negation filaments because of wandering around, thus reshaping the consciousness of Seireitei in the body, making Theon, thus born. Advertisement as for Roja herself. She is the artificial Manos Grande created by Seireitei in the past, and she is an experiment. As virtual, she looks like a spider, and the negation silk is her spider silk. 250 years ago, she was manipulated by Seireitei to attack the Soul Society. He was then defeated by Kenpachi. It is for this reason that when Luo Jia saw Jingle Chunshui, she would recognize Jingle immediately, and then mentioned Kenpachi. However, at this moment, after facing Seireitei's copy body, Theon, who wanted to take away the spinning wheel in his body, Luo Jia resisted for the first time in his life. Except for the short time that she followed Tang Guanyin Temple, she gave birth to the idea of living for herself. That was when Kenpachi of Mole City challenged Kenpachi of Takuyashiki, and Jingle Shunsui was the witness at that time. Also because, in the face of Theon's behavior, 0.0. Kenpachi noticed Seireitei hiding behind, and threw the spider Manos Grande, who was defeated by him, into the black cavity, hoping to attract Seireitei from behind, but Seireitei was not fooled. As a result, Tang Guanyin Temple was naturally defeated. Although Tang Guanyin Temple had spiritual power and was able to use it to deal with some low-level evil spirits, Tang Guanyin Temple's ability was still too weak in front of Xian. It was also at this time that Luo Jia made a move. Afterwards, one fights fiercely in order to protect Tang Guanyin Temple, and the other fights for the spinning wheel in Luo Jia's body. Because she herself is the product of an experiment created by Seireitei. Tang Guanyin Temple took the initiative to stand up and fight with Xian, preparing to stop Xian's behavior. He, with Sero out, was about to kill Tang Guanyin. Ever since, he decided to give this human being a happy life. Later, with Aizen taking over the Hueco Mundo, Roka became a Ronkar and assumed human form. But has been manipulated by Seireitei. Theon didn't expect that there would be humans who would dare to stop him. It was Seireitei behind the scenes who witnessed a good show. He interrupted Theon's Sero, officially opposing Theon. Chapter 446 Now, she is mine. The result of the battle. In the end it was Lorgar who lost. Although with the help of Negation's ability, she can imitate many other people's methods, such as Shinigami's method and Shu's method. As long as Negation has recorded the relevant data, she can reproduce it by imitating the frequency of the spiritual wave. But her own fighting ability is really mediocre. After all, it is just a ghost created by Seireitei. Although it has special abilities, due to its own Ryotsu, the power of the moves it displays is really not very good. As a copy of Seireitei, Theon doesn't have the memory of Seireitei's death, but he has all the memories before that. He knows Luo Jia too well. Although it took some effort, Sha Jia was indeed defeated. It's really surprising. As a mere puppet, I dare to resist my will. I will inflict the most painful torture. Don't you want to protect this human being? I'll just kill him in front of you. Theon had injuries on his body, and he looked particularly angry when he looked at the defeated Luo Jia. It never occurred to me that after I stayed in the black cavity for a while, after I found Luo Jia again, Luo 24 Jia would actually give birth to her own will and try to resist him in vain. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. Although he named himself Theon, he regarded himself as the successor of Seireitei. The things in Luo Jia's body are his things. For Luo Jia's behavior, he was extremely angry. In the next instant, he was going to strike and kill Tang Guanyin Temple. However, just before his attack was about to succeed, it failed. Because of his attack, he was blocked. Then, a figure wearing a white haori and Zanpakuto appeared. He looked indifferent, glanced at the seriously injured Luo Jia, then looked at Xian and said, "Sorry, I can't just sit back and watch you do something to her, because of some reasons. She means a lot to me. Yes, now, she's mine." These words seemed extremely domineering. Advertisement. When Xian heard this, he was extremely angry. As a copy of Seireitei, his personality is the same as that of Seireitei, extremely domineering. Luo Jia was created by Seireitei, which is equivalent to what he created. He is his puppet. He can manipulate Luo Jia's life and death at will. How can he tolerate others saying such words? Shinigami, you are so brave. Shan was a little annoyed. It is true that the Shinigami in front of him is not any of the current captains of Gode 13, and he looks a little familiar, but Shan did not immediately recall who the opponent is. Instead, he revealed his ownership of Luo Jia to the Shinigami in front of him. On the contrary, Luo Jia, who was seriously injured, looked at this Shinigami who appeared suddenly, revealing the color of memory. She recognized who this Shinigami was. Back then, Kenpachi defeated her clearly, but chose to let her go, which made her have a very deep memory of Kenpachi. After that, she hid in the black cavity and witnessed the scene of Kenpachi's death. And it was the man in front of him who killed Kenpachi. Luo Jia never thought that after more than 200 years, she would see this man again. Mole City. Kenpachi. He is also the 8th captain of the Godei 1311th team, the 8th generation Kenpachi. The battle broke out again. Theon is very powerful, as a copy of Seireitei, although because of the resurrection, Ryotsu has not reached the point of Seireitei, and many abilities cannot be used. But he still has most of Seireitei's abilities. If not, he would not be able to defeat Luo Jia. It's a pity that his opponent is Kenpachi Mole City. Kenpachi Mole City is a powerful Shinigami who inherited the name of Kenpachi. He even killed Kenpachi in a frontal battle back then. Note that Kenpachi, the powerful Shinigami who can defeat Vasto Lord level Manos Grande without using Bankai. A short time later, Theon was defeated by Kenpachi, the Mole City. Even if he used Sero on the way, the ending didn't change in any way. Sean never thought that the situation would be reversed in such a short while. Obviously he just defeated Meng Jia before, looking at the seriously injured Luo Jia triumphantly. But now, the one who was seriously injured turned into himself. Advertisement, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to save your life, as a virtual person, you have no value to me, so please die. Looking at the seriously injured Theon, Mole City Kenpachi said so. Then, he raised his hand, and Kido condensed out in his hand. Boom. The mighty Kido devours Theon. No matter how unwilling and angry Theon is, he can't change the ending of death. Killing Theon, for the Mole City Kenpachi, did not have the slightest psychological experience. Sado Yasutora, Inoue Orihime, Ishida Uryu as the Quincy, and Kurosaki Ichigo. Just when Kenpachi of Mole City was about to attack Luogia, Kurosaki Ichigo was the one who defeated Aizen. As long as the transformation is successful, human beings will no longer have desires. The existence of 267 Shushu will be completely cut off from the root. The next thing that needs to be dealt with is you. Who are you? Kurosaki Ichigo asked Kenpachi, looking at your clothes, you seem to be the captain of Godei 13, but why haven't I seen you? Suddenly, he felt several Ryotsu, and couldn't help but look sideways. Mole City Kenpachi looked at Kurosaki Ichigo who rushed over and said so. After finishing off Theon, Kenpachi of Mole City looked at Luogia. According to Aizen, Kenpachi already knew about Kurosaki Ichigo, so he was quite curious about Kurosaki Ichigo. Of the first three, only Ishida Uryu, who was a Quincy master, gave Kenpachi a look at Mojo Castle, but that was the case, only the last one was different. More than 200 years ago, he planned to transform all the souls of Rukongai into weapons of war in order to destroy all the voids in the virtual circle, and now, he chose to come out of the void because he found that Luo Jia ability is very special. With the help of Negation's ability, he can engulf the entire world in his net, and then transform all human beings in this world. Afterwards, several figures rushed over. After all, he doesn't like emptiness. As for Tang Guanyin Temple, who was guarded by Luo Jia, he had already passed out at the moment, and Kenpachi, Mole City, had no idea about this human being. Kurosaki Ichigo recognized the Haori on Kenpachi's body and raised a question. I didn't expect to meet you at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo. 440th chapters Bet Mole City Kenpachi raised his mouth slightly, and was about to answer Kurosaki Ichigo's words. At this time, another voice sounded, you don't know him because although he is the captain of Godei 13, he was the captain more than 200 years ago. Now, his identity is that he just got out of the underground prison. A felon who escaped from the lowest level of infernal affairs. He is the 8th captain of Team 11, Kenpachi Mole City. Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Uryu were shocked when they heard this. After the decisive battle in Karakura town, they also tried to understand the ending of Aizen, and learned that Aizen was finally imprisoned in the large underground prison, which is the most terrifying and strict prison in the Soul Society. And the lowest floor of the prison, named Infernal Affairs, where Aizen was imprisoned. Kurosaki Ichigo and others never imagined that the person wearing the captain's haori that appeared in front of them was actually a felon who had been imprisoned in Wujin and the other party had escaped from Wujin. The identity of the other party is even more surprising. It turned out to be the former captain of the 11th team, the 8th generation Kenpachi. Kurosaki Ichigo thought of something again, not only because of Zaraki Kenpachi, but also because his sheep teacher, Gosuke Shigure, once served as Kenpachi, seems to be the 9th generation of Kenpachi. In other words, the person in front of him is his teacher's predecessor? No wonder the teacher came here. Mole City Kenpachi heard the voice and looked over, you came really fast. Gosuke Shigure said calmly, I don't think I came too soon. You have already killed the clone of Seireitei in this world. If I come later, you may have achieved your goal. Mole City Kenpachi was non-committal. Gosuke Shigure continued, but having said that, Mole City Kenpachi, you solved a problem for us. The clone of Seireitei you killed caused a disturbance in the Soul Society and attacked the Technology Development Bureau. We're looking for his whereabouts. I didn't expect that he would be killed by you in one step. I can only say that he is worthy of being the old Kenpachi. Even though he has been imprisoned in Wujin for more than 200 years, he is still so jealous of evil, and he is never soft on the evil. Mole City Sword Lori is still calm. I can understand that you are complimenting me? Of course it is possible. Gosuke Shigure said lightly. Advertisement Mole City Kenpachi had a rare smile on his face. Gosuke Shigure looked at Roka who was on the side again. You chose to kill the clone of Zealaporo, but kept this virtual life, so, can I understand that this Arrancar is the Arrancar you want to value? It was his ability that prompted you to escape from the inexhaustible, and then gave birth to ambition? This time, Mole City-Kenpachi no longer showed a non-committal expression, but admitted frankly, that's right. Her ability is very special. She can create a special silk thread, which can record many things, including thoughts and emotions. If I can get her ability, I can weave the most perfect personality through the silk thread. Then, with the help of my Zanpakuto ability, these perfect personalities will be integrated into human consciousness through silk threads, and the whole world will be completely rewritten as a result. Earlier at Soul Society, Kenpachi had told Gosuke Shigure about his plans, but not in as much detail as he is now. Not far away, Kurosaki Ichigo and the others were also shocked when they heard what Kenpachi said. They didn't know who Kenpachi Mole City was. It is also not very clear about the specific purpose of Kenpachi, the Mole City. But after these words were heard by them, they still had a bad feeling. Anyway, it shouldn't be a good thing. After all, if it is a good thing, it will not involve rewriting human consciousness. In other words, you are the enemy, right? Kurosaki Ichigo waved the Zanpakuto in his hand, pointed to the Mole City Kenpachi, and asked in a deep voice. Ishida Uryu and the others also looked at Kenpachi warily. Mole City Kenpachi smiled lightly, but did not answer. Gosuke Shigure said to Kurosaki Ichigo, although you guys rushed here first, but Ichigo, I'm sorry, can you let me deal with his words? After all, it is my predecessor, he used to be my captain. I was the one who sent him into infernal affairs. Now that he escaped from infernal affairs, I am obliged to take responsibility for this matter. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo also gave up the urge to make a move. When Kenpachi heard Gosuke Shigure's words, his expression didn't change at all. He just said, Gosuke, sure enough, you still became my obstacle in the end. Gosuke Shigure said, there is no way, who told us that the two of us are inconsistent? Advertisement Mole City Kenpachi said no more. Gosuke Shigure said again, how about this, Mole City Kenpachi, how about we make 10 bets? What bet? Mole City Kenpachi heard this and immediately became interested. Let's fight. If you win, I will no longer prevent you from transforming all human beings with the ability of that Arrancar, and even offer to help you. On the contrary, if you lose, you have to promise me one thing. After saying the bet, Mole City Kenpachi raised his eyebrows slightly. Gosuke Shigure was entrusted to Kurosaki Ichigo and temporarily guarded. Mole City Kenpachi knew that the situation was not good for him, but he didn't stop it. To be honest, this bet is actually unfair to him. However, even so, this place is not suitable for fighting. He is well aware of Gosuke Shigure's strength. On the other hand, Gosuke Shigure has been in the outside world for more than 200 years, and his strength is already very strong. After more than 200 years, he will only become stronger. Mole City Kenpachi glanced around and saw that this was an abandoned building in Karakura town. In order to prevent us from fighting and causing damage, let's change places. Gosuke Shigure made his request again. In the end, though, Kenpachi agreed to Gosuke Shigure's bet. Therefore, it is better to simply agree to this bet. Even if Gosuke Shigure doesn't make a bet, Gosuke Shigure will definitely fight him. After that, he was imprisoned in Wujin for more than 200 years. During these 200 years, his strength has basically not improved at all. After all, there is no spirit in Wujin, so it is impossible for him to improve. After pondering for a while, he also agreed to Gosuke Shigure's request. Over 200 years ago, he was lost to Gosuke Shigure. Because there is no need to stop it. If he wins, then that Arrancar will definitely fall into his hands. On the contrary, if he loses, it proves that he has no ability to change the world. As for Roha, after all, if I want to do that, Li Zhao's thing, I will definitely encounter Gode 13 obstruction. Chapter 448. The End of the Turmoil, the Coming Crisis. This battle between Gosuke Shigure and Mole Castle Kenpachi has no witnesses or bystanders. The two cast Shunpo and quickly came to the edge of Karakura town. Then, fighting broke out. This battle is very similar to the one more than 200 years ago, not only the process of the battle, but also the result. In the end, Mole City Kenpachi lost to Gosuke Shigure for the second time. If it is said that the first defeat, it can be understood as an underestimated enemy of Kenpachi, then the second defeat is that Kenpachi really can't beat Gosuke Shigure. After all, since he was imprisoned in infernal affairs, his strength has not improved for more than 200 years. Moreover, because the state of Bankai has been maintained, this is also a great burden for Kenpachi of Mole City. His body has not been exercised for more than 200 years, and he is still dragged down by his own Bankai, which is extremely fragile. Under the influence of various circumstances, it is not a strange thing that Kenpachi of Mole City will lose. In the barren land of Karakura town, Kenpachi, who was seriously injured, looked at Gosuke Shigure who defeated him in front of him, and couldn't help sighing. Gosuke, you are really powerful. Compared with more than 200 years ago, you have become stronger. And your knife is actually like this, it's really surprising. More than 200 years ago, Gosuke Shigure liberated Zanpakuto in front of Kenpachi, the Mole City, but at that time there was only one sword, not like now, but two swords. Today's battle, after Gosuke Shigure revealed his double swords, Mole City Kenpachi immediately felt the stronger pressure than before. Although he fought hard, he really couldn't beat Gosuke Shigure. This can be regarded as my progress over the years. Gosuke Shigure's tone was rather humble. Advertisement. Mole City Kenpachi didn't say much, just said, I lost, you take me back to Soul Society, and imprison me in Wujin again. After Mole City Kenpachi came out of infernal affairs, he never expected to accomplish his goal smoothly. But after all, I have been imprisoned in Wujin for more than 200 years. That kind of environment is really uncomfortable, and the most important thing is that it is too boring. Because Luigia invaded Seireitei, Negation invaded Wujin along the seal of the Technology Development Bureau. Among them, let him see a trace of secret escaped from prison. Mole City Kenpachi naturally didn't want to miss it, especially the ability of Luigia Negation, which gave him a new idea, that is to transform all human beings, and eliminate the appearance of void from the root. Before doing this, Mole City Kenpachi thought that he might encounter obstacles from the Soul Society. He considers himself not a particularly powerful person. Soul Society can even stop Aizen. As a person who lost to Gosuke Shigure in the past, it is estimated that there is nothing possible to do this, but even so, he wants to try. Only in this way can he be worthy of the opportunity God gave him. However, even Kenpachi Mole City did not expect that it would be Gosuke Shigure who stood in front of him in the end. It was him who stopped him again. Sure enough, Gosuke is his biggest obstacle. From another perspective, this is worthy of Kenpachi's inheritance. The new Kenpachi is more powerful than the old Kenpachi. I'll take you back to the Soul Society, but not now. Gosuke Shigure looked at Kenpachi, the Mole City, and opened his mouth lightly. Mole City Kenpachi frowned slightly. Do you have anything to say? Gosuke Shigure said, there are indeed some things I want to talk to you about. This is my right as the winner. After all, our bet is that if I win, you must promise me one thing. Mole City Kenpachi said in a deep voice, yes, so, what do you want me to do? Gosuke Shigure stated his purpose, helping the Soul Society against foreign enemies. Advertisement. If you can successfully defeat foreign enemies in the future, you may be able to get a reduced, CEDC, sentence, and maybe you will be released from the world in the true sense. For Gosuke Shigure's last words, Siege Kenpachi didn't really care much. For a person like him, there is actually not much difference between the inside and outside of Wujin. He is already used to the environment in Wujin, and this time he came out, he just followed the trend. Even, he is ready. If Gosuke Shigure does not take him back for a long time, he will return to the Soul Society and return to the infernal affairs. But Gosuke Shigure said something like this at the moment, especially the previous one. Foreign enemy. If memory serves me correctly, Soul Society has already defeated Aizen, and Hueco Mundo is nothing to worry about for Soul Society today. As he said that, he couldn't help mocking the Soul Society again, obviously has an overwhelming advantage over Hueco Mundo, and can easily destroy Hueco Mundo, but he never does that. Soul Society has been around for 10,000 years, it really hasn't changed at all. Perhaps it is because of this that the balance between souls can be maintained. It is a good thing to have power, but only when you have power and know how to restrain it can you really make good use of this power. What Gosuke Shigure said about the Mole City of Kenpachi is not agreed, expressed my opinion. Mole City Kenpachi snorted coldly. Gosuke Shigure is back to the topic again. Indeed, for Soul Society, Aizen, the biggest enemy on the surface, has been defeated, and now Hueco Mundo has also fallen into an unprecedented period of weakness. But the crisis has never been resolved. In this world, there are many races with special abilities. Shu, Shinigami, Quincy, Fullbringer, Bawant, these ethnic groups all have special abilities. One of the latter two is rare in number, and the other shouldn't exist, so it goes without saying. The first three are the largest ethnic groups among them, and they are the mainstream. The Quincy Masters, after the battle thousands of years ago, gradually withered as losers, but in fact, withering is just an appearance. They still possess extremely powerful power, but for some purpose, they steadfastly lie in front of the Dark Army. Point 17. Mole City Kenpachi's eyes flickered. If I remember correctly, 100 years ago, you discovered a huge spiritual space in the shadow of Seireitei. It seems to be the work of the Quincy Master. That's right. Gosuke Shigure nodded, looked at Kenpachi again and said, your sword is really powerful, because it has been integrated with Seireitei, and for the past 200 years, there is probably nothing in Seireitei that can be hidden you. Mole City Kenpachi did not answer this sentence. Gosuke Shigure said again, 100 years ago, although we discovered the existence of the spirit subdimension, we did not keep the group of Quincy's, and they all fled away. Chapter 449 bearing the name of Kenpachi. Can I interpret this as Godate 13's incompetence? Mole City Kenpachi's words were not polite at all. Gosuke Shigure said, it's natural for you to understand so well. Although they escaped due to lack of preparation, this is indeed our incompetence, and it can be regarded as a hidden danger for today's events. Mole City Sword Lori continued to listen without changing her mood. Seeing that Kenpachi, the Mole City, was an obedient and honest listener, Gosuke Shigure naturally didn't mind continuing to talk. The group of Quincy Masters has been dormant in the shadow of Seireitei for 900 years. They are powerful, and there are many existences that can compete with Captain Godate 13. But even so, after we discovered their existence, they chose to hide instead of fighting us immediately. It seems that they have no guts, but in fact, there is a reason. Gosuke Shigure didn't give a shit about it either, and directly explained the reason. The ancestor of the Quincy, Yuhabak, did not die in the battle thousands of years ago, he was still alive, although he was seriously injured in the battle thousands of years ago and fell into a coma for 1,000 years, but he woke up a few years ago. The first thing he did after he came to his senses was to launch the sanctification, plundering the power of all the mixed blood Quincy in this world, which directly led to the death of all the mixed blood Quincy in that sacrificial ceremony. As of today, his strength has basically recovered. Ayuhabek's hatred for the Shinigami, the war, is coming soon. Mole City Kenpachi finally understands what the so-called foreign enemies refer to. After hearing Gosuke Shigure tell the whole story, he unceremoniously continued to despise the Soul Society in Gode 13, but this time the one who despises is first-generation Gode 13, the captain, even if after 1,000 years, Yamamoto has not changed at all. Thousands of years ago, if he had chosen to get rid of the evil and completely kill Yuhabak, there would be so many things. As for how Yuhabak survived, Kenpachi didn't really care about it, and he didn't want to go into it. All he knows is that thousands of years ago, Shinigami won the war against the Quincy, and Captain Yamamoto defeated Yuhabak. Now that Yuhabak has been defeated, it should be possible to be more careful and completely kill Yuhabak. However, due to the negligence of Captain Yamamoto, Yuhabak did not die, and this is the reason for today's crisis. Advertisement Gosuke Shigure also agrees with Kenpachi's words. Indeed, Yuhabak is not dead, and the Quincy crisis is coming. It is related to the captain. But you also know that it doesn't make any sense for us to delve into these past events now. The crisis of the Quincy may break out at any time. Now, we can only deal with the current crisis. This time, we must kill Yuhabak completely. In order to meet this war, over the past year or so, we have used various props to allow Gode 13 to have a few more Shinigami who master Bankai. The overall combat power of Gode 13 has barely improved, but not much. It just so happens that you came out of Infernal Affairs. If we can get the help of your powerful combat power, we will definitely be able to win this battle. You really think highly of me. I'm just one of your defeated opponents. Mole City Kenpachi heard Gosuke Shigure's words with a playful tone. Gosuke Shigure said, although you lost to me, I don't believe that the person who can bear the name of Kenpachi is a weak person. For the other captains, for the Quincy, you are still a well-deserved powerhouse. So, are you complimenting me, or yourself? Mole City Kenpachi looked at Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure smiled and didn't say much. Soul Society, Seireitei. A team, in the first room of the team, another captain's meeting was held. After seeing many captains, Captain Yamamoto spoke directly and talked about the whole story. The first thing is that the copy of Zael Aporo, Arankar who called himself Theon, is dead. He died at the hands of Kenpachi, the Mole City. In other words, it is no longer necessary to track down the other party's whereabouts, and the Hollow who attacked Seireitei and caused damage in the Technology Development Bureau has been resolved. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. And the second thing is that the Mole City of Kenpachi has been imprisoned again. This turmoil ended perfectly. The third thing is that the group of childlike Arankars who crashed into the gate of Seireitei were determined to be non-threatening. Gode 13 decided to send them back to Hueco Mundo. After all, Hueco Mundo is in a special situation and it is not appropriate to kill Arankar. Logically speaking, the third thing is actually very important because it involves the balance between souls. After a big battle with Aizen, Hueco Mundo's most powerful ghost died a lot, and now the top combat power is scarce. Hueco Mundo and Soul Society are barely maintaining the balance. If all the Arankars are killed, it will seriously affect the balance. But the captains, you don't care too much about the third thing, what they care about is the second thing. Even the first thing, I didn't feel much. After all, when Theon attacked the Technology Development Bureau, it was Kuritsuchi Miyuri who really interacted with him. The captains of them had never met that Arankar face to face. Not so the Mole City Kenpachi. The 8th generation Kenpachi, a felon in the Infernal Affairs, makes them care no matter what his identity is, not to mention, the phantom of Kenpachi in Mole City has appeared here, and his purpose is even more frightening. He is the biggest problem. As a result, unexpectedly, this trouble has been solved silently. Kenpachi, Mole City, was imprisoned again in Wujin. They didn't even know when this happened. As a result, many captains could only cast doubtful eyes on Captain Yamamoto. Captain Yamamoto felt everyone's eyes and said only one sentence, it was Captain Gosuke who defeated Kenpachi. Such a result did not shock or surprise many captains. After all, it was Gosuke Shigure who defeated Kenpachi more than 200 years ago, and it is not surprising that he defeated Kenpachi again now. But after that, Captain Yamamoto didn't say anything more. So, is there only such a sentence? Chapter 450 Eastern Expedition? Soul Society, returned to calm. Although the jailbreak of Kenpachi in Mole City caused some turmoil, fortunately, it did not bring any more disturbances, and the turmoil quickly subsided. However, this is just an appearance. In the dark, a bigger storm is brewing. Western World. Here, London and Inner London are respectively represented, and London is the present world. And London is the West End Bureau, which is the same organization as Seireitei, and it is a part dedicated to maintaining the order of the soul of the Western world. Seireitei, the earliest name, should actually be called the West East End Bureau. Of course, because the 5 nobles who divided the King of Ling all lived in the East Branch, and the palace of the King of the Spirits was also located in the sky above the East Branch, so the strength of the West Branch was not as good as that of the East Branch. However, after all, it is a department in the Soul Society, even if it is located in a different area of 860. The people in the Qishao Bureau still have their own way of using Lingzi. The attacks they use with the help of their own Ryotsu are not Kido, but magic. Similarly, in this world, the name for Shu is dragon. According to them, among many dragons, there are several proto-dragons, and the proto-dragons are all the oldest and most powerful dragons. In fact, if they are placed in the Eastern world, these are Menos Grande of the Vasto Lord level. Of course, how to call it is not very important. The important thing is that at this moment, the Chishao Bureau has fallen. It was attacked by Yhwach. Since 100 years ago, Gosuke 13 discovered the spiritual space hidden in the shadow of Seireitei. Originally hiding in it, secretly waiting for His Majesty's resurrection, the Quincyists had to change their minds and left the spiritual space with the sleeping emperor. Then, in order to avoid the pursuit of Gosuke 13, they chose to leave the Eastern world. A minister of this world who hid in the Western world. They are no strangers to the Western world, because at the earliest time, the Quincy originated from the Western world. Jogbok descended in a small village in the Western world. Later, they conquered the Western world all the way. In order to fulfill His Majesty's long-cherished wish, they chose to come to the Eastern world. After that, they even lived in the Eastern world, allowing the Quincy to thrive in the Eastern world. Returning to the Western world this time is nothing more than returning to the homeland. Advertisement in the Western world, many Quincy masters have gone through 100 years of dormancy, and finally, 9 years ago, they waited for His Majesty the Emperor to wake up. After waking up, His Majesty the Emperor, that is, Yhwach, absorbed the power of all the mixed blood Quincy in the world through sanctification, and thus recovered part of his strength. It will take time to fully recover. But even so, many of the pure-blooded Quincy who followed Yhwach still got great power from Yhwach. Except for the Quincy who had the holy text back then, the rest of the Quincy who joined Yhwach's command 200 years ago, as Shinigami swung the butcher knife at the Quincy, were all bestowed by Yhwach, gained the power of holy text. With the help of the power of their own sacred text, they have entered the Western Soul Society from the present world to the Western Soul Society in the past few years. Then, after the war, the Shijao Bureau was even occupied, making the Shijao Bureau its own headquarters. However, this is not their ultimate goal. For Yhwach, his ultimate goal is to conquer the Dongsho Bureau and destroy the Dongsho Bureau. After all, Gosuke 13 defeated him 1,000 years ago, and after that, he had to sleep for 1,000 years. The people, all the Quincy masters, are the survivors who have survived the millennium, and the number of T********* today is extremely rare. This is one thing Jhwach can't stand. In his view, all the Quincy's are his people and his food, and when he loses his strength, he has to rely on absorbing the souls of these people to recover. Gosuke 13 massacred Quincy, this is starving him of food. This kind of thing really made him unbearable. If it weren't for 200 years ago, the Shinigami slaughtered the Quincy in this world. After he woke up this time, he didn't need such a long time to recover. It has already recovered. It's the Shinigami that made him recover so slowly. He will settle this account with the Shinigami slowly. In addition, after conquering Dongsho Bureau, that is, Seireitei, he also wanted to go to the Lingwang Palace and inherit everything from his father. In this world, the Sky Throne has been vacant for too long. Now, it's time to welcome the people who belong to it. Advertisement in the West End Bureau, which is similar to an ancient castle in Europe, Yhwach sat on the throne, and in front of him, many members of the Star-Crossed Knights stood quietly. The atmosphere is extremely solemn, until Yhwach's voice sounded, "My people, the time for revenge has come." Like Inoue or Hime, who has the ability to reverse time, it is not surprising that Gosuke Shigure can peek into the future. Calculate the time, it's about to start, Eastern World. But in the first team, the captain of Yamamoto and Gosuke Shigure, it is extremely severe rain. According to Gosuke Shigure, he has the ability to see into the future because of the special Zanpakuto. Indifferent and decisive words came from Yhwach's mouth. Soul Society also tends to be calm. It's business as usual in Karakura town. After saying these words, he stood up suddenly, and then raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. From now on, the Eastern Expedition, next, you will follow me to crush the flesh and blood of the enemy inch by inch, and you will follow me to the highest point in the sky and witness me ascending to the throne of the sky. For more than a year, they have also prepared according to the many abilities of the Quincy that Gosuke Shigure said. But now, Gosuke Shigure feels that the preparation is still not enough. What do you want to do? Captain Yamamoto heard Gosuke Shigure's words and asked him. Gosuke Shigure spoke softly, and looked at Captain Yamamoto again, although with the help of the god-turning body, many vice captains and some chief officers have mastered Bankai over the past year, and Urahara Kazuki, through research on Hollow, a special elixir has been developed, which can add a little virtual power to Shinigami's body, thereby changing the nature of one's own Ryotsu, and preventing the Quincy from taking away Shinigami's Bankai. After the decisive battle with Aizen, he came to Captain Yamamoto and told everything he knew. Maybe try teaching Seireitei-Kenpachi the way of the sword. But with the power of the current 5.2 Gosuke 13, is it really enough to deal with that crisis? Gosuke Shigure said to Captain Yamamoto. Chapter 451. Battle of Kenpachi. Seireitei-Kenpachi is the current captain of the Gosuke 13th team, the 10th generation of Kenpachi. He is a very special one among the captains of Gosuke 13. The other captains have mastered Bankai. He is the only one who is different. Not only has he not mastered Bankai, but he has not even mastered Shikai completely. Although Zanpakuto is somewhat different from the usual sealed state, it is not normal Shikai. At most it can be regarded as half Shikai, and even half Shikai, also not half Shikai like a Yasugawa Yumachika, have special abilities. But Zaraki Kenpachi still became the captain of Gode 13, and his strength is outstanding among many captains. Of course he has his strengths. First of all, his Ryotsu is extremely powerful. Although Ryotsu has poor perception and controllability, which makes him unable to display the skills within Kido, the powerful Ryotsu is his capital. Normally, in order to be able to control his powerful Ryotsu, he even put on a Ryotsu limiter for himself. Second, Zaraki Kenpachi's fighting instinct is strong. He doesn't know any skills, but relying on instinct, relying on the knife in his hand, and the pressure of the sword he swung, 24 is enough to defeat any strong enemy. The so-called breaking all laws with one force is this kind of truth. Back then, after Gosuke Shigure brought Zaraki Kenpachi back to Seireitei, he asked Yunohana Retsu to teach the basic knowledge of Zaraki Kenpachi Shinigami. After learning about the existence of Zaraki Kenpachi, Captain Yamamoto thought of something Yunohana Retsu said to him in the past. Knowing his background, he also developed some interest in Zaraki Kenpachi. Because of Zaraki Kenpachi's powerful Ryotsu and fighting instinct, he bred the idea of teaching Zaraki Kenpachi's own powerful kendo. Unfortunately, this kind of thing did not go on in the end. Because of the recklessness of Zaraki Kenpachi, he destroyed the team building of the first team, and finally, the captain of Yamamoto cut off this idea. Unexpectedly, today, Gosuke Shigure once again proposed the meaning of teaching Zaraki Kenpachi, kendo. Why? Commander Yamamoto asked Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure explained. The ultimate swordsmanship is the chopping technique. The so-called chopping technique is a means to kill all enemies. In the past, Captain Yunohana was still the captain of the 11th team, and he was an extremely powerful person when he was still the first-generation Kenpachi. However, she was like this, but in Rukongai, she was seriously injured by Zaraki in her boyhood. This is an extremely incredible thing. You know, Zaraki at that time, except for a Zanpakuto picked up from the hands of the dead Shinigami, not counting the dead Shendu. But Captain Yunohana did not escape Zaraki's knife. Advertisement. Even, Zaraki chose to suppress himself and sealed himself in order to be able to fight Captain Yunohana happily. The current Zaraki is not in its complete state, because of its self-seal, so it is impossible to awaken its own Zanpakuto, but even so, he is also extremely powerful. If he can remove his seal and restore his original strength, we will have a little more chance of winning in the face of this upcoming war. Gosuke Shigure speaks eloquently. Captain Yamamoto looked at Gosuke Shigure with steadfast eyes. He looked at Gosuke Shigure and said sincerely, Captain Gosuke, you know a lot. Although Captain Yamamoto knew that Zaraki injured Yunohana Retsu when he was a teenager, he also knew the special features of Zaraki Kenpachi from the report that Yunohana Retsu handed over. But these detailed things, he is not very clear. However, he agrees with Gosuke Shigure's words. Zaraki Kenpachi, who has not awakened his own Zanpakuto, is already strong enough, and if he can awaken Zanpakuto, he will only become stronger. What are you going to do? Captain Yamamoto did not reject Gosuke Shigure's offer. After all, these are extraordinary times. There is no need to keep those so-called reservedness. The war is about to begin, and in order to win this war, he will do whatever it takes. Zaraki was born for fighting, so all he needs to do is let him fight happily. When he is on the verge of extinction, it is naturally the time when his dormant power is awakened. Gosuke Shigure said another word. Under the first team is the large underground prison. There are a total of 8 floors in the underground prison. The 8th level prison is the deepest and most incomparably dark place, in which even spirits do not exist. Soul Society has been imprisoned in it throughout the long history. And above Wujin, there are 7 floors. These 7 floors of prisons also house some serious offenders. Advertisement: they are all Shinigami who have committed certain mistakes. The first floor of the underground prison. In a huge space, there are no prisoners here, and the light is extremely dim. Zaraki Kenpachi came here under the leadership of Gosuke Shigure. So, is this the place? You said that you will give me special training to improve my strength and awaken my own Zanpakuto. Are you the one who gave me special training? Because Kusajishi Yachiru is not around, Zaraki Kenpachi looks very uncomfortable. In fact, at the earliest time, there was no Kusajishi Yachiru by his side, but since meeting Kusajishi Yachiru in Rukongai, Kusajishi Yachiru has become the most important person in his life. Zaraki Kenpachi is also used to the days when the other party is always by his side. Today, if Gosuke Shigure hadn't suddenly come to the 11th team and said that there is a way to improve his strength, he would not have come here. However, he didn't expect that Gosuke Shigure would bring him to this kind of place. Gosuke Shigure replied, I am one of the people who trained you, but I am not the only one. Zaraki Kenpachi became more and more puzzled. Soon, he understood what Gosuke Shigure meant, because several figures appeared in front of him. Captain Yamamoto, Yunohana Retsu, and Mole City Kenpachi. No one thought that according to Captain Yamamoto's words, Kenpachi, the mole city that had been re-imprisoned into the infernal affairs, would appear here, even though it is also a large underground prison. Mole City Kenpachi looked at Zaraki Kenpachi and said, although I don't like you very much, you are a contemporary Kenpachi after all. If your strength can be improved, it would be great. Gosuke Shigure said to Zaraki Kenpachi, your opponents are me, Captain Yunohana, and Kenpachi Mole City. As the 10th Kenpachi, you have to defeat his previous Kenpachi. Chapter 452 4 Kenpachi, gather together, 4th generation Kenpachi, come together. This is an extremely rare thing. But for Zaraki Kenpachi, the person involved, it was not a good thing. After all, those who can become Kenpachi are all the top powerhouses. The power of Gosuke Shigure, Zaraki Kenpachi is very clear. Unohana Retsu, who is also fresh in his memory. Mole City Kenpachi, although he has never dealt with him, is undoubtedly a strong man. To be dealt with by these three strong men is a hard job for ordinary Shinigami. But for Zaraki Kenpachi, not only did he not feel that this was a bad thing, on the contrary, he also developed a strong fighting spirit. I have long wanted to have a serious fight with you. Zaraki Kenpachi said so to Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure met Zaraki Kenpachi's gaze and said, then, have you ever been ready to die? This is not a sparring match, but a life and death battle. If you can't resist this kind of fighting frequency, and you can't recover in time during the battle, you will most likely die. Zaraki Kenpachi was puzzled. He can still understand the first half of the sentence, but what does the second half of the sentence mean? What does it mean not being able to recover in time in battle? Does the process of fighting bring recovery? Soon, he understood. Captain Yamamoto left here. Here, only Gosuke Shigure, Unohana Retsu, Mole City Kenpachi, and Zaraki Kenpachi are left. Then, Unohana Retsu launched his own Bankai first. Bankai. It's all over. In an instant, the first floor of the entire underground prison turned into a sea of blood. This is the first time Unohana Retsu has performed Bankai in front of people. No one thought that Zanpakuto Rushizuku, a famous medical department, would look like this after Bankai. Advertisement Mole City Kenpachi was also a little surprised. He has been imprisoned for more than 200 years, but with the help of Zanpakuto's ability, he has already integrated with the Seireitei, and there is basically nothing that can be hidden from him in the Seireitei. Therefore, he naturally knows the true identity of Unohana Retsu, but first generation Kenpachi. To be honest, Kenpachi Mole City was actually shocked when he first found out about this. Now, at the very beginning of meeting Unohana Retsu, he used Bankai. After being shocked, Kenpachi also discovered that Unohana Retsu valued Zaraki Kenpachi. This reckless man, is there really something unique? To be honest, Mole City Kenpachi actually looks down on Zaraki Kenpachi. Although he has strength, he has no brains. He is a reckless man who only knows how to fight. Such a person is doomed to become a weapon manipulated by others, without having his own opinions. In my Bankai, you can fight as much as you want, don't worry, even if you are about to die, I can save you. Unohana Retsu's voice was not as gentle as before, she spoke to Zaraki Kenpachi. Zaraki Kenpachi nodded. Gosuke Shigure said, let's get started. While speaking, he pulled out his own Zanpakuto. He was extremely ungrateful for martial arts, and in a flash, he came to Zaraki Kenpachi's side and swung his sword at him. Although Zanpakuto was not liberated, such a slash was extremely terrifying. Seeing this, Zaraki Kenpachi grinned. For this kind of thing, he could only wish for it. He swung his knife and met Gosuke Shigure's attack. This is a duel of beheading. Zaraki Kenpachi's Ryotsu is very powerful, because he can't liberate Zanpakuto, nor Grandmaster Kido. All he relies on is the chopping technique. In his battles, he relies more on his own fighting instinct, and then, with the help of his own powerful Ryotsu, he unleashes the pressure of the sword that can tear everything apart. However, in terms of Ryotsu alone, Gosuke Shigure's Ryotsu is not inferior to Zaraki Kenpachi. In this way, the result was that Zaraki Kenpachi's attack was useless in front of Gosuke Shigure. Equally powerful in slashing, Gosuke Shigure also grandmasters esoteric techniques. Soon, wounds appeared on Zaraki Kenpachi's body and blood dripped down. But then, his wound appeared to heal again. This is Unohana Retsu treating him. Advertisement of course, as the healed person, Zaraki Kenpachi is not without loss, and his spiritual power will be consumed as the price of recovery. If he was continuously injured during the battle, but when his spiritual power was exhausted to the point where he could not recover from his injuries, he would most likely die. But Zaraki Kenpachi never thought of that. For him, there is nothing more enjoyable than this moment. Just enjoy the battle freely like this, without thinking about anything. Swing the knife. Swing the knife. Swinging the sword one after another, the terrifying offensive poured towards Gosuke Shigure. No one thought that in a frontal collision, he would be the weak one. Because Ryotsu is powerful, but he can't control this Ryotsu perfectly, so he has been wearing a Ryotsu limiter on his body, and now he removes the Ryotsu limiter. Fortunately, today, he finally got his wish. Gosuke Shigure taunted while suppressing the Zaraki sword, Shianshinhou. Many years ago, Zaraki Kenpachi wanted to fight the Gosuke Shigure block. In other words, here, even one-on fighting, or even the use of Bankai, will not have much impact on the outside world. After only a few moves, Gosuke Shigure decisively conceded defeat, and then gave him the position of Kenpachi. Later, about 100 years ago, Gosuke Shigure offered to fight him. He thought it would be a happy fight, but in the end, that fight was Gosuke Shigure's child's play. Is this the only level? Or, you only have this kind of strength? Fortunately, the large underground prison is the most terrifying prison in the Soul Society. I don't know how many barriers are arranged inside and outside the prison. The existence of these barriers makes it impossible for the spirit particles inside to hit the outside. After all, it was a prison built by the Soul Society to detain serious offenders. At the beginning of the construction, the prisoner's possible escape was considered, so the security level of this prison was the highest. The one who flew out turned out to be Zaraki-Kenpachi. He would enter Seireitei that year precisely because he lost to Gosuke Shigure in battle. Zaraki-Kenpachi remained silent, but chose to remove the Ryatsu limiter on his body. Boom! That time it was disgusting to Zaraki-Kenpachi. Immediately, golden Ryatsu erupted, flooding the first floor of the large underground prison. The two swords collided, and a figure flew out. Chapter 453, The Broken Seal. Golden Ryatsu erupted from Zaraki-Kenpachi's body. The powerful Ryatsu made Kenpachi, who was watching the battle, a little moved. He finally understands why someone like Zaraki-Kenpachi can become Kenpachi. He does have his own uniqueness. However, if that's the only way, he still can't beat Gosuke. Mole City Kenpachi had only played against Gosuke Shigure a while ago, and he knew very well how powerful Gosuke Shigure is. Knowing this, I was puzzled by Gosuke Shigure giving up the position of Kenpachi to Zaraki-Kenpachi. Gosuke, what do you think? The next moment, Zaraki-Kenpachi, bursting with golden Ryatsu, charged up and lost to Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure still maintained the previous level of Ryatsu. Swing the knife, and collide with Zaraki-Kenpachi. This time, the two fought in court. That's what makes it interesting. Gosuke Shigure praised Zaraki-Kenpachi unceremoniously. The tone suddenly changed. Break it, break it. He was the first to liberate Zanpakuto. Double knives emerged, thunder flashed, and Gosuke Shigure's Ryatsu soared again with the use of Bankai, from fighting against Zaraki-Kenpachi to suppressing Zaraki-Kenpachi. Ever since, Zaraki-Kenpachi once again fell into the disadvantage. In other words, even if Ryatsu's limiter is lifted, his level is still vulnerable to Gosuke Shigure. 497 But Zaraki-Kenpachi is obviously not so easy to admit defeat. Even if he falls into a disadvantage, he is still enjoying the battle to the fullest, and then he tries his best to. Want to defeat Gosuke Shigure? Since you can't beat Gosuke Shigure with a single-handed sword, it's better to use two-handed swords. Two-handed kendo is a move that Zaraki-Kenpachi rarely uses. When holding his own knife with both hands, his slashing will also become more powerful. So, is the slash with both hands useful? Of course it is useful. Advertisement its power is unmatched. Even Gosuke Shigure had to dodge. But can the ending be rewritten? Not able to. After avoiding Zaraki-Kenpachi's attack with the help of superb shunpo, Gosuke Shigure began to fight against Zaraki-Kenpachi again. Even if Zaraki-Kenpachi's Ryatsu is very powerful, his slash is also very powerful, but as long as he can't hit someone, it is useless. Soon, Zaraki-Kenpachi's skills in the face of Gosuke Shigure suffered again hit hard. However, even if he was seriously injured, for Zaraki-Kenpachi, it did not affect his fighting state, because there was a nanny next to him who was constantly giving him milk. As long as Zaraki-Kenpachi's Ryatsu did not decline, his injuries could continue to heal. Such a battle has no meaning at all. Mole City Kenpachi still did not make a move, but watched the battle between Gosuke Shigure and Zaraki-Kenpachi, and he commented aloud. Zaraki-Kenpachi, like a headless fly. Even if the strength is not weak, but in the face of Gosuke Shigure's attack, there is no effective means to resist. Such a battle, even if his injuries can recover, what's the use? No, it makes sense. Unohana Retsu held Zanpakuto after Bankai, thus echoing the Mole City of Kenpachi. At the very beginning, facing Captain Yamamoto's proposal to teach Zaraki-Kenpachi Kendo, she was even ready to sacrifice her own life to fulfill Zaraki-Kenpachi's decision. After all, it was because of her weakness that Zaraki-Kenpachi had to seal herself. It was her who made Zaraki-Kenpachi look like this, and she had the obligation to make Zaraki-Kenpachi stronger. Even if this requires paying a price, the price is her life. But she didn't care at all. Mole City Kenpachi doesn't know Unohana Retsu's thoughts and doesn't understand the meaning of Unohana Retsu's words. The next battle is still a one-sided battle. Zaraki-Kenpachi tried his best, but he couldn't fight back against Gosuke Shigure who cast Shikai. He fell down again, and recovered again and again under the treatment of Unohana Retsu. Obviously lost, but still choose to fight. To be honest, this fighting spirit has gradually moved Kenpachi Mole City, and made him feel touched. He admits that he has a prejudice against Zaraki-Kenpachi. This person still has some merits. Advertisement then, he discovered something else. That is, the speed of Zaraki-Kenpachi swinging the knife became faster, and his slash became more and more fierce. At the same time, during so many treatments, logically speaking, his Ryatsu should be weakened and subsided. But nothing like that happened. Zaraki-Kenpachi's Ryatsu remained at its peak, and even became stronger. Really, an interesting thing. Mole City Kenpachi muttered to himself, and there was a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Although his attitude towards many things is very calm, some demons have served as Kenpachi. This time, he even agreed to Gosuke Shigure's request to teach and train Zaraki-Kenpachi here. How could he watch? The next moment, a sealed state-shaped long knife appeared in Kenpachi's hand. Powerful Ryatsu was poured into the blade. Kenpachi's figure flickered, and without any sign, he also shot at Zaraki-Kenpachi. Zaraki-Kenpachi finally got used to this fighting intensity during the successive battles with Gosuke Shigure, from being completely defeated by Gosuke Shigure to occasionally being able to block a few moves, but he never expected that Kenpachi of Mole City would make a move at this time. He was thrown directly into the abyss of purgatory again. Gosuke Shigure alone. Zaraki Kenpachi is difficult to deal with. Now, there is another Zaraki Kenpachi. The result of the battle can be imagined. Zaraki Kenpachi was immediately traumatized like never before. Blood was dripping all over his body, and he fell to the ground, only a thin line away from death. However, even so, he still insisted on standing up with his extraordinary will. As he stood up, Unohana Retsu unleashed Kaido too, healing his wounds. The next moment, Zaraki Kenpachi sprints, swings his knife, and attacks Gosuke Shigure and Mole City Kenpachi at the same time. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, Zaraki Kenpachi has played against Gosuke Shigure and Mole City Kenpachi countless times. Unohana Retsu has pulled Zaraki Kenpachi back from the brink of death countless times. Of course, there are also gains. After being on the verge of death again and again and standing up again and again, the power in Zaraki Kenpachi that was self-sealed due to the weakness of Unohana Retsu in the past was finally reawakened. At the same time, in his mind, a voice gradually became clearer. Chapter 454 Devour It. No Zarashi, can you hear me? My name is. Many years ago, when Zaraki Kenpachi held his own Zanpakuto, his Zanpakuto had already entered the half-Shikai state, and has remained in this state ever since. Unfortunately, since then, I don't know how many years have passed. When he grew up from a boy, the knife has been held in his hand. He never fully liberated it. Even after he became a Shinigami, he tried to communicate with his own Zanpakuto in the way of sword zen, but there was still no Shikai. It seems that there is a barrier between him and the knife. It is this barrier that prevents Zaraki Kenpachi from knowing his Zanpakuto name and unable to perform Shikai. Today, in repeated battles, when he was on the verge of death several times, when his consciousness gradually blurred, only the fighting instinct filled Zaraki Kenpachi's heart. A voice suddenly sounded in Zaraki Kenpachi's ear. He just felt that this figure was very familiar, but because of the repeated battles and the increasingly blurred consciousness, he didn't bother to think about whose voice it was. Zaraki Kenpachi only knows fighting, continue fighting. He must defeat the two people in front of him. Even if he might die, even if he was seriously injured, he didn't care much. He is a beast born to fight. Eat it, no Zarashi. Finally, after being on the verge of desperation again and standing up again, Zaraki Kenpachi completely heard the voice in his head, so the liberation language was involuntarily spoken by him. The next moment, the Zanpakuto in his hand changed, and a terrifying Ryatsu erupted from his body. Zaraki Kenpachi's Ryatsu itself is extremely powerful, far beyond the ordinary captain, and after Shinigami performs Shikai and Bankai, Ryatsu will soar again, and the degree of Shikai's improvement is not too high, generally within twice. As for Bankai, it's amazing. Shinigami's Ryatsu will increase 5 to 10 times on the basis of Shikai. Occasionally, there are some more powerful Shinigami, and after liberation, the improvement rate will be even higher. Therefore, this multiplier of improvement can only be used as a reference. Advertisement even at the lowest level, though, with Zaraki Kenpachi's mighty Ryatsu. It still soared to an extremely terrifying level. The Zanpakuto after he was liberated was huge in appearance. It was a long-handled knife with an arc-shaped line near the handle, and a long tassel at the end of the hole, and it released an extremely powerful slash with just one swing of the knife. Mole City Kenpachi tried his best to deal with it, but he couldn't resist this terrifying knife. With just one knife, he was severely injured and flew out. Blood gushed out from his body, and he spat out blood, but he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, he showed a rare smile. Ha 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 ha, that's amazing. Zaraki Kenpachi, I admit, you are indeed qualified to bear the name of Kenpachi. At this moment, even if Yulu Tuolyu's figure appeared next to him again, he didn't care about his constant ridicule. All he cared about was Zaraki Kenpachi beating him. Although he killed Kenpachi back then, he still cared about some of Kenpachi's long-cherished wishes, that is, as a Kenpachi, the new Kenpachi must be stronger than the old Kenpachi. Gosuke Shigure beats him, so qualifies as Kenpachi. Zaraki Kenpachi, before this, the Siege Kenpachi looked down on him. Not just because he's brainless, but because the way he became Kenpachi, Gosuke Shigure made him on purpose. Such a person is not qualified to be a Kenpachi at all. But now, he gradually changed his view. Zaraki, indeed, has its own uniqueness. So, who is stronger between Zaraki and Gosuke Shigure? Mole City Kenpachi was seriously injured, but still insisted on observing the battle there. Also watching this battle is Unohana Retsu. Originally, she planned to give up her life to awaken Zaraki Kenpachi. But now, it seems that there is no need to do it yourself. Sure enough, as the first-generation Kenpachi, I shouldn't overly interfere with the younger generation's affairs. Such an ending seems to be quite good. Since I chose to give up the killing knife and save people instead, now, I really shouldn't hold the killing knife again. It's actually quite good to be the captain of the 4th Division honestly. Asking for flowers. Advertisement with a flash of thought, Unohana Retsu looked at Gosuke Shigure and Zaraki Kenpachi. After liberating Zanpakuto, Zaraki Kenpachi is extremely powerful, and the sword is bigger than his tall body, which looks extremely terrifying. Gosuke Shigure also became serious. Bankai. In this world, Karakura Town. After Kurosaki Ichigo regained his strength, he began to assume the responsibility of guarding the city. Fortunately, over the past year or so, the whole Karakura has calmed down. Soul Society-Kenpachi killed the copy of Zale Aporo in this world. They are all working hard for their respective studies. Ishida Uryu, Inoue Orihime, and Sato Yasutora are also living a peaceful life. The opponent is the Quincy Master. After seeing Ishida Uryu, the other party commented on Ishida Uryu in this way. Since the defeat of Aizen, the biggest crisis is probably the jailbreak of Kenpachi in Mole City a while ago. On this day, on the way home from school, Ishida Uryu suddenly felt a special wave of spirit particles, which made Ishida Uryu frown slightly. Ishida Uryu, although you are only a mixed-blood Quincy Master, you are indeed very special. Who are you? Ishida Yulong looked at the other party with steadfast eyes, and he felt a familiar aura from the other party's body. This aura, his father, his grandfather, look. Ishida Uryu, please come down with me. Then, following his perception, he headed there. Gosuke Shigure made a move and stopped Kenpachi in time. Finally, he saw a young figure. Kurosaki Ichigo learned the identity of Kenpachi, the Mole City, and thought he would have a fierce battle with him, but the ending was better than he imagined. As a result, the city returned to calm. Kurosaki Ichigo has also devoted himself to studying. He has already entered the third year of high school and is only one step away from the college entrance examination. My name is Hugelin Hasward, and I am the head of the Star-Crossed Knights, the assistant of His Majesty the Emperor. Now, His Majesty the Emperor wants to see you. Advertisement Chapter 455 The Occupied Hueco Mundo, His Majesty the Emperor? Ishida Uryu obviously didn't know the so-called His Majesty the Emperor, so he was a little puzzled. Hasward explained to Ishida Uryu. Your Majesty the Emperor is the ancestor of all Quincy Masters, our Supreme Majesty Yhwach, and all Quincy Masters are descendants of His Majesty Yhwach. Now, he want to see you. Ishida Yulong's eyes froze for a moment. He had never heard of Yhwach, but the mysterious appearance of the Quincy Master and the so-called ancestor of the Quincy Master couldn't help but remind him of something. That was over a year ago, at Hueco Mundo. Gosuke Shigure clearly defeated Ulquiorra, but did not kill Ulquiorra. At that time, Ishida Uryu was very curious. Gosuke Shigure's explanation is to maintain the balance between souls. In addition, in order to deal with a crisis in the future. Gosuke Shigure did not elaborate on the specific crisis of 233. Just say that the crisis was related to the Quincy. Now, the mysterious Quincy Master appeared in front of him, and he also mentioned the ancestor of the Quincy Master. Uryu Ishida has a feeling that this might be the crisis Gosuke Shigure is talking about. What if I don't want to go? Ishida Uryu's attitude was very indifferent. Then I can only bring you there. Hasward also showed a strong attitude. Ishida Uryu finally chose to follow Hasward to meet the so-called emperor. After all, he also really wanted to know what happened to the crisis of the Quincy Master. Then, I saw Hasward raised his hand, and the black cavity opened. Ishida Uryu followed the opponent into the black cavity, and the vision in front of him changed again and again. After he came out of the black cavity, what caught his eyes was a vast desert, and in the sky, there was a round of moon. Is this the virtual circle? Ishida Uryu is too familiar with this place. Hasward explained on the side, because the original palace of His Majesty the Emperor was destroyed by those despicable Shinigami, and the new palace has not yet been completed, so he temporarily resigned here. With the respect of His Majesty the Emperor, only this palace originally belonged to the King of Hueco Mundo, barely worthy of His Majesty the Emperor. Hasward led the way ahead, and soon, Ishida Uryu saw a familiar building. Advertisement It is the Suya Palace. However, compared with the Suya Palace at the moment when he came to Hueco Mundo, a huge change has taken place. When Ishida Uryu and the others broke into Suya Palace to rescue Inoue Orihime, they encountered many dangers. There are many ghosts in the Night Palace, and there are many dangers, and there is even a Espada living in it. But now, he came to Bofa again. The original Espada has become a thing of the past. In addition, what he saw along the way, many voids and Arancars, all wearing shackles, became captives, driven by the Quincy, to move forward passively. It is worth mentioning that among the many captives, he even saw Hollybell, the third blade among Hueco Mundo Espada, Menos Grande of Vasto Lord level. Such a powerful Shu has been reduced to a prisoner. Ishida Uryu was shocked by such a scene. Hasward explained from the side, it's just a group of fallen souls. If it weren't for them, they still have some uses. In addition, we need them to do things because of the scarcity of our Quincy divisions. It doesn't matter if we kill them all. Ishida Uryu felt Quincy's view of Shu. For Shinigami, although the virtual is extremely harmful, the purpose of Shinigami has never been to kill the virtual, but to purify the virtual, even if the number of virtual in Hueco Mundo is too small. Shinigami will also work hard to maintain virtual numbers. But Quincy Master is not the case. When Quincy Master kills Shu, he will completely turn the other party into a spirit child, and if the soul is completely destroyed. For this reason, the Shinigami slaughtered the Quincy 200 years ago. After Ishida Uryu just knew this history, he also hated Shinigami and was very dissatisfied with Shinigami. Later, as he got more in touch with Shinigami, he gradually realized many things. Perhaps, Shinigami also has its own darkness, but they are indeed working hard to maintain the order of this world. Not all Quincy Masters are good. Related thoughts flickered, and Ishida Uryu followed Hazard, and soon came to the fifth tallest tower in Suya Palace. This is the palace of the king of the virtual circle. Originally belonged to Baragan and later to Aizen. After the defeat of Aizen, it was left vacant, and the only remaining espadas, Ulquiorra and Heli Bell, guarded the place, but now, Heli Bell is a prisoner, and Ulquiorra's whereabouts are unknown. Advertisement: the owner here has become Yuhabak. Ishida Uryu, after coming here, saw a lot of Quincy Masters, and he felt extremely powerful aura from these Quincy Masters. Obviously, these Quincy Masters are not weak. When Ishida Uryu looked at these Quincy Masters also looked at Ishida Uryu one after another. To be honest, they really don't understand why His Majesty the Emperor would want to see this Quincy. It's just a mixed blood Quincy, and he's not very powerful. Only Hazard, who brought Ishida Uryu here, understood His Majesty's intentions. 9 years ago, His Majesty the Emperor launched a sanctuary, and in this world, all the mixed blood Quincy Masters died. But one half-breed Quincy survived. During that period, the power of the pure-blooded Quincy was also affected to some extent. In this world, the disappearance of good friend Ishida Uryu did not attract the attention of Kurosaki Ichigo. Then, the black cavity burst from his room. 2 figures came to his side through the black cavity. "You guys, how did you come here?" Kurosaki Ichigo was surprised to see them. That's all for Grimmjow. Kurosaki Ichigo established a certain degree of friendship with the other party during the Battle of Suya Palace, and they are considered friends, but Ulquiorra is different. In Kurosaki Ichigo's words, they are really unfamiliar. This is an extremely incredible thing. On this day, however, when he returned home, he felt an empty breath. These 2 figures, it can be said that everyone was injured, but Kurosaki Ichigo still recognized them. Ulquiorra, Grimmjow. Ishida Uryu also looked at the other party when he heard the words. When many Quincy Masters looked at Ishida Uryu, the figure sitting on the throne of Suya Palace also looked at Ishida Uryu. "Ishida Uryu, my child, you are finally here." That is, Ishida Uryu. In other words, Ishida Uryu must have some special qualities to have escaped Shengbi just now. He is a very special existence. Although it was only the first time they met, he knew that this 4.1 person was the ancestor of the Quincy, Yuhabak. Chapter 456. Preparations among the Soul Society. A long-lost guest came. It was Urahara Kazuki who came. Since the grievances were cleared, strictly speaking, the Soul Society does not exclude Urahara Kazuki from coming here, and even welcomes Urahara Kazuki back, but it seems that because Urahara Kazuki has long adapted to life in this world, Urahara Kazuki actually travels to Soul Society. The number of times of society is still very few. Occasionally, he also asked Yoruichi to go to the Soul Society for some things, and he basically didn't go to the Soul Society. The last time he came to Soul Society, it was because of Aizen. But today, it seems that because of the seriousness of the matter, he had to go through it himself. In the first team, when Urahara Kazuki arrived, Captain Yamamoto immediately summoned many captains to come to the headroom of the team for discussion. "What's the matter? It's worth the old man's urgency." Jingle Chunshui stepped into the first room of the team lazily. His tone seemed a little curious. "There must be something important." Jashiro Yukitaki responded to Jingle Chunshui from the side. "His health will improve a lot today, so 24 is naturally free to attend the captain's meeting." The rest of the captains were also chatting one after another. They all expressed their curiosity. Soon, Captain Yamamoto arrived. What deserved everyone's attention was that there was another person beside Captain Yamamoto. Urahara Kazuki. After seeing this figure, the eyes of many captains were all focused. Looks like something really big has happened. Otherwise, Urahara Kazuki would not be here. What news did Urahara Kazuki bring? Soon, many captains knew about it. Captain Yamamoto said, "Hueco Mundo, it's fallen." Advertisement: a few figures, but it shows that the situation is extraordinary. Jingle Chunshui raised his eyebrows. The captain said that Hueco Mundo has fallen? He especially emphasized the words of Captain Yamamoto again. Captain Yamamoto nodded and said, "That's right. Urahara Kazuki came here today to deliver this information to my girlfriend." Then, he looked at Urahara Kazuki again. "Urahara Kazuki, it's up to you." Urahara Kazuki nodded, and then, he stepped forward, met the eyes of many captains, and said, "Espada Ulquiorra and Grimmjow, the only ones left in Hueco Mundo, came to Karakura town not long ago. They were seriously injured and found Kurosaki Ichigo. Then, Kurosaki Ichigo brought them to my place and updated me on the Hueco Mundo situation." A group of Quincy suddenly appeared in Hueco Mundo. They occupied the Void Knight Palace forcefully. Even if Ulquiorra and Arankar tried their best to resist, they were still not their opponents. Now, the Suya Palace has fallen, and Hueco Mundo's shoe has been captured by the Quincy Destroyer. Many captains were startled when they heard this name. Among them, many captains who have been promoted in the past 100 years are not very familiar with Quincy, but there are still some captains from 100 years ago, and they immediately thought of something. Jashiro Yukitaki couldn't help but asked, could it be the group of Quincy Masters in the spiritual space in the shadow of Seireitei back then? 100 years ago, Urahara Kazuki discovered a spiritual space hidden in the shadow of Seireitei. Later, several captains entered it and found a magnificent building and a group of Quincy's inside. Unfortunately, due to insufficient preparations, all the Quincy's escaped in the end. Afterwards, Gode 13 searched for them for many years, but never found their trace or whereabouts. Now, a group of Quincy suddenly jumped out and took over the Hueco Mundo. Jashiro Yukitaki immediately thought of this. They should be right. Urahara Kazuki is also a person who experienced the incident at the time, so he is naturally qualified to say such a thing. He responded to Jashiro Yukitaki and said, the Quincy captured Hueco Mundo and treated Hueco Mundo as a base camp, but there is no doubt that their purpose has never been to deal with Shu, but the Soul Society. Urahara Kazuki did not explain why the Quincy's purpose was the Soul Society. Advertisement Captain Yamamoto said from the side, everyone, the situation has reached the most critical moment. From now on, Gotei 13 has entered a first-level alert state, ready to fight at any time. This time, our enemy may be more difficult than Aizen. Our enemy is the ancestor of the Quincy Master, Yhwach. Another name, said from Captain Yamamoto. After hearing this name, many captains' expressions became rather ugly. There are also captains who are not familiar with Yhwach, such as Hitsugaya Dashiro and Tengai Shusuke, who just showed doubts, who is Yhwach? Seeing their puzzlement, Yunohana Retsu said in a calm tone, Yhwach is the ancestor of the Quincy division. Thousands of years ago, he led the Quincy Corps to attack the Soul Society. In the end, the captain defeated. Even if you defeat him, you will almost destroy half of the Soul Society in that battle. I really didn't expect that he didn't die. Yunohana Retsu, as a person who experienced the battle thousands of years ago, is more aware of the horror of Yhwach than ordinary people. Kuretsuchi Miyuri responded to Yunohana Retsu's words from the side, it's not because the captain was merciful at the beginning that such a hidden danger fell. Although he is the captain who has become 507 in the past century, he is not a young Shinigami. Many years ago, it was the Shinigami of the 12th Division. Later, because of its danger, he was imprisoned in the nest of maggots. After becoming the captain of the 12th Division, Kuretsuchi Miyuri specially studied the history of the Soul Society. I also have some understanding of things that happened thousands of years ago. Facing Kuretsuchi Miyuri's accusation, Captain Yamamoto said nothing. Then, everyone fell silent. What Yhwach, Quincy, and Captain Yamamoto said made them have to take it seriously. If they heard correctly, Captain Yamamoto said Yhwach, who is an enemy even more difficult than Aizen. Okay, we already know who the enemy is. Next, it's time to talk about the enemy's intelligence. At this moment, another voice sounded. Hearing this voice, the rest of the captains looked at the person who spoke. Jashiro Yukitaki looked at the speaker in surprise. Gosuke, what do you know? Gosuke Shigure really surprised him. At the beginning, he knew about Arankar in the virtual circle, but now, facing the enemy who suddenly jumped out, facing the matter of the Quincy, he seemed to know a lot of information. Chapter 457 desired to go to the Spirit Palace. Gosuke Shigure said lightly, I do know something about the abilities of this group of destroyers and their purpose. What is their purpose? Komamura Sajin asked. What if I say that the purpose of the Quincy is to overthrow the Spirit King and replace him? Gosuke Shigure said a rebellious remark. What? As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. It turned out to be the Spirit King again. At the beginning, Aizen was just to create Wang Jian and blame the Spirit King. He never thought that the purpose of the Quincy was also to subvert the Spirit King. What is so special about the Spirit King? Gosuke Shigure didn't explain too much, the truth about the King of Souls, because it involves the truth of this world, even I can't tell you directly. The bigger of them. The Quincy is not a simple group. Their power has the same origin as the Spirit King, and Yuheba is the son of the Spirit King. It is precisely for this reason that Quincy masters have the ability to control Lingzi wantonly. Caught off guard, Shigure burst out with a sudden surprise. This shocking news, like a thunderbolt on the ground, directly frightened them all. Only a few of them knew the truth about the Spirit King, and the rest of them didn't even know what the Spirit King was. They were shocked to hear that Yhwach was the son of the Spirit King. Wait, if Yhwach is the son of the Soul King, why would he want to attack the Soul Society, overthrow the Soul King, and replace him? Hitsugaya Dashiro expressed his own question. The Spirit King is the king of the Shinigami, and the Shinigami respect the Spirit King extremely. Why did Yhwach, the son of King Ling, do this? Hearing Hitsugaya Dashiro's words, the expressions of Jingle Chunshui, Jashiro Yukitaki and others immediately became a little subtle. Gosuke Shigure's expression remained unchanged. Of course there is a reason for this, and this involves the truth about the King of Souls, but, as I said, for some reason, I cannot tell you the truth. You just need to know that if Yhwach steps into the palace of the Soul King, his threat will be greater than that of Aizen who created the King Key. Advertisement. Although Aizen has evolved several times with the help of Hogyoku and has broken through the boundaries of Shinigami, he has nothing to do with the Spirit King after all. Yhwach is different. As the son of the Spirit King, once in contact with the Spirit King, he can easily absorb and digest all the power of the Spirit King. At that time, he will become a new Spirit King, even stronger than the original Spirit Master. At that time, as the Spirit King, Yhwach, based on the grievances between us Shinigami and the Quincy, we don't want to have a good end. So, the captain is right, this is indeed an unprecedented critical moment. That's all Gosuke Shigure said about Yhwach's purpose. Then, he began to talk about the ability of the Quincy Master. No one knows where Gosuke Shigure got the information from, but he does know a lot about the Quincy. He eloquently explained the abilities of many Quincy Masters. Many captains also don't know whether what Gosuke Shigure said is right or wrong. But if it is true, then obviously, Quincy is really not that easy to deal with. Because according to what Gosuke Shigure said, under Yhwach's command, there's an organization called Star-Crossed Knights, and every member in the organization has the strength of a super captain Shinigami. In addition, they also have various methods against Shinigami, such as taking Bankai away. Everyone is not very surprised that the opponent has the strength of the captain level. If it is not for such strength, it is impossible to capture Hueco Mundo easily, but taking away Bankai's ability is really surprising. For the captain, their biggest hole card is Bankai. If the Bankai is captured by the enemy during the battle, then why not fight, just surrender. Don't worry about the fact that Quincy can take away Shinigami Bankai, because I knew the ability of Quincy in advance, so I specially researched something. If my guess is right, maybe I can restrain Quincy this ability. Urahara Kazuki spoke. This has attracted everyone's attention. First, Gosuke Shigure told so much secret information. Now, Urahara Kazuki said this again. Can it be understood that, many years ago, Gosuke Shigure and Urahara Kazuki anticipated the crisis of today's Quincy, and then made preparations? Everyone couldn't help feeling a lot of emotions. Advertisement Aizen's crisis. Urahara Kazuki had planned a lot, and finally defeated Aizen. Now, with the Urahara crisis looming, Urahara Kazuki is again preparing ahead of time. They can only be thankful that Urahara Kazuki is on their side. At the same time, he has great confidence in winning this war. This meeting has been held for a long time. After the meeting, Urahara Kazuki left Soul Society. Gosuke Shigure found Captain Yamamoto. I need to leave Soul Society for a while. Where are you going? Captain Yamamoto asked Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure didn't hide either. I'm going to go up there. In any case, the crisis in Yhwach has broken out, and the real war is coming. It is reasonable to remind the people above. Captain Yamamoto heard Gosuke Shigure's words, and the sleep light flickered. However, in the end, nothing was said. From the fact that Gosuke Shigure mentioned that he can go up to the Lingwang Palace, it is clear that Gosuke Shigure has his own channel, which, Zhao Dahao, makes him even more mysterious. But Captain Yamamoto has no intention of digging into Gosuke Shigure's secret either. For him now, as long as Gosuke Shigure can help Soul Society win this battle, it is enough. The rest are nothing. You can rest assured that during this time, the Soul Society has an old man in charge, and it will never fall. Captain Yamamoto knew Gosuke Shigure's worries, so he said Shin. Gosuke Shigure nodded. He still chose to believe in Captain Yamamoto. Now, in order to deal with the crisis of the Quincy, Shinigami has done so much preparation in advance. If it still loses directly like the opening chapter of the 1,000-year bloody battle in the original book, then Gosuke Shigure really doesn't know what to say. Then, he left Soul Society. However, he did not go to the Lingwang Palace immediately, but went to the present world. Chapter 458. The final practice in this world. Kurosaki Ichigo also noticed a clue. Not only because of what Ulquiorra and Grimmjow came to the world to tell him, but also because his good friend, Ishida Uryu, disappeared. According to Urahara Kazuki, it was the Quincy who captured Hueco Mundo. Is the disappearance of Ishida Uryu related to those Quincy masters of Hueco Mundo? Whether relevant or not, Kurosaki Ichigo is already ready. If the Soul Society needs him at that time, he will not hesitate to join the battle and help the Soul Society fight against the group of Quincy divisions. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo thought so, on this day, a guest unexpectedly came to Kurosaki Ichigo's house and visited Kurosaki Ichigo. Today, Kurosaki Ichigo's parents are at home, and the guests who came directly walked into his home without telling Kurosaki Ishin and Kurosaki Masaki, and even greeted Kurosaki Ishin, Yishin, long time no see. Gosuke Kenpachi, long time no see. After seeing the visitor, Kurosaki Ishin looked serious. You must know the specifics. Gosuke Shigure cut to the chase. The moment of the final battle has arrived. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ishin nodded seriously. Back then, Kurosaki 083 Masaki almost died because of his holy farewell, and then Gosuke Shigure told him the reason of the incident, so Kurosaki Ishin knew about Yhwach. Now, a Rancor from Hueco Mundo came to the present world, took the initiative to find Kurosaki Ichigo, and told Kurosaki Ichigo that Hueco Mundo was occupied by the Quincy division. So, you came here today because you want me to go to war? Kurosaki Ishin said in a deep voice. Gosuke Shigure said, if you are willing to make a move, it is of course the best. Although the current Gode 13 is not weak, it is still difficult to win against the Quincy who has been preparing for thousands of years. Gosuke Shigure didn't want to let go of Kurosaki Ishin, a powerful fighter. Advertisement. The reason is that in the original book, this guy is really good at paddling. In the decisive battle with Aizen, although he made a shot, he didn't use Bankai, which is considered a stroke in itself. In the entire Millennium Bloody Battle chapter, he didn't even make a move. However, Ishida Ryuxian, who also didn't make much of a move, sent out the most critical props and dealt Yhwach a fatal blow. Basically, it can be decided immediately. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Kurosaki Ishin pondered for a while, and finally looked at his wife Kurosaki Masaki beside him. Kurosaki Masaki is not particularly familiar with Gosuke Shigure, but she also knows the reason of the matter and the urgency of the current situation. She asked Kurosaki Ishin softly, no matter what you want to do, I will choose to support you. With such a sentence, Kurosaki Ishin immediately made up his mind, don't worry, I will make a move when the time comes. After all, there is also a score to be settled between Yhwach and I. 9 years ago, Masaki almost died because of Yuhabak's pilgrimage. Kurosaki Ishin has always remembered this matter in his heart, and he dare not forget the feeling of despair. Naturally, I want to settle with the culprit, Yuhabak. Very good. Gosuke Shigure nodded and said another thing. Beyond that, I need to meet Ichigo and take him somewhere. Where? Kurosaki Ishin asked. Squad 0, Gosuke Shigure mentioned a very special place and gave an explanation. You should know that Ichigo is special. Even more than a year ago, he cast the last Crescent Sky Rush and gave up all the power of Shinigami to defeat Aizen. But is that really all his power? It's not true. His potential is far beyond our imagination, and even the power of the Shinigami he uses today is not so much the power of the Shinigami, but rather the power of the Quincy Master. So, I need to take him to Team 0, CGDE, to help him discover his true hidden power. Kurosaki Ishin was silent for a long time before he opened his mouth and said, You really noticed it. Kurosaki Ishin naturally noticed the specialness of Ichigo. Advertisement on the surface, it seems that Kurosaki Ichigo is using the power of Shinigami, but as Kurosaki Ichigo's father, plus Kurosaki Masaki is a pure-blood Quincy, Kurosaki still feels a clue in his heart. After Kurosaki Ichigo Bankai, only part of the power is Shinigami's power, more, actually Quincy's power, which he inherited from his mother. Therefore, Kurosaki Ichigo is a very special existence. The combination of Shinigami power and Quincy power can also carry out Hollow. The three kinds of power are perfectly integrated in his body. Ichigo is very special. More than a year ago, Aizen was defeated because of his dedication. Today, if you want to defeat Yuhabak, you may still need his strength. Gosuke Shigure did not hide his purpose at all. When Kurosaki Ishin heard this, his expression was very complicated. As a father, he naturally didn't want his children to fight, because that was too dangerous. But for the sake of this world, he can only let Ichigo go to fight. I see, he said again, and then he took Gosuke Shigure to see Kurosaki Ichigo, but Kurosaki Masaki did not follow him. Dad, teacher? Kurosaki Ichigo was also surprised after seeing Kurosaki Ishin and Gosuke Shigure. Dad is also a Shinigami. If the teacher knows him, it is normal. After the thought flickered, Kurosaki Ichigo asked Gosuke Shigure, Is there something you want, teacher? Gosuke Shigure said, The situation has reached an extremely critical moment. Hueco Mundo has fallen. Ichigo, you must know these things. The war is about to break out. In order to win this war, we need your force area. But with your current strength, it is very difficult to defeat Yuhabak. So, I need you to take a trip with me, go to a place, and have a practice. Gosuke Shigure stated his purpose. Kurosaki Ichigo became serious after hearing what Gosuke Shigure said. After learning about Hueco Mundo from Ulquiorra, Grimmjow, and the danger of the Quincy from Urahara Kazuki, he is ready to fight. Therefore, for Gosuke Shigure's words, he did not have any intention of refusing, but readily agreed. As for where Gosuke Shigure is going to take him, he is not very curious. In short, the teacher will not harm him. Chapter 459 Origin Kurosaki Ichigo followed Gosuke Shigure to the Soul Society. He thought that Gosuke Shigure just took him to the Soul Society, but everything seemed not that simple. Gosuke Shigure did not take him to Seireitei, but to Shiba's house. The Shiba family used to be one of the 5 great nobles. Later, due to certain events, they were expelled from the ranks of the great nobles. Later, due to an accident, the family members suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, they settled down here in Rukongai. Although there are very few family members today. But with Shiba's single-mindedness at the beginning, Shiba Kaiyan has become the captain of Godei 13 successively, and the Shiba family has risen again. Although it is no longer a great aristocrat, the actual situation is better than that of the Suniyashiro family, and it has a truly strong man in charge. Teacher, what did you bring me here for? Kurosaki Ichigo is naturally very familiar with the Shiba family. When he was leading Rukia Kuchiki to rescue Rukia Kuchiki, he came here under the leadership of Yoruichi, and then he succeeded in breaking through the soul shield over Seireitei with the help of Shiba Kuchigo's cannon. Go inside the Seireitei. Of course there is a reason. Gosuke Shigure did not explain the reason for the first time. Soon, he came to Shiba's house with Kurosaki Ichigo. Shiba Kaiyan and Shiba Kong are already waiting at home. Captain Gosuke and Ichigo, you are here. Shiba Kaiyan greeted them politely. Shiba Kong also greeted the two of them, especially when facing Ichigo. Her tone was very gentle. Ichigo is naturally aware of this. If Shiba Kongzuru greeted him so gently, it was because he had stayed at Shiba's house for a while and was barely an acquaintance. What about Shiba Kaiyan? He and Shiba Kaiyan have never dealt with each other. Do you think they are too friendly to you? Gosuke Shigure noticed Kurosaki Ichigo's expression and asked Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo froze for a moment, then nodded. Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure said, Didn't you find it? You and Shiba Kaiyan actually look alike, except for the hair color. The appearance is very similar. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned. Isn't this a coincidence? Of course he found that Shiba Kaiyan looks very similar to himself, except for the hair color. The two people are very similar in appearance. But Kurosaki Ichigo had always thought it was just a coincidence. To this day, Gosuke Shigure took the initiative to speak up, coupled with the Shiba family's attitude towards him, gave Kurosaki Ichigo a new idea. Of course it's not a coincidence. Gosuke Shigure said the reason, your father and mother both have the surname Kurosaki. On the surface, it seems that your mother changed her surname to Kurosaki after she married your father, but in fact, it's not like that. Instead, your father married into the Kurosaki family. Before he joined the Kurosaki family, his original surname was Shiba, and his original name was Shiba Yixin. Shiba with one heart. When Kurosaki Ichigo heard the name, he was immediately stunned. Of course he guessed that his father probably has a lot to do with the Shiba family and is a member of the Shiba family. Although Kurosaki Ichigo was surprised that his father was a Shinigami, but Kurosaki Ichigo really did not expect that he was actually a member of the Shiba family. Shiba Kaiyan happened to hear these things from Gosuke Shigure and Kurosaki Ichigo, so he also took advantage of the situation and said, "Ichigo, your father, strictly speaking, is the uncle of me and Kurosaku. He used to be the head of our branch house in Shiba. So, we are your cousin. At the beginning, they knew about the relationship between Ichigo and them from Yoruichi, but for some reason, in the end, they did not choose to take the initiative to recognize their relatives, but kept this relationship in their hearts and cared for Ichigo secretly. But today, Gosuke Shigure has voluntarily said these things, and there is no need to continue to hide them." Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked to learn of his relationship with the Shiba family. Then, it is also very nutritious. In any case, having some more relatives is something to be thankful for. Afterwards, Shiba Ganju also knew about his relationship with Kurosaki Ichigo, and he was also extremely shocked. Obviously, before that, Shiba Kaiyan and Shiba Kongzuru did not tell him these things. Then, in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, he forcefully wanted Kurosaki Ichigo to call him brother. Ask for flowers, for such a thing, Ichigo naturally resisted in every possible way. Advertisement when he was at Shiba's house, he was used to seeing the childishness of Shiba Ganju. Although it is true that Shiba Ganju is his cousin according to his age, but compared with Shiba Kaiyan, he really can't scream. Fortunately, after all, he had just met his relatives not long ago, and Shiba Ganju didn't keep forcing Kurosaki Ichigo to call him brother. The two had a little fight. The Kuchiki family is the head of many great aristocrats, the Shihuan family is a family of God-given soldiers, possessing all kinds of magical weapons, the Tsunayashi family is in charge of the Great Spirit Book Corridor, and knows many secrets of the Soul Society, and the Eyes family is a family of priests. In charge of sacrificial offerings, there is also the inheritance of divine artifacts. With the help of this technology, they can break through any powerful enchantment. The Shiba family, as one of the 5 nobles in the past, naturally has its own special place. Until, a certain guest came to Shiba's house. "Senjumaru, you are finally here." It can be said that the 5 nobles all have their special features. Shiba Kaiyan will be at home today because Gosuke Shigure told him something before that. The most special thing about them is that they have mastered the method to go to the Lingwang Palace, which is the foundation of their great nobles. Looking at the visitor, Gosuke Shigure spoke softly. "That is, the people of Team Zero will come to the Soul Society in a few days. At that time, I am afraid that they will have to use the technology of Shiba's family to send the unique vehicle, Tianju Chariot, of Team Zero into the palace of the Soul King." Until today, he finally met Chi, a member of Team Zero. Although it is true that the Shiba family has mastered this kind of technology, he and Kuzuru have never seen anyone from the Zero division over the years. The person in question is their uncle Shiba Yixin. Time passed slowly. Even though the Shiba family was expelled from the great nobles later, the technology to go to the Lingwang Palace was still mastered by them. Shiba Kaiyan and Shiba Kong looked quite serious. Shiba Seaweed was actually quite surprised after just hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, such as Seireitei's soul-obstructing membrane, and the 72 layers of barriers outside the Lingwang Palace are all of this kind. 12 BK Chapter 460. Returning to the Spirit Palace, the words of greeting did not say too much. After all, Gosuke Shigure and Shutara Senjumaru were too familiar. Immediately after receiving the summons from Gosuke Shigure, Shutara Senjumaru went to the leader of Division 0, Ichibe Hayasubi, and explained the whole story to him. Ra Senjumaru came to the Soul Society on a Tianju chariot. And she came here with only one purpose, that is, to bring Gosuke Shigure and Kurosaki Ichigo to the Zero Division with the help of Tianju chariot. The place where Team Zero is located also has a name called Lingwang Palace. In other words, the place we are going to is the Lingwang Palace? As one of the parties involved, Kurosaki Ichigo is naturally qualified to know the whole story. Also, after knowing where he was going, Kurosaki, 167, Ichigo was shocked. He's been curious since he came to Soul Society. Where does the teacher want to take him to practice? Soul Society? It seems that it is not so simple, because the teacher took him directly to Shiba's house, and did not enter the Seireitei. Later, after knowing his relationship with Shiba's house, he thought that the teacher brought him here to recognize relatives. But now, that doesn't seem to be the case. Instead, I want to go to another place with the help of Shiba's technology. And the other place turned out to be the Lingwang Palace. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't know much about the Soul King Palace, except that it is the place where the Soul King lives. But there is one thing that he always remembers, that is, the purpose of Aizen's decisive battle at the beginning was to use Karakura Town, the place where the soul is regenerated, to create the key. The King Key is the key to the Spirit King Palace. In other words, Aizen's purpose is to go to the Lingwang Palace. Kurosaki Ichigo did not expect that he would have the opportunity to go to the Soul King Palace. "Teacher, don't you need a King Key to go to Lingwang Palace?" Advertisement. After learning where he was going, Kurosaki Ichigo asked Gosuke Shigure suspiciously. Facing Kurosaki Ichigo's question, Gosuke Shigure said, "Before answering your question, you must understand one thing, and that is what a primary key is." Gosuke Shigure didn't make a fool of himself, and continued. The so-called King Key is a bone shaped by the power of the Soul King. It is also the key to open the passage to the Soul King's palace. When the captain of Go Day 13 is promoted to Zero Team, after going to the Lingwang Palace, they first need to perform a ceremony, which is to use the power of the Lingwang to reshape their bones and create a King Key. Only with the King Key can they stay in the Zero Team for a long time. The Spirit King Palace is the residence of the Spirit King. Naturally, there is no shortage of the power of the Spirit King, but outside the palace of the Spirit King, such things are very scarce. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to find the power of the Spirit King. Of course, it is not completely absent. There are still some places that contain the power of a Spirit King, such as Changli Land. After Gosuke Shigure's explanation, Kurosaki Ichigo understood the special features of Changling Land and what the Wang Key is. Gosuke Shigure said again, "Of course, apart from creating the King Key, which is a way to go to the Soul King's palace, there is another way, that is, let someone from Division 0 who already has the King's Key lead you to the Soul King's palace." Of course, this kind of thing is difficult to do under normal circumstances, because you can't contact the members of the Zero Team. As for me, for some reasons, there are some ways. Today, Senju Maru will lead us to the Lingwang Palace. Only then did Kurosaki Ichigo know that the woman named Senju Maru was actually a member of Team 0 in Legendary. As for Shiba Kaien and the others, they knew it right away. Of course, knowing is one thing, they are still a little curious. That is, what is the relationship between Gosuke Shigure and Shutara Senjumaru? They look very familiar, and the conversation between words is not as simple as common friends. It can only be said that everyone has the heart of 8 trigrams. Unfortunately, they are doomed to have no time to continue 8 trigrams. Shutara Senjumaru doesn't plan to spend too much time in Soul Society. Soon, Gosuke Shigure took Kurosaki Ichigo and boarded the Tianju chariot with Shutara Senjumaru. Shiba Kaien and Shiba Kong brothers and sisters, with the help of family-inherited technology, used the Kong cannon to launch the Tianju chariot as a cannon. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't feel much about this process. The space in the Tianju chariot is huge, and because of its special material, it can isolate the feeling of friction and collision caused by breaking through the 72 barriers. Inside, it is impossible to perceive the external situation. Advertisement anyway, after a long period of darkness. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly felt the light. It was the Tianju chariot that opened. But even Hueco Mundo cannot be compared with the current Lingwang Palace. Where should we go first? Should we go to my place first, or take him to Wang Yu's place? Kurosaki Ichigo came back to his senses immediately, and then followed Yushizuki Shigure out of the Tianju chariot. Shutara Senjumaru's voice sounded beside Gosuke Shigure's ear, asking him proactively. Kurosaki Ichigo was very shocked. Besides, what shocked him even more was the spiritual power of the Soul King Palace. Gosuke Shigure didn't explain the relationship between himself and Shutara Senjumaru, but pondered for a while, and said, "Let's go to your place first. I've come here. Naturally I have to customize a special set of deadly costumes for Ichigo, so if so, it can also come in handy in future battles." It was also after coming to Shutara Senjumaru's Lingban Raiden, that Kurosaki Ichigo knew that Shutara Senjumaru, known as Ori Sho, was the creator of Shinigami's deadly costume. Then, Gosuke Shigure's voice rang in his ear, "We're here." This surprised Kurosaki Ichigo again. Ever since, Shutara Senjumaru, with Gosuke Shigure and Kurosaki Ichigo, went to Lingfan Raiden where it was. The Lingwang Palace is actually the king of the sky? In other words, he just knew the special features of the members of the Zero Division. Every member has created something extremely special. He has been to Soul Society in Hueco Mundo. Among them, Hueco Mundo has a very high concentration of spiritual particles. If he fights there, the offensive will be very powerful. Good. Right away, Kurosaki Ichigo discovered an extremely magnificent world. This Shutara Senjumaru is obviously a member of Team 0, but it sounds like all 5.5 is based on the teacher. They are currently on a platform in the sky, not far away. There are buildings floating one after another. What exactly is a teacher? Chapter 461 Various Enhancements. Soon, Shutara Senjumaru used his own King Key power to create a very special deadly costume for Kurosaki Ichigo. With Gosuke Shigure, he already knew the future situation. It can be said that if their Zero Division still guards the Spirit Palace as before, and does not pay attention to the affairs of the lower realm, this time the war is very likely to be lost. Because according to what Gosuke Shigure said, Yhwach's power is beyond their imagination. Even the oldest and most powerful Shinigami Ichibei Hayasobi would have a good chance of losing against Yhwach. In the past, Team 0 was arrogant and superior, and the reason was that they had the oldest Shinigami Ichibei Hayasobi. But if Ichibei Hayasobi can't beat Ichibei Hayasobi, then the representative, Godei 13, probably can't beat Yhwach either. Due to this reason, they really should make a move. Of course, due to some reasons, the Zero Division cannot directly interfere with the development of the lower world in the affairs of Godei 13. Fortunately, at this time, Gosuke Shigure made a suggestion. 26 that is, train Kurosaki Ichigo, let Kurosaki Ichigo gain great strength, and use Kurosaki Ichigo to deal with Yhwach, and Kurosaki Ichigo is not the Shinigami of Gode 13, helping Kurosaki Ichigo is not considered to interfere with the spirit of the corpse. In the beginning, Gosuke Shigure used this set of rhetoric to convince Shutara Senjumaru. Then, through Shutara Senjumaru's mouth, Armaya Wangyue and others were persuaded. Of course, there are also people who hold opposing views. I don't think Yhwach is enough to worry about. Even if he really has a great threat, he has to wait until the other party hits the Lingwang Palace. Over the long years, there have been many who have reached the Palace of the Soul King, including Taiku Shu among the former Hueco Mundo, who once defeated the guardian of the Soul Society, the young Yamamoto Genryusai, to enter the Palace of the Soul King. But in the end, that invasion still failed. He was defeated by Ichibei Hayasubi and was given the name Hajijiba by him. Then he was cast into Zanpakuto by Armaiwu Wangyue, and now he is hiding in Armaiwu Wangyu's Lingfanli Temple, Phoenix Palace. The strength of Ichibei Hayasubi is the strength of Team Zero. Advertisement, however, in the end, Ichibei Hayasubi, the ancient and conservative Shinigami, agreed to Shutara Senjumaru's proposal because he agreed, and the other people's objections became insignificant. In the words of Ichibei Hayasubi at the time, he saw a corner of the future. Only by helping Kurosaki Ichigo can this disaster be resolved. It's really unimaginable that there is such a deadly costume. Kurosaki Ichigo was very surprised as he got used to the new deadly costume. He originally thought that the deadly costume was for Shinigami. It's just a set of common clothes. Now it seems that it's more than that. Even the deadly outfit has many tricks. For example, the deadly outfit that I'm wearing now has super strong defensive capabilities. Just get used to it a little bit, let's go to the next stop. Gosuke Shigure spoke to Kurosaki Ichigo. Where are we going next? Go to Crouching Temple in Hikafuna Kiryu and eat there. Have a meal? When Kurosaki Ichigo heard this, he was immediately puzzled. Gosuke Shigure explained. Hikafu Kiryu is the predecessor of Urahara Kazuki, the previous captain of the 12th Division. She was promoted to the 0th Division because of the creation of Yoshikamaru. There is no research on Lingzi in this world. People can surpass Hikafuna Kiryu. Based on her own research on spirit seeds and spiritual power, she has developed a very special dish. After eating that kind of food, the spiritual power level of Shinigami can be raised. Your spiritual power is already very strong, but I think, with the help of her cooking, you can still improve it a bit. Only when your state reaches its peak can you carry out the most important things. The most important thing? Kurosaki Ichigo was puzzled. Gosuke Shigure didn't explain much. Gosuke Shigure has been in Team Zero for a while and is very familiar with Team Zero. This time I came to Team Zero, and the members of Team Zero also know it. Therefore, there is no need for Shutara Senjumaru to lead. Gosuke Shigure directly took Kurosaki Ichigo to various Lingfan Raidens. Gosuke Shigure took Kurosaki Ichigo with him through the unique means of transportation of the Reiwang Palace. Reiwang Palace Amatasanda, and soon came to the prestige hall of Denfuki Kiryu. Advertisement, Captain Yijo, long time no see. When Gosuke Shigure brought Kurosaki Ichigo here, he didn't exchange too many pleasantries with them, but prepared a special hot spring for Kurosaki Ichigo to soak in. Kilin Temple Tenshiro is actually a very pedantic and old-fashioned Shinigami, who advocated not to interfere with Gode 13's affairs back then, but because of Ichibei Hayasubi, finally had to agree to this. This kind of ease is the ease in the literal sense. After arriving at Crouching Pine Temple, Gosuke Shigure greeted first. And the next place is the Phoenix Hall of Armaiwu Wangyue. After soaking in the hot spring, Kurosaki Ichigo just felt relaxed. After eating Hikafuna Kiryu's dishes, Kurosaki Ichigo even felt his spiritual power gushing out from his body. This feeling made him hot all over, and he just felt that he needed to vent it out. Fortunately, Gosuke Shigure seemed to have anticipated all this and quickly gave him an outlet to vent. Kurosaki Ichigo also felt some pressure, but at this moment, with the increase of spiritual power, the last trace of pressure disappeared completely. Kurosaki Ichigo can feel his strength even more. By soaking in the hot spring, the pores of Kurosaki Ichigo's body opened immediately, and then, the spiritual power gushing out of his body found a place to vent. They poured into the hot spring, but they did not dissipate because of it, and it passed through the hot spring water and re-entered Kurosaki Ichigo's body in another gentler way, and was quickly digested and absorbed by him. The Lingwang Palace is not an ordinary place. It has super spiritual power. Even a vice-captain level Shinigami will feel a strong sense of oppression when he comes here. Although a captain level Shinigami can adapt to this place, the oppression still exists. It was only then that Kurosaki Ichigo discovered that the previous captain of the 12th Squad, the predecessor of Urahara Kazuki, was actually a fat woman. However, although she was a fat woman, Shin was very kind. Changed into new clothes, ate, took a shower, and then we need to go to the next place. Gosuke Shigure said to Kurosaki Ichigo. He took Kurosaki Ichigo to the Palace of Tenshiro in Kilin Temple. More importantly, the dishes made by Hikafuna Kiryu were really delicious. Chapter 462 Casting Knife. When Gosuke Shigure brought Kurosaki Ichigo to Phoenix Hall. Kurosaki Ichigo first saw a man dressed in a very fashionable dress, bringing many beauties here to welcome him. This gave him an illusion that he was not in the Lingwang Palace, but in some custom shops in this world. This made Kurosaki Ichigo, who looked like a bad guy with yellow hair, was actually a good boy, blush a little. Fortunately, Gosuke Shigure gave him an explanation. This person wearing sunglasses is the master of the Phoenix Hall. The sword god Naimea Wangyue. He is the creator of Zanpakuto, and all Zanpakuto in Soul Society are made by him came out, and as for these women next to him, they were all Zanpakuto. Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked when he heard this. These are all Zanpakuto? He has seen materialized Zanpakuto, but this is the first time he has seen so many materialized Zanpakuto. He even didn't expect that all the Zanpakuto of Shinigami in the Soul Society were actually cast by the person in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo had another question. Even if the person in front of you is the caster of Zanpakuto in Soul Society, and you already have Zanpakuto, there is no need to cast a knife. The teacher brought himself here. What exactly is he trying to do? He was puzzled, and then temporarily buried these questions in his heart. Because Gosuke Shigure stepped forward and greeted Ermaiwu Wangyue. Wangyue, don't do these fancy things. Take us to the real Phoenix Palace. I brought Kurosaki Ichigo here. There is something important. You need to be in the real Phoenix Hall to complete it. From Gosuke Shigure's address to Etsu Naimea, it is obvious that they are very familiar. Okay. Ermaiwu Wangyue was a little depressed when he heard Gosuke Shigure's words. Then, he said to Gosuke Shigure and Kurosaki Ichigo, come with me. Kurosaki Ichigo, feeling at a loss, followed Naimea Wangyue into the Phoenix Hall. I thought the Phoenix Hall was extremely luxurious, but when I passed through a door and came to the top of a mountain, what Kurosaki Ichigo saw was a dilapidated small house. This is, advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo was surprised. Gosuke Shigure explained, this is the real Phoenix Hall. Because the real Phoenix Hall is dilapidated and crude, and compared to the rest of the Lingfanli Hall, it is really inferior, so Wang Yu has always been worried about this, and he built a gorgeous one outside the real Phoenix Hall. The palace, however, is fake after all, and if he wants to cast Zanpakuto, he must do it in the real Phoenix Palace. Hey, don't be so blunt. Ermaiwu Wangyue couldn't help turning around and complaining when he heard Gosuke Shigure's words. Gosuke Shigure smiled and didn't say much. Kurosaki Ichigo became more and more curious. So, sensei, you haven't said what you brought me here for. Gosuke Shigure said, come here to awaken your true Shinigami power. For this, you need to recast your Zanpakuto. Recast my Zanpakuto? Kurosaki Ichigo was startled when he heard this. Then, he couldn't help but ask Gosuke Shigure, sensei, why? My own Zanpakuto is fine. Why reforge? Kurosaki Ichigo takes his sword very seriously. At the beginning, because of Byakuya Kuchiki, his knife was broken once. Later, after a lot of hard work, he got Zanpakuto again, and even knew Zanpakuto's name. Zangetsu. In Kurosaki Ichigo's mind, Uncle Zangetsu is the existence of an elder. Uncle Zagetsu taught him many things. Later, after casting the final Crescent Sky Rush, Uncle Zagetsu said goodbye to him, and he also thought he had lost Uncle Zagetsu forever, until Gode 13 re-given him the power of Shinigami, and he regained Zagetsu. This feeling of lost and regained made Kurosaki Ichigo more emotional. Unexpectedly, Gosuke Shigure actually said today to reforge his sword. Do you think that the sword you have is really a Zanpakuto? Gosuke Shigure said this to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo became more and more puzzled. My sword, isn't it Zanpakuto? Advertisement, of course not, Gosuke Shigure answered. Although you do have the power of Shinigami in your body, it is true, but having the power of Shinigami does not mean that you have Zanpakuto. Before, I introduced Wang Yu to you, and said that he is the creator of all Zanpakuto in the Soul Society, and all the knives are cast by him, but your knives are not. Zanpakuto, although it is a standard weapon for Shinigami, you can't get it just by possessing the power of Shinigami. All the swords of Shinigami in Soul Society were temporarily borrowed by Spiritual Arts Academy after they entered Spiritual Arts Academy, and then this sword was not given to him until they became real Shinigami. In addition, there are some Shinigami who did not obtain Zanpakuto at Spiritual Arts Academy. Their swords are all from the past Shinigami after their death, relics. But the source of your knife is none of the above. Although your Shinigami power was originally given by Rukia Kuchiki, she didn't give you her own Zanpakuto. After listening to Gosuke Shigure's words, Kurosaki Ichigo was immediately taken aback. He didn't expect that his own knife would have such a history. Then what is my knife? He's actually another force in your body. Gosuke Shigure didn't directly say what that force is, but kept it a secret for the time being. What is the truth? Kurosaki has to promise. Protect yourself to explore the summer. So, I brought you here today because I want Wang Yu to forge a real Zanpakuto for you. After Kurosaki Ichigo knew the whole story from Gosuke Shigure, he didn't have any intention of resisting the casting of Zanpakuto here. Since my original knife, according to the teacher, is not the real Zanpakuto. Well, here, it is also possible to recast a Zanpakuto. For Kurosaki Ichigo, as long as he can increase his strength, that's enough. Of course, increasing strength is not that he wants to use this power to do bad things. Rather, he wanted to use this power to protect what he valued. Although Gosuke Shigure didn't say many things, Kurosaki Ichigo could feel that the enemy this time might be very powerful, otherwise the teacher would not be able to bring him here. Chapter 463. Searching for the root. However, even if Kurosaki Ichigo has not obtained a sealed state before, according to Gosuke Shigure, the sword he has at the moment is not the real Zanpakuto. But when Ermaiwu Wangyue was about to forge a sealed state for him, the first time, he still failed. The sealed state is the most basic and common Zanpakuto. Such a knife is similar to an embryo, and each knife has its own soul. At the beginning, the soul of the knife is the same. Only the Shinigami holds the sealed state and injects its own Shinigami power into it. A completely different Zanpakuto can be derived. It can be said that the sealed state is a seed, and how the subsequent knives will be depends on Shinigami's own cultivation. This is why Shinigami can inherit others' Zanpakuto. When other Shinigami died, his sword degenerated into the original sealed state and became a blank thing, and after the new Shinigami injected the power of Shinigami into it, although the sword was reawakened, but because of the power of Shinigami maybe the name of the knife is the same, but in fact, it is no longer the original knife, it is a brand new knife. As for the names of the knives being the same, there is no other way. Who said that when all the knives were cast, they were all given names by Ichibei Hayasubi? The reason for the failure is that 483 does not have any sealed state to recognize Kurosaki Ichigo. Why is this happening? Kurosaki Ichigo was puzzled. Is it because I already have Zanpakuto? He asked Ermaiwu Wangyue. Ermaiwu Wangyue said, your situation is very special, it can even be said that it is unprecedented. All the Zanpakuto of Shinigami are made by me. I can be sure that the sword in your hand is not made by me. According to what you said, after you obtained the power of Shinigami, your sword is like this. He confirmed it to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. Ermaiwu Wangyue said, then I'm basically sure, your knife is indeed not Zanpakuto. Although Gosuke Shigure has already said something, Naimea Wangyue still needs to confirm it himself. Then why can't I get the recognition of the sealed state? Kurosaki Ichigo became more and more puzzled. Ermaiwu Wangyue pondered. There is only one possibility, that is, you haven't realized your own origin yet. Source. Advertisement. Yes. Ermaiwu Wangyue said, Zanpakuto, the god of death, Sejeb, is the embodiment of Shinigami's soul, and it is the reflection of the soul into reality. The reason why you cannot get the approval of the sealed state is because I don't know the source of my strength at all. This kind of confusion prevents you from reflecting your Shinigami power to the reality king. If you want to be recognized by the sealed state, you have to resolve these confusions. Where does my power come from? Kurosaki Ichigo wondered to himself, where did his own power come from? Is it from the Shinigami power given by Rukia? No, that doesn't seem to be the case. The power of Shinigami given by Rukia was just an introduction. After Byakuya Kuchiki broke his sword at that time, that power of Shinigami dissipated. The power of Shinigami later was drawn out by Urahara Kazuki in a special way. It was himself the power of Shinigami that exists. The power of Shinigami comes from his father, and his father, Kurosaki Ishin, is Shinigami. But everything seems not so simple, because in addition to Shinigami's power, he also has virtual power in his body. In addition, there is another power in his body, which is the 10,000 area of the full manifestation technique. According to the Fullbringer Ginjo Kugo, all the Fullbringers were attacked by the Hollow when they were still in their mother's womb, so they have part of the Hollow since they were very young, strength. If it is said that his virtual power comes from this way, it doesn't seem to be able to fully explain his Hollow. Kurosaki Ichigo could feel that the calendar in his body was extremely different. Compared with Sado Yasutora and Inoue Orihime, who are both Fullbringers, they are much stronger. Even Ginjo Kugo and the others don't have such powerful virtual power. The void in my body is the same as the power of Hiriko Shinji in their Hollow back then. And Hiriko Shinji's virtual power is derived from the Hollow of Aizen in the past. So, does the virtual power in my body also come from Aizen? Aizen once talked to him during the Karakura Town Showdown, and said that he started paying attention to him when he was just born. Why does Aizen pay so much attention to him? The more Kurosaki Ichigo thought about it, the more confused he became. For a moment, he really didn't know where his strength came from. Advertisement after all, he's not an orthodox Shinigami. The orthodox Shinigami are all souls first, and then enter the spiritual arts academy to practice, and gain the power of Shinigami through their own practice. But the source of his Shinigami power is quite special. Since you can't figure out where your roots are, then go back. Naimea Wangyue looked at the confused Kurosaki Ichigo and said so. Then, he brought Kurosaki Ichigo to a place and opened the Super Ghost Gate. Without saying a word, he directly drove Kurosaki Ichigo in. Kurosaki Ichigo was in a daze, and when he came back to his senses, he suddenly found that he had come to this world. And during this process, his teacher, Gosuke Shigure, who personally brought him to Team Zero, did not stop all this, as if acquiescing. This is... I'm back? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the familiar environment and couldn't help saying something to himself. Then, looking at the familiar Kurosaki hospital in front of him, he hesitated for a while, and finally returned to the retainer. At home, my parents are all there, and my two younger sisters have all gone to school. Looking at the returning Kurosaki Ichigo, Kurosaki Ishin seemed a little astonished, but he still greeted Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo, you are back. Dad, Mom. Kurosaki Ichigo spoke, addressing the two of them. Why are you back again, Ichigo? Kurosaki Masaki asked Kurosaki Ichigo very gently. Kurosaki Ichigo hesitated. He always thought that his mother was a common person, and he really didn't know how to talk to his mother. Kurosaki Ishin saw Kurosaki Ichigo's hesitation, and said, Don't hesitate, just say it, your mother is not from common. Kurosaki Ichigo heard the unusualness of this sentence, but did not think deeply, and then expressed his confusion. In other words, you were driven back because you didn't know the source of your power? This question, we may be able to answer you. Chapter 464. The beginning of everything. Ichigo, do you want to know the source of your power? In front of Kurosaki Masaki, Kurosaki Ishin said this to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know how much his mother knew. He always thought that his mother was a common person, but at this moment, his father said so in front of his mother, which proved that his mother might know that his father was a Shinigami, and he didn't need to continue to hide it. He admitted truthfully, that's right. According to Naimea Etsu, if one cannot know one's own origin, one cannot forge a Zanpakuto for me. My current Zanpakuto doesn't seem to be the real Zanpakuto. Kurosaki Ishin seemed to know who Ramaiwu Wangyue was. Hearing this, he responded, Nermewa Wangyue is the creator of Zanpakuto. In this world, he is the person who knows Zanpakuto best. Since he has having said that, it obviously makes sense. As for your roots, it all goes back 20 years ago. In front of Kurosaki Ichigo, Kurosaki Ishin narrated a section of the past. More than 20 years ago, I was the head of the branch house in Shiba, and the captain of the Godei 13th team. Only then did Kurosaki Ichigo know that his father was once the captain, which was really surprising. But if you think about it, it makes sense. Perhaps it is for this reason that dad knows the teacher, and he has such a powerful strength. Kurosaki Ishin continued, on that day, Hitsugaya Dashiro, the current captain of the 10th squad, and the 3rd seat of the 10th squad at that time, sent me a report from the 13th squad about a company called Naruto. The city of Wood City. Azuki City, isn't it the city next door? Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help being surprised when he heard the city he was familiar with. Advertisement, that's right, it's the city next door. Kurosaki Ishin didn't care that Kurosaki Ichigo interrupted him. Several Shinigami stationed in this world have disappeared in just 1 month, literally. Disappeared, their Reishi, Ryatsu, all disappeared, and there was no trace of existence at all, and the last Shinigami who disappeared appeared in Naruki City. This incident reminded me of the disappearance of souls that occurred in the Soul Society 100 years ago. At that time, those who disappeared were also completely dissipated. I immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, so I came to this world alone, preparing to investigate what happened. But I didn't expect that after finally seeing the culprit, a black void with a whole body, I spent a lot of energy to defeat it, but it was plotted by others, and I was about to die in the bandit of this world. At this moment, someone who was extremely important to me appeared and saved my life. Kurosaki Ichigo is not stupid, combined with the fact that his father is Shinigami and the captain of Godei 13, but he is willing to hide in the world and marry his mother, he immediately has the answer. That person, his mother. Yes. Kurosaki Ishin nodded and said, your mother is not a common human, but a pure-blooded Quincy. She is the last descendant of the Kurosaki family of the pure-blooded Quincy family. Because of the decline of the Kurosaki family, she is very young. At that time, he was fostered at the Ishida family who was also a pure-blooded Quincy. Ishida. This is another surname that is very familiar to Kurosaki Ichigo, and he immediately thought of his good friend Ishida Uryu. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't hide it either, your mother was actually the fiancée of your good friend Ishida Uryu and his father Ishida Ryuso. Then why? Kurosaki Ichigo became more and more puzzled. Just listen to me. Kurosaki Ishin was very patient and not impatient. Kurosaki Ichigo wants to know his roots, so he should tell everything. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. Kurosaki Ishin continued, because of your mother, I was rescued, and that bird was also killed by your mother. Afterwards, I went back to Soul Society and was thinking of your mom all the time. Finally one day, I couldn't hold back the longing in my heart, and chose to come to this world privately to meet your mother. After that, we became good friends who talked about everything, you know. Advertisement before that, the relationship between Shinigami and Quincy was extremely bad, but I became friends with your mother, which is really an incredible thing. That's right, this is fate. Seeing Kurosaki Ishin speak so vigorously, Kurosaki Masaki also echoed. Ask for flowers, 0, however, it was also at this time that an accident happened. Kurosaki Ishin changed his tone, and said again, it turns out that when your mother killed that shoe, part of the power of that shoe accidentally invaded your mother's body. Inside, so, your mother, there are signs of hollow. Whether it's Shinigami's hollow or virtual Shinigamiization, you must have seen it, Kurosaki Ishin asked. Yes. Kurosaki Ichigo has indeed seen both, the former is masked and the latter is a Rankar. All are masterpieces of Aizen, but Quincy's hollow is different. We all say that Shinigami and hollow are opposite to each other, but that's not the case. Shinigami and hollow are both souls, but Quincy is human. Quincy and hollow are the real meaning. The opposite, the power of Shu, is like a poison to the Quincy master, and similarly, the Quincy master can completely wipe out Shu. When I came to this world again, I saw your mother, because Hollow, was about to die. At that time, Long Xian and I were extremely helpless. It was also at this time that a person appeared in front of us and helped us. Who is it? Kurosaki Ichigo turned into a curious baby with many questions. Urahara Kazuki. A name that made Kurosaki Ichigo a little surprised, but immediately felt reasonable appeared in Kurosaki Ichigo's ears. Thinking about it carefully, at that time, in this world, only Urahara Kazuki was able to help mom and dad. At Urahara Kazuki's place, I also met Shihu and Yoruichi and your teacher. It was also at that time that I learned that there has been a connection between your teacher and Urahara Kazuki. Kurosaki Ishin said a gossip, and then back to the topic. In short, with the help of Urahara Kazuki, I saved your mother. But the price is that I have to wear a special prosthetic skeleton, at the cost of giving up all the Shinigami power, to establish a connection with your mother, and use all the Shinigami power to maintain the balance of the Quincy and the virtual power in her body, so that these three kinds of 10,000 districts coexist harmoniously. Chapter 465. Determination. Because I lost all my power, I couldn't return to the Soul Society, so I just stayed in this world. In the beginning, Ishida Ryuxian sponsored us. Later, I felt that I couldn't always rely on his help, so I worked in the Urahara store for a while, and finally, relying on some of the medical skills I learned in the Soul Society, I opened this hospital in this world, and this is how it is today as home. During this process, your mother and I also changed from friends to lovers, and finally got married. Then, it's your birth. Speaking of this, both Kurosaki Ishin and Kurosaki Masaki showed gentle smiles on their faces. Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little uncomfortable when his parents looked at him like this. But in the end, he still didn't choose 400 to evade. Because he can feel the love of his parents for him. At the same time, when he got here, he understood the source of the power in his body. Shinigami's power comes from his father. The virtual power is because his mother was hollowed, so he has the virtual power. In addition, there is another power, which should be the Quincy Master's strength. Because my mother is a pure-blood Quincy Master. If my sword is not the real Zanpakuto, nor is it the power of Shu, then it is the power of the Quincy Master? Also, why is the virtual power in his body so powerful? Kurosaki Ishin then gave explanations for these questions. The one at the beginning was not the one of common, but made by Aizen. That hollow is very special, so after he inherited the power of that hollow, the power of hollow is far stronger than Hiriko Shinji and others. This can be regarded as an answer to another question of Kurosaki Ichigo. Aizen once said that when he was just born, he paid attention to him, so it turned out to be such a thing. The virtual power in my body comes from Aizen. Wait, if mom is the Quincy Master, why haven't I realized it all these years? Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo asked another question from the bottom of his heart. Forget it before. But in the past few years, he is no longer from common, but he is still unaware. There's a reason for that, of course, explains Kurosaki Ishin. Do you remember what happened 9 years ago? 9 years ago? Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned for a moment, and then, he really thought of a past event. It seemed to be an evening after school, when he encountered a supernatural event on his way home with his mother. Now that I think about it, it wasn't Shu who attacked me. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't think much about it before, but now he knows the answer, so, it was my mother who saved me. No, strictly speaking, Gosuke Kenpachi actually saved you. Kurosaki Ishin gave the answer. At that time, when your mother saw you being falsely attacked, she did make a move, but just happened to encounter an accident, which made her lose all her strength. If Gosuke Kenpachi hadn't appeared in time, not only you, but even you mom, something will happen. Unexpectedly, when I was so young, I accepted the kindness of my teacher. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little emotional. Kurosaki Ishin did not comment on this matter, and continued, actually, in the accident 9 years ago, your mother was the only one who lost her strength, your good friend. Ishida Uryu's mother also died in that accident. What happened? It involved good friend Ishida Uryu, and his father had already talked about the relationship between their family and Ishida's family. Kurosaki Ichigo was eager to find out the reason. Kurosaki Ishin did not hide the truth from Kurosaki Ichigo, and told the truth. 9 years ago, the ancestor of the Quincy, Yhwach, woke up. Yhwach is the ancestor of all Quincy. Thousands of years ago, he once led the Quincy division to attack the Soul Society, and then lost to Captain Yamamoto, after which he fell into a deep sleep for 1,000 years. As he woke up, he activated the sanctification. For a moment, he plundered the souls and powers of all the half-blood Quincy in this world, and then died. Your friend Ishida Uryu's mother is the half-blood Quincy, naturally cannot be spared. Originally, as a pure-blooded Quincy master, your mother would be fine, but because of Shu's power, her bloodline was impure. Even if she didn't die immediately, at that time, she was indeed affected and lost her for a short time, gained strength. So, it was indeed our luck that Gosuke Kenpachi showed up in time. Advertisement, Yhwach. I seem to have heard the name before. Kurosaki Ichigo looked serious. Kurosaki Ishin said, it's no surprise that you've heard this name, because the leader of the Quincy that recently captured Hueco Mundo was Yhwach. After all, he was the first one Ulquiorra and Grimmjow had found. But from the teacher, from the father, they all have such a dignified tone. Kurosaki Ichigo finally understood what Gosuke Shigure meant by crisis. Kurosaki Ichigo is so firm in his beliefs. In the following time, Kurosaki Ichigo stayed at home, asked many questions to his father and mother, and finally went back to his room to rest. It was also at this time that the voice of Ermei Wangyue suddenly rang in Kurosaki Ichigo's ear. Have you figured out your root cause? Hearing Ermei Wangyue's voice, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help being startled. Immediately, he felt strange for Lu Li. When he came back to his senses, he found that he had returned to the mountain where the Phoenix Palace was located. Clothes, also changed back to the dead bully outfit. Obviously, this man named Yhwach is terrible, even more terrible than the original Aizen. He already knew the situation of Hueco Mundo. This is a war between the Quincy division and the Shinigami, and it is also a war that concerns the safety of this world. Once Yhwach's plot succeeds, he will replace the Spirit King and completely subvert this world. But even so, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't show any fear. Although I have never had contact with Yhwach before. The war has begun. My own mother, Ishida Uryu's mother, was hurt because of Yhwach. 5.9 Yhwach even intends to subvert the whole world. If he succeeds, I am afraid that all my Soul Society friends will die. Now it's just Hueco Mundo, I'm afraid it won't be long before it will be the Soul Society, the whole world. I will definitely beat him. If you figure it out, come back. That's one thing Kurosaki Ichigo can't stand. Chapter 466, Double Swords. This is how the same thing. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Tsunaimaya and his teacher Gosuke Shigure in front of him, and became more and more puzzled. This is the function of the Transcendental Gate. Ermaiwu Wangyue explained to Kurosaki Ichigo, with the Transcendental Gate, you can return to the present world for a short time, but it has a time limit. In fact, your body is still in the Spirit King Palace, and what you return to the present world is only the projection created by the Transcendent Gate. When the time is up, the projection dissipates, and you will naturally return here. So that's the case. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but suddenly realized. No wonder the teacher didn't stop Ermaiwu Wangyue when he pushed himself down. Now that you understand your origin, let's try again and see if we can cast your Zanpakuto. Naimaya Wangyue spoke to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. This time, it seems that because he knew the essence of his own power, Kurosaki Ichigo easily passed the examination of the sealed state and was recognized by the sealed state, because there was no confusion in his heart anymore. He knew his own strength, 29 sources of strength. Because you know your own origin, your soul can be perfectly reflected in this world. Then, choose the sealed state and cast your own knife. Kurosaki Ichigo did not choose deliberately. After all sealed states were the same at the beginning. He chose one at random. Under the guidance of Ermaiwu Wangyue, he carried out the work of casting knives. However, it was also during this period that Kurosaki Ichigo once again entered the depths of the soul. In the depths of Shinigami's soul, there is a space, which is the space where Zanpakuto lives, or it can be said to be Shinigami's inner world. Kurosaki Ichigo is no stranger to this world. He didn't know how many times he had been here. At this moment, he came here again. Then, he saw a figure that surprised him. Uncle Zangetsu? Since regaining the power of Shinigami again, although he can Bankai, Uncle Zagetsu has disappeared. Kurosaki Ichigo can only attribute this to the use of the last crescent moon to make Uncle Zagetsu disappear. Unexpectedly, Uncle Zagetsu appeared again today. Even though he realizes that this might not be his own Shinigami power, and Uncle Zagetsu is not his own Zanpakuto, Kurosaki Ichigo is still very excited. Advertisement because he was able to get to where he is today. Uncle Zagetsu really helped him a lot. Ichigo, this day has finally come. Looking at Kurosaki Ichigo, Zangetsu looked complicated and sighed. From the first time you came into contact with Shinigami, I had a premonition that this day might come, but I didn't want you to become Shinigami. For this reason, I did not hesitate to suppress your power, but I didn't expect that in the end, I still came to the end, this step. Zangetsu looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and talked about all the group feelings. Kurosaki Ichigo was also taken aback when he heard these words, and then gradually understood everything. No wonder my own teacher, no wonder Ermaiwu Wangyue said that his sword is not Zanpakuto. Because from the beginning, the power I used was not pure Shinigami power. To be precise, most of the power I use is actually the power of Quincy, and only a small part of it is the real power of Shinigami. The reason for this situation is that Uncle Zagetsu suppressed the power of his Shinigami, and he didn't want to make himself a Shinigami. Just because Shinigami and Quincy are enemies. If he becomes a Shinigami, he is destined to stand on the opposite side of the Quincy, and then get involved in future wars. Uncle Zagetsu seems to have expected everything. Unfortunately, everything was beyond his expectations after all. Even though he repeatedly suppressed the power of Kurosaki Ichigo, even though Kurosaki Ichigo only possessed a trace of Shinigami power, in the end, he became a real Shinigami and walked together with those Shinigami of Soul Society. This is something Zangetsu doesn't want to see. He even didn't expect that today's Kurosaki Ichigo understood all the truth. Ever since, the time to say goodbye can only come like this. Listening to Zangetsu telling the truth, Kurosaki Ichigo felt very complicated. Zangetsu didn't think much of it. Now that Kurosaki Ichigo has come to this point, there is no point in continuing to suppress the power of Kurosaki Ichigo's Shinigami. Ever since, he gave up suppressing the power of Kurosaki Ichigo's Shinigami. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately saw his true Shinigami power. Advertisement that's Shiro Ichigo. A long time ago, Kurosaki Ichigo always thought that this was the void in his body, but now it seems that this is not the case. He is his own Shinigami power, but if you think about it carefully, it seems reasonable. Shu and Shinigami are both souls, and the power of the two actually has something in common, so Shinigami can perform Hollow. Shu can perform Shinigami transformation, but Quincy is different. Shu's power is poison to Quincy. Shinigami is the enemy of the Quincy again. A new knife, very different from the old Zanpakuto. Goodbye, Uncle Zagetsu. When Zangetsu heard this, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 750. Is it double swords again? It's a pair of double swords. Then, he chose to self-dissipate. Kurosaki Ichigo said so to Zangetsu. Gosuke Shigure's sword is also a double sword. Apart from the power of Kurosaki Ichigo Shinigami, his original sword, the sword condensed by the power of the Quincy Master, is also integrated into his new sword, becoming one of them. As Zangetsu dissipated, Kurosaki Ichigo's suppressed Shinigami power spewed out immediately. No matter what your origin is, to me, you will always be the Uncle Zagetsu who guards me. Powerful spiritual power erupted in the Phoenix Hall, and then, the vast power of Shinigami poured into the sealed state in the hands of Kurosaki Ichigo. It can be said that it was done in one go. Kurosaki Ichigo's original Zanpakuto disappeared immediately, and the new Zanpakuto took shape. I thought that this time Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto would be a single sword, but no, it was a double sword. Although Zangetsu disappeared, but in another way, he stayed with Kurosaki Ichigo forever. Double swords, even among many Zanpakuto, are quite special, extremely uncommon. Because the last time someone asked him to cast Zanpakuto, it was Gosuke Shigure. After the Wind Zala came to an end, Armewu Wangyu couldn't help but come over to take a look, and saw Kurosaki Ichigo's current appearance of Zanpakuto clearly. After finding out that it was a pair of swords, he was a little surprised. Chapter 467. The Cracked Sky. Soul Society. It is divided into two areas, namely Rukongai and Seireitei. Among them, Rukongai is the place where common souls live, and souls in this world will come to this place first after coming to Soul Society. Seireitei, on the other hand, is the area where Shinigami live. If the soul can pass the assessment of the Spiritual Arts Academy, or defeat the Guardians of the Four Doors, prove its strength, and become a Shinigami, it is eligible to settle in Seireitei. Besides, among the Seireitei, there lived many nobles, descendants of Shinigami. It can be said that there are actually many people living in the huge Seireitei. Of course, if compared with the vast Rukongai, it seems a little insignificant. Around Seireitei, there are walls made of murderous stone. Murderous stone is a unique stone that can isolate spirits. In other words, it is impossible to invade Seireitei from the wall. As for the sky, there is also a kind of enchantment called the soul cloaking membrane, which cannot be invaded. Don't even think about it underground. There are many seals in the underground of Seireitei, and it is also the place where the large underground prison is located. Its defense is tighter than that of the surrounding area and the sky. It is precisely because of this kind of defense that in the past, the nobles living in it had a sense of peace of mind. Occasionally, accidental invasions would feel extremely uncommon. And even if the travel disaster invaded the Seireitei, they were not worried at all. Because Gotei 13's duty is to protect Seireitei. In other words, when Gotei 13 was founded, it was to protect the Seireitei and serve the nobles. Later, as time went by, their duties gradually became wider, thus becoming the guardians of the balance between souls. But today, for certain things, Gotei 13, who originally guarded the nobles and guarded Seireitei, began to transfer all the nobles who originally lived in it. Not only these nobles, but also the common Shinigami of Gotei 13, also left Seireitei. Such a thing, at the beginning, was naturally opposed by Central 46. However, Captain Yamamoto, who has always obeyed the orders of Central 46, was extremely firm this time. In his words, the war is imminent. Advertisement. If he really waited until the battle broke out, he would have no time to take care of Central 46 and many nobles, and the entire Seireitei might be destroyed in this battle. Hearing this, Central 46 was naturally horrified. Isn't Aizen already defeated? Where did the enemy come from? Then, Captain Yamamoto spoke a lesson. Yhwach. For this name, very little is known about Central 46 today. After all, Central 46 is an aristocrat, not a Shinigami. Although their ancestors have produced many Shinigami, they also have the qualifications to become Shinigami. Compared with the full of Rukongai, their life expectancy is much longer, but the degree of longevity is also limited. Anyway, it has not reached the point where it has lived for 1,000 years, but, after all, this is Central 46, and below it is the Great Spirit. Cloister. Through the perception of the information, they soon knew who Yhwach was and what was terrible about him. No one thought that this person was still alive. If Yhwach is still alive, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni really has no time to deal with him. After all, they destroyed half of the Soul Society in that battle thousands of years ago. But it turns out that Yhwach did not die because Yamamoto Genryusai cared about the survival of the Soul Society. Now, the other party reappeared, and he had to hold the heart of killing the other party completely. And Yhwach's goal is Seireitei. Obviously, he can't transfer the battlefield independently like he did with Aizen. In order to avoid harming innocent people in the battle, he can only transfer the weak ones first. So, in the end, Central 46 agreed to Captain Yamamoto's proposal, and many nobles, under the leadership of Gotei 13 common Shinigami, all transferred. For Shinigami, it is not a problem to temporarily construct a temporary space in the broken boundary. This space is enough to last until the end of the battle. With the transfer of many nobles, in the entire Seireitei, only Gotei 13's captain, vice captain, chairman, and Kido people are left. The entire Seireitei seemed extremely empty. But no one took advantage of this time to relax. Advertisement. On the contrary, everyone's spirits are in a tense state. Hueco Mundo has fallen, and the real war is about to begin. This day, a powerful black cavity reaction suddenly appeared in the sky above Seireitei. The first time the black cavity reaction appeared, the 12th Division and the Technology Development Bureau had already noticed it, and then, towards all the colleagues left behind by Gotei 13, a warning was issued. Then, the sky split open. These existences are precisely the Quincy Masters. The Shinigami who stayed in the Seireitei are all outstanding. They are either powerful or have a skill. Only in this way can they participate in the final decisive battle. In addition, those common Shinigami, Captain Yamamoto did not let them participate in the battle up. Therefore, Captain Yamamoto thought very clearly about the participants in this battle, leaving only the elite to participate in the battle. But one race is an exception, they can fly forever. Literally, in the sky of Seireitei, one after another black cavity emerged one after another, and then one after another figure appeared from the black cavity. These figures were all suspended in the sky, like gods. As for the principle, it is to manipulate the spirit particles to form steps under the feet. Use this to support your body and suspend in midair. If they win, it is easy to say that this world is still the world of Shinigami. But thousands of years ago, the Soul Society had a battle with the Quincy Division, and Captain Yamamoto knew very well that the number of people was of no use to Yhwach or the Quincy Division. Even, because of Quincy's ability to manipulate spirits, Shinigami will suffer a certain degree of restraint when facing Quincy. If they are not strong enough, letting them deal with Quincy is almost like giving food. If they are defeated, those Shinigami who did not participate in the battle may be able to retain a line of inheritance for the Shinigami. With the help of the flying scythe, the Quincy can be suspended in the sky. That's the Quincy. Indeed, it is a very popular truth that there are many people, Shinigami, who stayed behind for a long time, made preparations for the battle after receiving the warning. In Hueco Mundo and Soul Society, because of the extremely high concentration of spirit particles, no matter whether it is Shu or Shinigami, except for some with special abilities, the rest cannot fly. Although it is a tricky method, it is indeed flying. Chapter 468. The beginning of the decisive battle. The war has begun. Looking at the Quincy suspended in the sky, the Shinigami who were still staying in the Seireitei raised their heads one after another, and then, they felt such a feeling. After a period of preparation. Now, the dead Shendu who remained among the Seireitei knew how bad the situation was and how terrible the enemy was. But they still choose to stay here, and they are ready to fight the Quincy to the death. Then, their eyes turn to many Quincies. Apart from the common Quincies wearing white robes, the most striking thing is obviously the group of Quincies in the middle. They are clustered together, and everyone looks rebellious and unruly. And the most interesting thing is the Quincy with a mustache and wearing a black robe. His appearance looks extremely sinister. Just looking at this person, there is a feeling that the other person is a king. Yhwach. First team. On the platform in front of the first room of the team, Captain Yamamoto held his own Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka, looked up at the leader of the Quincy, and whispered the opponent's name. Behind Captain Yamamoto, there were no other Shinigami. The vice captain and chief officer of the first team 803 all went to other places, where they were preparing for battle. Here, only Captain Yamamoto is alone. It is worth mentioning that the position of the first team is located at the highest point of the Gotei 13 team building. In other words, Captain Yamamoto, at this moment, is considered to be standing on top of many Shinigami in Gotei 13. When his gaze fell on Yhwach and told the other party's name, Yhwach's gaze also looked at Yamamoto Miyagi Shigekuni in a timely manner. For Yhwach, there are indeed many Shinigami in the Soul Society, but there is only one person worthy of his attention, and that is Yamamoto Genryusai. As for how many special combat powers, well, because the Quincy of the current time and space was expelled 100 years ago, there is no such thing as the Invisible Empire, and the research on Shinigami is the same, and naturally there is no intention to develop a few special combat powers. When Yhwach led the Quincy army back from the Western world, there was only one opponent he valued, and that was Yamamoto Genryusai. Yamamoto, long time no see. Advertisement. Yhwach's voice was very loud, passed through the occult membrane, and immediately fell into Captain Yamamoto, into the kings of many Shinigami. Captain Yamamoto's tone was extremely indifferent. Yhwach, today is your death day. Oh, I don't think so. Hearing Captain Yamamoto's indifferent words, Yhwach also changed his tone. Originally, he planned to talk to Captain Yamamoto, but now he can only give up. After occupying Hueco Mundo, his recent attention has been on Soul Society. He is actually aware of Soul Society's recent actions. Many common Shinigami and those nobles have been transferred first. But even if he knew, Yhwach didn't stop him. In his view, it was just that those nobles were greedy for life and fear of death, and wanted Gotei 13 to help them prevent this disaster. They thought Gotei 13 could defeat themselves. But is it really so? Yhwach doesn't think so. In this war, he will wash away the shame of thousands of years ago and completely defeat Shinigami. So, it doesn't matter if you ignore those common Shinigami and nobles for the time being. Since they all pin their hopes on the powerful Shinigami of Gotei 13, then, when he gets rid of these Shinigami, there will be nothing in the whole world that can stop him. Even if those nobles fled temporarily, there would be no place for them in this world after all. Of course, before that, he had to give these Shinigami hiding inside the Seireitei CJCI a little shock. Now that the war has already begun, the nobles inside Seireitei have also been transferred, and there is no need for the soul cloaking membrane to exist. A sword appeared in Yhwach's hand. He lifted the long sword to the sky and waved it casually. In an instant, the light of white flickered. It was the gathering of spiritual particles, and then the spiritual particles condensed into a huge long handle. Bow, and then, the spirits gathered into a bow and arrow, and in an instant, a huge arrow flew out, falling from the sky, and swept away fiercely. However, the arrow did not land inside Seireitei after all, because there was a soul-obstructing membrane above Seireitei, and it was immediately blocked by the soul-obstructing membrane. The soul shield is enough to block most of the attacks on Seireitei. But this time, the so-called blocking was only for a moment. Advertisement. In the next moment, the power above the sacred annihilation exploded, and in an instant, the soul-cloaking membrane covering the sky above Seireitei all shook, and after that, countless cracks like spider webs appeared. Boom! A huge roar echoed. In the horrified eyes of the existing Shinigami of Gote 13, the soul-obscuring membrane covering Seireitei has completely disappeared. After they transferred the weak Shinigami and those nobles, they had already made plans to use the entire Seireitei as a battlefield. With the shattering of the soul-cloaking membrane, Seireitei will no longer have defenses, which means that an all-out war has broken out. With the help of flying sickles, they flew down from the sky and rushed towards Seireitei. As long as we can kill all these Quintians, and then rebuild the Lingting after the battle is over, it will be fine. After all, they have been preparing for this war for 10 years. In this battle, it doesn't matter even if the entire Seireitei is completely destroyed. However, this is also a reasonable thing. Really, unexpectedly. The holy lost of the Quincy collided with the Zanpakuto of the Shinigami. I don't know who was the first to meet, but the battle has indeed begun. My children, kill. This is a battle of races, the two races, the Quincy and the Shinigami. After this war, there will be only one race left. Jingle Chunshui held the knife, looked at the disappearing soul mask, and couldn't help but sigh. Seeing the shattering of the soul-cloaking membrane and seeing many Shinigami, Yuhabok swung the sword in his hand again. Ever since, many Quincy masters took action at the same time. Then, his expression became serious again. Although there are not many of them, they don't show the slightest fear. On the contrary, they are all ready to completely ruin Shinigami. And the other one will be completely buried in the dust of history and become the past. The next moment. Chapter 469, Battle of Destiny. The strength of the Star-Crossed Knights is very strong. There are more than 20 of them in total, and the strength of each of them is at the level of a super captain. 100 years ago, after the Soul Society discovered the spiritual space hidden in the shadow of Seireitei, it once dealt with the Quincy hidden in it. At that time, the captains headed by Captain Yamamoto had the Quincy masters fought against each other. But the result was not very good. At that time, due to some reasons, many Quincy's finally chose to withdraw, go away. And today, after the battle started, the Quincy, who had been shattered by the Shinigami at that time, immediately found the original Shinigami again. Fire Fingers 1. The blazing flames broke out in the team building of the first team, and swept away towards the captain of Yamamoto. The person who made the move was Buzzbay. 100 years ago, he had challenged Captain Yamamoto, but unfortunately, in that battle, he was at a disadvantage. Because at that time, as Yuhabok had not woken up from his deep sleep, his strength had not actually reached its peak. Now, Yuhabok has come to life, and he has completely recovered. In this battle, besides wishing Yuhabok to die in battle, his greatest wish was to wash away the shame of that day, so he immediately found Captain Yamamoto. Snort. Faced with Busby's attack, Captain Yamamoto just waved his hand, and in an instant, a powerful sword swept across the area with the powerful flames brought by Busby's finger of fire. 100 years ago, Busby had felt the strength of Captain Yamamoto. Although he was eager to avenge Captain Yamamoto, he was not arrogant. After seeing his fire finger 1 inch cut open, he immediately pointed out his fingers again, this time with 3 fingers. He didn't use finger of burning fire 2 inches step by step, but directly jumped to finger of burning fire 3, run through. At the same time, his voice echoed. Advertisement. Yamamoto Genryu Sai, haven't you liberated Zanpakuto yet? I heard that your Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka is the most powerful Zanpakuto of the Soul Society's flame system, so I would like to see whether my holy text is stronger or your Ryujin Jaka is more powerful. Busby's holy character is H, and the corresponding ability is hot. He can manipulate extremely hot flames. Common Quincy masters naturally don't have such an ability. Common Quincy masters only have the ability to manipulate Spirit Suns and use Spirit Sun bows and arrows to release Spirit Sun arrows. Flying sickle feet. But the Star-Crossed Knights is not the case. Their members, in addition to possessing all the abilities of the Quincy, also possess the blood-moving and static blood costumes of the pure-blooded Quincy, and as the existence standing at the top of the Quincy, they also possess the holy writings bestowed by Juhaba. The sacred text is the text that Yuhabok mixed his soul blood into the wine and gave it to the Quincy to drink, and then inscribed it in his body. This kind of writing seems to be the ability given by Yuhabok, but it is not. In fact, it is the hidden power hidden in the body of the Quincy. The holy writing is just an introduction to draw out their original power. Naturally, not all Quincy masters have hidden energy, so not all of them can be engraved with holy words by Yuhabok. Busby, the hidden power is scorching flames. The lava from finger of fire 3 inches is about to swallow Captain Yamamoto. In the next instant, even hotter flames erupted. Captain Yamamoto's voice sounded, "Since you want to meet my Ryujin Jaka, I will do as you wish." Torch. The tornado-shaped flame shattered the lava and came towards Busby, forming a mighty wall of flames that wrapped Busby in it. Even though Busby's ability was burning heat, he still felt the terrifying temperature. As expected of the captain of Gote 13. After sighing inwardly, Busby began to take it seriously. Finger of Burning Fire 4. This is a more powerful attack than Finger of Burning Fire 3. Compared with 3, its power has been increased by an unknown number of times. Matsuaki, the captain of Yamamoto, was immediately broken. Then, because he realized the strength of Captain Yamamoto, he might not be the opponent's opponent, so Busby didn't hesitate at all. Advertisement. When the blazing flames destroyed the team building of the first team and spread towards Captain Yamamoto, his loud voice suddenly sounded again, "Let this place become a place of flames. Ask for flowers." Busby stretched out his 5 fingers, and the flames moved with his palm, and Uzumaki, who had turned into flames, spewed out towards the front. All were destroyed in this flame war. Chojiro Sasaki discovered this, rushed over immediately, and took the initiative to meet the Quincy named Delisk Bell. Although rarely used, Chojiro Sasaki's Bankai is really powerful. And because the team building of the first team is located at the highest point of the team building of Gote 13, all the Shinigami who are fighting against the Quincy and Seireitei can all see that the team building of the first team is engulfed in flames and is set on fire. This shocked them greatly. The deputy captain of the first team, Chojiro Sasaki, looked at the enemy in front of him and said so. For such a cruel enemy, Chojiro Sasaki didn't want to entangle with the opponent for too long. Once he made a move, it was his most powerful means, and he wanted to use this move to kill the opponent. The captain has already shown such determination, how can we lag behind others? In order to follow Captain Yamamoto, Chojiro Sasaki practiced hard and finally achieved this. His Bankai left an indelible scar on Captain Yamamoto. In a short period of time, many chief executives have died at the hands of this person. Then, I also realized that this is an endless battle. A group of dark clouds floated above Chojiro Sasaki's head, and then, the brilliant thunder fell from it, and was attracted by Zanpakuto of Chojiro Sasaki. In the past, Chojiro Sasaki, in order to follow Yamamoto Genryusai wanted to make him quit, and deliberately posed a difficult problem for him, asking him to learn the solution within 10 minutes. In order to win this battle, even if the entire Seireitei is completely destroyed, it will not hesitate. Hot hell. This is exactly the Bankai, Huang Yan Ling Li Gong, by Chojiro Sasaki. Bankai. The enemy in front of him has a thick beard, rough facial features, an iron chain around his waist, a burly figure, and an extremely cruel personality. Since he came to Seireitei, he has taken the pleasure of killing, looking for weak officials to slaughter. Chapter 470 Useless Stars. Gold's thunder has the powerful power to destroy all evil spirits. Delisk's holy text is 0, which represents a large number of massacres. In the Western world, in order to conquer the West Point Bureau, he once massacred many Shinigami in the Western world. Then, in the process of conquering Hueco Mundo, he also tortured and killed a lot of ghosts. His strength is very strong. But even so, facing the Bankai of Chojiro Sasaki and the gold thunder released by the opponent Zanpakuto, Delisk was still extremely traumatized. Even if he immediately used the static blood armor and added a strong defense to himself, it didn't change the result. His body was scorched black and dripping with blood. Delisk looked rather embarrassed. However, after being injured, he didn't feel angry or uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, he was quite excited. 813. Ha 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 ha. What a mighty Bankai. Incredible, incredible. Shinigami, I admit that you are strong, but now, your Bankai will soon belong to me. While casting the flying scythe, he forcibly avoided the thunder released by Chojiro Sasaki. Then, Delisk took out something from his bosom. That's a star. He pointed the star at Chojiro Sasaki far away, and grasped the spiritual wave of Chojiro Sasaki at this moment with the star. This is a method specially developed by the Quincy Division for Shinigami after years of research. With the help of the power of the stars, Bankai belonging to Shinigami can be taken away. Bankai is Shinigami's biggest whole card. Thousands of years ago, why did the Quincy lose? It is because Shinigami has mastered the method of Bankai, even though the Emperor Yuhabak at that time did his best, still lost to Yamamoto who mastered Bankai. After losing that battle, the Quincy learned its lesson. Over the years, painstaking research, and finally developed a star. After Shinigami performs Bankai, the power hidden deep in the soul will be fully released through the medium of Zanpakuto. Advertisement. At this time, the Shinigami possessed immense power. But because the power is exposed, this power can actually be taken away. The function of the star is to grasp the spiritual wave of the Shinigami at this moment, and then imitate the spiritual wave belonging to the Shinigami, so as to take away the Bankai of the opponent. Bankai using Shinigami. Therefore, even if Chojiro Sasaki was strong, Delisk didn't care. On the contrary, the stronger the Bankai of Chojiro Sasaki the better. The stronger he is, the more powerful he will be if he takes away his Bankai. The star shone brightly, and in an instant, Chojiro Sasaki withdrew from Bankai's state. Because his Bankai, at this moment, has been taken away by Delisk. It's unbelievable, but it's true, it's what happened. However, Unexpectedly, when faced with the fact that his Bankai was taken away, Chojiro Sasaki did not show the slightest panic. With a look as expected, it seems that you Quincy have done a lot to win this battle. A lot of preparation. It's just, do you think we're not prepared? With a low voice, Chojiro Sasaki narrated a fact. Then, faced Delisk who wants to use his own Bankai to kill him. Chojiro Sasaki took out a small pill and just ate it. Doping drugs. What does he want to do? Delisk was puzzled. Then, manipulating the star chapter, using the power of Chojiro Sasaki Bankai, Gold's thunder flickered and shrouded towards Chojiro Sasaki. Delisk has personally experienced the power of this gold thunder before, and now, he just wants to give back to Chojiro Sasaki. However, just when the thunder was about to fall on Chojiro Sasaki, it suddenly disappeared. No, not lost. Instead, the Bankai, which was taken with the help of the star, was recaptured by Chojiro Sasaki at this very moment. This is one thing Delisk never expected. Advertisement. Is that pill? Although Delisk has a tyrannical personality, he is not an idiot. He immediately guessed the cause of the incident. Chojiro Sasaki looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Do you think we are not prepared?" Although the Soul Society did not prepare for this war for a long time, but Gosuke Shigure and Urahara Kazuki know too much about the Quincy division. He knew all about the abilities of the Quincier, and then he found a way to restrain them. Chojiro Sasaki was able to take back Bankai, indeed it was related to that pill. The pill is refined with virtual power. After taking it, the Shinigami will have some symptoms of hollow. Of course, it is not serious, and it will not affect the strength of the Shinigami itself, nor will it increase its strength, but it will slightly change the nature of its spiritual power and change a little of its soul. Bankai is the complete liberation of Zanpakuto, the spirit of Zanpakuto and Shinigami. Quincy can take Bankai by imitating the Shinigami Lingbo. What if Shinigami's Lingbo changes? Then this kind of imitation will no longer exist. Because after the Shinigami Lingbo changes, its Zanpakuto will also change because of the connection in the soul. With the help of this method, the star badge of the destroyer will be abolished. Then, Chojiro Sasaki, who had recaptured Bankai, launched a violent attack on Delisk. At the same time, Seireitei rests. There are also many Shinigami who cast Bankai. For Shinigami, Bankai is the biggest whole card, and they will not be the first to use Bankai unless they have to. But at this moment, so many Shinigami have used Bankai one after another. 4.9 This is naturally because the enemy is too powerful. Only by using Bankai can we fight with them. And for Quincy, Shinigami using Bankai is a good thing. Although Shinigami's Bankai is very powerful, they have already worked out a way to restrain Shinigami Bankai during the long years, that is to use the Power Emperor of Xingzong. However, when they used the stars, they soon fell into the same predicament as Delisk. Faced with the situation where Bankai was taken away, Shinigami didn't seem to panic at all, and even slowly took out the pill and ate it. After Shinigami took the pill, the Bankai they had taken from them was taken back again. This means that in order to deal with Shinigami, they have spent an unknown number of years of research and painstaking efforts to create stars, which are useless. Chapter 471 Runaway Bankai. In a team, the flames had completely devoured the team building. Seen from a distance, the raging flames were burning, and this place had turned into a hell of flames. Facing Captain Yamamoto, Busby didn't dare to make any big moves. After burning Finger 4, he immediately used the move of Burning Hell, trying to swallow Captain Yamamoto with the help of powerful flames. It is true that Ryujin Jaka is the Zanpakuto of the fire department, and Captain Yamamoto is also playing with fire. But even if it is a flame, the temperature is also different. If the temperature of his moves is higher and more powerful than Captain Yamamoto's flame, it may not be impossible to kill Captain Yamamoto. Just like the pirate studio next door, Akainu with lava fruit killed Ace with Mara fruit with the help of flames. The reason is that the temperature of the magma is higher than that of the flame. Of course, this statement is actually very outrageous, because the temperature of the magma is only about 1000 degrees, and the temperature of the flame can reach a maximum of 3000 to 4000 degrees. As a reader, it is not easy to say anything. All in all, this principle is also applicable here. That is, even if they are all playing with fire, the flame shows that there is a difference between superior and inferior. In the hell of flames, there is another group of flames that is incomparably dazzling. Captain Yamamoto holds Ryujin Jaka in his hand, and the flames surround his body, helping him resist the fire attack released by Busby. Although he blocked Busby's attack, facing such a powerful attack, he still praised him without hesitation. Really good fire attack. Master Quincy, I have recognized your strength. Your move is called Scorching Land, right? Coincidentally, the old man also has a trick, Fiery Hell. The next moment, Captain Yamamoto waved Ryujin Jaka in his hands. Terrifying flames were released from Ryujin Jaka, instantly dispelling all the surrounding flames manipulated by Busby, and then, beams of flames spewed out from the ground continuously. Boom 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 boom. The flames formed dozens of pillars, breaking the scorching hell released by Busby. Advertisement. Burst. Then, Captain Yamamoto uttered another word. In an instant, the pillar formed by the flame was detonated. In a short time, the entire team building of the first team completely disappeared and was swallowed by the raging flames. If it was the former captain of Yamamoto, he might have left room for fear that his attack would destroy Seireitei. Thousands of years ago, he was looking at the Soul Society that had turned into a scorched mess, and he showed mercy just now, which finally led to Yhwach's survival. Now, having learned the lessons of the past, this time, Captain Yamamoto will never show mercy. Moreover, the weak among the Seireitei have all been transferred, so he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. The terrifying flames first engulfed the team building of the first team, and then the mighty high temperature swept down from the heights, which was immediately noticed by the Shinigami in the entire Seireitei. Captain, you are working hard. Many Shinigami noticed this, and after that, they didn't hesitate at all. Bankai. Daiguren Hirenmaru. Bankai. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Bankai. Zabumaru, the Baboon King. Bankai. Black Rope God Scourge. Bankai. In a short period of time, I don't know how many Shinigami have displayed Bankai, most of them are captain-level Shinigami, of course, there are also non-captain-level Shinigami who have mastered Bankai. Because of the existence of the medicine made by Urahara Kazuki, even if the Bankai is used, the Quincy cannot take their Bankai away. Therefore, Bankai is still the most powerful means of Shinigami. It is worth mentioning that because Abarai Renji was not able to go to the palace of the Soul King, the Bankai he is currently using is still an incomplete Bankai, Baboon King Zabumaru. Abarai Renji that Bankai. After the Star chapter is useless, no matter how powerful the Quincy is, the Shinigami will not be able to fight. Although the members of the Star Cross Knights all possess the holy text, they are more powerful than the ordinary Quincy, but Shinigami's Bankai is not something to joke about. And even the members of the Star Cross Knights, not all of them are very strong, and their weak ones are only at the level of ordinary captains. Advertisement. Facing the Shinigami who cast Bankai one after another, finally, someone used the strongest move of the Quincy and entered the perfect holy body. A beam of light shot up into the sky. Spirit suns gathered one after another and poured into the Quincy Master's body, and the appearances of many Quincy Masters changed one after another. After they changed, their strength also skyrocketed. The perfect holy body is the final form newly developed by Quincy over the past 200 years. Compared with the final form of the Quincy used by the Ishida family, I don't know how much stronger it is. A team house. After Captain Yamamoto and Busby successively cast their respective flame hells, the place has turned into a scorching scene. Busby was charred all over, lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Commander Yamamoto held the flowing blade 283 Wakahi whose flame had never been extinguished, glanced at the other party, and then ignored him. Although Busby was very powerful, in his opinion, it was nothing more than that. Compared with these quenches, the only enemy he cares about is one. That is, the king of the Quincy, Yhwach. It seems that Captain Yamamoto thought of Yhwach. At this moment, a low voice rang in his ear. Yamamoto, after so many years, you are still as soft-hearted as ever. What he said was that Captain Yamamoto had already defeated Busby, but he didn't choose to kill him, and directly gave him the final blow. Captain Yamamoto's expression didn't change when he heard this. It's just a guy who has no strength to fight back. Even if he recovers, I can easily defeat him. Only you are different, Yhwach. This time, when facing you, I will not show mercy. Completely will kill you. Yeah, Yhwach, wearing a black robe, descended into the ruins of the first team building, looked at the Captain Yamamoto, but expressed his disbelief. Ever since, in order to make Yhwach believe that he has the power to kill him completely. A mighty Ryutsu burst out from Captain Yamamoto's body. Bankai. Chapter 472. Remnant Fire Sword. The terrifying Ryutsu erupts from the body of Captain Yamamoto. After the regular Shikai, Shinigami's Ryutsu will skyrocket by 5 to 10 times. The Ryutsu of Captain Yamamoto is already terrifying. After using Bankai this time, immediately it became even more terrifying. The flames that originally filled the first team's team building were suddenly extinguished because of his Bankai. The first team completely turned into Jiaoming. However, the extinguishment of the flame does not mean that the temperature has also decreased. On the contrary, after Bankai, the captain of Yamamoto, in the entire Seireitei, the fighting Shinigami, no matter what, all felt a suffocating temperature, and the moisture in the air was evaporated in an instant. They were extremely thirsty and wanted to swallow their saliva, but they found that their saliva was also dry. Everyone just felt like they were in a huge melting pot. Is this the captain's Bankai? There are Shinigami who are horrified. They have never seen the Bankai of Yamamoto's captain, and now they feel it, and they understand why the captain didn't use Bankai in the past. One is because the captain is strong enough, even if he doesn't use Bankai, he can still deal with most of the enemies. The second is because the influence of the chief captain's Bankai is too large. Just the liberation made the temperature of Seireitei become like this. No wonder Ryujin Jaka is called the oldest and strongest Zanpakuto of the hot department. The name of the strongest is well deserved. This is the Zanpakuto that can change the sky on a large scale. Thinking of this, some people not only thought of Zanpakuto, another strongest Zanpakuto in Soul Society. Hirenmaru, this is the strongest Zanpakuto of the ice department. Its appearance is destined to compete with Ryujin Jaka. However, at this moment, even Hirenmaru was greatly affected. The frost created by Hitsugaya Toshiro with the help of Hirenmaru dissipated immediately after Ryujin Jaka Bankai, only the few ice flowers behind him still existed, indicating that he was still in the state of Bankai. It seems that your captain, Bankai, has had a great influence on you. Advertisement. On the opposite side of Hitsugaya Toshiro, and his hostile Quincy said in a low tone, and looked at the withering ice flower behind Hitsugaya Toshiro, how long can you hold on? Hitsugaya Toshiro did not answer the other party's words. It is true that my current Bankai is greatly affected by the captain's Bankai. But whether it will be affected after revealing Bankai's true form is another matter. Hirinmaru, it's not that simple. As the most powerful Zanpakuto of the Ice and Snow system, it can be compared with Ryujin Jaka. The reason why it is affected at this moment is because he is too young to fully grasp the Hirinmaru calendar area. Hitsugaya Toshiro doesn't care much about the influence he suffers, but Rukia Kuchiki is very concerned about the influence he suffers. Soda no Shirayuki is also Zanpakuto of the Ice and Snow system, which is also very powerful, but after all, it still has not reached the point where the Ice and Snow system is the strongest. In addition, over the past year or so, although she has learned Bankai with the help of the God Body, she is not very proficient in Bankai. In such a battle, Rukia Kuchiki is naturally not good at using Bankai, and relying on Shikai, at this moment, is directly affected by Ryujin Jaka, and his power is greatly reduced. This made Rukia Kuchiki very depressed. Also very depressing was Shiba Kaiyan. Because the Zanpakuto of Shiba Kaiyan, although not the Zanpakuto of the Ice and Snow system, is the Zanpakuto of the Flowing Water system. Not to mention that many Zanpakuto holders of the Ice and Snow system and Running Water system have fallen into a disadvantage because of Yamamoto's Captain Bankai. As Captain Yamamoto's beloved apprentice, Jingle Chunshui can understand the determination of the captain. The old man is working hard. In his youth, Jingle Chunshui once trespassed into the captain's room, and saw a painting in the other's room, which was a monster formed by flames. Although the captain didn't say anything, after growing up, he gradually understood everything. Thousands of years ago, the Quincy division attacked the Soul Society, and the captain fought with it, cast Bankai, and turned into a flame monster. In that battle, although the Quincy was defeated, half of the Soul Society was destroyed. Advertisement. Because of this, the captain kept the painting, and wanted to use it to keep himself restrained at all times. But today, the captain gave up his restraint and took the initiative to use the solution. This means that the captain would rather destroy the Soul Society than completely kill these Quincy divisions and Yuhabak. Because if you don't get rid of Yuhabak, at that time, it will not only be the Soul Society that will be destroyed due to the influence of Yuhabak. Rather, the whole world. The order and balance of the entire world will be disrupted. A team house. In the ashes, after Captain Yamamoto cast Bankai, all the flames disappeared. The Ryujin Jaka in the hands of Captain Yamamoto no longer emits flames. At this moment, Ryujin Jaka has turned into a Zanpakuto that is scorched black and looks dilapidated. The shape of the knife seems to have shrunk due to being burned by the flames. Many, and wisps of green smoke rose from Zanpakuto. The knife in his hand looked like a wooden stick that had just been burned. Your Bankai seems to have undergone a lot of changes compared to 1,000 years ago. Yuhabak looked at Captain Yamamoto holding a scorched black Zanpakuto, a little surprised. Thousands of years ago, when he fought against Yamamoto, it was not that he had never seen the opponent's Bankai. At that time, the opponent's Bankai was a sword of fire that released powerful flames from Shi no Majao, but now, the opponent's flame seems to be burning exhausted, only the scorched black long knife remains. Even Bankai can improve through practice, and this is my current solution, Mie Tachi. Juhabak, today you will die. While speaking, Captain Yamamoto swung the scorched black long sword in his hand, that is, the residual fire sword. Obviously there is no flame on the knife. However, in the next moment, Yuhabak felt a terrifying hot feeling, and the invisible flame turned into a sharp slash, and slashed towards him. In an instant, Yuhabak used the static blood equipment, which is one of the unique methods of the Quincy, and directly injects the spirit seeds into the blood vessels to obtain an incomparably powerful defense. Juhabak's clothes were a little torn, but his body was unscathed. 470th chapter's offensive and defensive integration. Yamamoto, is your Bankai only capable of this? If that's the only way, then I can only say that compared to 1,000 years ago, you are already completely old. Both your people and your sword have come to an end. Yuhabak looked at Captain Yamamoto, still talking nonsense. Captain Yamamoto didn't speak, but once again touched the remaining fire sword in his hand. Remnant Fire Taito East Rising Sun Blade. Even Yuhabak has never grasped Captain Yamamoto's movements. Captain Yamamoto is not only powerful in Zanpakuto, but also has cultivated Shinigami's various abilities to the real ultimate. Although according to Quincy, Flying Scythe is a more advanced step than Shunpo. But it also depends on who uses Shunpo. After casting Bankai, Captain Yamamoto's Ryutsu broke out again. At this moment, Shunpo he cast, even Yuhabak, hadn't noticed its movement. For a moment, Captain Yamamoto approached Yuhabak's body, and then, the Shunpo in his hand the remnant fire Tadao swung out. Still no flames emerged. Yuhabak dodged to the side, however, the tip of the remnant sword still touched his body. In just 820 seconds, the powerful defense created by Yuhabak with the help of the static blood outfit was directly broken, and the terrifying flames rushed towards Yuhabak's body along the wound on his body, intending to kill him. Devoured. Ah 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 ah. A howl of pain came from Yuhabak's mouth. Yuhabak had to admit that he underestimated the captain of Yamamoto. Although the opponent's Bankai couldn't see the flames, its power was indeed stronger than it was thousands of years ago. But Juhabok is Juhabok after all. When Captain Yamamoto's fire sword caused him damage, he did not choose to sit still. Instead, he continued to activate the static blood equipment. Since common static blood equipment can't defend against this move, then use the enhanced version of static blood equipment. Advertisement. All of a sudden, spirit seeds gathered towards Yuhabok, pouring into his blood vessels one after another. They strengthened Yuhabok's defense, and at the same time, more powerful spirit seeds spewed out from Yuhabok's body, form a textured half-circle shield. The shield has an extremely powerful defense. DACC. It spread out from Yuhabok's body, just blocking Captain Yamamoto, who was about to continue to attack Yuhabok. It is naturally impossible for Captain Yamamoto to retreat because Yuhabok revealed a more powerful, shell static blood suit. Continue to wave the remnant fire Tadao in his hand, ready to kill Yuhabok. Yamamoto, I never thought you would make such a mistake. Yuhabok looked at Captain Yamamoto, who was eager to kill him, and couldn't help mocking. The shell static blood suit has a stronger defense ability than ordinary static blood suits. It not only has super defense, can block the enemy's offensive, but also can erode the person who touches the shell, and then seize control of his body ability. As for the principle, it is to inject the spirit particles into the enemy's body, manipulate the spirit particles in the opponent's body, and then control his body. This ability is actually somewhat similar to the Yulu Tuolyu of Kenpachi in Mole City. In the next instant, Captain Yamamoto, whose half-body was covered by the shield, immediately felt that his body was affected, making it difficult to move. Juhabok, do you think this can affect old age? Old Ryutsu, far beyond your imagination. Boom. The incomparably terrifying Ryutsu erupted from Captain Yamamoto's body. At the same time, he swung the remaining fire sword in his hand. Although there was no flame, a destructive force was released. In an instant, the shield covering Juhabok's body was directly shattered. With the help of the shield, he invaded the spirit sun of Captain Yamamoto's body, and was directly incinerated by Captain Yamamoto's extremely hot Ryutsu. However, it seems so on the surface. In fact, it is not too good for Captain Yamamoto. Yuhabok's move finally affected him a bit and hurt his body. However, Captain Yamamoto did not show it. Advertisement. The remnant fire Tadao East Rising Sun Blade brought him a powerful cutting ability. He continued to swing his knife and attack Juhabok. Yuhabok had already experienced the horror of his Bankai before, even though he used more powerful defensive methods later, he was finally broken by Captain Yamamoto. But he chose to take the initiative to step into it. Captain Yamamoto had no intention of escaping from these innumerable sacred losses. There was a malicious smile on the corner of Yuhabok's mouth. When Captain Yamamoto was about to approach him, a huge wall of light suddenly spread out from around his body, and the light wall blocked Captain Yamamoto from the outside. Captain Yamamoto just gave up on the pursuit. This is also his attack and defense move after Bankai. Ever since, he chose to withdraw the praise of the sanctuary continue to hide. With the help of the flying scythe, Yuhabok retreated to the side. Once cast, his Ryutsu will turn into a 15 million degree flame, covering his body and blade like a blazing sun. With the appearance of the prison clothes of the dying day, all the sacred annihilations that attacked Captain Yamamoto were reduced to ashes. The remnant fire sword West Remnant Day prison clothes. The next moment, flames rose up. It was also when Captain Yamamoto stepped into it, countless sacred annihilations were released from the light wall, overturning towards Captain Yamamoto. After he performed the Bankai, turning Zanpakuto into a fire dagger, the flames that had enveloped Ryujin Jaka had disappeared, but now, the flames reappeared. This is also the first time that Yuhabok took the initiative to retreat after the fight. But it is not surprising that he is not a reckless man himself, but a person who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. In comparison, Captain Yamamoto is much more decent. This is Praise of the Sanctuary, which is a great defensive spell that combines the offense and defense of the Quincy Division. 10 enemies who step into this area will be shot and killed by endless sacred annihilation. Seeing that Yuhabok was about to escape, he naturally didn't intend to do what he wanted and chased after him. The blazing flames erupted, covering the body of Captain Yamamoto, and the flames were worn on it like clothes. Yuhabok also felt the terrifying temperature released from Captain Yamamoto. When he saw Captain Yamamoto approaching him wearing the prison clothes of the dying days, he immediately realized that this move was very dangerous, and he dared not near. Chapter 474. The World is Ashes. Juhabok, do you just run away? Seeing Yuhabok's behavior, Captain Yamamoto was extremely angry. The prison clothes of the dying days shrouded his body. He cast Shunpo, and kept chasing Yuhabok, but Yuhabok did not respond to Captain Yamamoto's words. During this period, he just waved the Quincy Cross knife in his hand, unceasingly released the Holy Loss, attacking the captain of Yamamoto. However, all the sacred annihilation disappeared after touching the prison clothes of the dying days on Captain Yamamoto's body. Captain Yamamoto's move was so powerful that even Yuhabok was moved. During this period, Yuhabok continued to use the power of his holy text, trying to find the possibility of breaking the situation for himself. The holy text of Juhabok is, A, representing omniscience and omnipotence. Of course, the so-called omniscience and omnipotence are just words he used to brag about himself. In fact, it is an ability that can change the future. This ability is of course very powerful. As long as he knows the ability, he can use his own ability to deduce the method of cracking it, and then restrain it. But the premise of all this is to be able to know the ability of the other party. Therefore, Juhabok needs his subordinates to collect enough information for him. In other words, Hubok's ability can be understood as a supercomputer. As long as there is enough information, it can calculate the solution. If Bankai, the captain of Yamamoto, was still in the posture of 1,000 years ago, Juhabok would not be afraid at all. Although Yamamoto Genryusai almost killed him with the help of Bankai 1,000 years ago, that ability has already been used. There is no way to use the same move on him a second time. But he couldn't stand it anymore. Thousands of years later, Bankai, the captain of Yamamoto, has undergone great changes after practicing. The information from the past is of no use to the current battle. Of course, if it's just a brand new Bankai that you haven't seen before, that's fine. In order to win this battle, Quincy is not unprepared. The star badge is the sharp weapon that Mie prepares for the war. Shinigami's Bankai are very powerful. Advertisement. However, the Quincy can use the stars to collect the spiritual wave emitted by the Shinigami Bankai, and then simulate it, so as to take away the Shinigami Bankai. Even if he had never met the new Bankai, captain of Yamamoto, before. As long as he has used it once, he can take it away with a star. However, after all, there are some things that are beyond Yuhabok's expectation, that is, Shinigami has mastered the method of restraining Shingzong. After this war broke out, it wasn't that there was no Quincy who wanted to use the stars to take the Shinigami's Bankai. But it failed. Shinigami actually prepared in advance, as if they had expected that Quincy had mastered the ability to capture Bankai, which led to a completely different subsequent development. Yuhabok used his own holy text ability to deduce it. If he wants to take the Bankai of Yamamoto Genryusai with the help of the stars, the biggest result will be failure. And because he doesn't know more information about Yamamoto Genryusai, he can't find a way to restrain the opponent Bankai for the time being. At present, he can only continue to hold on and get more information about Yamamoto Genryusai Bankai. Only in this way can he find a way to break the game way. With a wave of his hand, the multi-sacred doctors were released by him. But in the end, nothing changed. Under the combined attack and defense of Captain Yamamoto's prison clothes, all the attacks launched by Yuhabok were easily blocked. Do you think you can really escape, Juhabok? Captain Yamamoto's figure flashed away, and he came to Yuhabok again, and activated a new ability after the remaining flames of Tadao Dong and Shi. Remnant Fire Tadao Nan Huo 10 Trillion Dead Funeral Array. The remnant fire Tadao in his hand did not slash at Yuhabok, but stabbed at the minister on the ground. This kind of action made Yuhabok stunned and extremely surprised. Then, the earth split open, and the terrifying high temperature was released. By the time Juhabok discovered this, it was completely late. Countless corpses emerged from the cracked ground. Advertisement. Among them, there are Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy. One after another, they overturned towards Yuhabok. Yuhabok wanted to avoid it, but found that the ground on which his feet were standing had split open at some point, and the arm of the corpse stretched out from it, holding him ankle, restricting his movement. 0 for flowers. So, after Yuhabok fell into a short-term stiff state because of the residual fire, Captain Yamamoto did not hesitate at all, and directly used the most powerful move after his Bankai, preparing to use this move to give Yuhabok's final blow. Of course, Yuhabok is not an ordinary person after all. If he is given some more time, maybe he can break free from the mental attack brought about by the Big Death Burial Array of 10 trillion dead. Since Yuhabok can plunder the souls of those Quincy masters. The remnant fire Taichi North the world is ashes. Thousands of years ago, Captain Yamamoto had fought hard against him, and he knew very well the strength of Yuhabok. Then used the abilities of these dead to launch a spiritual attack. Wherever the slash passed, his body was directly reduced to ashes. From the outside, Juhabok did not change at all, but in fact, he did stop any movement. Yuhabok wanted to say something, but he still didn't say it after all. Under the move of the world is ashes, all his vitality was ruined in an instant, and then he died just like that. This proves that he possesses the power of the soul level. In the face of such an enemy, Captain Yamamoto dare not pin all his hopes on this move of his own. The dead who died under this knife can be summoned and used for it. Yuhabok just broke free from the soul attack launched by Captain Yamamoto, and felt the terrifying slash fell on his body. This is the ability of Remnant Fire Tachinen. In addition, Gosuke Shigure also told him about Juhabok's various abilities, including the ability of sanctification. Even Yuhabok is helpless in the face of such an attack and can only bear it passively. He pulled out the remaining fire sword inserted in the ground, waved the remaining fire sword, and slashed at Yuhabok from a distance. After all, this is Yuhabok, the ancestor of all Quincy. Then, more dead people came to his side and engulfed him. Chapter 475, Second Plan. Everything is over. Following Captain Yamamoto's most powerful move, the remnant fire Tadao North Tiandi ashes were cut out. Half of Yuhabok's body was directly burned to ashes. No matter how powerful Yuhabok possessed, he possessed various abilities. At this moment, it is also impossible to heal your own injuries. The world is ashes. The so-called ashes is not just destroying Yuhabok's body, but also annihilating his soul. Boom. The remaining half of Yuhabok's body fell from midair and landed in a team of scorching dust. Commander Yamamoto held the broken fire sword, looked at Yhwach who was completely dead, and said in a deep voice, "It's over." In this battle, after all, their Shinigami side won. It is true that Yhwach is very powerful, and this time he took the first step to capture the 647 Hueco Mundo, but they are not unprepared. Especially after knowing the many abilities of the Quincy Master and knowing everything. Captain Yamamoto showed his determination from the very beginning. At all costs, Yhwach must be killed. Now, I have succeeded. This time, he didn't hold back, he was sure that Yhwach was dead. Next, you just need to get rid of these Quincy Masters who followed Yhwach to invade the Soul Society. Although these Quincy's are also powerful, Bankai shouldn't be needed to deal with them. Although the remnant sword after Bankai is very powerful, it will change the sky on a large scale, making the temperature in Seireitei extremely high, which will have a big impact on the Shinigami who are fighting inside. Ever since, after confirming Yhwach's death, Captain Yamamoto decisively released his Bankai. The remnant fire Tadao was no longer broken, but turned into a bright sealed state. However, it was also when Captain Yamamoto had these incidents last night, and the temperature in the Lingting gradually dropped. Advertisement. The accident happened again suddenly. At this moment, I saw a sudden change in half of the dead Yhwach's body above the ground. His appearance changed drastically, and he became a very different person. Although he is also a man, Captain Yamamoto is sure that this is not Yhwach. Captain Yamamoto had dealt with Yhwach a lot thousands of years ago. Even though 1,000 years have passed, he is still very clear about Yhwach's aura and appearance. Previously, the person who fought against him was indeed Yhwach, but now, the person on the ground is not Yhwach. However, if it is not for Yhwach, what is the power he possesses? In the previous fight, Captain Yamamoto personally felt the strength of the opponent. That is definitely a power that only Yhwach possesses. But right now, this corpse was not Yhwach, and he became more and more confused. Captain Yamamoto's doubts did not last too long, and soon, someone answered his doubts. The answerer was none other than Yhwach. A deep voice came from above and fell into the ears of Commander Yamamoto. It's really a powerful force. Yamamoto, you are stronger than you were 1,000 years ago. If I hadn't been prepared, I'm afraid I would really be killed by you. Hearing this slightly emotional voice, Captain Yamamoto suddenly raised his head and saw a figure in a black robe, Yhwach. His voice was loud and he seemed particularly angry. You are still as despicable as ever, don't you even have the courage to fight the old man head on? Yhwach's expression didn't change at all, he said truthfully. Although you didn't kill me, the one who fought with you earlier can indeed be regarded as me, he can imitate all my abilities, and I will even more all my strength was given to him. But even so, you still killed him. Yamamoto, what a terrifying power. Advertisement. In the Knights of the Star Cross, there are more than 20 members, each member has a holy text, and the ability of each holy text is completely different, and among them, there is a pair of twins, their holy text is very similar, code-named, Y. The ability is to imitate all the memory and psychology of the other person in addition to the posture of the other person, and Yhwach, as the ancestor of the Quincy, has the ability to give souls. Before the battle started, he gave all his strength to Lloyd Royd, who is the younger brother of the twins. 0. Previously, the one who was fighting with the captain of the Yamamoto team was Lloyd Royd. Although he was a fake Yhwach, his ability was no different from that of the real Yhwach. In the beginning, Yhwach wanted to use Lloyd Royd's ability to deceive Captain Yamamoto's methods, preferably the opponent's Bankai, and then he would appear as a winner and win take Bankai, the captain of Yamamoto. However, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. The Shinigami side also made some preparations, and through some means, they avoided the ability of the stars to take away Bankai, which forced Yhwach to change his original thinking. When Lloyd Royd imitated him fighting Yamamoto, he hid in the dark, observed Yamamoto, and then, after the battle, withdrew all his power and activated his omnipotent ability, according to known information to deduce the future. Unfortunately, even if the information is sufficient. In the face of Yamamoto's terrifying Bankai, Yhwach also couldn't find any chance of winning. After all, Yamamoto has practiced thousands of years longer than him. Thousands of years ago, Yamamoto Genryusai could defeat him, and after 1,000 years, he could still be defeated. On the contrary, during these 1,000 years, he spent more time recovering from his original injuries, and did not practice much. 4.7. Unable to restrain Captain Yamamoto, the terrifying Bankai, Yhwach is no longer in a hurry to fight Captain Yamamoto. Finding that he couldn't capture Bankai, he decided to go directly to the second plan. That is, first go to the Lingwang Palace to inherit the power of the father. He is the son of the Spirit King. After going to the Lingwang Palace, you will naturally receive blessings from your father. Although the people of the Zero Division are also very powerful, among them is the ancient and most powerful Shinigami Ikebe Hyasube. But as long as he can step into the Soul King Palace, he is sure to defeat Ikebe Hyasube. Yamamoto, next time we meet, you will definitely lose. Looking at Captain Yamamoto, Yhwach said these words. 470th chapter's never-ended war. Yhwach, you don't want to leave. Realizing what Yhwach wanted to do, Captain Yamamoto was furious immediately. He waved Zanpakuto in his hand, and the mighty sword flew out through the air. However, he felt lonely after all. Yhwach's body dissipated, like a cloud of smoke, and disappeared without a trace. No one thought that from the beginning of the battle, Yhwach who fought against Captain Yamamoto was actually a fake. And the real Yhwach was so cunning and despicable that he didn't dare to fight head-on with Captain Yamamoto from the very beginning. The battle between Captain Yamamoto and Yhwach has temporarily come to an end. But the many battles between the Shinigami and the Quincy division did not end there. The Knights of the Star Cross have many members. Except for Barsby, who was defeated by Captain Yamamoto, and Lloyd Royd, who imitated Yhwach. Chojiro Sasaki confronted Delisk first. After Delisk was unable to take Chojiro Sasaki's Bankai, he also eventually lost to Chojiro Sasaki and many of the chairmen who came to Chojiro Sasaki's aid. 30 These are the only members of the Knights of the Star Cross who have lost. Except for these few people, the rest of the Star Cross Knights are not so easy to deal with. The main reason is because their abilities are too weird. The holy text endowed them with various special abilities. Ace Naught's holy character is F, which represents the ability of fear. He can create and control all like light arrows from his side out of thin air, attacking the surrounding enemies, and any physical form of defense can't stop the light arrows. For a living subject hit by a light arrow, everything in their hearts will turn into fear, and they will become suspicious of everything around them, and even be unable to concentrate on thinking. If common Shinigami is attacked by this ability, they will scream and go crazy because of too much fear. And if it hits a non-living body, Black's liquid will seep out. With the help of this ability, Ace Naught has killed many chiefs of the 6th Division since the beginning of the battle. In the end, Abarai Renji, the vice captain of the 6th Division, rushed over in time to fight him. Unfortunately, even Abarai Renji could hardly defeat such an enemy, because the enemy's ability was too strong. It's weird. Advertisement. Played Bankai's Abarai Renji and lost straight away. When he was about to be killed, Rukia Kuchiki also liked to rush. Unfortunately, even Rukia Kuchiki couldn't hurt this person. Her Zanpakuto Soda no Shirayuki is a Zanpakuto of the Ice and Snow Department. With Captain Yamamoto casting Bankai, the water in the entire Yulingting was evaporated, and its power was greatly reduced. This caused her to lose quickly, also at the hands of Ace Naught. Fortunately, Soul Society is a humane society. To be in this world is to talk about the ways of the world. Rukia Kuchiki has nothing else but a hard enough relationship. How could Byakuya Kuchiki hurt his sister? He made a move. As soon as he made a move, it was Bankai, and then even used the White Emperor's sword, but it was still difficult to inflict heavy damage on Ace Naught. The main reason is that the opponent's ability is too weird. As long as I and others have fear in their hearts, they will be shaken, and then hesitate to make a move so that the opponent avoids my own attack. Fortunately, Byakuya Kuchiki finally discovered the opponent's weakness through observation. That is, the ability of the opponent cannot have an effect on non-living bodies or objects whose bodies have stopped the activities of life molecules. And on my own side, I happen to have an ability that can restrain the other party. So, after Captain Yamamoto lifted Bankai, Byakuya Kuchiki immediately said to Rukia Kuchiki, Rukia, use your Bankai, maybe, only your Bankai can defeat him. He explained the specific situation to Rukia in as short a language as possible. Rukia didn't hesitate at all. Bankai. Baisha is punished. She has mastered Bankai in the last year. She learned Bankai with the cooperation of Kuchiki Kazukawa's Muramasa and Zhuanshen body. Of course, because she learned Bankai by tricky means, she is not proficient in mastering it. After mastering it, she took the initiative to ask Byakuya Kuchiki a lot, so Byakuya Kuchiki knew the ability after Rukia Kuchiki Bankai. Advertisement. With the casting of Bankai, the ability after Rukia Kuchiki Bankai is also activated. Her Bankai ability is to reduce the holder's body below the freezing point, that is, absolute zero. Under absolute zero, although Rukia Kuchiki's body will become very fragile, as long as she touches the enemy a little, she can freezing enemies. This is the exceptionally powerful Bankai. Besides that, Bankai is used because at absolute zero, all her vital signs are gone. It looks like an inanimate object. Naturally, Ace Naught's power of fear is of no use to Rukia Kuchiki. In the end, Ace Naught was crushed and frozen by Rukia Kuchiki. Afterwards, he performed the Eucharist again, broke through the ice seal, and wanted to fight again, but was frozen again by Rukia Kuchiki, and then the ice block shattered, and he died. With his death, it indicated that another member of the Star Cross Knights died in battle. And after the battle continued, how many members of the 227 members of the Star Cross Knights died in battle? Devour. Nozarashi. Seireitei wields a huge Zanpakuto, and tears the enemy in front of him who has performed the Holy Communion in half. On the first floor of the underground prison, under the joint attack of Gosuke Shigure and Soul Society-Kenpachi, Seireitei finally lifted the seal in his body and awakened his own Zanpakuto. Also after awakening Zanpakuto, with Kusajishi Yakiru gone, he understood what his Zanpakuto was all about. Kusajishi Yakiru, that is his knife. Since he couldn't hear the call of the sword, Kusajishi Yakiru took the initiative to appear by his side as a way to communicate with him. Now, Kusajishi Yakiru is back with the knife. Although he disappeared, he was always by his side in another way. Yachianryu, fight with me. Seireitei said silently from the bottom of his heart, then waved Nozarashi, and continued to walk in the battlefield. His sword is huge, and his strength is powerful. When he swung the sword, it was an extremely terrifying slash, even if the Quincy had all kinds of weird abilities, but in front of the power of Seireitei-Kenpachi, they are still not worth mentioning. He is a beast made for battle. This time, become Soul Society's sharpest knife. Advertisement Chapter 477 Kaden Kyokutsu, Heart of Withered Pine. Wait, how can we lag behind others? The scene of Seireitei-Kenpachi fighting inspired many Shinigami. Shojiro Sasaki and Rukia Kuchiki successively killed members of the Star-Crossed Knights, which made many Shinigami understand that these Quincy masters are not invincible. Although these Quintians are very powerful and have a large number of people, they are not vegetarians. The captains of Gote 13 are all fighting here at the moment. Over the past year, many vice captains and chief officers have learned Bankai. To win this battle, after the former felon Kenpachi escaped from prison, Captain Yamamoto even covered up the other party, instead of throwing the other party into the world again, but kept the other party. At this moment, after the outbreak of this war, Kenpachi of Mole City also spared no effort and chose to make a move. During the 200 years of being imprisoned in Wujian, his reign and due extensions continued to expand. At this moment, his body has merged with the entire Seireitei. The effect is not very obvious. But he can still help everyone. In the ears of many fighting Shinigami, the voice of Mole City Kenpachi sounded from time to time, reporting the situation on the battlefield to them. Which side has gained the advantage and which side needs support, Mole City Kenpachi told everyone all this information. Also after hearing the voice of Kenpachi in Mole City, Jingle Chunshui couldn't help sighing, "Old man, you've been hiding it from us so badly this time, it should be Gosuke's handwriting." A while back, it was Gosuke Shigure who went to deal with Kenpachi, the Mole City. After that, a captain meeting was held, and it was later said that Kenpachi, the national city, had been locked up again in Wujian. But now it seems that this is not the case. If you think about it, it's quite reasonable. Since Gosuke Shigure and the others knew in advance that the Quincy might make a comeback, would they put Kenpachi, Mole City, back in the inferno at this time? Of course, they had to persuade Kenpachi, Mole City, to help them. Although it's a bit surprising, I have to say that Mochang's ability is really useful. Advertisement. How Jingle Chunshui praised. When he said this, a voice sounded beside his ear, "Jingle, thank you for your compliment." This is the voice of Kenpachi, the Mole City. Jingle Chunshui was stunned for a moment, and thought it was quite reasonable. After all, because of Zanpakuto, Kenpachi, the Mole City, has been integrated with the entire Seireitei. If you speak here, the other party can hear you. Compared with these things, it is more important to deal with the current enemy. Jingle Chunshui's expression became serious. His enemy, named Leiji Baro, is the captain of Juhabok's personal guard. His ability is, throughout all things. This is a very difficult enemy. Bullets, wherever his guns are aimed, where the bullets fly, everything can be penetrated, and nothing can stop it. Although it is not that Jingle Chunshui has never dealt with enemies with guns, for example, Stark, the leader of Hawako Mundo Espada, used guns, but there are also differences in who uses guns. Obviously this one, is very difficult to deal with. If it is not difficult, it is impossible to be called the captain of Juhabok's personal guard. The Star-Crossed Knights has many members. Apart from the head of the group, Halflord, who is the assistant of Johabok, there are 4 powerful members among them, which are the Johabok's personal guards. They call them the God's Forgiveness Guards. Leiji Baro is the captain. At the beginning of the battle, Leiji Baro was originally not prepared to go directly into the battle, but Shinigami's side was too well prepared, and Shingzong couldn't take away Shinigami's Bankai, so he just decided to I can make a move. As soon as he made a move, he found Jingle Chunshui. Although 100 years ago, because the Shinigami discovered the existence of the spiritual subspace, the Quincy masters who originally hid in the spiritual subspace were forced to abandon the spiritual subspace and transfer, but they were waiting in the spiritual subspace before. For nearly 900 years, they have been observing everything in the Soul Society, so they naturally know Shinigami very well. Jingle Spring Water is the best among the many Shinigami of Gote 13. If Yamamoto Genryusai ceases to exist, Jingle Chunshui is likely to be the next captain. With the help of the ability to penetrate everything, Jingle Chunshui suffered many traumas in a short period of time. Fortunately, because from the very beginning, he knew the difficulty of this war and the difficulty of the enemy, Jingle Chunshui was not slack, which made him seriously injured, but he was not as in the original book. Netjay Baro lost an eye. Is that all you have? Leiji Baro looked at Jingle Chunshui who was seriously injured, and couldn't help but mocked. Advertisement. In the process of fighting him, Jingle Chunshui naturally used various abilities of Kaden Kyokutsu. Those abilities are really powerful. At the beginning, Jingle Chunshui defeated Stark by playing games. It's a pity that in the face of Leiji Baro, these abilities of him were of no use. Jingle Chunshui couldn't help sighing after listening to understand Baro's words. With Jingle Chunshui's final blow, his throat was cut tragically. During this process, he even used up the Eucharist. However, everything has changed. Bankai. For the first time, Jingle used his Bankai. I'm really cornered. Netjay Baro didn't think much of Jingle Chunshui at first. His Bankai, named Kaden Kyokutsu Huan Song Shin, is more cruel compared to Shikai, which is just a game. It is similar to a tragedy-like drama. Scenes are unfolded one by one, and each scene has a distinct character, different abilities. In the previous time, he entered the holy body, the head was completely wrapped by the collar, the face had a pair of vertical yellow stripes, a huge halo on the top of the head, the body was covered by a chrysalis, and the arms were stretched out from the back. Hole-shaped white 8 wings replaced. In the state of the holy body, he can release light through the holes on the wings, penetrating everything, but he is still restrained by Bankai who is beaming with spring water. At this moment, Lee Jiabaro's body changed dramatically, turning into a monster with a long neck, bird head, 4 legs, hole shape and 8 wings. He looked at Jingle Chunshui and couldn't help but praised. What a remarkable Bankai, actually pushed me to this point. I never thought that that was not his final form, but now, it was his real face. But still can't reverse the situation. This is the final form of his perfect holy body. Looking at Lee Jiabaro whose throat was cut by himself, Jingle Chunshui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, when the opponent used Bankai, the situation began to reverse. Miao is over. Qian Haojiao. What a tough enemy. At this time, he also did not choose to keep it. Chapter 478 8 Mirror Swords. It's not dead. Seeing Lee Jibaro whose appearance changed again, Jingle Chunshui took a breath. Now he really has no energy left to fight. The last whole card, Bankai, has been used, and the battle is still not won. Am I going to die like this? Regarding death, Jingle Chunshui actually doesn't have much fear, he is a rather sad person, but if there are regrets, there are still some after all, that is, from now on, he will never be able to protect Xiaoqi well ready. After all, I am ashamed of my sister-in-law. Just when Jingle Chunshui was thinking this way, the appearance of his sister-in-law suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Sister-in-law. No, that's not right, it's Shu. The appearance of the sister-in-law quickly disappeared, and was replaced by the appearance of Nanao Eyes. Eyes Nanao cast Shunpo and quickly came to Jingle Chunshui, trying to take Jingle Chunshui away. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Jingle Chunshui's complexion changed immediately. Cow, don't come here, run away. You are no match for him. However, Eyes Nanao turned a deaf ear and stood in front of Jingle Chunshui. With her back to Jingle Chunshui, she faced Lee Jibaro and said, "It was always Captain you who protected me, now it's my turn to protect you. Gone. Captain, give me 350 of my Zanpakuto. At this time, I want to fight with a knife even more." Listening to Eyes Nanao's words, Jingle Chunshui was moved. Lee Jibaro also looked at it with great interest. In his perception, Eyes Nanao is extremely weak. What is the use of such a person even if he joins in the battle? It was also for this reason that he was not in a hurry to attack Eyes Nanao. Jingle Chunshui didn't hesitate, since Nanao Eyes had said such things, he could only do what he wanted. Advertisement. Then, he gave Eyes Nanao's Zanpakuto to her. Eyes Nanao was also stunned after seeing her own knife clearly. Because her own knife is the crazy bone among Jingle Harusui Kaden Kyokutsu. As Jingle Harusui's vice captain, Eyes Nanao naturally knows about Kaden Kyokutsu. She never thought that her Zanpakuto is actually this sword. Due to time constraints, Jingle Harusui did not explain to Eyes Nanoda, but only said that the name of this sword was 8 Mirror Sword. Previously, during the battle with Lee Jibaro, the other party repeatedly if he claims to be a god, if he is a real god, his Bankai may not be able to kill the opponent, but if he is a sword with 8 mirrors, he may be able to. This is also what Jingle Chunshui thought of after Eyes Nanao insisted on participating in the battle. He knew the origin of the 8 Mirror Sword very well. After Eyes Nanao knew the name of her sword, she was also stunned. During the Spiritual Arts Academy, she was not able to awaken her own Zanpakuto. Naturally, how did the captain who didn't know the name of Zanpakuto know that her Zanpakuto was named Xiaojingjian? She has many doubts in her heart, but now is not the time to delve into these questions. Instead, she grasped this special Zanpakuto called the 8 Mirror Sword, and then, under the guidance of Jingle Chunshui, met Lee Jibaro. Lee Jibaro listened to the nonsense for a long time, and prepared to deal with Jingle Chunshui and Eyes Nanao. He released the light of gold from his wings. This light can penetrate all things. It is the attack of God, and nothing can stop it. However, when such an attack fell on the 8 Mirror Sword, it did not penetrate the 8 Mirror Sword, but was reflected back by the mirror on the 8 Mirror Sword. Kai. For the first time, Lee Jibaluo's attack was useless, everything penetrated, and it was not able to penetrate Eyes Nanao. Successful. Looking at this scene, Jingle Chunshui was very pleasantly surprised. Although he guessed that the 8 Mirror Sword might have an effect on Lee Jibaro, he was still very happy to see this result and his guess was confirmed. Cow, don't worry, follow my instructions and take your time. Jingle Chunshui continued to point out Nanao Eyes. Eyes Nanao really can't fight. Because he doesn't know how to fight, even if Bajingjan could bounce back Lee Jibaro's attack, he couldn't use this attack to kill the opponent. However, after receiving more guidance from Jingle Chunshui, Hikiri began to change. Jingle Chunshui's combat experience is too rich. Under his guidance, Eyes Nanao quickly adapted to the battle, and then, facing Lee Jibaro's ability to penetrate all things, she used the 8 Mirror Sword to kill Lee Jibaro forcefully. This ups and downs of the battle finally drew the curtain. Advertisement. Whirring. After Bajingjan killed Lee Jibaro, Eyes Nanao was out of breath, and after confirming that the other party was completely dead and would not come back to life, she was relieved. Then, he hurriedly came to the captain's side, supported Jingle Chunshui, who was seriously injured, and couldn't help asking Jingle Chunshui, "Captain, what is going on? My knife, why is it like this?" She has a lot of questions. She said earlier, because it was not easy to ask during the battle, but now that the battle is over, she can finally ask. Jingle Chunshui did not hide anything. "Since you have already held this knife, I can tell you the truth." 1 inch. Hasward said something. He talked about the past of Jingle's family and the bad relationship between himself and his brother. Many past events were told by Jingle Chunshui, Ai's Naneo, only then did she know that Jingle Chunshui was actually her uncle. 8 mirror swords hide the curse of the Ai's family. On the outskirts of Seireitei, there is an open space. It wasn't until the elder brother married the elder sister-in-law that the relationship between them eased. I once had a brother. On the side, Ishida Ryu knew the strength of its members after joining the Star-Crossed Knights. Hearing this, he couldn't help sighing from the bottom of his heart. It's really good news. Lejet Barrow is dead. Got it. Got what? Ishida Ryu was puzzled. It is precisely for this reason that the former captain hid the truth just now. He told all the truth. Then, I heard Hasward said, "But His Majesty the Emperor, you have already succeeded." Hearing this sentence, the other 3 members of the God's Forgiveness Guards beside him were shocked at the same time. Leiji Barrow was the captain of the guards. It was incredible to participate in the battle in person, and he was still dead. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The curse of the Ai's family made his elder brother die and his sister-in-law was executed. Then, in order to protect her daughter, the sister-in-law entrusted him with the 8-mirror sword. Several Quincy divisions did not participate in the battle, they stood here. Chapter 479. Creation King Key. Karakura Town. The earliest origin of the city's name is no longer reliable. Town is not a very uncommon name, but a lot of common names for place names. What really makes people care is the word Karakura, which is the vacant throne. If it's just an ordinary place, it's fine to name it with these 2 words. But, Karakura Town is a spiritual place. The land of the heavy spirit is not a fixed place, but a place that is born according to the changes of the spiritual veins in the present world. The possibility of human beings born in the land of the heavy spirit to contain spiritual power in their souls is far beyond ordinary places. Naturally, in such a place, ghosts appear much more frequently, and since Kurosaki Ichigo was born in this city, I don't know how many things have happened. Later, as he became a Shinigami, the specialness of this city gradually became known. The real function of the Chongaling land is to create the King Key. The spiritual veins underground in Chongaling land originated from the power of the Spirit King, the power left by the Spirit King in this world. If this power can be extracted and combined with many souls, the King Key can be created. The King Key is the key to open the palace of the Spirit King. With it, you can enter and leave the palace of the Spirit King by yourself. The 72 layers of barriers outside the Lingwang Palace will no longer be an obstacle. However, under normal circumstances, Wangjian is not something that everyone can have. Only the members of the Zero Division, who are the agents of the royal family, will be given to Ling Wangshi after joining the Zero Division. But if you become a member of Team Zero, you have already entered the Lingwang Palace. At that time, Wang Jian doesn't seem to be so important. So, for non-Zero team members, what can they do if they want to step into the Lingwang Palace? There are ways, of course. One is to go to the Lingwang Palace led by a member of the Zero team. The second is to create Wang Jian by oneself and rely on one's own strength to reach the palace of the Spirit King. However, the latter, for the royal spies who protect the Spirit King, is a cause of treason. At the beginning, Aizen wanted to create the King Key, climbed to the palace of the Soul King, and went to crusade against the Soul King. In the end, he lost to Kurosaki Ichigo, and Aizen himself was imprisoned in the bottom of the Great Hell. Since then, although Kenpachi, the Mole City, has escaped from Wujian and came to Karakura Town, the city is still in a state of peace overall. Advertisement. But today, another figure came over the city. He wears black's robe and has a black beard. Looking at the city below, his eyes flickered slightly, as this Karakura Town. It is indeed a country of mortals, how weak it is. However, although he looked down on the humans in Karakura Town, the visitor did not dare to underestimate this city, because this city would play a big role for him. Whether he can ascend to this world and become its master depends on this city. After all, under normal circumstances, even he would find it difficult to enter the Lingwang Palace. Ever since the ancestors of the 5 nobles of the Soul Society did such despicable things, they joined forces to murder the Spirit King and made the Spirit King a wedge to stabilize the world. The existence of the Spirit King Palace has been so indestructible. Even though there was an incident of Taiku Shu's invasion of the Lingwang Palace since then, it was because of that incident that the people of Team Zero learned their lesson and added 72 layers of barriers around the Lingwang Palace. It made the Lingwang Palace into a place that cannot be entered without the King Key. But the solution, after all, is more than the difficulty. Since it is impossible to step into it by normal means, it is better to create a King Key. What Aizen couldn't do at the beginning, let him do it. This figure is none other than Yuhabak. In the Soul Society, he realized that Yamamoto Genryusai was difficult to deal with, and realized that if he fought with Captain Yamamoto, it would be difficult to win, and there is even a certain possibility of losing. Of course, Yuhabak doesn't think he will lose. So, In order to change the direction of the war, he decided to adopt Plan 2, that is, go directly to the Lingwang Palace. As long as he goes to the Lingwang Palace, relying on the connection between himself and his father, even if his father is still in the group of despicable Shinigami under the seal, but still can give him some help. Even, he will set off a war between the Quincy and Shinigami, which is also due to his father's hatred. Father loves the world, but hates those Shinigami. As the son of the Spirit King, he is naturally obliged to help his father get rid of these despicable Shinigami. The next moment, Yhwach aimed at the Karakura town below and raised his palm. 0 for flowers, 0. Advertisement. As his palm stretched out, suddenly, the spiritual veins under the entire Karakura town began to throb. Quincy masters have the ability to manipulate spirit particles, which is an unparalleled talent brought to them by their identity as descendants of the Spirit King. As the son of the Spirit King, Yhwach is even more powerful in this aspect. Not only can he manipulate spirits, but he can also manipulate souls, absorbing the souls and powers of all Quincy masters. Their faces changed drastically, looking at Yhwach in the sky, trying to stop Yhwach, but the spirit vein was pulled out, and under the cover of the power of the Spirit King, a strong sense of oppression struck. In Karakura town, Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi, who had not rushed to the Soul Society to participate in the battle, immediately noticed the change. They rushed out of the Urahara store one after another, looked at the sky, and their expressions changed drastically. 0. In just a short moment, it is unknown how many human beings died because of this. He wants the Creation King key. Then, watching the power of the Soul King rising towards the sky, Urahara Kazuki immediately realized what happened. It's Yhwach. The mighty power of the Spirit King gushed out, and the human beings in the entire city were all shaken. Kurosaki Isshin, Ishida Longshan, Kurosaki Masaki and others also noticed all this. There is no need for hundreds of thousands of souls as sacrifices. As the ancestor of the Quincy, Yhwach has swallowed up countless souls of the Quincy in the long years. His soul power is strong enough. In an instant, Wang Jian was created. Yhwach naturally noticed these Shinigami in the city, and the corner of his mouth was contemptuous. It's just a group of weak bugs. I'll pay attention to you when I ascend the throne of the sky. Ichimaru Jin, Tusen Kanami, two people. Although it was the first time they met, Urahara Kazuki recognized each other. Even for them, it is difficult to move for a while. The next moment, the power of the Spirit King entered his body. Yhwach is extracting the spiritual veins underground in Karakura town. The spiritual veins are the foundation of the heavy spiritual land, and it is the power of the Spirit King. In an instant, the spiritual veins underground in the entire Karakura town were affected by the power of Yhwach, and then broke away from the ground and rose up. Also aware of the purpose of Yhwach, and the masked army in Karakura town, 480th chapters into the sky. After Wang Jian was created, Yhwach's flesh and bones were all reshaped by the power of the Soul King, and because the Quincy could manipulate the Spirit Sun, this process, compared to Shinigami's joining the Zero Team, created the process of giving birth to the King Bond as much faster. Wang Jian achieved almost instantly. The spirit veins that had filled the underground of Karakura town for an unknown number of years just disappeared. However, although the spirit vein disappeared, the aftermath of the powerful coercion still existed. Yhwach ignored Urahara Kazuki and others who were still staying in this city, waved his hand again, the space split open, and a gap of black appeared. He fell into the gap and disappeared again. It seems that he came to this world during the war just to extract the spirit veins of Karakura town and create the King Key. It went well though, but it is also because the timing chosen by Yuha, 340, Bach is too good. At the beginning, Aizen created Wang Jian, because there were relatively few powerful subordinates under his hands, Aizen could only do it himself. Only after defeating all the Shinigami in Gotei 13, did he have the possibility of approaching Karakura town and creating Wang Jian. But Jubok is different this time. The Star Cross Knights under him are strong enough, and the members of the Star Cross Knights are enough to block the entire Gotei 13. More importantly, no one has ever expected that Yhwach would also seek to seize the spiritual veins underground in Karakura town, and then Creation King Key. Therefore, when Yhwach appeared in this world, it was too late when Urahara Kazuki and others reacted. Now, big trouble, Urahara Kazuki looked solemn as he watched Yhwach leave. He has already created Wang Jian. As expected, Yhwach's next stop will be the Lingwang Palace. Yoruichi stood next to Urahara Kazuki. Of course she knew the seriousness of the matter, but she still chose to comfort Urahara Kazuki. Kazuki, don't be so anxious, even if Yoruichi enters the Lingwang Palace, there is still a Zero fan in the Lingwang Palace. Team. Members of Team Zero may be able to block Yhwach. Also, Sensei and Ichigo seem to be in the Soul King Palace. Perhaps he had anticipated this situation a long time ago. That's why Ichigo was taken away early. Listening to Yoruichi's comfort, Urahara Kazuki looked a little better. Perhaps, you are right. Although Yhwach has brought about a powerful crisis, is this crisis really so dangerous that it cannot be reversed? Advertisement. Not so, according to Urahara Kazuki. Over the long years, they were not unprepared, and it was precisely because they were prepared that Urahara Kazuki was sure to end this war. He said to Yi, contact Hiriko, them. It's time to go to the Soul Society to support and end this war. Maybe we can't stop Yhwach, but we can kill all his subordinates and leave him alone. There was determination in Urahara Kazuki's words. Then, he walked out of his small shop and came to the next door, looked at Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami and said, "You two also follow us to the Huhun realm to join the battle." It was an unmistakable tone. Hearing this, Ichimaru Jin raised his brows slightly. Urahara Kazuki's tone inevitably reminded him of Aizen. This kind of commanding tone sounds really unpleasant. But Ichimaru Jin, in the end, did not reject Urahara Kazuki's words. Tusen Kanami has no reason to refuse. In order to protect the justice of this world, he must defeat these Quincy masters. Soon, Urahara Kazuki and others contacted Hiroko Shinji and other masked army, and then took Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami to Soul Society. When they left for Soul Society, earlier, Seireitei periphery, Ishida Ryu, Hazard, and the 3 personal guards of Yhwach, a figure emerged. His Majesty. After seeing this figure, Hazard and the 3 members of the Pro Guard saluted one after another. Ishida Ryu was stunned for a moment, and then bowed to Yhwach. It hasn't been long since he joined the Quincy Empire under Yhwach, but Yhwach attached great importance to him. Earlier, he was even canonized as the Prince of the Empire. This once attracted many Quincy masters to be very hostile to Ishida Ryu, and Ishida Ryu was also very curious about what is special about him, which deserves so much attention from Yhwach. 0. Later, he knew it from Hazard. Advertisement. That is, I am the only surviving mixed-blood Quincy after Yhwach launched the sanctification 9 years ago. Although Hazard was cold-tempered, he did not hide from Ishida Ryu. I have created the King Key, and I have the key to the Spirit King's palace. Follow me and go to the Lingwang Palace. Yhwach looked at the people around him and spoke lightly. Hazard asked calmly, "Don't you need to wait for them?" Yhwach's deep voice echoed and fell into the ears of many Shinigami below. "Shinigami, you just witness me like this, and ascend to the main seat of the sky." At this moment, Yhwach's cold-blooded ruthlessness is undoubtedly revealed. Don't wait for them. Their existence is valuable. As long as they can hold back these Shinigami, even if they are all sacrificed, there is nothing they can do. As they stepped into it, many Shinigami could only feel the sky shaking. He got into it. Then came Hazard, 3 personal guards, and Ishida Ryu. Ishida Yulong's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Hazard didn't say much. They flew over the Seireitei. Yhwach, what did you researcher do? They refer to the many Quincy divisions fighting hard in the Seireitei. Hearing the words 5.2, in the team building of the first team, the captain of Yamamoto swung a powerful sword without saying a word, piercing the air with a mighty sword, and slashed towards Yhwach. Yes, Captain Yamamoto noticed the shock, and immediately his face changed slightly. He raised his head, looked at the sky above, and had a guess. However, when it came to the front of Yhwach, the spirits gathered to form a Ryutsu wall, which easily blocked the blow. Then, I saw Yhwach raise the cross knife in his hand, swung it vigorously, the space vibrated, and a space door appeared. Your era has come to an end. Next, it will be the era of the Quincy. Then, under the leadership of Yhwach, Ishida Ryu, Hazard, and the 3 personal guards all flew into the air with the help of flying sickles. Chapter 481. The Final Backhand. Going to the Lingwang Palace is not an overnight process. After all, the 72-layer barrier still exists. Even if Yhwach possesses Wang Jian only gave him the ability to break through the 72-layer barrier. It still takes time to break through the 72-layer barrier. However, starting today, the 72 barriers will no longer exist. Yhwach didn't open the 72 barriers for a short time. During his journey to the Lingwang Palace, the 72 barriers were also destroyed by him. Wang Jian endowed him with an indestructible body. Even if the 72 layers of barriers were built with the power of the Spirit King, they would still be useless when facing the power of the same root and origin. It was also when Yhwach destroyed the 72 barriers. In the Lingwang Palace, Ikibe Hyasub, Kilin Temple Tenshiro, Naimea Wangyu, Hikafuna Kiryu, Shutara Senju, the 5-0 division members, all noticed something. Someone is approaching the Lingwang Palace. 72 barriers are being destroyed. In the Phoenix Hall, Ermeiwu Wangyu looked extremely dignified. It should be Yhwach. Gosuke Shigure guessed the answer easily. The real war has begun. For Gosuke Shigure, the war in Seireitei has never been taken seriously by him. In his heart, the real battlefield should be the Lingwang Palace. The purpose of Yhwach is the Spirit King. For Yhwach, defeating Seireitei's Shinigami has never been the main purpose. His main purpose has always been to get close to the Spirit King and gain the power of the Spirit King. And this is also the best time to defeat Yhwach. Before the other party digested the power of the Spirit King, it was also when he was weakest. Although even if he successfully devoured the Spirit King, he would still be able to defeat him. But in the original book, the main reason why Kurosaki Ichigo and others were able to defeat him was because Aizen used Kyoka Suigetsu to influence Yhwach's concept of time, so Yhwach did not wake up at the perfect time. Coupled with Ishida Yuryu's backstab, Yhwach was given the deadliest blow just now. Now, Aizen is still imprisoned in Wujian. Of course, it is impossible for Gosuke Shigure to release Aizen in order to defeat Yhwach. Advertisement. In the original book, Jingle Chunshui will use the power of Aizen to defeat Aizen, because the crisis of the situation at that time has reached the point where it is necessary to use Aizen's power test to defeat Yhwach. But not today. For this war, Gosuke Shigure has made so many preparations, it would be too shameful if he still needs to rely on the power of Aizen. Of course, just in case, it is necessary to prevent Yhwach from devouring the Spirit King. You must defeat Yhwach before this. Just when Yhwach led the people under his hands, broke through the 72 barriers and was about to arrive at the Lingwang Palace. The Soul Society side also ushered in reinforcements. Urahara Kazuki brought Ichimaru Jin, Tusen Kanami, and the Masked Legion to the Soul Society. Originally, the strength of the Ting team was very strong. At this moment, with the addition of these reinforcements, if there is an additional Gote 13 combat power, and, strictly speaking, the combat power of this Gote 13 is actually stronger than the real Gote 13. With their rush to help, the trend of the war was finally completely reversed. Although Quincy is very powerful, every Quincy with holy text has an extremely powerful force zone. But Soul Society has more people on one side. In the case that Bankai, the biggest whole card, cannot be taken away, no matter how weird the Quincy's abilities are, they can still find a way to restrain them through fighting, and then defeat them. A Quincy master was defeated one by one. However, Captain Yamamoto's mood did not improve. Because Urahara Kazuki brings bad news. Yhwach went to Karakura town, and has seized the spiritual veins underground in Karakura town, successfully created the King Key, and now, he has gone to the Spirit Master to produce. Really? Hearing Urahara Kazuki's words, Captain Yamamoto's expression was as expected. Previously, after seeing Yhwach's actions, he had a guess, but he didn't think it was true. Yhwach actually found a way to get to the palace of the Soul King. We must stop Yhwach. Yhwach is the son of the Soul King. If he goes to the Soul King palace and obtains the power of the Soul King, it will be bad news for us. Advertisement. Captain Yamamoto finally lived in Bungbu. After learning that Yhwach was going to the Lingwang Palace, he realized the criticality of the situation. Although there is still Team Zero in the Soul King Palace, Captain Yamamoto has never been a person who likes to pin his hopes on others. Team Zero is indeed very powerful, and it has the most powerful and oldest Shinigami Ikebe Hyasube. The primordial Shu, who defeated him in the past and entered the Lingwang Palace, was defeated by Ikebe Hyasube and then sealed in Zanpakuto. But this could not change the belief of Captain Yamamoto. When facing Aizen, he also insisted on defeating Aizen by himself. Now, when facing Yhwach, he is the same. In fact, I came to Soul Society this time. Apart from bringing the Masked Legion and others to support Soul Society, I also have another purpose, which is to go to the palace of the Soul King and stop Yhwach. Urahara Kazuki revealed his intention and purpose for coming. Go to Lingwang Palace 720. What can you do? Captain Yamamoto was a little curious about what Urahara Kazuki said. Urahara Kazuki said, "It's not that I have a way, but he has a way." Captain Yamamoto was puzzled. Then, he saw a long-lost figure. "Captain, long time no see." A figure came to Captain Yamamoto. Shiba, with one heart. After seeing this figure, Captain Yamamoto froze for a moment, and then recognized him. Although his appearance has matured a lot, Captain Yamamoto still recognized his identity through Ryutsu. After all, he knew Shiba Yixin very well, and he was the one who asked Shiba Yixin to come out of the mountain as the captain. In the Battle of Karakura Town, when Kurosaki Ishin appeared on the stage, Captain Yamamoto and others had already lost, so there was no intersection between them. Until now, Kurosaki Ishin appeared in front of Captain Yamamoto. "I didn't expect you to be alive." Looking at Kurosaki Ishin, Captain Yamamoto sighed. Kurosaki Ishin said one thing, "Ichigo is my son." After hearing the news, Captain Yamamoto couldn't help being taken aback, and then suddenly said, "No wonder. No wonder Kurosaki Ichigo has such a powerful force. If the other party is a descendant of the Shiba family, it can explain everything." Chapter 482, Decisive Battle. Although the Shiba family has been expelled from the ranks of the great nobles at present, they were very special as one of the 5 great nobles in the past. The reason why the great nobles are great nobles is not only because their ancestors are richer, but also because their bloodlines are unusual. Among the descendants of the great nobles, the probability of being born strong is far higher than that of ordinary commoners. The origin of Kurosaki Ichigo surprised Captain Yamamoto, but now is not the time to be surprised by these things. The most important thing at present is to go to the palace of the Soul King to stop Yhwach. That's right, the Shiba family, as one of the great nobles in the past, indeed mastered the technique of sending people to the Lingwang Palace, and you do know more about the Lingwang Palace than we do. Captain Yamamoto frankly admitted this. Even though he is the captain of Gote 13, but he has a specialization in art, and sending people to the Lingwang Palace is a skill only mastered by Shiba's family, even he doesn't understand it. However, how exactly do you want to get to the palace of the Soul King? Could it be that it is also the King of Creation Key? Captain Yamamoto asked proactively. Shiba explained with all his heart. Although I haven't actually operated it, according to the records of my Shiba family, when someone uses the Wang Key to go to the Lingwang Palace for a period of time, there is no need to use the Wang Key to go to the Lingwang Palace. Because during this period of time, the 72 barriers outside the Lingwang Palace are in an open state, and it will take a long time for them to heal. This time, but our chance. Because the Lingwang Palace is no longer isolated from the outside world, we can directly build a world transmitting gate to reach the interior of the Lingwang Palace. Kurosaki Ishin gave an incredible answer. Can we really do something like this? Captain Yamamoto expressed doubts. Kurosaki Ishin said, even if we can't do it, we have to do it. Because only by going to the Soul King Palace can we hand over the key to victory to Ichigo and the others. Kurosaki Ichigo, led by Gosuke Shigure, went to the Soul King Palace at this moment, and Captain Yamamoto still knew about it. Compared with these things, what he cares more about is what Kurosaki Ishin said is the key to winning. You guys, what have you prepared? After all, it was the last moment, and Kurosaki Ishin and others did not hide it. Ever since, Kurosaki Ishin left first, and then brought a person. Advertisement Captain Yamamoto was a little surprised after seeing clearly who Kurosaki Ishin had brought. Because what Kurosaki Ishin brought over was actually a Quincy master. Besides Kurosaki Masaki, the Quincy master who has a good relationship with Kurosaki Ishin is Ishida Ryuzuru. The person who came was Ishida Ryuin. He said indifferently, to be honest, as a Quincy master, I don't want to help Shinigami, but compared to Shinigami, I hate Yhwach even more. Kurosaki Ishin explained to Captain Yamamoto from the side, Longshan's wife is a mixed-blood Quincy, who was affected by Yhwach's sanctification and died later. Captain Yamamoto finally knew about Ishida Ryuzuru's hatred for the Quincy. Ishida Ryushu said to Captain Yamamoto, as the ancestor of all Quincy, Yhwach has his blood flowing through all Quincy. Because of this reason, he can affect all Quincy, pure-blood Quincy master, because the bloodline of the family has been passed down from generation to generation. Its own bloodline has extremely powerful power, so the influence of Yhwach can be ignored. But the teacher is different. The power of his own bloodline is weak. Once Yhwach launches the sanctification, in addition to taking away their power, he will also rob their souls. However, after years of research, I discovered that sanctification is not a simple plunder, but essentially an exchange of equal value. When Yhwach took the lives of these Quincy masters, he would also expose his own weaknesses. I made a weapon for his leftover weaknesses. As long as it can be injected into Yhwach's body at the most critical moment, it will give Yhwach a fatal blow. Ishida Ryuseki didn't say what kind of weapon it was. Captain Yamamoto was curious, but he didn't take the initiative to ask. The important thing is that it is not impossible to defeat Yhwach right now. But the premise is that they must go to the Lingwang Palace. Urahara Kazuki, I leave everything to you. Captain Yamamoto spoke to Urahara Kazuki with a solemn expression. At this point, he seems to have no choice but to trust Urahara Kazuki. A platform suspended in the air, several figures emerge. Is this the Spirit King's palace? Ishida Uryu felt the environment here, especially the spiritual power that brought a strong sense of oppression, so he couldn't help but said with a moving expression. Advertisement, backquote. What an unimaginable place. Hasward couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It seems that our arrival has been noticed. Yhwach spoke. Following the words of Yhwach, Ishida Uryu, Hasward, and the three guards of Yhwach also looked forward. Several figures blocked the front. They are Naimea Wangyue, Kilin Temple Tenshiro, Hakafuna Kiryu, Shutara Senjumaru, and Kurosaki Ichigo, Gosuke Shigure. Only one person is not here. That is the leader of Team Zero, Ichibe Hayasubi known as the Eye Monk. Ishida. Looking at Ishida Uryu who was following Yhwach, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but asked, with a puzzled look on his face, what? Ishida Uryu's complexion changed slightly, but he finally gave the answer. I'm a destroyer, get money, teacher. Because he is a Quincy master, he chose to sleep beside the Quincy Emperor Yhwach. Such an answer was naturally difficult for Kurosaki Ichigo to accept. He didn't understand why a good friend who had fought so many times together had come to this point. Yhwach, on the other hand, is very satisfied with such an answer. He directly ignored the members of Team Zero, but looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, and said softly, Kurosaki Ichigo, my child, I can feel that the blood of Quincy is flowing in your body. You are born, you should stand with me. At this moment, I will give you a chance to serve me. Sorry, I refuse. Without further ado, Kurosaki Ichigo directly rejected Yhwach. Although it's the first time I've seen you, I will definitely knock you down. Hearing such words, Yhwach's complexion immediately became a little ugly. Chapter 483, The Last Moment. Yhwach, grab it with your hands. Tian Shilong of Kilin Temple looked at Yhwach, the person who created medical skills, who should have been an extremely compassionate existence, but now, his face was full of murderous intent. Thousands of years ago, although he didn't join first-generation Gode 13, he had personally experienced that war and knew how cruel the Quincy was, and how tyrannical Yhwach was. Kilin Temple, do you think you can really win? Yhwach looked at Tian Shilong from Kilin Temple, and said in a cold voice, I can feel that my father is calling me, he has been waiting for me for too long. Today, I will make all of you Shinigami who murdered him and usurped the authority of the world pay the price. The next moment, the super-spiritual powers that filled the Lingwang Palace moved together, and under the control of Yhwach, they rushed towards Yhwach one after another, and in an instant, a powerful breath was released from Yhwach's body and come out. When he was in Soul Society, facing Yamamoto Genryusai's ultimate Bankai, even if he used the omniscient and omnipotent power of the holy text, he could not see hope, so he chose the second method, capturing the underground of Karakura town with the help of Wang Jian's 513 power. He came to the Lingwang Palace. Wang Jian not only endowed him with the ability to come to the Lingwang Palace, but also endowed him with great strength. In the final analysis, the power of Wang Jian itself is the experience of the Spirit King. In just a short moment, Naimea Wangyue, Kilinji Tenshiro, Hakafuna Kiryu, and Shutara Senjumaru, who also have Wang Jian, felt an unparalleled sense of oppression at the same time. Although they are both king keys, the power of the Spirit King is completely different in the hands of Yhwach and them. At this moment, they seem to be somewhat convinced that Yhwach is really the son of the Spirit King. But even so, their determination to stop Yhwach has never changed. All of a sudden, the captains of the Zero teams also exuded a powerful Ryotsu, facing Yhwach far away. Snort. Yhwach snorted coldly, and the next moment, he moved suddenly, but the target was not the members of the Zero division in front of him, but with the help of flying sides, he flew in the Lingwang Palace and headed towards the Spirit King Dane. The palace of the Spirit King is suspended in the sky, and the most central area is the Great Nei Li of the Spirit King, which is ACCC, the place where the Spirit King resides. And around it, there are 5 Lingfanli halls. The Lingfanli halls are located below the Lingwang Palace. Among them, the Lingfanli halls of Ichibe Hayasabi are directly below, and the remaining 4 are located in 4 places. Direction. Whether it is going to Rengo Aochiri, or going to various parts of Lingbanliden, it is a means of transportation called Rengo Amadasanda. That's the case, and that's the problem again, because Shinigami can't fly. Advertisement. Although there's a god in the name, it is not a real god. Rather, it was the Quincy Master, a descendant of the Spirit King. They have the unique ability to manipulate the spirits between the heaven and the earth, and they can build the spirits into steps under their feet. This gate, known as the Flying Scythe, gave Quincy the ability to fly. Seeing Yhwach spared himself and the others and headed towards Dane of the Spirit King, his purpose was very clear, it was for the Spirit King. How could Tian Shilong and others in Qilin Temple be able to do what they wished? They all shot. Shutara Senjumaru, manipulating many divine weapons, went towards Yohaba at the same time. Ermaiwu Wangyue waved the knife in his hand. Qilin Temple Tianshiro also shot. Hakafuna Kiryu used to be the captain of the 12th division, but his fighting ability should not be underestimated. Seeing 4 members of the Zero team attack at the same time. Naturally, the Quincy's who followed Yhwach to the palace of the Spirit King couldn't sit still and wait for death. Among the Knights of the Star Cross under Yhwach's command, the leader is Hazward. Then came the 4 members of the Divine Forgiveness Guards. Among them, Li Jiabaro was the captain of the God's Forgiveness Guards. He died in the Battle of Seireitei by the reflected power of the 8-mirror sword in Aiznaneo's hands. Except for him, the remaining 3 relatives this time all came to the palace of the Spirit King with Yhwach. The 3 personal guards are Benita Pikaja, the power of the Holy Text is enforcement, his main body is the left arm of the Spirit King, and Askin Nakroval, the Holy Text is lethal dose. Gerald Valkyrie, the Holy Text is miracle, and its body is the heart of the King of Souls. Plus Hazward with the Holy Text, reconciliation of the world. It can be said that the strength of the 4 personal guards of Yhwach is extremely powerful. They made a move and blocked the front of Kilinji Tenshiro, Naimea Wangyue, Hakafuna Kiryu, Shutara Senjumaru and others. Even these few people had to be taken seriously. Seeing that Yhwach is about to head towards the Spirit King Dane, he can still fly. Although Ichibe Hayasabi is still standing there. Advertisement, but no one knows if Ichibe Hayasabi can stop Yhwach. Fortunately, the members of the Zero Division are not the only ones in the Lingwang Palace this time. And Gosuke Shigure, Kurosaki Ichigo, Bankai, Ishida, are you going to stop me? Gosuke Shigure casts Bankai first, that is Ishida Uryu. Ichigo, let's go to Soul King Aochi. But the people in the Zero Division are not vegetarians, how can they stop Gosuke Shigure's actions? After performing the Bankai, Gosuke Shigure said to Kurosaki Ichigo, holding 2 swords. Soon, a group of people approached Lingwang Dane Li one after another. With the help of the flying sickle, he also flew towards the Spirit King Dane. Yhwach's speed is very fast. After a while, he has successfully arrived there and started fighting with Ichibe Hayasabi. Although I stayed under Yhwach for a while, I finally felt that it would be better for such a person to be knocked down. Then, without hesitation, he pulled out 2 knives. Kurosaki Ichigo, led by Gosuke Shigure, also came here. Just as he was about to make a move, he looked at Ishida Uryu who was following behind. However, there was still a Quincy follower after all. Bankai. During this process, several Quincy masters naturally wanted to stop them. Ishida Uryu showed a smile on his face. No, I'm here to help you. Kurosaki Ichigo also laughed when he heard this. With a wave of his hand, invisible power emerged, covering him and Kurosaki Ichigo. Just like in Hueco Mundo, the invisible power led him and Kurosaki Ichigo quickly towards the Soul King Aochi. Chapter 484 Returning to a Peaceful Daily Life, Ending. The mighty Ryotsu erupted from Kurosaki Ichigo, who used Bankai for the first time after realizing his roots and reforging Zanpakuto. This is the Bankai that he never used in the original book. In the original book, when he used Bankai for the first time, because Yhwach predicted the danger of his Bankai, he directly used the ability to rewrite the future and destroyed his Bankai. Later, with the help of Tsukishima and Inoue Orihime's abilities, Bankai was restored by rewriting the past and present respectively. It's a pity that in the final battle, this brand new Bankai was still unable to kill Yhwach. At that time, Yhwach was too powerful. No, after absorbing the power of all the Quincy, he became so powerful that he became ultimate. If Aizen hadn't misled him, causing him to have a wrong time relationship and not be able to wake up at the most correct time, Yhwach would not be able to lose at all. Plus, but even so, at that time, he reached an unbelievable level the next day. However, even so, facing Kurosaki Ichigo's Bankai, Yhwach is still extremely alert. Because that Bankai is too powerful. It is Bankai who, in the true sense, can pose a threat to Yhwach. At this moment, because Yhwach was held back by Ichibei Hayasabi, even though Yhwach anticipated the danger, he was unable to guard against it. After all, Ichibei Hayasabi was not an idle person. Although after extracting the spiritual veins underground in Karakura town and creating the King Key, Yhwach already possessed a part of the power of the Soul King. When he came to the palace of the Soul King, especially the square in front of the current Soul King Ouchi, he was even more feeling the call from his own father, the Spirit King. He is sure to defeat Ichibei Hayasabi, even though Ichibei Hayasabi is the oldest and most powerful Shinigami. It is also the biggest obstacle in the process of launching this war by Yhwach. In comparison, Kurosaki Ichigo, who also has great potential, and Gosuke Shigure, who is completely invisible and can be called a variable, have not been taken seriously by Yhwach. However, even Yhwach didn't expect that Kurosaki Ichigo and Gosuke Shigure, whom he didn't care about, strongly intervened when he was fighting Ichibei Hayasabi. Crescent Sky Rushes. It is still the same move, but its power is so strong that it is ultimate, and the power comparable to Yamamoto Genryusai Bankai's, Heaven and Earth Ashes, is released from it, suddenly coming towards Yhwach. Yhwach's complexion changed drastically, and in a hurry, he could only use the shell static blood costume in an attempt to block Kurosaki Ichigo's attack, but the powerful super spiritual power just condensed the shell static blood costume. Facing Kurosaki Ichigo's terrifying cut, it was directly broken, and then the aftermath of the slash hit Yhwach's body severely, causing him to suffer a lot of trauma immediately. However, Yhwach has a self-given ability, and he can use this ability to heal his injuries. Just when he was about to restore his injuries through self-giving, Ichibei Hayasabi, who was fighting Yhwach, also made a move. Really hit. White pen and one word. In the previous battle, Ichibei Hayasabi used his own Shikai, Bourgeois Taishiling, to attack Yhwach, but because of the opponent's omniscience and omnipotence, its existence cannot be nihilized. Fortunately, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo came. Ichibei Hayasabi immediately unleashes a real strike, ready to deal Yhwach a fatal blow. Shinuchi is the original name of Bankai, essentially the same as Bankai. And his ability after the real fight is to erase the opponent's name, and then give a new name. At this moment, as Ichibei Hayasabi waved the knife in his hand, the name Yhwach immediately disappeared from the minds of all living beings in the world, and was replaced by Black Ant. Even Gosuke Shigure, Kurosaki Ichigo, Ishida Uryu looking at Yhwach at this moment, I only feel that this is a Black Ant. It can only be said that such an ability is really terrifying. This way, it's over. Taking advantage of Yhwach being injured by Kurosaki Ichigo, Hayasabi activates his real fighting ability, turning Yhwach into a Black Ant, a weak creature that can be seen everywhere on the roadside without any power. Now Yhwach has lost any threat, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just about to go all out to get rid of Yhwach. However, at this time, Yhwach's erased name gradually recovered. This is an extremely incredible thing, but it did happen. Just because, omniscience and omnipotence, the essence of this ability is too special. Omniscient and omnipotent is the ability to peek into the future and change the future. The future is changeable and has countless possibilities, but Yhwach can use this ability to change it. So, why can he change the future without changing himself? Because he is fixed. Advertisement, he is irreplaceable. Because of this nature, even if the future keeps changing, Yhwach will not change. This is the uniqueness endowed to him by his identity as the son of the Spirit King. Ichibei Hayasabi's abilities are indeed powerful. Shikai can turn people into a hollow and disappear. Bankai, that is, playing can change the essence of its existence. But this kind of ability is precisely restrained by this unchanging characteristic of Yhwach. If we say that in the original book, the defeat of Yamamoto Genryusai can be regarded as a plot kill. After all, if he does not die, many subsequent plots cannot be unfolded. Then Ichibei Hayasabi's defeat was due to pure ability restraint. Ichibei Hayasabi's ability can deal with almost everyone, except Yhwach. Seeing that his ability was cracked by Yhwach, Hayasabi was not discouraged by this. Instead, he continued to attack Yhwach. Kurosaki Ichigo also attacked Yhwach. Although Yhwach relied on his omniscience and omnipotence ability, he temporarily evaded Ichibei Hayasabi's Bankai. But facing Kurosaki Ichigo's Bankai, he still has to take it seriously. Ever since, Yhwach did not hesitate at all, he initiated sanctification. At this time, it doesn't matter even if all the Quincy's are dead. Because he had to take back all his strength, only in this way could he defeat the enemy in front of him, and then he could successfully enter the inner palace of the Spirit King and obtain his father's strength. Soul recovery. Sanctification. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from Yhwach's body. Even Kurosaki Ichigo and Ichibei Hayasabi were forced to step aside when facing Yhwach at this moment. On the Soul King Amadasanda, The Quincy fighters who were fighting several members of the Zero Division felt their own strength and their souls were being lost at the same time. Why at this time? Your Majesty, why? They are unwilling, they are angry, but they can't change the ending. Below, among the Seireitei, the defeat of the Quincy has become a foregone conclusion. But Juhabok's behavior has accelerated this process. As he initiated the sanctification, he immediately accelerated this process. Many Quincy masters, in no particular order, all died. Then, their souls flew towards the sky, on the square in Lingwangdane. Ishida Uryu didn't fight because he didn't know what he could do if he did. Also absent is Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure is waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, sanctification is initiated with Juhaba. Gosuke Shigure finally saw that opportunity. Senluo Death Prison. He activated the third phase of his Bankai, a form that he hadn't used in the past when facing Aizen. 0. Asking for flowers. In an instant, thunderclouds spread in the sky, while above the ground, it was gloomy. Of course, the atmosphere is not very important. What's important is that the spread of Senluo's death prison is very fast, covering the entire Lingwangdane in a blink of an eye. At first, Juhabok didn't understand what Gosuke Shigure was trying to do, then, he did. Because he launched the sanctification, the power and soul he plundered were all intercepted by Gosuke Shigure on the way. Advertisement he launched sanctification, and did not absorb the soul at all. How so? Gosuke Shigure, damn you. After Juhabok realized this, he immediately launched an attack on Gosuke Shigure, preparing to stop the opponent's behavior. Kurosaki Ichigo, how could Juhabok get what he wanted? Also waved the Zanpakuto towards the Yuhaba area. In a blink of an eye, the situation reached the most critical moment. If Juhabok takes the opportunity to defeat Gosuke Shigure and regain those souls, after he devours them, no one can deal with him. Fortunately, at this time, another figure appeared in the inner palace of the Spirit King. Yulong, I'll leave the rest to you. This figure came here with a flying sickle, obviously, he is also a Quincy master. 0. After seeing the other party clearly, Ishida Uryu was stunned, because the other party was his father, Ishida Ryuseki. Afterwards, Ishida Ryushu handed the arrows made of silver found in the hearts of those Quincy masters who died because of Juhabok's holiness to Ishida Uryu. As long as the arrows were pierced into Juhabok's heart, Juhabok will lose power for a short time, which is the key to victory. He originally thought that Ishida Uryu would shoot it with the spirit bow. But the next moment, Ishida Uryu's actions were beyond his expectation. Holding the arrow, it pierced straight into his heart. Ishida Longshan was puzzled, but immediately understood. Ishida Uryu activated his own power of the holy text, complete reverse, and bounced back the damage he received to Juhabok. It is precisely because of this ability that he was able to restrain Juhabok's sanctification. Because he can bounce back, Juhabok, who was fighting Kurosaki Ichigo, froze immediately, and his strength disappeared for a short time. He seems to be caught in the predicament of the former Kurosaki Masaki who lost his power because of the holy piety and suffered a false attack. But then Kurosaki Masaki was saved because of Gosuke Shigure. And at this moment, Juhabok, no one can help him. Crescent Sky rushes. With one blow, and Habok was killed immediately. Afterwards, Gosuke Shigure also manipulated his own Mori death prison to devour and obliterate all of Juhabok's soul power. The battle is over. The reconstruction work after the war was extremely long. For this war, the Soul Society can be said to have abandoned the entire Seireitei, using Seireitei as a battlefield. But there are some gains, that is, the Quincy's were all wiped out. The war is finally over. Of course, saying it was over meant that there was no need to fight anymore. There are still many follow-up finishing things that need to be done. However, none of this has anything to do with Gosuke Shigure. Shortly after the war, he resigned as captain of the 5th Division. In the final analysis, he will serve as the captain, and he will take up the post temporarily to deal with the crisis of the species. Now that the crisis is resolved, there is no need to be the captain anymore. This time, he thoroughly enjoyed his retirement life. Turning his head and glanced at Shutara Senjumaru beside him, Gosuke Shigure said, although nothing has changed, and there is no attempt to rewrite the order of this world, but such a life is not bad. In the second round, he finally became a common Shinigami. This can be regarded as fulfilling the long-cherished wish of the previous life.